Beyond the 9 heavens a sea of thunder surged and roared. The eternal god Emperor Chu Yun stood in the boundless void, white robes billowing in the storm, 9 golden divine halos circling around him, each one alone sufficient to suppress a vast world. Yet now in the eyes that had once pierced through myriad worlds there remained only a chill of mocking indifference. Chu Yun, hand over the heavenly emperor seal, and I will spare your life. A clear icy female voice drifted out from within the sea of thunder. It belonged to his Tao companion, the heavenly empress Su Yao, once a mortal woman of the dust. He had personally lifted her from obscurity, taught her immortal arts, helped her prove the Tao, and in the end, shared the imperial throne with her. Chu Yun slowly turned his head, gazing toward that graceful figure deep within the thunder sea. Su Yao was draped in 7-colored rosy clouds, a godslayer's sword in her hand, beauty so dazzling it defied description. Behind her stood several dozen celestial lords and celestial emperors. Many among them had once been Chu Yun's most trusted subordinates. Spare me from death. Chu Yun laughed, his laughter carrying endless desolation. Su Yao, do you still remember who saved you when you were about to starve to death on a mortal street? Do you still remember, with your mediocre talent, who spent 10,000 years of cultivation to cleanse your marrow and remold your body? Su Yao's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to icy calm. Speaking of this is meaningless now. The immortal realm needs reform, and you are too ancient and obsolete. So I have become too ancient and obsolete. Chu Yun shook his head faintly, his gaze sweeping over the people behind her. And you all, have you all betrayed me as well? A middle-aged celestial emperor in golden armor stepped forward, cupping his hands. Heavenly Emperor, we wrong you. The Heavenly Empress has promised that once this is done, we will share half of the Heavenly Emperor's fortune. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Chu Yun recognized him. The Tiangang celestial emperor, once hunted by his enemies like a stray dog, whom Chu Yun had taken and granted a cultivation ground, and helped break through to the emperor realm. Men die for wealth. Chu Yun softly repeated, the last trace of warmth in his eyes completely fading. Since that is so, then come at me, all of you. Su Yao wasted no more words. Her jade hand swept out. Kill. Dozens of celestial emperors struck simultaneously, torrents of divine arts, immortal weapons, and law-forged currents crashing down toward Chu Yun like a world-ending deluge. All 9 golden divine halos shattered at once, and Chu Yun's body was pounded backward step by step. Yet he did not strike back. It was not that he could not. It was that he chose not to. I proved the Tao 3,000 years ago, founded the heavenly court, and ruled over myriad worlds, yet in the end there is not a single true heart at my side. Chu Yun murmured softly, allowing the Godslayer's sword to pierce through his chest. In this life I have lived far too wearily. Blood spilled from the corner of his lips, each drop containing power enough to annihilate stars. Su Yao walked up to him, looking down at the man who had once made myriad worlds tremble, a flicker of complexity flashing through her eyes. Chu Yun, do you have any last words? Chu Yun raised his head, looking at that familiar, yet now estranged face, then suddenly smiled. Su Yao, I must thank you. Thank me. Thank you for letting me see this world clearly. Chu Yun lifted his hand, a faint point of light blossoming at his fingertip. But you forgot one thing. I never reveal all of my trump cards. Su Yao's pupils shrank violently. No. He's going to detonate his Emperor's source. No. Chu Yun's voice grew ever softer. What I intend is reincarnation. What? Everyone was stunned. Reincarnation was a legendary forbidden art said to be wielded only by ancient heavenly emperors. Its price was to disperse all cultivation and memory, to become immortal and begin anew. Madman, you're insane. Su Yao screamed. If you strip away your cultivation, even if you reincarnate, you will be immortal. After 3,000 years, I will still be able to find you. Chu Yun's body began to dissolve into motes of light, yet his voice rang clearly in every year. 3,000 years. Su Yao, I have no need of 3,000 years. 30 years will suffice for my return. By then I will stand before you and let you understand what regret truly is. The light exploded outward, and Chu Yun's figure vanished completely into the heavens. That radiance pierced through time and space, traversed the 9 heavens, crossed the barriers of the immortal realm, and fell toward a blue planet below. Huaxiao Nation, Donghai City, First High School. The class bell rang, and the classroom of Grade 2 Class 3 erupted into noise. In a corner, a thin, frail teenager lay sprawled over his desk, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. His name was Chu Tian, a notorious good-for-nothing at this school. Bottom-ranked grades, cowardly temperament, impoverished family, with only a bedridden grandfather as his sole relative. Worse still, 3 days ago his so-called fiancée, the school belle Lin Wanner, had torn up their engagement contract in front of the entire school, stomped on it twice, and said a line that drew roaring laughter from everyone: a useless waste like you thinks he deserves to marry me. From that day on, Chu Tian had become the school's running joke. Now he slowly raised his head, a haze of confusion still lingering in his eyes. Who am I? Within his mind, 2 streams of memory were colliding violently. One belonged to Chu Tian himself, a 17-year-old's ordinary life filled with humility, grievances, and helplessness. The other current of memory, vast as an ocean spanning tens of thousands of years. The eternal God Emperor, founder of the heavenly court, ruler of myriad worlds, ultimately betrayed by his beloved and entering reincarnation with hatred in his heart. My name is Chu Yun. No, my name is Chu Tian. No, they are both my names. The boy's gaze gradually cleared, finally settling into a calm depth like the starry sky. I remember now. He lowered his head, looking at his thin arms, feeling the emptiness of the meridians within, without even a trace of spiritual power, laughably frail. Chu Tian's lips curled slightly. 30 years. I overestimated the time. What of a mortal body? The cultivation experience of the Eternal God Emperor, all immortal arts, all pill and array knowledge, are etched into the depths of my soul. In this life, I will let everyone know. His gaze passed through the classroom window toward the distant starry sky, as though seeing that woman upon the imperial throne at this very moment, inwardly trembling with unease. I, Chu Yun, have returned. At that moment, a commotion rose at the classroom door. A handsome boy in designer clothes walked in with several followers, heading straight to Chu Tian's desk and slamming his palm onto the tabletop. Chu Tian, Lin Wanner wants you on the playground. His name was Zhang Hao, the Lin family's internally appointed grandson-in-law and the mastermind behind Chu Tian's humiliation. For what? Chu Tian raised his head, his tone far calmer than anyone expected. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. How dared this waste look at him with such eyes? If she tells you to go, you go. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Hao flicked his hand. If you don't go, don't even think about leaving the school after class today. The classmates all glanced over, some with sympathy, some with gloating amusement. Chu Tian looked at him for 3 seconds, then slowly stood up. Fine, I'll go. He happened to want to test the limits. On the playground, the sunlight was gentle and bright. Lin Wanner stood before the flag-raising platform. Even the school uniform could not conceal the refined beauty on her face, which now carried a trace of impatience. Behind her stood over a dozen burly sports class students, each broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, obviously there to bolster the scene. By the time Chu Tian appeared at the edge of the playground, over 100 students had already gathered, raising their phones ready to watch the spectacle. Here he comes, the waste is here. I heard the Lin family is going to completely annul the engagement and make Chu Tian apologize publicly. Tisk tisk, this is going too far, isn't it? Who told him to be a useless waste? He deserves it. Chu Tian walked through the crowd to stand before Lin Wanner. The sunlight was a bit harsh. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the girl before him. To be fair, she was indeed beautiful. Yet in his memory, he had seen countless immortal maidens whose beauty surpassed hers 1,000, 10,000 times. Chu Tian. Lin Wanner spoke, her voice crisp yet cold. I have already torn up the engagement, but the Lin family says this matter will only be settled if you personally admit that you are unworthy of me and voluntarily withdraw from the engagement. So you will kneel and say, I, Chu Tian, am unworthy of Lin Wanner and voluntarily withdraw from the engagement. Lin Wanner lifted her chin slightly. Then I will let you go. The crowd burst into an uproar, but even more people joined the jeering. Kneel. Kneel. Chu Tian's expression did not change at all. He looked at Lin Wanner and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet it made Lin Wanner feel a subtle unease. How could this waste smile in such a way? Chu Tian spoke, his voice not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. I originally intended to spare you. What? Lin Wanner frowned. But since you insist on being so tactless, I will not be courteous. Chu Tian pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket. The engagement contract torn by Lin Wanner 3 days ago, which he had picked up and patched together with tape. In front of everyone, he tore the engagement contract into fragments piece by piece. This engagement is not being broken by you. Chu Tian said. It is I, Chu Yun. He paused, then corrected himself. It is I, Chu Tian, who no longer wants you. The entire field fell deathly silent. Then waves of uproarious laughter erupted. Lin Wanner's face flushed scarlet. She could hardly believe her ears. You, what did you say? I said you are unworthy. Chu Tian enunciated each word. In family background, in appearance and character. You are unworthy to marry me. You're insane. Lin Wanner trembled with fury. I, Lin Wanner, am the #1 beauty of Donghai City. My grandfather is chairman of the Lin Group. You, a useless pauper who can barely afford food, how dare you say I am unworthy of you? Chu Tian did not respond. He simply turned to leave. Stop right there. Lin Wanner shrieked. Block him from me. Over a dozen burly sports students charged forward. Leading them was a bald giant about 1 meter 90, nicknamed Iron Tower, whose punch could shatter bricks. Kid, who said you could leave? Iron Tower sneered, his fan-sized hand reaching for Chu Tian's shoulder. Chu Tian, he merely shifted his body slightly, his fingertip lightly tapping Iron Tower's wrist. In that instant, Iron Tower felt an immense force surge from his wrist. His whole body seemed to be struck by a truck, flung into the air and crashing heavily onto the grass 5 meters away, where he lay unconscious. Everyone was stunned. No one had seen clearly how Chu Tian had moved. They only saw his finger twitch, and who else? Chu Tian turned back, his gaze calmly sweeping over the remaining burly men. They looked at one another, yet not a single one dared step forward. Lin Wanner's eyes widened, her lips trembling, unable to form words. Chu Tian ignored her, turning to walk toward the teaching building. As he passed Zhang Hao, he paused, speaking lightly. Tell the Lin family that 3 days from now, I will personally visit them and settle this matter completely. With that, he left without looking back. The playground fell silent as the grave. Only after Chu Tian's figure disappeared at the entrance of the teaching building did the crowd erupt into deafening chatter. My God! Iron Tower got sent flying by him. Did I see that right? He's just a skinny poor kid. What kind of technique was that? It's terrifying. Lin Wanner stood in place, scraps of paper scattered at her feet, her face a mix of green and pale. She suddenly recalled the look in Chu Tian's eyes just now. That was not the way one looked at a school bell, but rather, at an ant. No, impossible, she muttered. He's just a useless waste. Chu Tian returned to the classroom and sat back. The surrounding classmates looked at him with strange eyes, some reverent, some curious, some skeptical. He paid them no mind, closing his eyes to begin examining his internal condition. 18 meridians blocked. Dantian, nearly withered physical constitution rating, barely counts as freight. Chu Tian silently assessed. This body truly is as useless as they say, but it is enough. A faint smile tugged at his lips. In 3 days when I go to the Lin family, I will need a bit of strength. Tonight I'll search Grandpa's room. I remember. In Chu Tian's memories, Grandpa had a mysterious wooden box, and what was hidden inside is enough to drive the ancient martial artists of this world mad. Grandpa, who are you truly? My former life's divine sense tells me that your origins are far from simple. Outside the window the sun sank toward the west, its afterglow spilling over the boy's somewhat slender back. No one knew that this very back had once borne the weight of all the heavens and worlds. No one knew that from today onward this city, this nation, and even this world would be turned upside down by the return of a single youth. The Eternal Immortal Emperor had returned to campus. Storms of fate were about to rise once more. When the school bell rang, Chu Tian did not rush to leave. He remained seated, closed his eyes to concentrate, and methodically sorted through the memories of tens of thousands of years of cultivation from his past life, archiving them piece by piece. He had mastered all 36,000 schools of immortal arts. In the Tao of Alchemy, he was a 9th grade Imperial Pill Sovereign. In the Path of Formations, he was a 12th grade Peak Array Emperor. Artifact forging, talismans, beast taming, divination. Every miscellaneous skill he had perfected. Now the problem is all of these require spiritual energy to execute. Chu Tian opened his eyes, slightly frowning. And this Bodis meridians are almost completely crippled. It cannot even perform the most basic chi induction. It was like a top-tier racing driver without a car. But to him this was not a problem at all. The experiences of my past life tell me that 99% of cultivators have taken the wrong path. A slight smile tugged at Chu Tian's lips. They all think one must open the meridians to cultivate, but there is a more primitive method from antiquity, using the flesh as a furnace, directly refining the essence of heaven and earth. This technique was called the Flesh Saint Scripture. He had discovered it while exploring an ancient relic in his past life and never used it, but after rebirth it became his lifeline. Let's not rush cultivation. Go back and look at grandfather's things. Chu Tian packed his bag and stood up to leave the classroom. In the hallway a few classmates saw him and instinctively stepped aside. News of what happened on the playground had spread throughout the school. Everyone knew that the loser Chu Tian seemed to have become different overnight, but some refused to believe it. As soon as he left the school gate, Chu Tian was blocked by 7 or 8 men. The leader was a tall, skinny guy with dyed yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wearing a flashy shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck. Brother Tian. The yellow-haired man grinned like a blooming chrysanthemum. Brother Tian, I heard you made a big scene at school today. Chu Tian glanced at him and searched through the original Bodis memory. The yellow-haired man was called Huang Tianxi, a local thug in Donghai City, who specialized in collecting protection fees at the school gate. In the past, Chu Tian had been bullied by him several times, always handing over money obediently. Something? Chu Tian asked calmly. Huang Tianxi chuckled. Brother Tian, I heard you knocked that big oaf iron tower flying. I admire you. From now on, if you need anything in the underworld, just say the word. As he spoke, he pulled out an envelope and shoved it into Chu Tian's hand. This is a small token from your little brother. 20,000 yuan, just a gesture of respect. Chu Tian looked at the envelope, but did not take it. What do you want? Huang Tianxi rubbed his hands together. That. Brother Tian, where did you learn that martial art? Could you teach your little brother? Of course, tuition will be generous. Chu Tian understood. This man had not come to make friends, but to fish for information. He pushed the envelope back. First, I have no time to teach you. Second, stop collecting protection fees at the school from now on. Having said that, he walked around Huang Tianxi and left. Huang Tianxi's smile froze on his face. The few lackeys behind him exchanged bewildered glances. Boss, this kid is being ungrateful. A lackey leaned in. Huang Tianxi's face darkened. Follow him. I want to see what kind of monster he is daring to talk to me like that. Chu Tian lived in an old shantytown in the city. The houses were dilapidated, the alleys narrow, and electric wires crisscrossed in the air like a spiderweb. Pushing open the door, a strong smell of Chinese medicine hit him. Tian, you're back? A hoarse voice came from the inner room. Chu Tian's grandfather, Lin Shufan. Yes, his grandfather had this rather feminine name because the family was once a wealthy clan. The old man was 73 this year, in poor health and had been bedridden for years. Grandfather, I'm back. Chu Tian put down his bag and entered the inner room. The old man lay in bed, his face sallow, his eyes deeply sunken, clearly a chronic invalid. Yet his eyes were extraordinarily bright, carrying a vitality beyond his years. Chu Tian studied his grandfather carefully for the first time and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. As a former divine emperor, his eyesight was exceptionally keen. Though he now had no spiritual power, his basic discernment remained. This old man's condition did not seem like an ordinary illness. Rather, it seemed like having his meridians severed and his cultivation sealed. Tian, how was school today? The old man asked with a smile. Pretty good. Chu Tian sat by the bed. Grandfather, I want to look at that old wooden box of ours. The old man's smile stiffened slightly. What wooden box? The one you hide under the bed wrapped in red cloth. There was a moment of silence. The old man let out a slow sigh. Something happened today, and I feel like my body is not right. Chu Tian made an excuse. I think that box might hold. The old man stared at him for a long time, a flicker of complex light passing through his hazy eyes. Tian, come. The old man fumbled under his pillow and pulled out a copper key, handing it to Chu Tian. Under the bed. Take out that box. Chu Tian did as told. The wooden box was not large, about 30 centimeters long and 20 wide. It was pitch black and the wood was on its surface were densely carved patterns. At first glance they seemed decorative, but Chu Tian immediately recognized them as a sealing formation. And its rank was not low. By the standards of this world, it was at least a top-grade spirit formation. Chu Tian's heart sank. The person who could set up such a formation was no ordinary mortal. What exactly was grandfather's identity? Using the key to open the box beneath the red cloth lay 3 items. The first was a fist-sized black stone, utterly unremarkable. The second was a yellowed animal hide scroll covered in densely written ancient characters. The third was a jade pendant, translucent and warm, with faint flowing light inside. Chu Tian picked up the black stone. The moment it touched his hand, his entire body stiffened. This is because this unremarkable black stone had a name in his past life. Primordial Chaos Stone. It was the primordial substance born at the dawn of creation, and not a second piece existed in the entire myriad realms. In his past life, he had searched for such a thing across 3,000 great worlds, only to find nothing. And now, with the primordial chaos stone, he needed no spiritual energy from heaven and earth, no need to open meridians. He could directly use the chaotic chi within the stone to temper his flesh. This was an even more heaven-defying method than the flesh saint scripture. Grandfather. Chu Tian took a deep breath and looked at the old man. Where did this come from? The old man was silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Your ancestors were not ordinary people. Our family was once the most powerful clan in this world. But 300 years ago, a great calamity struck and the family was destroyed. Only your great-grandfather escaped with this stone and these items. Your great-grandfather left a dying wish: if any descendant of the Chu family can activate this stone, go to the ancestral house in the capital and reclaim what belongs to our branch. But for 300 years, not a single descendant has succeeded. The old man looked at him, a flicker of hope suddenly shining in his eyes. Tian, have you sensed something? Chu Tian did not speak. He only gripped the primordial chaos stone tighter. He could feel the chaotic chi within the stone resonating at a subtle frequency with the fragment of the imperial origin deep in his soul. Grandfather. Chu Tian raised his head, his eyes blazing with light. In 3 days, they'll take you to the capital. The old man was taken aback. What for? To take back what belongs to us. Chu Tian stood up, his voice calm but irrefutable. And then to cure your illness. The old man's eyes reddened. His lips trembled a few times, but in the end, he said nothing, merely nodding heavily. It was late at night. Chu Tian sat cross-legged in his own yard, the primordial chaos stone placed before him. There was no moonlight, no streetlights, pitch black all around. But Chu Tian needed no light. He closed his eyes, his hands forming a strange mudra that looked simple, yet carried an inexplicable aura of antiquity and vicissitude. This was a hand seal used by ancient primitive humans to communicate with heaven and earth, requiring no spiritual foundation whatsoever. Boom! A great sound exploded in his mind. The primordial chaos stone lit up, not with ordinary light, but the most primordial creation dawn, primeval light. A wisp of chaotic chi separated from the stone and burrowed into Chu Tian's body through his palm. Agonizing pain. It felt like thousands of needles piercing every meridian simultaneously, or being roasted over fire. A pain far beyond ordinary endurance. But Chu Tian's expression did not change. He had endured pain millions of times worse. When he attained the Tao as an emperor in his past life, the 9 heavens' divine thunder had struck him for 49 days, a true hellish torment. The chaotic chi traveled along his meridians, melting away impurities and repairing damaged channels bit by bit wherever it passed. This was not opening meridians, but rebuilding them. It was like transforming a muddy dirt road into an 8-lane highway. An hour later, puffed, Chu Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood fell to the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding a small pit in the earth. That was the impurities and toxins accumulated in his body over 17 years. After spitting it out, Chu Tian felt an indescribable comfort, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. He opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. The originally thin arms had faintly raised muscle lines, and within the blood vessels under the skin golden specks of light flowed. Chaotic chi body tempering truly lives up to its reputation. Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. In just 1 hour, I've opened 3 meridians and increased my physical quality at least 3-fold. 3 days till the Lin family. Enough. He stood up and looked up at the night sky. The vast starry sky was dotted with countless stars. Chu Tian knew that beyond the starry sky above the 9 heavens a woman sat restlessly on the throne that should. Suyao, sit tight. Chu Tian smiled, a cold, killing intent in his smile. It won't be long before I return, then he'll show you. His fist slowly clenched, knuckles cracking. What a true eternal divine emperor really is. On the neighboring rooftop, Huang Tianxi lay crouched on the tiles, his hands holding binoculars, trembling. He had followed Chu Tian back and then stayed on the opposite roof to see what secrets the kid was hiding. Then he witnessed the most unbelievable sight of his life. That youth sat cross-legged in the darkness, holding a stone that actually glowed. Then the youth spat out black blood that corroded a pit in the ground. And then golden specks appeared on his arm. Is this man or ghost? Huang Tianxi shakily put down the binoculars and swallowed. No, I have to tell the Lin family. This kid is definitely trouble. He slipped down from the roof, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Boss Lin. It's me, Huang Tianxi. I have something to report about that Chu Tian. An authoritative voice came from the other end. Speak. Huang Tianxi exaggerated everything he had seen. There was a few seconds of silence on the line. Keep an eye on him, the voice said. If he really is unusual, tell me immediately. If it's just a bluff. You know what to do. Understood. Huang Tianxi nodded, repeatedly hung up, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced back in Chu Tian's direction and muttered, Kid, don't blame me for snitching. The Lin family's price is simply too high. In the night, the light in Chu Tian's yard went out. But in the darkness, those golden eyes were brighter than any star. The youth did not know that 1,000 miles away in an ancient mansion in the capital, an old man in his twilight years suddenly woke from a dream. The primordial chaos stone has awakened. The old man's fingers trembled, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his turbid eyes. 300 years. 300 years. The hope of the Chu family has finally arrived. The next morning, Chu Tian was awakened by a commotion. He opened his eyes to find it was still dim outside, but a crowd had already gathered at his doorstep. Is this the place? That Chu Tian. Did you hear? Yesterday at school he trampled the Lin family's face. Tisk, a poor kid daring to defy the Lin family. He must be tired of living. Chu Tian sat up from his bed and stretched his muscles. After an hour of refining his body with chaotic qi, last night his physique had undergone a qualitative leap. Though still far from being powerful, it was more than enough to handle ordinary people. He pushed open the courtyard gate. Outside stood 7 or 8 people, led by a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase, exuding an air of shrewd competence. You're Chu Tian. The middle-aged man looked him up and down with undisguised contempt. Yes. I am Zhang Cheng from the legal department of the Lin Group. The man pulled a document from his briefcase. Today I am here on behalf of Miss Lin Weiner to formally serve you a legal notice for the dissolution of the engagement. He handed the document over. Sign it. Miss Lin said if you cooperate, the Lin family will offer you 50,000 yuan as compensation. If you don't cooperate, we'll see you in court. Chu Tian took the document and flipped through it. The pages were densely packed with clauses, all boiling down to one point. Chu Tian would voluntarily admit he was unworthy of Lin Weiner, dissolve the engagement, and promise not to pursue her. Lin Weiner's name was already signed at the bottom, with a blank space waiting for Chu Tian. 50,000. Chu Tian chuckled and handed the document back. No. Zhang Cheng's face darkened. Chu Tian, I advise you to be sensible. The Lin family is not someone you can afford to provoke. Do you think that little stun in the playground yesterday lets you challenge the Lin family? Iron Tower was careless. Do you honestly believe you're that tough? Whether I'm tough or not is none of your concern, Chu Tian said calmly. We'll go to the Lin family in 3 days and settle this face to face. 3 days? Zhang Cheng sneered. Chu Tian, don't be ungrateful. Old Master Lin's patience is limited. You must sign today or else. Or else what? Zhang Cheng waved his hand, and the men behind him immediately closed in. Chu Tian glanced at them. They were Lin family security guards, sturdy and visibly trained. One last time, will you sign or not? Zhang Cheng adjusted his glasses, his voice turning cold. Chu Tian didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at the crowd. In the crowd, Huang Tianxi was hiding behind, peeking over. Chu Tian beckoned to him. Huang Tianxi froze, hesitated, then stepped out. Tianji, what's up? These men are yours, Chu Tian said, patting his shoulder. They'll give you 2 minutes to handle them. Huang Tianxi, Tianji, this. Huang Tianxi looked at the security guards and swallowed hard. Isn't this pushing me too far? I just collect protection money. How can I fight the Lin family's professional guards? Chu Tian shot him a glance and said flatly, so you spent all that time last night lying on my rooftop for nothing? Huang Tian's face turned pale. You know what you saw clear in your heart, Chu Tian said, his voice low, but sending chills down Huang Tian's spine. Since you saw it, you should know. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Huang Tianxi gritted his teeth, then suddenly spun around and roared at the security guards, all of you get the hell out. The guards exchanged glances. Huang Tianxi, who do you think you are? Zhang Cheng frowned. A petty thug daring to stand up for Chu Tian. Huang Tianxi pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, is it? Believe me, one call to the Market Supervision Bureau and it'll expose the dirty money you took last month. Zhang Cheng's face changed drastically. And the rest of you? Huang Tianxi turned to the security guards. You got into a fight at a bar last month. You think nobody knows? I've saved the surveillance footage. The guards panicked. Get lost. Huang Tianxi roared. Zhang Cheng clenched his teeth, put away the documents, and pointed at Chu Tian. Just wait. This isn't over. With that he left dejectedly with his men. After the crowd dispersed, Huang Tianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and gave Chu Tian a smile more pitiful than tears. Tianji. Last night. I didn't mean to. I know. Chu Tian looked at him. The Lin family told you to watch me, right? Huang Tianxi hung his head, afraid to speak. I don't. Chu Tian's tone was calm. But you have to tell me one thing. Who is really behind the Lin family? Huang Tianxi hesitated, then lowered his voice. Tianji, the Lin family, is just the front. Old Master Lin Jintian has ties to the Chu family of the capital. Word is Lin Xinqian's sister married a collateral member of the Chu family. The Chu family of the capital. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, that Chu family. Huang Tianxi spoke with reverence. The foremost among the four great ancient martial clans of China with immense influence. Even the military gives them face. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Interesting. His grandfather had told him that the Chu ancestors were once the most powerful family in this world, but fell into decline 300 years ago after a great calamity. And this so-called Chu family of the capital was clearly not the true Chu descendants. Or rather, they were the ones who had taken over the nest. Tianji, just what is your background? Huang Tianxi asked carefully. Chu Tian shot him a glance, didn't answer, and turned back into the courtyard. At the door he paused and tossed out a sentence. Huang Tianxi, do you want to join me? Huang Tianxi froze, then nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Tianji, from today on I'm your man. Good, said Chu Tian. First rule, don't bully the weak. No problem. Second rule, no collecting protection money. This. Huang Tianxi gritted his teeth. He'll stop. Third rule. Say it, Tianji. Chu Tian turned back the corners of his mouth, lifting slightly. Call me Chu Tian, not Chu Tianji. I'm only 17. Huang Tianxi. In the morning, Chu Tian didn't go to school. He asked for leave, saying he had to take care of his sick grandfather at home. Homeroom teacher Old Zhou, a veteran teacher in his 50s who usually looked after Chu Tian, granted it without a second thought. In reality, after settling his grandfather, Chu Tian headed alone to the outskirts of the city. North of Donghai City lay a barren mountain called Tiger Mountain. The mountain was strewn with jagged rocks and overgrown with weeds, usually deserted. But for Chu Tian, it was a treasure trove. Because on the mountain he had discovered a naturally formed spirit-gathering formation. Although the spiritual energy in this world was pitifully thin at the core of the formation, the concentration was about 5 times that of the outside. For him, now that was enough. Chu Tian found a flat rock on the mountain and sat down, placing the Chaos Prime Stone before him. Last night, I used chaotic chi to refine my body and opened 3 meridians. He closed his eyes and sensed his internal condition. Today's task is to open 5 more and begin cultivating the first layer of the body sanctification art. The body sanctification art had 9 layers in total. Achieving the first layer would increase physical quality tenfold, granting the strength to lift a cauldron and shatter bricks with bare hands. The second layer multiplied physical quality 100-fold, making one impervious to blades and fire, immune to water and heat. From the third layer onward it surpassed ordinary imagination. At the 9th layer the body rivaled a primordial spiritual treasure capable of shattering stars with a single punch. Of course that was the level of his past life. Now he hadn't even entered the first layer. Let's begin. Chu Tian took a deep breath and formed hand seals. The Chaos Prime Stone glowed again, the chaotic chi denser than last night, like a black dragon surging from his palm into his meridians, spreading upward. The pain was still intense, but Chu Tian had grown accustomed. His body was like parched soil after 17 years of drought, and the chaotic chi was a precious rain, every drop invaluable. An hour later all 5 meridians were opened. Chu Tian opened his eyes, feeling power surging through him. He casually picked up a fist-sized stone and squeezed gently. Crack! The stone crumbled. Not bad. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. With 3 more days of cultivation, I should have no problem going to the Lin family. He stood up, ready to descend the mountain. Just then he sensed something and abruptly turned toward the mountaintop. Someone. On the peak a white figure could faintly. The figure seemed to be looking back at him. Hundreds of meters away, Chu Tian couldn't make out the person's features, but he could feel it. That person had spiritual energy fluctuations. A cultivator in this world. Chu Tian frowned slightly. His current strength was too weak. If the other party meant harm, he couldn't be sure he could handle it. But he didn't turn and run. Whoever you are, you'd better not mess with me, Chu Tian muttered under his breath before head. On the mountaintop the white figure remained still. The wind lifted her long hair, revealing a face of breathtaking. She appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in a flowing white gown, her ethereal aura making her seem otherworldly, as if not of this mortal realm. If Chu Tian had seen her he would have been astonished, for her beauty surpassed Lin Weiner's by 100-fold. The woman murmured to herself, her voice like the tinkling of a spring. A 16 or 17-year-old youth, yet with spiritual energy fluctuations. Hasn't the spiritual energy of this world long been exhausted? She watched Chu Tian's retreating figure, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Little one, who exactly are you? In the afternoon Chu Tian returned home to find a black Mercedes parked at the entrance. A young man in a suit stepped out, 25 or 26 tall, and handsome, radiating an air of arrogance. "You're Chu Yun." The young man looked him over with a contemptuous sneer. "Yes. I'm Lin Weiner's old—" The young man lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Today I'm here to make things clear for my sister." He exhaled a smoke ring and said flatly, "Weiner says you embarrassed her on the playground, making her lose face in front of the whole class. My mother was furious and wanted to break your legs directly, but I thought there was no need for such violence." Lin Hao pulled a check from his pocket and held it out to Chu Yun. "This is 1 million. Take the money, leave Donghai City, and never come back. Consider the engagement as voluntarily surrendered." Chu Yun looked at the check, then at Lin Hao. 1 million. He chuckled. "So Lin Weiner is only worth 1 million. Lin Hao's face darkened. "What I mean is," Chu Yun said slowly, "if your Lin family truly considers Lin Weiner precious, don't. Offering 1 million means that in your eyes Lin Weiner is only worth that price. You're asking for death." Lin Hao crushed his cigarette, but violently, his gaze turning ferocious. Chu Yun did not flinch, he simply stared back calmly. "Go tell Lin Weiner the day after tomorrow he'll be at the Lin family on time to settle this face to face." "Fine, very good." Lin Hao laughed, coldly nodding. "Chu Yun, you've successfully angered me. The day after tomorrow at the Lin residence. You'd better be able to walk out of the Lin family gates on your own 2 feet. With that, Lin Hao turned and got into the Mercedes. Chu Yun watched the taillights disappear and shook his head lightly. The Lin family, nothing more. He turned and walked into the courtyard, closing the door behind him. In the yard, his grandfather had sat up, leaning against the headboard, his complexion much better than the day before. "Tian about the Lin family. Grandfather, don't worry." Chu Yun walked over and took the old man's hand. "In 3 days I'll take you away from here." "Where to?" "The capital." Chu Yun's eyes lit up. "To reclaim what belongs to our Chu family." The old man looked into his grandson's eyes and suddenly felt that this 17-year-old youth possessed something that shouldn't belong to his age. It was a calmness born from enduring countless tribulations and seeing through the vicissitudes of life. What the old man didn't know was that the one standing before him was indeed not a 17-year-old youth, but an ancient emperor who once reigned over myriad realms and commanded the heavens as the supreme divine. 2 days later, at 6 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chu Yun was already standing on the summit of Tiger Mountain. He hadn't gone to school for the past 2 days, devoting all his time to cultivation. During the day, he absorbed the chaotic qi on the mountaintop. At night, he returned home to care for his grandfather, occasionally offering guidance to Huang Tianxi. "I've broken through." Chu Yun opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing within them. All 8 meridians were fully unblocked, and the first layer of the divine body sanctification art had reached minor mastery. Though still far from great accomplishment, his physical capabilities had already quinttupled. What did quintupling mean? An ordinary person's punch carries about 50 kilograms of force. 5 times, that is 250 kilograms. Even a professional boxer's heavy punch only ranges from 150 to 200 kilograms. In other words, Chu Yun now surpassed professional boxers in raw physical strength alone. But that was only power. The benefits of forging the body with chaotic qi are far more than just strength, he murmured to himself. He casually swung his hand, tracing an arc through the air that stirred a faint whisper of wind. Speed, reflexes, endurance, recovery. All had been comprehensively enhanced. With my current strength, I should be enough to face the Lin family. Chu Yun glanced at the sky where the east was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. But there's still one thing I need to prepare. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, one he had carefully written the night before under the dim lamplight, stroke by stroke with a brush. Only a few lines of text filled the page, yet every character was upright and forceful, exuding an indescribable aura. Chu Yun glanced at it, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. He descended the mountain. The Lin family, the foremost clan of Donghai City. The Lin group possessed assets exceeding 10 billion, with businesses spanning real estate, hotels, and retail, a name known to nearly everyone in Donghai. And the family patriarch Lin Jintian was a legendary figure in Donghai's business world. At 80 years old, he remained vigorous and decisive, his word carrying absolute authority. Today, the Lin family estate was unusually bustling. For today was the day Lin Weiner officially dissolved her engagement. According to the Lin family, it was called a betrothal termination banquet. The Lin family had invited every notable figure in Donghai, intending to force Chu Yun to admit publicly that he was unworthy of Lin Weiner, thereby severing the marriage once and for all. Lin Weiner stood by the second-floor window, dressed in an exquisite white dress, with light makeup, looking like a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. But the expression on her face was anything but royal. "Will that loser really dare to come?" she asked, turning to Lin. Lin Hao leaned against the doorframe, sneering. "Doesn't matter if he comes or not. If he shows up, we humiliate him and make him sign the papers. If he doesn't, he's a coward, even more disgraceful. I just feel." Lin Weiner bit her lip. There was something off about his eyes that day on the playground. What could be off? Lin Hao scoffed. Just a poor kid putting on a show. Among today's guests is the personal disciple of old Master Chun, an expert at the 3rd level of ancient. If he dares to cause trouble, we'll break his legs and throw him out. Lin Weiner thought for a moment, then nodded. No matter how tough Chu Tian might be, he was just a brawler. A third-level ancient martial artist was a true practitioner capable of shattering a blue brick with a single punch. How could Chu Tian's frail frame possibly withstand that? Let's go. The guests have all arrived. Lin Hao turned and headed downstairs. Lin Weiner took one last look at the sky outside the window, drew a deep breath, lifted her skirt, and walked out. At 10 in the morning, the banquet hall of the Lin family estate was packed with guests. No fewer than 100 dignitaries from Donghai's business, political, and social circles were present. Everyone was whispering, discussing the protagonist of today's event, the poor boy who dared to challenge the Lin family. I heard his name is Chu Tian, an orphan living with his grandfather. An orphan dares to provoke the Lin family. Has he lost his mind? I heard he's Lin Weiner's fiancé. The engagement was arranged by the older generation. TCH, a toad lusting after swan meat. Look in the mirror. Is he worthy? The crowd buzzed with chatter, not a single person holding Chu Tian in any regard. Lin Jintian sat in the seat of honor, white-haired and impassive. Behind him stood a lean, elderly man in his 50s, the Lin family's retainer, Chun Tieshan, a third-level ancient martial artist. Master, that boy is here. A butler-like man hurried in and whispered. Lin Jintian didn't even lift his eyelids. Let him in. Silence fell over the hall as all eyes turned toward the entrance. The door opened. Chu Tian walked in. He wore a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, faded jeans washed nearly white, and canvas shoes on his feet. His hair was slightly tousled, a lazy expression lingering on his face. His entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan. The entire hall burst into laughter. So this is the clueless brat. Dressed like that, and still dares to come to the Lin family. How ridiculous. Can't even afford decent clothes, yet wants to marry Lin Weiner. Chu Tian paid no heed to the mockery. His gaze swept across the hall, and finally landed on Lin Jintian in the main seat. Patriarch Lin, I've come, he said flatly, as if greeting an ordinary elder. Lin Jintian lifted his eyes, glanced at him, and said indifferently, have a seat. But Chu Tian did not sit. Instead, he stood where he was, and pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket. Before I came, I wrote something, he said. I intended to give it directly to Lin Weiner, but since so many are gathered here today, he'll make it clear in front of everyone. Silence fell once more. Lin Weiner's expression shifted. Her intuition told her that the paper was nothing good. He'll read it out. Chu Tian unfolded the paper and cleared his throat. A letter of divorce. The moment those two words left his lips, the hall erupted in an uproar. A letter of divorce. This poor boy intended to divorce Lin Weiner. When a couple marries, it is by fate. Yet Lin Weiner, arrogant and immoral, looks down upon the poor, betrays trust, and is unworthy to be a wife. Chu Tian's voice was not loud, but every word reached everyone's ears clearly. He read slowly, enunciating each character as if pronouncing a solemn judgment. Today I divorce her in public. Henceforth each may marry freely with no ties between us. Issued by Chu Tian. After finishing, he folded the letter, walked up to Lin Weiner, and handed it to her. Take it. Deadly silence filled the hall. Every expression froze. The mockery, contempt, and schadenfreude all turned into stunned disbelief. Lin Weiner stared at the letter, her complexion shifting from white to red, then purple, and finally to an ashen gray. Her body trembled, her lips quivered, and tears welled up in her eyes. Not from sorrow, but from rage. You. She opened her mouth several times, her voice shaking. You dare to divorce me? What's there to fear? Chu Tian replied calmly. You don't want to marry me, and I don't want to marry you. Fair and square. I am Lin Weiner, the most beautiful woman in Donghai. How dare a pauper like you divorce me? By this engagement contract. Chu Tian pulled out the torn pieces of the engagement contract, the ones he had gathered after she shredded it on the playground that day. The engagement was agreed by both families, not by you alone. You could tear it up, though I can divorce you. Fair. Lin Weiner's tears finally fell. But they were tears of fury. Grandfather. She turned to Lin Jintian, her voice shrill. Look at him. He's bullying me. Lin Jintian's face had already darkened to an extreme. In his 80 years of life, no young man had ever been so insolent before him. Young man, you should weigh your own measure. Lin Jintian spoke slowly, his voice low, but carrying a sense of pressure. What you have written today is a slap in the face of the Lin family. Chu Tian turned to face him. Patriarch Lin, let me ask you. When Lin Weiner tore up the engagement in public, did she ever consider whether that was a slap in the face of the Chu family? The muscles around Lin Jintian's eyes twitched. The engagement was set by our ancestors. You Lin family may choose not to honor it. But my dignity cannot be trampled by you. Chu Tian said, his tone still even. So today I write a letter of divorce. Your Lin family calling off the engagement is your shamelessness. My writing of this divorce is me leaving you some face. These two matters are fundamentally different. The hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by the boy's words. Not because of their logic, but because of the aura he exuded as he spoke. It was not like a 17-year-old poor boy confronting the head of a business empire. More like a monarch facing his... Lin Jintian stared at Chu Tian for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly laughed. The smile was ice cold. Good, very good. He clapped his hands. Young man, you have courage. But courage alone is not enough. You need skill. With a wave of his hand, Chun Taizhan stepped forward. A third-level ancient martial artist, just over 60, lean, but with a sharp light concealed in his eyes. Clearly a seasoned practitioner. Master Qin teach him the meaning of the vastness of heaven and earth, Lin Jintian said coolly. Qin Taizhan nodded, walked up to Chu Tian and cupped his fists. Young friend, please. Chu Tian glanced at him and shook his head. You are no match for me. Qin Taizhan's expression changed. He had spent 40 years in the ancient martial world and had never been so underestimated, especially by a 17-year-old greenhorn. Arrogance. Qin Taizhan snorted, then shot out a palm strike. The strike was swift, accompanied by a whistling sound aimed directly at Chu Tian's chest. The power of a third-level ancient martial artist could shatter a blue brick. An ordinary person hit by such a blow would break at least 3 ribs. Chu Tian did not dodge. He simply raised his right hand to meet it. Slap. The 2 palms collided with a crisp sound. The scene everyone expected, Chu Tian being sent flying, never materialized. Instead, Qin Taizhan's face changed. Because he felt as if his palm had struck a slab of iron. A sharp pain shot through his palm. And Chu Tian's right hand remained utterly still. I told you are no match for me, Chu Tian said flatly. Qin Taizhan quickly withdrew his hand, stepped back 2 paces, his eyes filled with shock. Your body. He looked down at his palm, which was already red and swollen. What cultivation technique? Chu Tian did not answer. He turned to Lin Jintian. Patriarch Lin, this matter ends here. I have given the letter of divorce. The engagement is settled. From this day forth, my Chu family and your Lin family have no further ties. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Wait! Lin Weiner shrieked. Chu Tian paused, but did not look back. Chu Tian, you will regret this. Lin Weiner's tears had smeared her makeup. You will regret it. Chu Tian did not reply. He pushed open the door and walked out. Sunlight fell upon him, casting a long shadow on the ground. He walked steadily, his pace neither fast nor slow, just as when he had arrived. Behind him, the banquet hall erupted in chaos. My God, Master Qin actually lost. What kind of monster is that kid? The Lin family has lost so much face today. Lin Jintian sat in his seat, his face ashen, his fingers gripping the armrest so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Lin Hao stood nearby, his expression shifting from shock to ruthlessness. Grandfather, that boy cannot be left alive, he said in a low voice. If word of today spreads, the Lin family will be the laughingstock of Donghai. Lin Jintian was silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. Find out everything about him, especially the origin of his martial skill. And he paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If we can't find out, then make him disappear from this world. Chu Tian walked out of the Lin family estate and drew a deep breath. It's over. He took the draft of the divorce letter from his pocket, glanced at it, then tore it up and tossed the pieces into a trash bin by the roadside. Footsteps sounded behind him. Huang Tianxi emerged from somewhere, beaming as he ran up. Brother Tian, you were magnificent. The looks on those Lin family faces, ha, I saw every bit of it. Hilarious. Chu Tian glanced at him. How did you get here? I was worried, of course. Huang Tianxi rubbed his hands together. You're my big brother now. If anything happened to you, cut the nonsense, Chu Tian said. I'm going home to see grandfather. Hey, Brother Tian, wait. Huang Tianxi suddenly lowered his voice. I found out something related to the Lin family. Speak. Patriarch Lin is meeting someone this afternoon. Someone from the capital, I heard. Huang Tianxi's eyes flickered with wariness. Word is it someone from the Chu family. The Chu family. The Chu family of the capital. The foremost of the 4 great ancient martial clans. Chu Tian stopped walking and narrowed his eyes slightly. The Chu family of the capital. He murmured, a meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Brother Tian, maybe we should lay low for a while. Huang Tianxi suggested cautiously. The Lin family is one thing, but the Chu family. No need. Chu Tian resumed, walking toward home. If they don't come to me, you'll go to them. There are some scores that need to be settled. Huang Tianxi watched Chu Tian's retreating back, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He suddenly felt that the big brother he had latched onto harbored a tremendous secret. A secret so vast that even the Chu family of the capital was beneath his notice. When he returned home, his grandfather was already sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. Over the past few days, thanks to Chu Tian's treatment, though he possessed no spiritual energy, his past lives' medical experience remained. By combining a few ordinary herbs, he had remarkably improved the old man's health. Tian, you're back. The old man smiled upon seeing his grandson. Done with the Lin family matter. Chu Tian pulled up a small stool and sat beside his grandfather. Grandfather, I want to tell you something. Go ahead. I plan to take you to the capital. Chu Tian looked into the old man's eyes. In a few days after I settle you there, you'll go to the Chu family's ancestral residence. The old man's smile gradually faded. Tian, do you know what lies in the Chu family's ancestral residence? The old man was silent for a moment, then asked softly. No, Chu Tian answered honestly, but I know it holds something that can cure your illness. The old man shook his head. Tian, you don't understand. The Chu family's ancestral residence is no ordinary place. It is protected by a formation. Outsiders cannot enter. A formation? The corners of Chu Tian's mouth lifted slightly. Grandfather, do you think I'd be afraid of a formation? The old man was taken aback. He gazed into his grandson's eyes and saw a strange light within them. An absolute confidence, not the arrogance of youth, but the composure born of weathering countless storms. Tian, what exactly? Grandfather, there are things I can't tell you yet. Chu Tian held the old man's hand. But you only need to know one thing. Your grandson is no longer the useless waste he once was. From now on, no one will bully us, grandfather and grandson. The old man's eyes reddened, and he nodded firmly. At dusk, as Chu Tian was decocting herbs in the courtyard, he suddenly felt something in his pocket grow scorching hot. Startled, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the Chaos Primordial Stone. No, the Chaos Primordial Stone was black and didn't heat up. It was something else that was burning hot. It was the jade pendant he had taken from his grandfather's wooden box. Now the warm white jade was emitting a faint red glow, and its temperature was rising ever higher. What's happening? Chu Tian examined the pendant closely. He had sensed it was unusual earlier. It seemed to have faint light flowing within, but he had dismissed it as ordinary spiritual energy fluctuations and paid little attention. Now, however, the pendant's reaction was clearly abnormal. He closed his eyes and focused, probing the pendant with a wisp of his divine sense, the sole shred of mental strength he had retained since his rebirth. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in his mind. In an instant, Chu Tian's consciousness was pulled into a strange space. A gray, boundless expanse. Beneath his feet was nothingness, above his head was chaos. The air was thick with an ancient, weathered aura. At the very center of the space floated a figure. No, not a figure. To be precise, it was a translucent phantom like a soul body. It resembled an old man. Ruddy complexion, white hair, with an immortal air about him. He wore a simple Taoist robe, sat cross-legged in the void, eyes tightly shut. This is... Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He was all too familiar with this situation. In his previous life, when he first embarked on the path of cultivation, he had encountered something similar. Picking up a mysterious ring that housed the soul of an ancient monster. The monster would take him as an apprentice, impart supreme techniques, and then when he had grown strong enough. Soul possession. Chu Tian's gaze turned cold. In his past life, he was the epical divine emperor. How many schemes and conspiracies had he not seen? He was well acquainted with this old man inside a ring trick. Those ancient monsters were no saints. They sealed their souls within artifacts, waited for a fated person to find them, then guided the host step by step until the host's body grew strong enough for them to seize it and be reborn. This was one of the oldest and most sinister traps in the cultivation world. I never thought I'd encounter this after rebirth, Chu Tian sneered. Just as he was about to withdraw from this space, the phantom suddenly opened its eyes. They were clear as water, untainted by murkiness or malice. Easy, little one, the phantom spoke, its voice ancient and gentle. I am not here to harm you. Chu Tian said nothing, merely staring coldly at it. The phantom seemed to read his thoughts and gave a bitter smile. I know what you're thinking. The old monster inside a ring, right? Young man, you're overthinking it. If I wanted to possess you, do you think your current soul strength could resist? Chu Tian fell silent. Indeed, though deep within his soul lay the Emperor's source fragment, the spiritual energy he could mobilize after rebirth was minuscule. With his present soul strength, he couldn't even defeat a moderately strong ghost, let alone resist possession. If this phantom meant to seize his body, it wouldn't have wasted words. Then who are you? Chu Tian asked. The phantom sighed. I am the owner of this jade pendant, and also your Chu family. Ancestor. What? My name is Chu Xuanji. As the phantom spoke this name, a flicker of complex light passed through its eyes. 3,000 years ago, I was the strongest in this world. 3,000 years ago. Chu Tian frowned. This world's history barely spans 5,000 years. How have I never heard of a number one from 3 millennia ago? Because that history was erased, Chu Xuanji said calmly. Erased by those above. He looked up at the void above, a mix of reverence and resentment in his gaze. Above. Chu Tian's heart stirred. You mean? The immortal realm. A flash of surprise crossed Chu Xuanji's eyes. So you do know about the immortal realm. Little one, who exactly are you? Chu Tian did not answer. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then Chu Xuanji suddenly laughed. Interesting. Very interesting. A 17-year-old youth, yet harboring an Emperor's source fragment deep in his soul. No wonder you could activate this jade pendant. Chu Tian's pupils contracted violently. Could he see that I am a reborn soul? No, impossible. Unless this man's cultivation in life was higher than my previous peak. Don't be alarmed. Chu Xuanji waved a hand. I said I'm not here to harm you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. Help me. Yes. Chu Xuanji turned serious. Your situation is very dangerous. You've been reborn into this world, bringing your past memories and experience, but your body is too weak. You think 8 meridians and 5 times the ordinary physique are enough. Far from it. Though this world's cultivation system has declined, there are still experts. The 9 stages of ancient martial arts are worlds apart. You think defeating an old man at the 3rd stage is impressive. Those above the 6th stage can't be withstood with your current strength. Not even a single move. What's more? Chu Xuanji paused. This world has gatekeepers. Gatekeepers? Chu Tian frowned. Yes, those who guard the passage between this world and the immortal realm. Chu Xuanji's expression became grave. Do you think the immortal realm can't find you? That woman Su Yao will soon discover you're still alive. When that happens, the gatekeeper will open the passage and immortal realm experts will descend. With your current power, how will you fight them? Chu Tian fell silent. Chu Xuanji was right. He had countless cultivation experiences and techniques, but one cannot make bricks without straw. The spiritual energy in this world was too thin. Relying solely on the chaos primordial stone for body refining was far too slow. At this rate, it would take him at least 10 years to recover 1% of his former power. 10 years. Su Yao would not give him 10 years. So what are you suggesting? Chu Tian looked up at Chu Xuanji. He'll help you. Chu Xuanji extended his hand. This jade pendant contains a sliver of my live's primordial power, which can rapidly boost your cultivation. Furthermore, in life, I was the strongest formation emperor in this world. The formations I teach you will allow you to recover 1/10 of your past life strength within 3 years. And the condition? Simple. Chu Xuanji smiled. When one day you return to the immortal realm, kill someone. Who? The immortal emperor, Di Haoyan. Chu Tian was taken aback. Di Haoyan, one of the 3 great emperors of the heavenly court. In his past life, the heavenly court had 3 emperors: Heavenly Emperor Chu Yun, Celestial Empress Su Yao, and Immortal Emperor Di Haoyan. Di Haoyan had been his right hand, a man he himself had elevated. What did he do to you? Chu Tian asked. A bone-deep hatred flashed through Chu Xuanji's eyes. 3,000 years ago, he personally destroyed my Chu family, slaughtered all my clansmen, shattered my physical body, and sealed my soul in this jade pendant. 3,000 years of solitude, 3,000 years of torment. I have been waiting for this day. Descendant of Chu, will you help me? Chu Tian stared at Chu Xuanji for a long time. Di Haoyan, his most trusted brother in his past life. If what Chu Xuanji said was true, then Di Haoyan had existed 3,000 years ago and committed atrocities in this world. Then the loyalty and kindness he had shown in that past life were all an act. Chu Tian's gaze turned out. In his previous lifetime, he had trusted 2 people, his Dao partner Su Yao and his brother Di Haoyan. One had betrayed him, and the other had been a lie from the start. All right, I accept, Chu Tian said. When I fight my way back to the immortal realm, Di Haotian's life is yours. Chu Xuanji gave him a long, deep look and nodded. Good. Then let us begin now. Chu Xuanji raised his hand and pointed. A beam of golden light shot from his fingertip and sank into Chu Tian's brow. Boom. A torrent of information flooded his mind. Techniques, formations, pill recipes, secret arts. Vast as an ocean. Among them, the most precious was a cultivation method called 9 Revolutions Chaos Art. This is a technique I realized from the Chaos Primordial Stone, specifically designed to cultivate using Chaos Chi, Chu Xuanji said. When you reach the 9th revolution, your physical body will rival a primordial divine treasure, indestructible through countless ages. More importantly, this art requires no spiritual energy, only Chaos Primordial Stones. You have one, your cultivation speed will be at least 10 times mine. Chu Tian closed his eyes to absorb the insights for a moment, and when he opened them, they were filled with delight. This art was at least a level higher than the Heavenly Emperor Sutra he had cultivated in his past life. I thank you, Senior. He cupped his fist solemnly. Don't call me Senior. Call me Ancestor, Chu Xuanji said with a mock scold. After all, you are a descendant of my Chu family. Chu Tian's mouth twitched. He, the epical divine emperor, calling someone else Ancestor. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Ancestor, he gritted out. Chu Xuanji nodded with satisfaction. All right, leave now. Your body is too weak for prolonged spiritual communication. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you true cultivation. Oh, and one more thing. Chu Xuanji seemed to remember something. Have you offended someone recently? There's a suspicious character lurking by your front door, been squatting there for 2 hours. Chu Tian was startled. He extended his divine sense outward. Indeed, in the alley outside the courtyard, a figure was crouched by the wall, sneaking peeks into the yard. Huang Tianxi. Chu Tian frowned. No, not Huang Tianxi. This person's aura was far stronger, at least a 4th-stage ancient martial artist. Sent by the Lin family. Chu Tian sneered. Perfect. He needed to test the power of 9 Revolutions Chaos Art. Chu Tian withdrew his consciousness from the jade pendant space and opened his eyes. In the courtyard, the medicine pot still bubbled with steam. The twilight glow painted the ground, and everything seemed normal. But Chu Tian knew that from today onward, everything had changed. Ancestor, I'm stepping out for a bit. Chu Tian stood and headed for the door. Go ahead, Chu Xuanji's voice echoed in his mind. Don't kill him, just cripple him. Chu Tian pushed open the courtyard gate. The alley was empty, yet he could sense that the figure was hiding in the shadows of the corner. Come out, he said calmly. I can see you. 3 seconds of silence. A shadow stepped out from the darkness. The man was in his early 30s, clad in black, close-fitting clothes with a sturdy build and a stern face. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, veins bulging on the back, clearly a practitioner of external martial arts. So you're Chu Tian. The man looked him up and down, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Yes. Someone paid to have you killed. The man pulled a short blade from behind his back. Its edge glinted coldly in the sunset. $1 million. Who paid you? Do you think I detail you? The man sneered. Chu Tian sighed. Then he'll just beat it out of you. Before the words faded, his figure had already vanished from the spot. The man's pupils contracted sharply, so fast. He reflexively raised his short blade to block, but Chu Tian's fist had already slammed into his chest. Bang! A dull thud. The The man's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the wall at the end of the alley. It left a cobweb of cracks in the brick, and then he slid slowly down. The short blade clattered to the ground. The man clutched his chest, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief. You. He was a fourth-stage ancient martial artist, a well-known expert even in Donghai City, and he had been sent flying by a single punch from a youth. Who paid you? Chu Tian walked up to him, looking down. The man's lips quivered, then he finally answered. Lin Hao. Lin Hao sent me. Chu Tian nodded and turned to walk back. Wait, the man called out. You're not kill you. Chu Tian didn't look back. You're not worth it. Go back and tell Lin Hao. Next time he sends someone, it won't be just a beating. The man's face turned pale as death. After a long moment, he struggled to his feet and limped away, disappearing into the alley. Chu Xuanji's voice rang in his mind. Not bad, clean and decisive. In your past life, you must have been a ruthless man. Just so, Chu Tian said flatly. By the way, how much strength did you use in that punch? 1/10. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment, then said dryly, Kid, you're even more fearsome than your ancestor was back then. Chu Tian didn't reply. He pushed open the gate and returned to the yard. The medicine was ready. He picked up the pot, poured a bowl, and carried it inside. Grandfather, time for your medicine. Oh. The old man took the bowl and took a sip, then suddenly looked up. Qin Tian, what was that noise outside just now? Nothing. Chu Tian smiled. Just a stray cat fighting. Oh. The old man nodded and asked no more. Outside the window, the night deepened. Chu Tian stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of the Lin family mansion, a cold gleam in his eyes. Lin Hao, I gave you a chance. Next time I won't hold back. In his mind, Chu Xuanji's voice came again. Kid, starting tomorrow we train in the 9 Revolutions chaos art for real. I guarantee that in a month no one in Donghai City will be your match. In a year no one in all of China. In 3 years. In 3 years I return to the immortal realm. Chu Tian cut in, his voice calm as still water. To reclaim what is mine. Outside the window a shooting star streaked across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. But Chu Tian's journey had only just begun. The next morning Chu Tian was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes and glanced at the caller ID. His homeroom teacher, old Zhou. Hello, teacher Zhou. Chu Tian. On the other end of the line, old Zhou's voice was tinged with evident urgency. You must come to school today. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? Do you know that what happened at the Lin family yesterday has spread throughout the entire Dong? Old Zhou lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard. Now the whole school is discussing you. The principal himself has inquired about it, saying if you don't come today you will face disciplinary action. Chu Tian fell silent for 2 seconds. Disciplinary action. He didn't care much about that. But he didn't want to worry his grandfather. Alright, I'll head over shortly. After hanging up the phone, Chu Tian sat up from bed and stretched his muscles. Last night he had practiced for another 2 hours using chaotic energy to refine his body, and with the foundational techniques of the 9 turns chaotic art taught by Chu Xuanji, all 8 of his meridians had been opened, enhancing his physical capabilities 6-fold. Kid, be careful at school today. In his mind, Chu Xuanji's voice echoed. The Lin family won't let this go easily. Moreover, I sensed a considerable presence near the Lin family, at least at the 5th level of ancient martial arts. 5th level of ancient martial arts. Chu Tian asked while getting dressed, is that strong? With your current strength, you can barely manage. Chu Xuanji paused, but if the other side has backup, it's best not to force a confrontation. Understood. Chu Tian finished dressing, glanced at his grandfather still fast asleep, and quietly exited the door. Donghai City No. 1 High School Class 3 of the 2nd year. As soon as Chu Tian pushed open the classroom door, the entire room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on him, some with surprise, some with curiosity, some with reverence, and others with the usual disdain. Wow, Chu Tian is here. Have you heard? Yesterday he sent a master of the 3rd level of ancient martial arts flying at the Lin family. Are you kidding? Just him. It's true, I have a friend who works as a waiter at the Lin family and saw it with his own eyes. Chu Tian walked to his seat expressionlessly. His deskmate was a thin boy with glasses named Li Ming, one of the few friends Chu Tian had in class. More accurately, the only one who wouldn't mock him. Tian Gu. Li Ming leaned closer, lowering his voice. Did you really go to the Lin family yesterday? MHM. So you really broke up with Lin Weiner? MHM. Li Ming gasped in awe, giving a thumbs up. Tian Gu, you're amazing. Chu Tian glanced at him and smiled slightly. Although Li Ming was timid and weak, he had never kicked him when he was down during his toughest times. That alone was enough for Chu Tian to remember him. Li Ming. Huh. If anyone bullies you in the future, come to me. Li Ming was taken aback, his eyes suddenly a bit red. Tian Gu. Alright, class is starting. Chu Tian turned his head and looked out the window. The physical education teacher, surnamed Zhao, was in his 40s, built like an ox, and rumored to be a retired Sanzhou athlete. At school he was known by the nickname Iron Fist Zhao. Today we practice Sancho, teacher Zhao clapped. Pair up, real combat sparring. The whole class automatically formed pairs, leaving only Chu Tian standing alone. No one was willing to pair with him. Not out of fear, but out of disdain. Chu Tian, what's the matter? Teacher Zhao frowned. Find someone to pair up with. Chu Tian scanned the class, about to speak when a voice rang out from the crowd. Teacher will pair with him. Everyone was. The speaker was Wang Tung, the class monitor of the sports class and the universally acknowledged top fighter in the school. Standing 185 meters tall, his body rippled with muscles. He had once represented the school in the municipal Sanzhou competition and won the championship. More critically, Wang Tung was a suitor of Lin Weiner. Everyone knew what he intended to do. All right, Teacher Zhao nodded. Be careful. Wang Tung walked up to Chu Tian, looking down at him with a disdainful smirk. Waste, do you dare to fight me? Chu Tian raised his head and looked at him. Are you sure? What? Scared? Wang Tung sneered. If you're scared, kneel down and say in front of the whole class that you're not worthy of Lin Weiner. They'll spare you this time. The whole class burst into laughter. Chu Tian did not laugh. He slowly stood up, looked into Wang Tung's eyes, and said calmly, they'll fight you. Good. Wang Tung grinned, revealing stark white teeth. You've got guts. At the center of the playground, a square area was marked out. The entire class formed a circle, taking out their phones to record, waiting to see Chu Tian humiliated. Wang Tung can shatter 3 bricks with 1 punch. With Chu Tian's thin frame, 1 punch will land him in the hospital. Serves him right. Who told him to offend Lin Weiner? Exactly a toad lusting after a swan. Teacher Zhao stood in the center of the arena, raising his hand. Best of 3, no hitting vital spots. Begin. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Tung charged forward. He was fast with solid footwork and threw a straight punch aimed directly at Chu Tian's face, carrying the sound of whistling wind. This punch carried at least 200 Jin of force. An ordinary person hit would surely have their nasal bone broken. Chu Tian did not dodge. He raised his right hand, opened his palm, and met Wang Tung's fist. Slap. A crisp sound. Wang Tung's fist was firmly caught in Chu Tian's palm. The whole arena fell into dead silence. Wang Tung's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to pull back his fist, but found his hand clamped as if by an iron vice, utterly immobile. How is this possible? Chu Tian looked at his expression and gently shook his head. Is this all the strength you have? Before the words faded, he exerted a slight force with his right hand. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking clearly reached everyone's ears. Wang Tung's face instantly turned deathly pale. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. It was the voicelessness of extreme agony. Then a heart-rending scream erupted. Oh! Chu Tian's right hand slowly released. Wang Tung's palm had become deformed like a crushed biscuit, hanging limply from his wrist. Blood dripped through his fingers onto the playground, a ghastly sight. My hand! My hand! Wang Tung knelt on the ground, clutching his deformed right hand, wailing loudly. The playground was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Teacher Zhao was the first to react, rushing to Wang Tung's side. After a glance at his injury, his face changed dramatically. Call an ambulance, he shouted at the students, then whirled around to look at Chu Tian, his eyes filled with shock and anger. You? What did you do? Chu Tian looked at him calmly. It was just sparring. He struck first. Sparring. You crushed his hand and call it sparring. Teacher Zhao trembled with rage. Teacher, you yourself said no hitting vital spots, Chu Tian said calmly. I didn't hit his vital spots. A hand isn't a vital spot, is it? Teacher Zhao was momentarily speechless. Indeed, in Sanzhou, sparring hand injuries were common. But to directly crush someone's hand bones, how much strength did that require? Teacher Zhao was a retired Sanzhou athlete. He knew all too well what this meant. This youth was no ordinary person. You? Who exactly are you? Teacher Zhao's voice involuntarily carried a hint of wariness. Chu Tian did not answer. He turned and left the playground. Behind him, screams, crying, and murmurs mingled into a cacophony, but none of it concerned him. He walked into the restroom, turned on the faucet, and washed the bloodstains from his fingers. Kid, you were a bit harsh, Chu Zuanji's voice sounded in his mind. I already held back, Chu Tian said expressionlessly. If it weren't at school, that hand of his would be gone. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment. Was your personality in your past life also like this? Past life? Chu Tian thought for a moment. In my past life, I was too merciful. So in this life, I don't intend to be a pushover anymore. Could I like this personality? Chu Xuanji laughed. But you need to be careful. That Wang Tung's family is not simple. I just sensed that he was wearing a protective jade pendant on his hand. When you crushed it, a piece of information was transmitted out. What information? It should have notified his family members. Chu Xuanji paused. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Tung's family is also an ancient martial arts clan, and much stronger than the Lin family. Chu Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. How strong? At least a 6th-stage ancient martial ancestor sits in the clan. 6th-stage ancient martial arts. According to Chu Zuanji's explanation, with his current strength, he could barely fight a 5th stage. 6th stage. Can't win. Chu Tian honestly admitted. Good that you know, Chu Xuanji said. So I suggest you keep a low profile these days. First, focus on cultivation and complete the first rotation of the 9 revolutions chaos art. By then, not to mention 6th stage, even 7th stage will be no challenge. Chu Tian nodded. Low profile. He would have liked to keep low, but would circumstances allow it? Sure enough, before the second class in the afternoon was over, 3 black off-road vehicles stopped at the school gate. A dozen men in black combat suits got out of the vehicles, led by a man in his 50s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes exuding a fierce aura all over. He was Wang Tung's father, Wang Zhan. The Wang family of Donghai, though not as colossal as the Chu family of the capital, was still a first-rate clan in Donghai City. Wang Zhan himself was a fifth-stage ancient martial expert rumored to have served in special forces in his youth and had blood on his hands. "Where is Wang Tong?" Wang Zhan walked into the school, his voice icy. The principal personally came out to greet him, sweating profusely. "Mr. Wang, your son has been sent to the hospital. The doctor said it's a comminuted fracture of the right hand requiring at least half a year of recovery." "Half a year?" Wang Zhan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. "Who did it?" "It's a student named Chu Tian." In the classroom of Class 3 Grade 2, Chu Tian was reading a book. Suddenly the door was kicked open. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a loud noise, startling the whole class. Wang Zhan walked in with his men, his gaze locking directly onto Chu Tian sitting in the corner. "Are you Chu Tian?" Chu Tian put down his book, raised his head, and looked at him calmly. "Yes." "My son Wang Tong's hand, you crushed it." "Yes." Wang Zhan's fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking. "Do you know who I am?" "I know," Chu Tian said calmly. "Wang Tong's father. Here to avenge him." Wang Zhan stared at Chu Tian for a full 5 seconds, then suddenly laughed. That smile was icy. "Kid, you've got guts." He walked to Chu Tian's desk and looked down at him. "He'll give you 2 choices. First, kneel down and let me break one of your hands, and this matter is settled. Second, he'll cripple both your legs and put you in a wheelchair for life. Which do you choose?" The classroom was dead silent. Everyone held their breath. Chu Tian looked at him and said, "I choose a third option." "What?" "You kneel down, apologize to me, and he'll take you to the hospital to see your son," Chu Tian said calmly. "After all, his hand bones are broken. He's rather pitiful." The whole class gasped. Wang Zhan's face instantly turned livid. "You're asking for death." He punched straight at Chu Tian's face. This punch carried true chi, the wind howling dozens of times stronger than Wang Tang's punch. A full-force strike from a fifth-stage ancient martial artist was enough to shatter a stone tablet. Chu Tian did not meet it heat. He sidestepped, and Wang Zhan's fist flew past his ear, crashing into the wall. Boom! The wall was smashed into a bullseye hole, bricks shattered, dust flying. The whole class screamed. Wang Zhan withdrew his fist and turned to look at Chu Tian, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid's reaction speed was unexpected. "You've got some skill," Wang Zhan sneered. "But that's not enough." He lunged forward, his fists raining down on Chu Tian like a storm. Chu Tian continuously dodged, each time evading Wang Zhan's attacks by a hair's breadth. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving afterimages in the cramped classroom. "Kid, what's the use of just dodging?" Wang Zhan roared. Chu Tian did not answer. He was waiting for an opportunity. Chu Zuanji's voice sounded in his mind. "His true chi has been depleted by 30%. Wait a bit more." "I know." After another dozen exchanges, Wang Zhan's punching speed slowed noticeably. "Now." Chu Tian's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, closing into Wang Zhan's embrace, and slammed his right fist into his chest. This punch used 80% of Chu Tian's strength. Wang Zhan's pupils contracted. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Thump! A muffled sound. Wang Zhan's body flew backward, knocking over 3 or 4 desks, and crashed heavily to the ground. The classroom fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Tian's fist had actually sent Wang Zhan flying. Wang Zhan struggled to stand up, his arms numb, a sharp pain in his chest. His expression turned extremely ugly. "You? What kind of person are you?" His voice carried a hint of fear. A 17-year-old youth could actually repel him, a fifth-stage ancient martial art. It was simply unbelievable. "You don't need to know," Chu Tian said calmly. "Take your men and get lost." Wang Zhan's face alternated between green and white. He wanted to continue fighting, but that punch just now made him realize this youth's strength was not inferior to his. If they continued, the loser might not be certain. Fine, Wang Zhan said 3 times, his eyes dark and sinister. "Kid, I'll remember you. This debt Wang Zhan will settle with you sooner or later." With that, he waved his hand and left dejectedly with his men. For a long time, no sound in the classroom. Everyone looked at Chu Tian, their expressions completely changed. No longer contempt and disdain, but awe and fear. Li Ming tremblingly approached Tianch. You're too fierce." Chu Tian glanced at him and smiled faintly. "Not bad." In his mind, Chu Zuanji's voice sounded. "Kid, you shouldn't have taken that punch heat in just now." "I know," Chu Tian replied mentally. "But I wanted to test my limits. And the result? Below 6th stage I can fight. 6th stage and above I can't win." "Good to know." Chu Xuanji sighed. "But now you've angered the Wang family, plus the Lin family before. Your situation in Donghai City is getting more dangerous." "I know." Chu Tian stood up and packed his school bag. "So I've decided to go to the capital ahead of time. Tomorrow." Chu Tian walked to the classroom door, looked back at this classroom he had been in for 2 years, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. Farewell, Donghai No. 1 High School. The next time he returned, he would be a different person. After deciding to go to the capital, Chu Tian didn't rush. He still had one matter to handle. After school that afternoon, instead of going straight home as usual, he went to the hospital. He went not to see Wang Tong, but to visit his deskmate Li Ming. Speaking of which, it was only after the physical education class that he found out. During the time he was sparring with Wang Zhan, something happened to Li Ming. The cause was simple. In a martial arts sparring session during PE, class Li Ming, was paired with a boy named Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu was Wang Tung's lackey accustomed to bullying others. Seeing that Li Ming was close to Chu Tian, he struck with particular brutality. A powerful hook punch hit Li Ming's face, instantly fracturing his nasal bridge. A kick to Li Ming's abdomen ruptured his spleen and caused internal bleeding. By the time the teacher noticed Li Ming was lying on the ground unconscious, he was sent to the hospital and directly admitted to the ICU. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Chu Tian asked the classmate who came to inform him. The classmate shrank his neck. I thought you knew." Chu Tian said nothing more and turned to leave. His expression was calm, but those who knew him understood that this calmness was the most terrifying thing. On the 7th floor of the inpatient building at the First People's Hospital of Donghai City, outside the ICU ward, a middle-aged woman sat on a bench in the corridor, her eyes swollen and red, her hair disheveled, and her clothes stained with dried blood. She was Li Ming's mother, a woman who sold vegetables at the market. Her husband had died young, and she had raised Li Ming all by herself. "Auntie." Chu Tian walked up to her and said softly, "I'm Li Ming's classmate, Chu Tian." Li Ming's mother looked up, tears streaming down again. You're Chu Tian. He often mentions you." "Auntie, how is Li Ming's injury?" The doctor said. "His spleen ruptured, he had surgery, and he's still under observation. His nasal bridge is broken and needs reconstructive surgery." Li Ming's mother wiped her tears, her voice choked. "The surgery costs over 100,000. I'm just a vegetable seller, how can I afford that much?" Chu Tian clenched his fist and said nothing. He entered the ICU and saw Li Ming lying on the hospital bed. Li Ming's face was as pale as paper, his nose wrapped in gauze and tubes inserted all over his body. Beside him, the heart monitor emitted monotonous beeping sounds. Chu Tian stood by the bed looking at this deskmate who had never mocked him even when he was down, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Zhao Hu," he murmured the name. In his mind the voice of Chu Xuanji sounded. "Kid, what do you plan to do? What must be done shall be done. I advise you to calm down. This is a hospital with surveillance cameras and police. If you act, the consequences will be severe." "I know." Chu Tian turned and walked out of the ICU, saying to Li Ming's mother, "Annie, don't worry about the surgery fees. They'll find a way." Li Ming's mother was stunned. You're still a student. I have a plan." Without further explanation, Chu Tian left the hospital directly. Leaving the hospital gate, Chu Tian took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Tian Gu." On the other end, Huang Tian's voice was filled with surprise. "You finally called me. Do you know a person named Zhao Hu?" "Zhao Hu? I know him. He's in the sports class. His father runs a martial arts gym, and the family has some money." Huang Tianzi paused. "Tian Gu, how did he offend you?" "He injured my deskmate and got him sent to the ICU." There was a 2-second silence on the line. "Damn it," Huang Tianzi swore. "Tian Gu, tell me what to do. First find out where he is." "No problem. Give me 10 minutes. Huang Tianzi hung up. Chu Tian stood at the hospital entrance watching the bustling crowd, his eyes devoid of any warmth. In his past life he ruled over myriad realms, commanding countless immortal lords and sovereigns, yet he never treated his subordinates as cannon fodder. Because he too had once climbed from the very bottom. He knew what it felt like to be bullied. Therefore what he hated most was bullying through power. 10 minutes later, Huang Tian says, "Tian Gu, Zhao Hu is at his family's martial arts gym. Zhao family gym is in the northern industrial area. He'll go there now." "Wait, Tian Gu." Huang Tianzi quickly said, "There are many people at the Zhao family gym. Zhao Hu's father Zhao Gang is a master of the 3rd level of ancient martial arts, and he has over a dozen disciples. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. He'll call more brothers." "No need." Chu Tian hung up. In the northern industrial area, the Zhao family martial arts gym. It was a 3-story building with white painted exterior walls. A plaque hung at the entrance, Zhao family boxing gym. The door was wide open, and from inside came the sounds of humph-ha of practice. Chu Tian pushed the door open and entered. In the main hall, dozens of young men in training uniforms were practicing. Seeing someone come in, they all stopped. "Who are you looking for?" A leading young man walked over. "Zhao Hu," said Chu Tian. "Brother, who is inside?" The young man looked him up and down with a disdainful expression. "Who are you?" Chu Tian didn't answer and walked straight inside. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The young man reached out to stop him. Chu Tian raised his hand and gently brushed his arm aside. The young man felt an immense force, stumbling sideways involuntarily and nearly falling. This seemingly thin and weak young man had terrifying strength. At the farthest end of the gym was a separate training room. Zhao Hu was sitting on a sofa, legs crossed, holding a bottle of beer, bragging with a few friends. "That Li Ming today, so damn fragile, I knocked his nose crooked with one punch." Zhao Hu laughed loudly. "A piece of trash like that worthy of hanging with Chu Tian. Brother, who is awesome." Several lackeys flattered. "What is Chu Tian anyway? Just got some dumb luck. When Brother Teng gets out of the hospital, he'll be in for it." Bam! The training room door was kicked open. Everyone. Chu Tian stood at the door, his gaze scanning over everyone and locking onto Zhao Hu on the sofa. At first Zhao Hu didn't recognize him, frowning. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Chu Tian said calmly. Zhao Hu's face instantly changed. The name Chu Tian was now a taboo at Donghai No. 1 high school. "You? What do you want?" Zhao Hu involuntarily stepped back, nearly dropping his beer bottle. "Did you beat up Li?" "Yes. I did beat him, so what? It was a sparring session in PE class and normal practice." Zhao Hu forced calm, but his voice was clearly trembling. Normal practice that sent someone to the ICU. Chu Tian stepped toward him step by step. Normal practice that caused a ruptured spleen. Zhao Hu's face turned white, his lips trembling, unable to speak. A few of his lackeys tried to block Chu Tian, but Chu Tian merely glanced at them, and the icy stare froze everyone in place. No one dared to move. He'll give you two choices. Chu Tian walked up to Zhao Hu, looking down at him. First, pay all of Li Ming's medical expenses, then turn yourself in at the police station. Second, I break one of your arms and one of your legs, then you pay the medical fees and turn yourself in. Zhao Hu's face turned purple. You? What gives you the right? Who do you think you are? My father is a third-level ancient martial arts master. If you dare to touch me, slap. Zhao Hu was sent flying by the slap, crashing heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth. Your father is third level, Chu Tian said expressionlessly. This morning, a fifth-level ancient martial arts master was beaten away by me. Zhao Hu's pupils contracted sharply. A fifth level was beaten away by him. Impossible. He's only 17. But Zhao Hu dared not gamble. Because that slap had already taught him one thing. This young man's strength far surpassed his own. I choose the first option. Zhao Hu covered his swollen cheek, shouting in a tearful voice, he'll pay the medical fees. He'll turn myself in. Anything, just don't hit me. Chu Tian glanced at him and turned to leave. At the door he paused and said without looking back, by tomorrow I want to see Li Ming's medical fees deposited. Otherwise you know the consequences. With that he pushed the door and left. In the training room only Zhao Hu's sobbing and the trembling of a few lackeys remained. At the entrance of the gym, Huang Tianxi came running breathlessly, followed by 7 or 8 lackeys holding baseball bats. Tian Gu. I'm here. Where is he? He saw Chu Tian walking out of the gym unharmed and paused. It's done, eh? It's done. So fast. Huang Tianxi peeked into the gym, saw Zhao Hu lying on the ground, crying along with broken glass and blood everywhere, and swallowed. Tian Gu, are you hurt? No. Chu Tian patted his shoulder. I'm leaving Donghai City tomorrow. What a? Huang Tianxi's eyes widened. Where to? The capital. What for? Some business. Chu Tian glanced at him. Stay in Donghai City and wait. Huang Tianxi opened his mouth to say, take me with you. But seeing Chu Tian's eyes, he swallowed his words. All right, Tian Gu will wait for your return. He nodded firmly. Don't worry about Donghai City. They'll keep an eye on Li Ming's situation. If the medical fees aren't paid, it'll take people to the Zhao family to demand them. Chu Tian nodded and turned to leave. When he got home, it was already late. His grandfather hadn't gone to bed, yet sitting in the yard waiting for him. Tian back. The old man smiled when he saw him. Have you eaten? I have. Chu Tian sat down beside his grandfather. Grandpa, tomorrow we're going to the capital. The old man was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Grandpa, aren't you going to ask me why? The old man smiled. You've grown up, you have your own ideas. Grandpa trusts you. Chu Tian's nose tingled. He almost couldn't hold back. In his past life, he was the Heaven Emperor, high above, never having felt familial love. In this life, though his family was poor, his grandfather's love was the most precious thing he gained after rebirth. Grandpa, once we reach the capital, I will cure your illness. Chu Tian held the old man's hand. Then he'll take you to the ancestral house of the Chu family and reclaim what belongs to us. And then, oi? The old man asked. Chu Tian looked up at the night sky. The stars sparkled, and the brightest one was the Heaven Emperor's star. And then I'm going to find some people, he said, to settle some old scores. At 5 in the morning before dawn, Chu Tian stood in the courtyard. Today was the day to go to the capital. Instead of hastily packing his belongings, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard, forming seals with his hands and operating the 9 turns of chaos art. The chaos origin stone floated in front of his chest, emitting a faint dark glow. Threads of chaotic energy peeled away from the stone like black silk, drilling into his body, coursing through his meridians, and ultimately converging in his dantian. After several days of cultivation, his dantian was no longer as dry as it had been at the start. Although it was still far from being full, at least it was no longer completely empty. Kid, your cultivation speed is faster than I expected, the voice of Chu Xuanji echoed in his mind. At this rate, in another 7 days you will be able to break through to the first turn of the 9 turns of chaos art. 7 days is too long, Chu Tian replied with his eyes closed. Once I reach the capital, I might not have that much time to cultivate peacefully. So what do you plan to do? Fight to cultivate. Chu Tian opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing within them. Real combat is the fastest way to enhance one's cultivation. Chu Xuanji fell silent for a moment, and then said softly, you kid are even more ruthless than I was back in the day. Chu Tian did not respond, putting away the chaos origin stone and standing up. There was still one thing to do today, withdraw from school. Although he did not plan to return to classes, the procedures still had to be completed. His grandfather had mentioned that one should see things through to the end. East Sea City No. 1 high school principal's office. The principal's surname was Sun. He was in his 50s, slightly balding, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like an old scholar. At that moment he was sitting behind his desk looking at the withdrawal application form Chu Tian handed over, his brow furrowed. Chu Tian, have you really thought this through? Principal Sun raised his head. Your grades are not good, but you only have 1 year until the college entrance examination. I have thought it through. Chu Tian's tone was calm. Principal Sun sighed, picked up a pen, and prepared to sign. Just then the office door, a tall, stylishly dressed girl walked in, followed by two lackeys carrying large bags. Lin Weiner. She saw Chu Yun and froze for a moment. Her expression instantly became extremely complicated. Anger, humiliation, and a hint of an indescribable emotion. What are you doing here? Lin Weiner asked coldly. Withdrawing from school, Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Withdrawing. Lin Weiner curled her lips into a cold smile. What are you scared? Do you think you can just run away because you've offended the wrong person, eh? Chu Yun ignored her and turned to Principal Sun saying, Principal, please sign. Just as Principal Sun was about to sign, Lin Weiner pressed down on the application form. Wait a moment. Lin Weiner looked at Chu Yun, her eyes filled with a hint of vindictive pleasure. Chu Yun, weren't you quite imposing when you wrote me that letter of breakup? So now you want to walk away? Chu Yun finally turned his head to face her. Lin Weiner, our matter has already come. Whether I withdraw or not is none of your business. How is it none of my business? Lin Weiner sneered. You publicly humiliated me and made me lose face in front of everyone. I haven't settled the score with you yet. So what, eh? Chu Yun asked calmly. How do you want to settle it? Lin Weiner's anger flared at his attitude. This waste, how could he remain so calm when he was clearly at his wit's end? What gives you the right? Lin Weiner fumed. Chu Yun, I'm telling you, my brother has already contacted people in the capital. The Chu family said that for a brat like you who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, they will help you learn a lesson. Do you think you can escape? Dream on. Chu Yun looked at her and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet it made Lin Weiner feel a chill. Lin Weiner, I advise you to stay away from the Chu family in the capital. Those people are not something your Lin family can provoke. You. Lin Weiner's face turned pale with anger. Chu Yun ignored her and turned back to Principal Sun saying, Principal, please sign. Principal Sun sighed and signed, affixing the school seal. Chu Yun picked up the withdrawal notice and turned to leave. Chu Yun. Lin Weiner screamed from behind. You will regret this. You definitely will. Chu Yun left the office without looking back. After exiting the principal's office, Chu Yun walked down the corridor toward the school gate. He paused when passing a brand new red Ferrari was parked on the playground beside, which stood a young man dressed in brand name casual, wearing his early 20s with slick back hair, wearing sunglasses, and a cigar in his mouth. Surrounding him were a dozen or so students, both male and female, all wearing flattering expressions. Wow, isn't that Lu Xiao from Lu Group? Lu Xiao is so handsome. This Ferrari must be a limited edition worth 5 or 6 million, right? Why is Lu Xiao here at our school? He's not here to look for Weiner, is he? The young man exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling proudly. Of course I'm here to find Weiner. I heard she's been feeling down lately, so I brought her out for a spin. As soon as he finished speaking, he spotted Lin Weiner walking out of the teaching building. Weiner. The young man's eyes brightened as he took off his sunglasses, revealing a fairly handsome face, and quickly approached her. Lin Weiner's expression softened slightly upon seeing him. Lu Kai, what are you doing here? I heard you were bullied by a... Lu Kai wrapped an arm around Lin Weiner's shoulders, feigning concern. Don't worry, I'm here now. If that waste dares to show up in front of you again, I'll make sure he regrets it. He's right inside. Lin Weiner turned back and pointed at the teaching building. Just finished the withdrawal procedures. Oh. Lu Kai raised an eyebrow. That waste hasn't left yet. He looked around and soon spotted Chu Yun, who was about to leave. Stop. Chu Yun halted, turning to... You are Chu Yun. Lu Kai scrutinized him with disdain. Dressed like this, you still dare to come to school? Chu Yun ignored him and continued walking forward. I told you to stop, didn't you hear? Lu Kai's expression darkened as he quickly caught up, blocking Chu Yun's path. Is there something you need? Chu Yun finally spoke. I heard you bullied Weiner. Lu Kai flicked the ash off his cigar, raising his chin slightly. I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, then roll out of EC City. Otherwise. Lu Kai smiled, pointing at the Ferrari behind him. Do you see that car? 5 million. My family has 3 properties and 2 hotels in EC City. If I want to deal with you, it's as easy as squashing an ant. The onlooking students gasped in amazement. 5 million car, 3 properties, 2 hotels. This was a true second-generation rich kid. Chu Yun glanced at the Ferrari and then at Lu Kai. You're Lu Kai? Yes, I'm the young master of Lu Group. Lu Group. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. Isn't that the one that was exposed for tax evasion last year and almost got shut down? Lu Kai's expression changed instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not spouting nonsense, Chu Yun said indifferently. Your father Lu Jiangwo was investigated for tax evasion last year and later spent 30 million to settle it. Am I right? The surrounding students whispered among themselves, discussing it. Lu Kai's face turned a deep shade of red. You're talking nonsense. That's all just rumors. Whether it's a rumor or not, you know in your heart, Chu Yun said, turning to leave. Stop right there. Lu Kai, furious and embarrassed, grabbed Chu Yun by the shoulder. Chu Yun halted. He did not turn back, but simply said, let go of my hand. What if I don't? Lu Kai gritted his teeth, his fingers digging in as his nails embedded into Chu Yun's clothes. Then don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yun moved. He turned around, his right leg snapping out like a whip, kicking Lu Kai in the chest. Bang! Lu Kai's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the windshield of the red Ferrari. Crash! The windshield shattered into a spider web, and Lu Kai was embedded in the engine, hood, blood pouring from his mouth, eyes rolling back as he fainted. The Ferrari's alarm blared, echoing across the playground. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stood in shock. That one kick sent a 160-pound man flying 6 meters and shattered the windshield of a luxury car. What kind of strength did that require? My God, Lu Xiao, has Chu Tian gone crazy? That's the young master of Lu Group. Chu Tian retracted his leg and brushed the dust off his pants as if he had just performed an insignificant act. He walked over to the Ferrari, looked at Lu Kai embedded in the engine hood, then glanced at the 5 million yuan sports car, shaking his head. A 5 million yuan car that can't even withstand a person, it's not worth it. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the school gate. Behind him, Lin Weiner stood frozen, her face pale. She watched Chu Tian's back, her lips trembling, unable to say a word. At that moment, she suddenly realized something. The waste she had always looked down upon was no longer the Chu Tian she once knew. Or rather, she had never truly known him. At the school gate, a taxi was waiting. Chu Tian opened the door and got in. Driver, take me to the old district. The taxi started and slowly left the school. Chu Tian leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. Kid, you've made an enemy today. Chu Xuanji's voice rang out, sounding unusually serious. Although Lu Group is not as powerful as the Lin family, they are still a prominent family in EC City. You broke the young master's rib and smashed their car. This matter will not end well. I know, Chu Tian replied. Then why did you still take action, eh? Because he shouldn't have touched my shoulder. Chu Tian opened his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. In both this life and the last, anyone who dares to touch me will meet a bad end. Chu Xuanji. All right, you're ruthless. By the way, that girl named Lin Weiner seems to have some interest in you, Chu Xuanji said gossipingly. Didn't you notice? She came to find you not just for revenge, but it seems like she wanted to attract your attention. Chu Tian frowned. You're mistaken. I've lived for 3,000 years. I won't misjudge people, Chu Xuanji chuckled. That girl likes you. It's just that she won't admit it herself. It has nothing to do with me, Chu Tian said indifferently. She chose to humiliate me when I was at my lowest. That has sealed any possibility of a connection between us. That's true, Chu Xuanji sighed. Choices made in youth often determine everything in the future. Back in the old district, Chu Tian began to pack his belongings. There wasn't much to take. Several changes of clothes, the Chaos Origin Stone, a jade pendant, and some daily necessities of his grandfather's, all stuffed into an old suitcase, barely filling it. Grandpa, are you ready? Chu Tian walked into the inner room. The old man sat on the edge of the bed, staring intently at a yellowed photograph. In the photo was a young couple. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, holding a baby in their arms. This is your parents. The old man raised his head, his eyes slightly red. They left when you were 3. Before they left, they said they were going to seek justice from the Chu family in the capital and never returned. Chu Tian's pupils constricted slightly. In his memory, his parents were a vague concept. The original memories held almost no impression of them. Did they die because of the Chu family? The old man remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Your father was of the direct bloodline of the Chu family. According to ancestral rules, he was supposed to inherit the position of the family head. But those people in the capital occupied the ancestral home, altered the family tree, and claimed your father was a collateral branch unqualified to inherit. Your father refused to accept this and took your mother to the capital to reason with them. And then they never returned. The old man's voice trembled slightly. Later, I asked someone to inquire and found out that they were captured as soon as they arrived in the capital, imprisoned in the Chu family's dungeon, and not long after that. The old man couldn't continue, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Chu Tian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Memories of his past life and the affection of his current life fused together at that moment. In his past life, he was betrayed by those he loved, watching as his heavenly court was taken from him. In this life, his parents were killed by so-called clan members, and his grandfather had his cultivation abolished, barely surviving for 17 years. Chu family. Chu Tian whispered these 2 words, his voice chillingly calm. I will make them pay the price. Kid. Chu Xuanji's voice rang out in his mind, now unusually grave. The Chu family in the capital is much more powerful than you imagine. They likely have people from the immortal realm backing them. I know. Aren't you afraid? Chu Tian stood up, picked up the suitcase, and helped his grandfather up. Afraid? I, the Eternal God Emperor, have never been afraid of anyone. Let's go, Grandpa. We are going to the capital. Chapter 8 end. By the time Chu Tian led his grandfather out of their home, the day had already broken into full light. He glanced back at the old house where he had lived for 17 years, its walls peeling, roof tiles missing in several places, the courtyard door creaking, and the frame itself slightly askew. A home stripped bare. That was the phrase for such a place. Yet it was within this shabby, almost unbelievable dwelling that Chu Tian had spent his first days after rebirth and discovered the Chaos Origin Stone and the ancestor's jade pendant that would alter the course of his life. Let's go, Grandpa, Chu Tian said, withdrawing his gaze and helping the old man walk forward. The old man did not speak, merely nodded silently, his clouded eyes brimming with reluctance. No sooner had the two reached the mouth of the alley than Huang Tianxi came bustling up with a few of his underlings. Brother Tian, he'll take you to the station. Huang Tianxi grabbed the suitcase from Chu Tian's hand, his face all smiles. Since you're heading to the capital, I have to show my respect. Chu Tian looked at him and did not refuse. When they reached the alley's entrance, Chu Tian suddenly stopped. Wait. He turned and looked toward the old locust tree deep in the alley. Beneath the old locust tree stood a girl dressed in a white dress, her long hair drifting, her aura ethereal. She was the very person he had seen on Tiger Mountain yesterday. What's wrong? Huang Tianxi followed, his gaze paused. No one's there. Brother Tian, what are you looking at? Chu Tian frowned slightly. Could Huang Tianxi not see her? He looked at his grandfather. The old man also stared blankly at the empty alley mouth, clearly seeing nothing. Only he could see her. Kid, that woman is no ordinary one. Chu Xuanji's voice rang in his mind, carrying a hint of gravity. She has spiritual energy fluctuations, and they're strong. At least. A foundation establishment cultivator. Foundation establishment. Chu Tian's pupils contracted slightly. The cultivation system of this world was divided into two paths: ancient martial arts and immortal cultivation. The 9 grades of ancient martial arts corresponded to the Qi refinement stage in immortal cultivation, and foundation establishment was far beyond the 9 grades. With his current strength, if he faced a foundation establishment cultivator, he probably couldn't withstand even a single blow. What is her background? Chu Tian asked in his mind. I don't know, said Chu Xuanji, but she doesn't seem hostile. What I sense is not killing intent, but rather curiosity. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then released his grandfather's hand and walked toward the old locust tree. Tim, his grandfather called from behind. Grandpa, wait a moment. He'll be right back. He walked under the old locust tree and stood before the woman in white, no more than 2 meters away. Up close, the woman was even more breathtaking than from afar. Her skin was like congealed fat, her brows and eyes like a painting, especially her eyes. Crystal clear as mountain springs, yet deep as bottomless pools. She appeared to be about 20, but Chu Tian knew that a cultivator's age could not be judged by appearance. You can see, the woman spoke, her voice crisp and melodious, tinged with surprise. Why shouldn't I? Chu Tian countered. A flicker of extraordinary light passed through her eyes. Interesting. Ordinary people cannot see me, yet you can. You are indeed no ordinary person. Who are you? My name is Ruashi, the woman said with a faint smile. As for my identity, I cannot tell you yet. Then why have you come to find me? Curiosity. Ruashi tilted her head, studying Chu Tian. A 17-year-old with spiritual energy fluctuations and the aura of imperial source fragments deep in his soul. Tell me, shouldn't I be curious? Chu Tian's gaze sharpened. Even Chu Xuanji could only sense the imperial source fragments in his soul, but this woman saw through it in one glance. Her cultivation was probably more than just foundation establishment. Don't be nervous. Seeing his wary expression, Ruashi chuckled softly. I told you I bear you no ill will. On the contrary, I might be here to help you. Help me? Yes. Ruashi took a jade slip from her sleeve and handed it to him. Take this. When you reach the capital, if you encounter a problem you cannot resolve, crush it. I will come to help you once. Chu Tian looked at the jade slip, but did not reach out to take it. Why? Because I owe your Chu family a favor. A complicated expression flickered in Ruaxi's eyes. 3,000 years have passed, it's time to repay it. 3,000 years. Chu Tian's heart jolted. 3,000 years ago was precisely the era of Chu Xuanji. Were you someone from back then? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ruashi cut him off and pressed the jade slip into his hand. When you reach the capital, be wary of the Chu family. They are more formidable than you imagine. With that, her figure gradually blurred like a reflection in water until it vanished entirely. In the alley, only Chu Tian remained standing alone beneath the old locust tree. He looked down at the jade slip in his hand, warm, translucent, inscribed with an archaic character 4 by. Kid, this woman has a significant background. Chu Xuanji's voice sounded with unusual gravity. I never saw her when I was alive, but she said she owes the Chu family a favor. 3,000 years ago, the Chu family's affairs were more complicated than I knew. Can she be trusted? Chu Tian asked. Hard to say, Chu Xuanji mused. But the jade slip she gave you is indeed a fine object. It's inscribed with a teleportation array. Crushing it will instantly transport you away. It could save your life in a critical moment. Chu Tian stored the jade slip and turned back toward the alley entrance. Brother Tian, where did you just go? Huang Tianxi looked bewildered. You walked under that tree, stood for a while. I thought you were possessed or something. It's nothing. Chu Tian did not explain. Let's go to the station. Donghai City long-distance bus station. Huang Tianxi bought 3 bus tickets to the capital and insisted on escorting Chu Tian and his grandfather all the way to the boarding gate. Brother Tian, give me a call when you arrive in the capital. Huang Tianxi's eyes were a little red. They'll wait for you to come back in Donghai. Chu Tian patted him on the shoulder. Behave yourself. Stop collecting protection money. When I come back, I'll set you up with something proper. Sure thing. Huang Tianxi nodded vigorously. The bus slowly pulled out of the station, and the scenery outside began to change. From the bustling city to the suburban fields, then to the distant mountain ranges looming faintly. Chu Tian sat by the window, his grandfather leaned against his shoulder, and soon fell asleep. Kid, where do you plan to start? Chu Xuanji asked. First, he'll settle Grandpa. Chu Tian replied in his mind. Find a safe place for him to stay. Then he'll go to the Chu family ancestral mansion. The Chu family ancestral mansion lies on the outskirts of the capital. For 300 years no one has been able to enter. It's said to be filled with traps and formations, and none who tried to break in ever came out alive. That's for others, Chu Tian said calmly. Formations? In my past life, I was a 12th rank array emperor. The formations of this world look like child's play to me. Chu Xuanji. Fine, you're formidable. But I must warn you about one thing. Chu Xuanji's tone turned serious. Within the Chu family ancestral mansion something is imprisoned. What thing? I don't know, Chu Xuanji said. But back when I sealed it, it nearly cost me my life. 3,000 years have passed, I don't know if it's alive or dead now. So you'd better be prepared. The thing inside the ancestral mansion might be far more dangerous than you imagine. Chu Tian fell silent. Something that could nearly kill the world's strongest man 3,000 years ago was indeed not to be underestimated. Understood, he said. He'll be careful. The bus traveled on the expressway for 4 hours, and at 2 in the afternoon it finally arrived at the capital long-distance bus station. Chu Tian helped his grandfather off the bus. Outside the station the crowd surged and traffic bustled. This was the capital of the Huaxia kingdom, and also the headquarters of the 4 great ancient martial arts families. Chu Tian's gaze swept over the bustling throng toward the distant skyline of towering buildings. Deep within that jungle of steel and concrete lay an old courtyard. Blue bricks, gray tiles, sweeping eaves, and upturned corners, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding modern architecture. That was the Chu family ancestral mansion. Even from more than 10 kilometers away, Chu Tian could faintly sense the aura emanating from that compound. Ancient, mysterious, and dangerous. Chu family, I've arrived, Chu Tian murmured. Mom, Dad, your son is here. He'll settle accounts with everyone who wronged you one by one. Deep within the ancestral mansion in a dim underground chamber, an old man in a black robe sat cross-legged on a cushion facing a bronze mirror. In the bronze mirror, Chu Tian's figure was reflected, a youth helping an old man out of the bus station, his face clearly visible. The black-robed old man's fingers trembled slightly. The aura of the Chaos Origin Stone. And that jade pendant. A complex light of greed and fear flickered in his eyes. 3,000 years and finally a descendant of the Chu family has come. Issue the order. The black-robed old man spoke, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Keep a close watch on this youth. Every move he makes must be reported to me. In the darkness a figure slipped out silently. The black-robed old man stared at Chu Tian's face in the bronze mirror, a cold smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. Little one, do you think you've come to reclaim what is yours? I know you've come to deliver things to me. The Chaos Origin Stone and that jade pendant. They will all be mine. The image in the bronze mirror gradually blurred and finally disappeared. The chamber plunged back into darkness with only the old man's eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, like 2 ghostly flames. At the long-distance bus station in the capital city, Chu Tian supported his grandfather as they exited the terminal, greeted by a wave of heat mingled with exhaust fumes and the aroma of various foods. In September, the autumn tigers still raged in the capital, the oppressive heat making it hard to breathe. Grandfather, let's find a place to stay first, Chu Tian said, glancing around at the rows of hotel touts and taxi drivers outside the station. The elderly man nodded, his face somewhat pale. The 4-hour bus ride had taken a toll on his body. Head east, young man. 3 streets away there's an old inn. Chu Xuanji's voice echoed in his mind. That's a property I acquired in the capital back in the day. 3,000 years have passed. I wonder if it still stands. Chu Tian was taken aback. 3,000 years. It must have been demolished long ago. No, Chu Xuanji said with certainty. There's an array I laid beneath that inn. Ordinary people can't even see it. Only those of Chu bloodline can find the entrance. Chu Tian's heart stirred. And in that had stood for 3 millennia, visible only to Chu blood. It would be the perfect hiding place. Supporting his grandfather, Chu Tian followed Chu Xuanji's guidance, crossing 3 streets and turning into an inconspicuous alley. The alley was narrow, flanked by high walls with peeling plaster and moss. At the end of the alley stood a dead wall, seemingly a dead end. We're here, Chu Xuanji said. Chu Tian stood before the dead wall, frowning. There's no way through. Place your hand on the wall and circulate the 9 revolutions chaos art. Chu Tian did as instructed. The moment his palm touched the cold stone, a strange sensation surged within him. The wall seemed to come alive, the bricks rippling like water, golden lines spreading from his palm in all directions. With a low rumble, the wall slowly split apart, revealing a deep passage. At the end of the passage, an ancient structure loomed. Blue brick and gray tiles upturned, eaves, 2 red lanterns hanging by the entrance inscribed with 2 characters, Chu residence. His grandfather stood behind, Chu Tian, eyes wide, lips trembling. This is, grandfather, this belongs to our Chu family, Chu Tian said softly, guiding the old man into the passage. The wall silently closed behind them, reverting to its dead wall appearance. The Chu residence was far larger than Chu Tian had imagined. From outside it looked like an ordinary ancient building, but inside it was a world unto itself. A 3-section compound, each section boasting rockeries, flowing water, and lush gardens. Several old locust trees shaded the courtyard, their canopies casting cool shadows. The air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent calming the mind. This mansion is laid with the mustard seed into cosmos array. Chu Yun observed admiration flickering in his eyes. Ancestor, your mastery of formations back then was truly impressive. Of course, Chu Xuanji's voice carried a hint of pride. I spent 30 years building this mansion, carving array runes into every brick and tile. Not just 3,000 years. It wouldn't crumble even after 30,000. Chu Yun guided his grandfather into the main hall. The hall was elegantly furnished with rosewood chairs, celadone vases, and a landscape painting hanging on the wall. The painting bore the inscription, "A grain amidst heaven and earth." "Grandfather, please sit and rest," Chu Yun said, helping the old man into a large armchair before going to fetch water. The old man sat in the chair, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the hall, his initial shock gradually turning into a complex emotion. "Chu Yun." The old man spoke suddenly, his voice trembling. "What is it, grandfather? Do you know? Who built this mansion?" "The Chu ancestor Chu Xuanji," Chu Yun answered truthfully. The old man's body jolted. He stared at Chu Yun, his murky eyes filled with disbelief. How do you know that name?" Chu Yun was silent for a moment. He pulled the jade pendant from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Grandfather, inside this jade pendant resides a soul." "Whose soul?" "Chu Xuanji." The main hall fell into utter silence. The old man's lips trembled violently, tears streaming silently down his face. He rose shakily, walked to the table, and reached for the jade pendant. The instant his fingers touched it, a white light burst forth, coalescing in the center of the hall into the apparition of Chu Xuanji. The apparition hovered in midair with white hair and a youthful face bearing an air of immortality, identical to the image Chu Yun had seen before. The old man froze at the sight. Then he fell to his knees with a thud. Unworthy descendant Chu Yun kowtowing to the ancestor. His voice choked with sobs, his forehead striking the floor heavily, once, twice, thrice. Chu Xuanji's apparition gazed at the kneeling old man, a complex light flickering in his eyes. "Rise," he sighed. "After 3,000 years that a Chu descendant still remembers me. That is no small feat." The old man stood, his face drenched in tears. "Ancestor, the Chu family. The Chu family has fallen. 300 years ago, during the great calamity, the clan was annihilated, leaving only me and Chu Yun." "I know." Chu Xuanji's voice grew deep. "I know all about what happened back then." He turned to Chu Yun. "Young man, this is why I brought you here today. Did you think I brought you here just to settle your grandfather? There are things you must be told." Chu Xuanji flew to the top of the hall. With a wave of his apparition's hand, countless images appeared on the four walls. Those images seemed alive. Figures walking, people conversing, cities, armies, wars, prosperity, and destruction. 3,000 years ago, the Chu family ruled this world. Chu Xuanji's voice echoed through the hall. At that time, the Chu family had 12 golden core cultivators, 36 foundation establishment cultivators, and hundreds of Qi refining disciples. This world is not called Earth, but the Xianhuang realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Xianhuang realm was 100 times what it is now. Spirit herbs grew everywhere, and spiritual beasts roamed freely. Cultivating to the golden core stage granted a lifespan of 500 years. Reaching the nascent soul stage granted 2,000 years. And the Chu family was the foremost clan of the Xianhuang realm. In the images, a magnificent city appeared, its walls towering into the clouds, pavilions rising one after another, countless cultivators flying through the air. "This is the Chu family's main city back then, Xuanji City." Chu Xuanji's voice carried a note of nostalgia. "Named after me, spanning 100 li with a population of 1 million. What happened later?" Chu Yun asked. The images suddenly shifted. A colossal rift tore open in the sky. Countless heavenly soldiers clad in golden armor poured through the rift, led by a middle-aged man draped in a nine-dragon robe, his oppressive aura making the very image tremble. Chu Yun's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized that man. Yin, one of the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly court, the brother he had trusted most in his past life. The immortal Emperor Yin, leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers, descended upon the Xianhuang realm. Chu Xuanji's voice turned icy. His pretext: the Chu family colluded with the demon race, deserving of extermination. Colluding with the demon race. Chu Yun frowned. "That's an excuse." "Of course it's an excuse," Chu Xuanji sneered. Yin didn't want the Chu family's lives, he wanted something the Chu family guarded. "What?" Chu Xuanji fixed his gaze on Chu Yun and spoke deliberately, "A fragment of the heavenly Tao." Chu Yun's pupils contracted sharply. A heavenly Tao fragment. A piece of the shattered heavenly Tao from the dawn of creation scattered across the myriad realms. Gathering all the fragments would allow one to control the heavenly Tao and become the true master of all worlds. In his past life, he had ruled the heavenly court for 30,000 years, searching relentlessly for the heavenly Tao fragments, but finding none. So one fragment had been in this world all along. Yin threatened me with annihilation, demanding I hand over the heavenly Tao fragment. Chu Xuanji continued. I refused. Then he butchered Xuanji City. In the images, heavenly soldiers stormed the city, killing everyone in sight. Old men, women, children. None were spared. Blood stained the entire city, bodies piled like mountains. Chu Yun's fists clenched. In that battle, all 12 golden core cultivators of the Chu family died. 35 of the 36 foundation establishment cultivators fell, and the Qi refining disciples were nearly wiped out. Chu Xuanji's voice was eerily calm, but his apparition trembled slightly. In the end, only I remained. I used the forbidden array passed down through generations of the Chu family, burning my lifespan and cultivation to drive back Di Haoyan and seal the passage between the immortal realm and the Xianhuang realm. But I too was spent. My physical body crumbled, leaving only a remnant soul sealed within this jade pendant. Before dying, I used the last of my power to seal the heavenly Dao fragment deep beneath the Chu family ancestral home. No one but those of Chu blood can break the seal. 3,000 years. Chu Xuanji turned to face Chu Tian. Young man, do you know why I'm telling you all this? Chu Tian was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Because the Chu family needs me to retrieve the heavenly Dao fragment. Yes, but not entirely. Chu Xuanji shook his head. I'm telling you this because what lies in the Chu ancestral home is not just the heavenly Dao fragment. What else? Chu Xuanji's gaze grew profound. Your parents. Chu Tian jolted. What? Your parents are not. Chu Xuanji spoke each word deliberately. Back then they went to the Chu ancestral home to seek justice, but were trapped inside by those traitors of the Chu family. The arrays of the ancestral home were laid by my own hand. Those traitors could only imprison them, not kill them. For 17 years now they have been confined in the ancestral home. Alive. Chu Tian's breathing quickened. He turned to his grandfather. The old man was already in tears, nodding shakily. Chu Tian, it's true. Your parents. They're alive. I lied to you for 17 years because I feared you would act impulsively and get yourself killed. But you're different now, the old man said, looking at Chu Tian with hope-filled eyes. Even the ancestors said you can do it. Chu Tian felt as though something had lodged in his chest, robbing him of words. In his past life, he had been the primordial divine emperor, accustomed to life and death, believing himself numb to emotion. But in this moment he realized he was wrong. When he heard those 6 words, your parents are still alive, his heart gave a sudden leap. That feeling was not excitement, not joy, but something buried deep for 17 years, something he had never thought family affection. Young man, Chu Xuanji's voice sounded in his mind, this time privately through divine sense, not in the public hall. There's one more thing I haven't told your grandfather. What? Your parents are not ordinary. Your mother. She is from the immortal realm. Chu Tian was stunned again. Even I cannot fathom your mother's origin, Chu Xuanji said with uncharacteristic gravity. When she married into the Chu family, I sensed an immensely powerful force within her sealed away. That power is greater than Di Haotian's. Young man, your heritage is far more complex than you imagine. Chu Tian stood there long silent. In the main hall, sunlight streamed through the carved wooden windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The old man sat in the large armchair, his tears now dry, replaced by a look of relief. Chu Xuanji's apparition hovered in midair, silently watching Chu Tian. After a long while, Chu Tian, his eyes held no confusion, no fear. Only a burning, almost searing light. Grandfather, ancestor. I will enter the ancestral home. Tomorrow. At nightfall, the old district of the capital gradually fell silent. In the backyard of the Chu residence, within an unassuming side chamber, Chu Tian sat cross-legged on a cushion, a primitive bronze alchemy furnace placed before him. The furnace was only the size of a palm, with 3 feet and 2 ears, its body densely inscribed with intricate rings. This was one of the relics left behind by Chu Xuanji back in the day, named the Hunyuan Cauldron. Though it could not compare to the top-tier furnaces in the immortal realms, it was already the finest of the finest in the mortal world. Boy, are you sure you want to refine pills now? Chu Xuanji's voice carried a hint of doubt. Your cultivation has just begun, and your spiritual energy reserves are pitifully scarce. A single furnace of pills will drain your spiritual energy dry. Precisely because my cultivation is insufficient, I need the aid of pills, Chu Tian replied calmly. Tomorrow I must enter the ancestral mansion. Grandfather's body cannot hold out. This was the truth. Although his grandfather Chu Yun had improved under his care, the root of 17 years of illness ran too deep. Ordinary herbal medicine alone could no longer cure it. Chu Tian needed to refine a low-grade pill called the life-extending pill to prolong his grandfather's life. In the world of immortal cultivation, the life-extending pill was considered the most basic pill, one that even a Qi refining stage first-layer cultivator could refine. Its effect was simple: repair damaged meridians and replenish Qi and blood. For an ordinary person, consuming it could extend life by 3 years. But in a world where spiritual energy was scarce, 3 years were more than enough for Chu Tian to accomplish much. Make up your mind then, Chu Xuanji no longer dissuaded him. Do you need my guidance in refining the pill, eh? No, Chu Tian shook his head. In my past life, I was a 9th-grade imperial alchemist. I've refined more pills than the meals you've eaten. A single furnace of life-extending pills requires no guidance. Chu Xuanji, just who exactly were you in your past life? 9th-grade imperial alchemist. Are you joking with me? Chu Tian did not answer. He closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and began circulating the 9 revolutions chaos art. The chaos origin stone hovered before his chest, emitting a faint dark light. Threads of chaos energy peeled off from the stone, drilling into his body and transforming into spiritual energy, within his dantian. This was his first attempt to convert chaos energy into spiritual energy. In his past life, he had cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture, which required absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this world was scarce in spiritual energy, making that path unviable. The unique feature of the 9 Revolutions chaos art was that it could substitute chaos energy for spiritual energy, whether for cultivation or alchemy, making it universally applicable. A low hum resonated from his dantian. The first wisp of spiritual energy had been successfully condensed. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth curled upward. Though only a wisp, it was more than enough. He opened his eyes, flipped his right hand, and pulled out a handful of herbs from his pocket. These he had bought at the capital's herbal medicine shop during the day. Though they were merely ordinary medicinal herbs, with his past life's alchemical expertise, they could serve as substitute materials for the life-extending pill. Polygonum multiflorum ginseng goji berries astragalus. Chu Xuanji identified each one, his tone growing increasingly incredulous. Boy, are you sure these things can be used for alchemy? Aren't they just ordinary Chinese herbs? The essence of alchemy lies in extracting the essence of medicinal ingredients and fusing them according to specific proportions and sequences, Chu Tian explained as he tossed the herbs into the furnace. Good spiritual herbs naturally yield better effects, but ordinary herbs are not unusable. Less potency and more impurities, that's all. More impurities will lower the pill's purity, which is why I need that. Chu Tian's fingertip lit up with a faint spiritual light, which he pressed onto the furnace's runes. The Hunyuan cauldron trembled as rune after rune on its body lit up, emitting a dim golden glow. Chu Tian placed both hands on the sides of the furnace, channeling spiritual energy into it without pause. Fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, and his complexion turned slightly pale. His spiritual energy reserves were far too meager, and even maintaining the furnace's operation was a struggle. Boy, hold on. Chu Xuanji shouted anxiously. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and did not respond. The temperature inside the furnace soared rapidly. The herbs melted, separated, and recombined under the intense heat. This process demanded extremely precise control. Too high a temperature would cause the medicinal properties to dissipate, too low and the herbs would not fuse. This would have been effortless for his past self, but for the current him, it was a monumental test. Boom! A muffled sound came from the furnace. The lid quivered and a rich fragrance of medicine seeped. It's done. Chu Tian sighed in relief, withdrawing his hands. His face was as white as paper and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The spiritual energy in his dantian was nearly drained, leaving him so weak he could not even stand. Open it quickly and have a look, Chu Xuanji urged. Chu Tian lifted the lid. 3 round pills lay at the bottom of the furnace, a light brown in color with a faint luster coating their surface. The medicinal aroma was intense. Even a single sniff was enough to refresh the spirit. 3 pills, medium grade. Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. For my first attempt at alchemy with ordinary herbs, refining medium grade life-extending pills is not bad. Not bad. Chu Xuanji's voice changed completely. What kind of monster are you, boy? Refining medium-grade pills with common Chinese herbs. I've lived 3,000 years and never seen such a thing. Chu Tian did not explain. He picked up one life-extending pill and put it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, turning into a warm liquid that flowed down his throat. The medicinal power spread throughout his body, mending minor internal injuries and replenishing the qi and blood he had expended. In less than a minute, his complexion returned to normal. A fine pill, Chu Tian praised. If the cultivators of this world knew I could refine pills like this, the entire ancient martial arts realm would go mad. So don't let it be known, Chu Xuanji warned. An innocent man with a precious jade invites disaster. Your strength is insufficient now. Exposing your alchemy abilities will only invite death. I know. Chu Tian put away the remaining 2 life-extending pills, stood up, and walked toward his grandfather's room. Grandfather had not yet gone to sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed holding a yellowed family photo, staring at it absently. Grandfather. Chu Tian pushed open the door and entered. Time to take your medicine. The old man looked up, wiped the corner of his eye, and smiled. What medicine? Haven't I already had the herbal decoction? Chu Tian sat down by the bed and handed a life-extending pill to the old man. Grandfather, take this. The old man took the pill, examined it, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This is a life-extending pill, Chu Tian replied truthfully. It can repair your damaged meridians and help restore some of your vitality. The old man was silent for a moment, did not ask further, and placed the pill in his mouth. The instant the pill entered his abdomen, the old man's body jolted violently. He felt it, the warm power flowing through his body, and wherever it went, the deep-rooted ailments of 17 years melted like snow before sunshine. The old man's eyes turned red. Tiantian, the greatest blessing in your grandfather's life is having a grandson like you. He grasped Chu Tian's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Grandfather, you rest well. Chu Tian stood up. Tomorrow I'll go to the ancestral mansion and bring Mom and Dad out. Going alone is too dangerous. The old man grew anxious. Let the ancestral spirit go with you. They'll bring the old ancestor's jade pendant. Chu Tian patted the jade pendant in his pocket. But I don't know the situation inside the ancestral mansion. Bringing more people would only complicate things. Alone I can advance and retreat with ease. The old man wanted to say more, but seeing the calm, still eyes of his grandson, he swallowed the words on his lips. Be careful. The old man finally said only these 3 words. It was late. Chu Yun did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the side chamber and continued cultivating. Tomorrow he would enter the ancestral mansion. The stronger he was, the better. Even recovering a single strand of spiritual energy might become the lifeline at a critical moment. The Chaos Origin Stone hovered in front of his chest, its dark light swirling. Streams of chaos energy continuously drilled into his body, converting into spiritual energy within his dantian. His meridians were expanding, his dantian filling, and his physical condition improving. Almost there, Chu Yun sensed the changes within. In another 1 or 2 hours he'll break through to the Qi refining stage first layer. Qi refining stage first layer corresponded to the first level of ancient martial arts. This might not sound high, but ancient martial arts cultivation typically required decades, or even centuries. Yet he had been reborn less than a week and was already about to break through to the first level of ancient martial arts. At this pace you'd be considered a genius even in the Xianhuang realm, Chu Xuanji remarked. Not enough. Chu Yun shook his head. Far from enough. He looked up, gazing at the night sky through the window. In the night sky the brightest star was the Heavenly Emperor star. Hao Yin is an immortal emperor, his cultivation at the Heavenly Emperor realm, Chu Yun said in a low voice. From the Qi refining stage to the Heavenly Emperor realm, even with my past lives experience and the Chaos Origin Stone, it would take at least several hundred years. Several hundred years is far too long, I cannot wait. So, I need the fragments of the Tao. Chu Xuanji fell silent. Fragments of the Tao were something that could elevate one to the heavens in a single step. If he could refine a single fragment of the Tao, Chu Yun's cultivation would skyrocket, leaping across countless realms to regain his past lives' peak state. But refining a fragment of the Tao is no easy task, Chu Xuanji said. Your current physical body is far too weak to withstand the power of a Tao fragment. Forcing refinement would lead to only one outcome: explosion and death. I know, Chu Yun replied calmly. That's why I don't intend to refine it immediately. I just want to get my hands on it first. Keeping it in my own possession is always safer than leaving it with others. Chu Xuanji nodded. As long as you know what you're doing. The Chu family estate in the capital underground secret chamber. An old man in black robes sat cross-legged on a cushion. In the bronze mirror before him an image appeared. The backyard of the Chu residence, where a young man sat cross-legged in a side chamber with a black stone floating in front of him, dark light swirling. Chaos Origin Stone. A covetous glint flickered in the old man's eyes. This brat can already use the Chaos Origin Stone. It's only been a few days. Ancestor, should we strike now? A cold voice sounded from the darkness. The black-robed old man was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No rush. Let him go to the ancestral mansion. Let him go to the ancestral mansion. Yes. The corner of the old man's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Inside the Chu ancestral mansion, there are ancient formations we cannot break. Those formations only recognize the direct bloodline of the Chu family. We collateral branches cannot enter. But he is a true direct descendant. Let him break the formations, let him retrieve the fragment of the Tao. Once he obtains it, we will. The old man made a throat-slitting gesture. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. From the darkness the cold voice chuckled. The ancestor's plan is ingenious. Go, the old man waved his hand. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Understood. Footsteps faded. The secret chamber returned to utter silence. The black-robed old man stared at the young man's face in the bronze mirror, his greed growing more intense. Little one, do you think you are reclaiming what is yours, eh? No, you are working for me. The fragment of the Tao, the Chaos Origin Stone, and that jade pendant. They are all mine. In the bronze mirror the young man seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through the mirror and locking eyes with the black-robed old man. The old man's heart jolted violently. Those eyes held no fear, no anger, only a chilling. That calm was like a bottomless pool of water beneath, which lurked a power capable of devouring everything. Impossible. The old man muttered. He's just a 17-year-old boy. How can he have such eyes? An illusion. It must be an illusion. He waved his hand abruptly, and the image on the bronze mirror dissipated. The secret chamber fell back into darkness. But the black-robed old man's heart could not calm down for a long time. End of chapter 11. At 6 in the morning, just as dawn broke, Chu Yun stood outside the entrance of the Chu family's ancestral residence. The ancestral home, located at the foot of Qinglong Mountain in the northwest suburbs of the capital, covered several hundred acres, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on one, making it an exceptional piece of feng shui land. The black walls stood 3 zhang high, topped with azure tiles, with a corner tower every 10 steps, exuding an ancient and solemn atmosphere. However, what caught Chu Yun's attention the most was not the height of the walls, but the carvings inscribed upon them. Array patterns. Countless array patterns extended from the base of the wall to the top, covering the entire outer wall. These patterns were arranged in an exceedingly complex manner, interlocking and resonating with one another, forming a vast protective array. The 9 curves yellow river array. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yun's mouth. Ancestor, you set up this array, didn't you? Indeed, Chu Yuanji's voice carried a hint of pride. The 9 curves Yellow River Array is a top-tier Xian-level array. Once activated, it will create 9 illusions, causing intruders to lose their way within and never find their way out. A top-tier Xian-level array is indeed considered elite in this world, Chu Tian nodded. But in my eyes, it is riddled with flaws. In his previous life, he was a 12th rank array emperor with array levels divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each with 9 grades. A top-tier Xian-level array is merely around the 2nd rank 9th grade. He was a 12th rank array emperor. It was akin to asking a Nobel Prize-winning physicist to solve a 4th grade math problem. Not that it was not difficult, but rather absurd. Chu Tian extended his right hand and pressed it against the wall. Spiritual energy surged from his palm, spreading along the lines of the array patterns. Every array pattern was dismantled, analyzed, and restructured in his divine sense. In less than a moment, the operational rules of the entire 9 curves Yellow River Array were fully grasped. Found it. His divine sense locked onto a node. That was the core hub of the entire array, controlling the operation of all patterns. As long as this node was severed, the 9 curves Yellow River Array would collapse from within. Kid, are you really going to break the array? Chu Yuanji hesitated slightly. Once the array is broken, those from the Chu family will know you have arrived. So what if they know? Chu Tian replied nonchalantly. They would have guessed I would come today anyway. His finger cracked. A crisp shattering sound echoed like glass being smashed. Countless array patterns on the wall lit up simultaneously, then dimmed at a visible rate. The entire protective array collapsed, as if a sand sculpture had been washed away by waves, starting from the core node and rapidly spreading outwards. 3 seconds later, all the array patterns extinguished. The 9 curves Yellow River Array was broken. At the moment the array shattered, the entire ancestral residence trembled. In the underground chamber, the old man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changing dramatically. Impossible. The bronze mirror in front of him shook violently, fissures appearing on its surface. The 9 curves Yellow River Array was his reliance, his greatest trump card for protecting the ancestral residence. For 300 years it had never failed. And now this ancient array that had existed for 3,000 years had been breached. Who? The old man in black roared. Who is it? In the darkness, a figure stumbled in. Ancestor, bad news. Outside the ancestral residence, there's a young man. He has broken the array. A young man. The pupils of the old man in black constricted sharply. Chu Tian. It's him. That's him. The old man's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He had plotted for an entire night, contemplating every detail of the plan, only to not anticipate. This 17-year-old lad could actually break the 9 curves Yellow River Array set up by Chu Yuanji 3,000 years ago. He must have a powerful backer. The old man in black's gaze turned sinister. Go summon all the guardians and secure every exit of the ancestral residence. So what if he broke the array? There are still more formations and traps inside the ancestral residence. He can enter, but he may not be able to leave. Understood. At the entrance of the ancestral residence, the 2 crimson doors stood tightly closed, engraved with 2 gigantic images of door gods, their faces fierce and lifelike. Chu Tian stood before the doors and looked up. Kid, be careful, Chu Yuanji reminded. These doors are set with the furious Golden Guardian Array. Once triggered, the door gods will come to life and attack intruders. Furious Golden Guardian Array. Chu Tian scrutinized the 2 door god images and suddenly laughed. Ancestor, did you steal this array from the Buddhist sect? Cough cough, what do you mean by stealing? It's called drawing inspiration. Chu Tian said no more and stepped forward. Buzz. The door god images on the door instantly lit up. Golden light surged from the images, condensing in front of the door into 2 3-zhang tall golden armored giants. The giants' eyes were golden, holding golden Vajra pestles, radiating terrifying pressure. Mortal, those who trespass into forbidden grounds shall die. The left giant spoke, his voice booming like thunder. Step back. The right giant raised his Vajra pestle, aiming it at Chu Tian. Any ancient martial arts master facing these furious golden guardians would likely tremble in fear. A 9th rank ancient martial expert would pale in comparison to these golden guardians. But Chu Tian was not an ancient martial expert. He was the Eternal God Emperor. He gazed at the 2 golden armored giants before him, raised his right hand, and brought his index and middle fingers together to draw a rune in the air. The rune was only palm-sized and appeared simple, but the moment it was drawn, the 2 golden armored giants' bodies stiffened simultaneously. This is... Chu Yuanji's voice changed in shock. Void Array Breaking Rune. You actually know the Void Array Breaking Rune. The Void Array Breaking Rune is a top-tier array breaking technique that only array masters can grasp. It requires no spiritual energy or materials. It only requires drawing specific runes in the air with one's fingers to instantly dismantle any array. The principle is simple. No matter how complex an array is, it is composed of rules. The function of the Void Array Breaking Rune is to change those rules. It is like changing 112 to 113. Causing the entire calculation system to collapse. Break. Chu Tian called softly, and the rune flew out, crashing into the 2 golden armored giants. Boom! The bodies of the golden armored giants crumbled like sand, transforming into countless golden light particles that vanished into the air. The crimson doors let out a mournful cry, slowly opening to both sides. Inside the ancestral residence, it was revealed to Chu Yun, an ancient stone-paved corridor with old buildings lining either side, with flying eaves and upturned corners, carved beams, and painted rafters. Despite having endured 3,000 years of wind and rain, the former splendor could still be seen. However, Chu Yun had no mind to admire these sights. His gaze passed through the corridor and landed on a tall tower in the distance. The tower had 9 stories, completely black, and glimmered with a sinister sheen under the morning light. The surface of the tower was covered in runes, even more complex and exquisite than the 9 curves yellow river array on the walls. That is the core of the ancestral residence, the Demon Suppression Tower. The fragments of the heavenly Tao are sealed at the bottom of the tower. Your parents are also trapped within the tower. Chu Yun's steps hesitated slightly. What dangers are inside the tower? Many, Chu Xuanji replied. When I sealed the fragments of the heavenly Tao, I set up 81 prohibitions within the tower, each capable of killing cultivators below the golden core stage. Moreover, after 3,000 years, some things may have emerged within the tower. What things, eh? I don't. Chu Yun fell silent for a moment and stepped toward the Demon Suppression Tower. At the moment he entered the ancestral residence, he sensed many auras. There were hidden observers, at least a dozen, their cultivation levels ranging from 3rd rank to 6th rank ancient martial arts. They were concealed within the buildings on either side of the corridor, watching him like hunters. They were from the Chu family. Chu Yun ignored them and walked straight toward the Demon Suppression Tower. His pace was neither fast nor slow, each step steady, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Stop! A voice came from the left. A middle-aged man in a gray robe stepped out from the building, followed by 4 or 5 similarly dressed individuals. The middle-aged man was burly, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes exuding a menacing aura. His cultivation was at the 6th rank ancient martial arts, making him the strongest opponent Chu Yun had encountered so far. Chu Yun, you really have some audacity, the middle-aged man said coldly. Trespassing into the Chu family's ancestral residence, what punishment do you deserve? Chu Yun stopped and glanced at him. Who are you? I am Chu Yunfei, a side elder of the Chu family. Side elder? Chu Yun replied indifferently. I am of the direct lineage of the Chu family. A side elder dares to obstruct my path. Chu Yunfei's expression changed. The distinction between direct and side lines had been a deep-seated issue in the Chu family for 3,000 years. The true direct bloodline had suffered heavy losses during the Great Calamity 300 years ago, and those who now occupied the Chu family were mainly descendants of the side line, who had betrayed the direct line and allied with the celestial realm. By bringing up the identity of direct lineage, Chu Yun was essentially poking at their backbone. What direct or side lineage? Chu Yunfei snorted coldly. The head of the Chu family is Old Master Chu Jingtian. What are you? Chu Jingtian. Chu Yun turned to look at the illusory figure of Chu Xuanji. Traitor, Chu Xuanji said coldly. He was the one who betrayed the Chu family and allied with Emperor Haoyan. The current Chu family in the capital is dominated by his lineage. Chu Yun's expression turned cold. He looked at Chu Yunfei, his voice low, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. He'll say it again, step aside. What if I don't? Chu Yun did not reply. He moved. Before anyone could react, he had appeared right in front of Chu. What? Chu Yunfei's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively raising his fist to block. His 6th rank ancient martial arts cultivation erupted with full force, his fist enveloped in a faint layer of true energy powerful enough to shatter a stone tablet. But Chu Yun's speed was even faster. With a single palm strike to Chu Yunfei's chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Chu Yunfei's body flew backward, crashing heavily into the building behind him, creating a large hole in the brick wall. Chu Yunfei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your strength. He had encountered geniuses before, those who reached 3rd rank or 5th rank ancient martial arts by the age of 17, but the power of Chu Yun's palm just now was at least that of a 6th rank. A 17-year-old 6th rank ancient martial arts master. This was impossible. I said step aside. Chu Yun withdrew his palm and continued walking toward the Demon Suppression Tower. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to obstruct him. At the foot of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chu Yun stood before the tower door, looking up at the 9-story black tower. The tower door was black, carved with a gigantic rune, seal. This is the final prohibition, Chu Xuanji said. If you break it, you can enter the tower. Chu Yun reached out and touched the rune of seal. The moment his fingertip made contact, a tremendous pulling force emanated from the rune, pulling him entirely inside. Kid. Chu Xuanji's voice boomed in his mind, but Chu Yun's consciousness was already beginning to blur. The scenes before his eyes twisted and spun, ultimately dissolving into darkness. In the darkness, a voice resonated. This voice was old, dignified, carrying an irresistible power. Descendant of the Chu family, welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower. After 3,000 years, finally, a worthy one has come. Want to save your parents? Want to obtain the fragments of the heavenly Tao? Then, pass through the 3 trials. The darkness dissipated. Chu Yun found himself standing in a colossal stone chamber, circular in shape, measuring approximately 100 zhang in diameter. The vaulted ceiling was studded with countless luminous stones that emitted an eerie blue radiance, illuminating the entire chamber as brightly as daylight. The floor of the stone chamber was densely engraved with runes arranged in concentric circles radiating outward from the center, forming an exceedingly complex array. At the very center of the chamber, a jet-black stone slab, 3 feet square, hovered in midair. The slab's surface was smooth as a mirror with a faint shifting luster, exuding a palpably unsettling aura. So this is the first trial. Chu Yun surveyed his surroundings, frowning. The heart demon illusion. Chu Xuanji's voice rang out, tinged with gravity. The guardian of the demon suppression tower conjures an illusion based on the intruder's deepest obsession. If one cannot see through the illusion, they will be trapped forever. Deepest obsession. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. As his words fell, the black stone slab at the center of the chamber abruptly flared to life. A blinding white light shot forth from the slab, engulfing the entire chamber. Chu Yun instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was no longer in the stone chamber. Immortal mists swirled gold and resplendent. He stood in a majestic palace 100 zhang high and 1,000 zhang wide, supported by 36 golden pillars carved with coiling dragons. Each pillar was etched with patterns of ancient divine beasts. On the ceiling, 9 pearls as dazzling as the sun were embedded, illuminating the entire hall as if it were broad daylight. This was the heavenly court, the Lingxiao Hall of Golden Clouds, the place where he had sat for 30,000 years in his past life. Chu Yun glanced down at himself, clad in a golden dragon robe, wearing the seal of the heavenly emperor on his waist and a flat heaven crown on his head. His body was no longer that of a frail youth, but the former supreme divine emperor who had overwhelmed the myriad realms. This is, he frowned. Your Majesty. A familiar voice came from behind him. Chu Yun turned around. Su Yao stood before him, wearing a rainbow-colored feathered robe, a gentle smile on her face, her eyes tender as water. Exactly as she had been in his past life. No, exactly as she had been before she betrayed him. Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? Su Yao approached him, linked her arm through his, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Today is the grand celebration of your 30,000-year Tao attainment. Immortal emperors and lords from all realms have come to pay homage. You should be joyful. Chu Yun's body stiffened slightly. Of course he knew this was an illusion. The moment Su Yao leaned on his shoulder, the memories of 30,000 years from his past life surged forth like a tide. Those beautiful warm years that had made him believe he had found his home. Su Yao, he said, his voice hoarse. Have you ever thought that one day you would betray me? Su Yao's smile froze. She looked up into Chu Yun's eyes, and the tenderness in her gaze gradually faded, replaced by a cold mockery. So you already know? Of course, Chu Yun said calmly. This is my illusion. You are my inner demon. Su Yao laughed, a hint of shrillness in her voice. Chu Yun, you are wrong. I am not your inner demon. I am Su Yao. Do you think that just because you have been reborn you can get rid of me? I will forever remain in your heart forever. She reached out and grabbed Chu Yun's collar, her voice sharp. You hate me, but you love me even more. 30,000 years of feelings. How could they be forgotten just like that? Chu Yun did not move. He simply looked into Su Yao's eyes and remained silent for a long time. You are right, he finally spoke. 30,000 years of feelings cannot be forgotten overnight. Su Yao's eyes flickered with a glint of hope. But what I will never forget is the moment you pierced my chest with the god-slaying sword. Chu Yun's voice was terrifyingly calm. That one strike was more real than 30,000 years of emotion. He reached out and pushed Su Yao away. You are not my inner demon. You are merely a memory of my past. And I have already decided to look forward. As his words fell, the surrounding scene began to collapse. The dome of Lingxiao Hall shattered, the golden dragon pillars toppled, and the 9 pearls went out one by one. Su Yao's figure gradually blurred amid the disintegration. She gazed at Chu Yun, a complex light flickering in her eyes. Chu Yun, you have changed. In your past life, you could not bear to kill me. In this life, will you? Chu Yun did not answer. Su Yao's form dissolved into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. The first layer illusion dissolved, but Chu Yun found that he had not returned to the stone chamber. He stood on a desolate plain. The sky was dark red, the earth was charred black, and the air reeked of sulfur and blood. In the distance, a volcano was erupting, lava flowing like rivers, tearing the land into countless fissures. Not finished yet. Chu Yun frowned. Chu Xuanji's voice did not sound. In this illusion, he seemed to be cut off. A voice came from the sky, the guardian's voice, ancient and majestic. You have seen through the first heart demon. But the heart demon illusion has 9 layers in total. 9 layers. Chu Yun looked up at the sky. Do I have to break through all of them? No, the guardian's voice carried a trace of amusement. The 9 layers correspond to 9 heart demons: love, hatred, fear, greed, delusion, arrogance, wrath, jealousy, and pride. Each layer you break through one heart demon is dispelled. But with each layer you overcome, the next becomes more difficult. For the heart demons grow more real, closer to the weaknesses deep within your soul. Are you ready? Chu Yun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Come. The second layer of illusion. He returned to the old house in Donghai City. In the courtyard, grandfather sat in a wheelchair, his face ashen, eyes clouded, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body twitched incessantly, emitting incoherent sounds. Tian. Chu Yun's heart clenched. He rushed over, knelt before his grandfather, and grasped the old man's hand. "Grandfather, I'm here." The old man's hand was ice-cold, devoid of any warmth. "Tian, grandfather, can't hold on." The old man's voice grew fainter. "You must live well." "No." Chu Tian's voice trembled. "Grandfather, I gave you the life-prolonging pill. Your body is recovering. This isn't real. Life-prolonging pill." The old man laughed, his smile full of bitterness. "Tian, you were deceived. That wasn't a life-prolonging pill, it was poison." "What?" "See for yourself." The old man extended his arm. The sleeve slipped down, revealing a skeletal limb. The arm was covered with black spots, dense and shocking. That was a sign of poisoning. Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. He had personally refined the life-prolonging pill, using his past life's alchemy insights. There was absolutely no chance of error. "This is an illusion." He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. "Grandfather is fine. His body is improving. This is fake." The old man looked at him, the light in his eyes fading bit by bit. "Tian, grandfather is leaving." "No." Chu Tian's voice was heart-wrenching. The old man's hand slipped from his grasp, his head lolled to one side, and his eyes slowly closed. The heartbeat stopped. The breathing stopped. Chu Tian knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He knew this was an illusion. He knew it was all fake. But why did his heart ache so much? The third layer of illusion. The fourth layer of illusion. The fifth layer of illusion. Each layer struck the softest part of his heart. The tragic state of his parents. The moment he was betrayed by his beloved in his past life. Every instant of humiliation after his rebirth. The pain he thought he had forgotten and let go was magnified infinitely in the illusions, turning into sharp blades that pierced his heart. But he did not fall. Each time at the last moment, he saw through the illusion. Not because he had no weaknesses, but because he knew too well. Dwelling in the past would never let him move toward the future. The eighth layer of illusion shattered. Chu Tian stood at the entrance of the ninth layer. His face was pale, his body drenched in sweat, and his legs trembled slightly. Having broken through 8 layers of heart demons in succession, his spirit and will were nearing their limit. The last one, he panted, muttering. The guardian's voice resounded this time, tinged with obvious admiration. 3,000 years. You are the first to reach the ninth layer. The first 8 layers tested your emotions and will. The ninth layer tests yourself. Yourself. Yes, said the guardian. The ninth layer has no enemies, no traps, no deception. You only need to answer one question. What question? Who are you? As his words fell, the ninth layer of illusion unfolded. Chu Tian found himself standing in a void. There was nothing around. No sky, no ground, no light, no darkness. Only endless emptiness. And opposite him stood another person. That person looked exactly like him. A 17-year-old youth with a thin build, ordinary features, wearing faded jeans and canvas shoes. But the eyes were different. That Chu Tian's eyes were timid, humble, and wary. That was Chu Tian before his rebirth, the one called trash by the entire school. Who are you? Both voices sounded simultaneously. The real Chu Tian looked at himself across from him, and after a moment of silence said, I am Chu Tian. No, you are not. The other Chu Tian shook his head, his voice tinged with fear. You are Chu Yun, the ancient divine. You are not me. You are not the worthless boy who was bullied in Donghai for 3 years. You are a reincarnator who took over another's body. You are not the real Chu Tian at all. Those words stabbed into Chu Tian's chest like a knife. He had thought about this question. After his rebirth, he had inherited everything of Chu Tian, memory's body grandfather. But he always felt that he and the original Chu Tian were 2 different persons. He called himself Chu Tian, but deep inside, he was always Chu Yun, the ancient divine Emperor Chu Yun. So answer me. The opposite Chu Tian said, who are you? Chu Yun or Chu Tian? If you choose Chu Yun, then you are not the real. You are merely an outsider who has taken over another's body. You do not deserve grandfather's love, you do not deserve this identity, and you do not belong to this world. If you choose Chu Tian, the opposite Chu Tian let out a bitter smile. If you choose Chu Tian, then you will no longer be the ancient divine emperor. You will lose your past life memories, your past life cultivation, and all your experience. You will become an ordinary 17-year-old youth. Which one do you choose? Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This question was harder than all the previous 8 layers. Chu Yun or Chu Tian. The 30,000-year memories of his past life were his greatest trump card. Without those memories, he would be an ordinary person. He would not even get past Lin Wana, let alone conquer the demon suppression tower. But if he chose Chu Yun, he would never truly integrate into this life. He would forever remain an outsider, a ghost, inhabiting a borrowed corpse. Hard to choose, isn't it? The opposite Chu Tian laughed. I knew you would hesitate. Because you are not me, and I am not. We are 2 persons, 2 different lives. No, Chu Tian spoke. His voice was calm and firm. You are wrong. I am neither Chu Yun nor Chu Tian. The opposite Chu Tian was stunned. I am the third person formed from the fusion of Chu Tian's soul and Chu Yun's memories. Chu Tian said each word deliberately. I have Chu Tian's feelings for grandfather and the memories of being bullied. I also have Chu Yun's 30,000 years of cultivation experience and life journey. I am not an either or choice. I am the fusion of both. I am the reborn Chu Tian. The moment his words landed, the entire void began to tremble. The opposite Chu Tian looked at him, the timidity in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a sense of relief. He smiled. The answer was so simple. His body began to turn translucent. Thank you. Thank you for not take care of grandfather for me. The figure dissipated completely. The void collapsed. Chu Yun opened his eye. He was back in the stone chamber. The black stone slab still hovered in the center, but its luster had dimmed considerably. In the chamber, another person had appeared. It was the phantom of an old man with white hair, a gaunt face, and dressed in a linen robe. His body was translucent, a soul entity like Chu Xuanji. 3,000 years, the old man said, looking at Chu Yun with great emotion. After 3,000 years, someone has finally broken through the 9 layers of heart demons. Are you the guardian of the demon suppression tower? Chu Yun asked. Guardian? You could say that, the old man chuckled. My name is Chu Sangxiong, the younger senior brother of Chu Xuanji. What? In his mind, Chu Xuanji's voice exploded. Senior brother. You are still alive. Chu Sangxiong's phantom looked at the jade pendant in Chu Yun's hand and smiled slightly. Junior brother, 3,000 years gone, and you are still so impatient. Senior brother, weren't you killed in battle back then? Chu Xuanji's voice trembled. My physical body was destroyed and my soul was sealed in this tower by Master becoming the tower spirit. Chu Sangxiong said. For 3,000 years I have been guarding the heavenly Tao fragment here, waiting for a descendant of the Chu family to claim it. Now the wait is over. He looked at Chu Yun, his eyes filled with scrutiny and expectation. Boy, since you have passed the 9 layers of heart demons, the next 2 trials should not be too difficult for you. The second trial tests strength. The third trial tests wisdom. Overcome them, and you will meet your parents and obtain the heavenly Tao fragment. Chu Yun's breath quickened slightly. My parents, are they well? Chu Sangxiong was silent for a moment. They are alive, he said. But their condition is not good. Trapped in the tower for 17 years, without replenishing spiritual energy, their cultivation has been nearly worn away. If it were a year or 2 later, I fear they would. He did not finish the sentence, but Chu Yun understood. Time was running out. Where's the second trial? Chu Yun asked. Chu Sangxiong raised his hand and pointed. At the far end of the chamber, a gateway of light appeared. Pass through this gate, and you will enter the second trial. Go. Your parents are waiting for you. Chu Yun took a deep breath and strode toward the gate of light. As he stepped through, he turned back to look at Chu Sangxiong. Senior, thank you. Chu Sangxiong smiled slightly. No need to thank me. After you rescue your parents and obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, pass a message to the later generations of the Chu family. The backbone of the Chu family has never been propped up by the heavenly Tao fragment. It is built by the blood and bones of generation after generation of Chu clansmen. Chu Yun nodded and stepped through the gate. Behind him, Chu Sangxiong's phantom gradually faded. Junior brother, he said softly, you have found a good seedling. In the jade pendant, Chu Xuanji's voice was choked with emotion. He is the hope of the Chu family. Yes, Chu Sangxiong smiled. After 3,000 years, hope has finally arrived. The gate of light slowly closed behind Chu Yun. The second trial begins. Beyond the luminous gate lay a vast expanse. Unlike the enclosed stone chamber, it resembled an independent pocket world. Above hung a grayish sky, while beneath stretched a hard granite ground spanning miles, in every direction boundless to the eye. At the center of this space stood 12 stone statues. Each statue towered 30 feet high, their forms diverse. Some bore massive swords, others gripped long spears, and a few stood barehanded. Yet all exuded an aura of terrifying might. A puppet formation. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. Chu Kangqiang's voice echoed from all directions, ancient and calm. The second trial, the war god puppet formation. The 12 puppets correspond to the 1st through 12th stages of ancient martial arts. Each puppet possesses strength equivalent to a peak expert of that stage. You must begin from the 1st and fight them one by one. The number you reach proves your own stage. Only by defeating the 8th may you enter the 3rd trial. Chu Yun swept his gaze over the 12 stone statues, raising an eyebrow. Defeat the 8th. That means I must prove I have the strength of the 8th stage of ancient martial arts. Correct. Ancient martial 8th stage. Chu Yun repeated the word softly. Given his current strength, he could barely manage the 6th stage at most. The 8th stage. That was a qualitative leap. Each stage of ancient martial arts was a world apart. From the 6th stage to the 8th, 2 major chasms separated them. With his present cultivation, it was utterly impossible to cross. Kid, don't push yourself. Chu Xuanji's voice rang out, filled with concern. At your current level, you can at most defeat the 6th. The 8th, you cannot overcome. I know, Chu Yun said. Then why fight? I have to whether I want to or not. Chu Yun flexed his wrists. My parents have been trapped in the tower for 17 years. I can't wait any longer. He strode toward the 1st stone statue. The 1st statue, ancient martial 1st stage. Chu Yun stood before it. The statue's eyes blazed red and a deep rumble emanated from it. It raised its right fist and smashed down toward Chu Yun. The speed was slow, the force negligible. Chu Yun didn't even dodge, he met it with a fist of his own. Bang! The statue's fist shattered, then the entire arm crumbled, followed by the torso, the legs, until nothing remained but a heap of rubble. A single blow annihilated it. Second statue. Chu Yun expressionlessly moved to the next. The second statue, ancient martial 2nd stage. 1 punch. Third statue, ancient martial 3rd stage. 1 punch. Fourth statue, ancient martial 4th stage. 1 punch. Fifth statue, ancient martial fifth stage. Still one punch. For the first 5 puppets, Chu Yun threw exactly 5 punches, each precisely striking the core rune and obliterating them in one hit. But he knew the true test began with the sixth. The sixth puppet, ancient martial sixth stage. Unlike its predecessors, it was more robust, its runes far more intricate. Its weapon was a stone greatsword, the blade engraved with flame-like patterns. Boom! The instant the sixth puppet activated, the entire space trembled. Its speed more than doubled that of the previous 5. The massive sword whistled down toward Chu Yun's head. He sidestepped, the blade grazed his shoulder and struck the ground, gouging a 3-foot-deep scar into the granite. Not bad strength. Chu Yun praised, gathering power in his right fist and slamming it into the puppet's chest. Clang! A metallic impact resounded. A shallow fist print appeared on the puppet's chest, but it merely staggered back 2 steps without breaking. Defense is strong too. Chu Yun frowned. Against the first 5 puppets, one punch had shattered the core rune. But this puppet's core rune lay buried deep within the thickest part of its chest, and his fist force couldn't breach the defense directly. Then he'll use more punches. Chu Yun's figure flickered, circling the puppet like a phantom. Each punch struck the exact same spot. 1, 2, 3. On the 5th punch, cracks finally appeared on the puppet's chest. The 7th punch shattered the rune. Rumble. The 6th puppet collapsed into rubble. Chu Yun shook his numb fist and strode toward the 7th. The 7th puppet, ancient martial 7th stage. Its physique was slightly smaller than the 6th, but its runes were denser, covering nearly its entire body. It wielded 2 short blades, etched with wind patterns, moving faster than lightning. The moment Chu Yun approached, the 7th puppet launched its attack. Too fast. Its speed more than doubled the 6th's. The twin daggers became streaks of white light, crossing toward Chu Yun's throat and chest. Chu Yun's pupils shrank. He leaned back sharply, the blade sliced past the tip of his nose, clipping a few strands of hair. Close call. He backflipped to create distance, touching his nose. Without his past life combat instinct, that strike would have landed. Ancient martial 7th stage, truly different. Chu Yun's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him began to circulate faster. The Chaos Origin stone in his pocket grew warm. Chaotic energy poured into his body, replenishing his depleted spiritual power. Again, this time he attacked first. A punch flew toward the puppet's face. The puppet crossed its blades to block. Fist met daggers with a thunderous crash. The puppet staggered back 3 steps, and Chu Yun retreated too. He had the advantage in raw strength, but the puppet's swordsmanship was too sharp. Every time he tried to close in, the twin blades forced him back. Don't try to outplay it. Chu Xuanji's voice sounded, "You're not a blade master. You're a fist cultivator. Overwhelm it with power." A golden flash crossed Chu Yun's eyes. He stopped seeking the puppet's weak points and chose the most straightforward method: brute force. He charged in, ignoring the twin blades, and pummeled the puppet with punch after punch. The puppet's daggers struck his arms, leaving only white scratches. His body, tempered by chaotic chi, was no longer vulnerable to ordinary blades. On the 7th punch, the puppet's left arm shattered. On the 9th, its chest caved in. On the 12th, the core rune cracked. Rumble. The 7th puppet fell. But Chu Yun paid a price. His arms were covered in white knife marks. Though no blood flowed, the pain was very... 5 more to go. Chu Yun shook his numbed arms and looked at the remaining 5 puppets. The 8th ancient martial 8th stage. The 9th 9th stage. The 10th 10th stage. The 11th 11th stage. The 12th 12th stage. His goal was the 8th. But in his current condition, whether he could even defeat the 8th remained uncertain. "Kid, take a rest," Chu Xuanji advised. "You've consumed 70% of your spiritual energy and your arms are injured. Fighting the 8th now offers little chance. There's no time to rest." Chu Yun shook his head. "My parents can't wait." He stepped toward the 8th puppet. The 8th puppet, ancient martial 8th stage. It was completely different from the first 7. Its build was about the size of a real person, but its entire body was covered in black metal-like armor. Its weapon was a long spear, the tip gleaming with icy cold light. More terrifying was the aura it emitted, stronger than all 7 previous puppets combined. Chu Yun paused mid-step. He recognized that aura. In his past life, when he was still weak, he had encountered similar enemies. Cultivators who practiced esoteric techniques, their power concealed until it exploded with devastating force. This puppet is no ordinary mechanism. Chu Yun frowned. "There's a soul inside it. You notice?" Chu Kankyon's voice rang out, tinged with approval. "The 8th through 12th puppets each seal an ancient war spirit. They are not lifeless. They are true experts. Ancient war spirits. Yes. The spirit sealed in the 8th puppet was once a peak ancient martial 8th stage expert named Zhao Wuji, the spear demon. You must defeat him to pass." Chu Yun was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Come." He held nothing back. The Chaos Origin stone floated out from his pocket and hovered before his chest. Black light blazed as chaotic chi poured into him like a waterfall, repairing damaged muscles and replenishing depleted spiritual energy. His aura began to rise. 1 stage, 2 stages, 3 stages. Peak of chi refining layer 1. Chu Xuanji exclaimed in surprise. "Kid, you broke through." "Not entirely." Chu Yun clenched his fist. "But almost." The 8th puppet opened its eyes. They were blood-red, devoid of reason, filled only with maniacal battle lust. Fight! It spoke, its voice hoarse and deep, as if emerging from the abyss. The long spear trembled, its tip transforming into a silver lightning bolt aimed at Chu Tian's throat. Chu Tian sidestepped. The spear grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. In just one move he was wounded. So fast. Chu Tian instinctively touched his neck, his fingertip came away with a speck of blood. Had he been a fraction of a second slower, that thrust would have pierced his throat. Again. Fight! 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 Spear demon Zhao Wuji roared, 3 times the spear swirling like a dragon. Spear shadows filled the air, each aimed at Chu Tian's vitals. Chu Tian dodged and weaved through the storm of spear strikes. Wounds accumulated on his body, arms, shoulders, back, thighs. Everywhere blood streaked from spear-tip cuts. Yet his eyes grew brighter. He was adapting. His past-life combat instincts were awakening bit by bit. Each dodge became more precise, more efficient than the last. You're using me to train your spear techniques. Zhao Wuji's war spirit seemed to sense something, anger creeping into its voice. You guessed right. A faint smile tugged at Chu Tian's lips. 50th move. 70th move. 100th move. When Zhao Wuji thrust the 101st strike, Chu Tian did not dodge. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the spear shaft. What a... Zhao Wuji's war spirit froze. The true chi attached to the spear could sever steel, yet this youth had caught it barehanded. I've seen through your spear art. Chu Tian's right hand wrenched the spear, pulling both weapon and puppet toward him. His left fist gathered power, punching into the puppet's chest. That punch carried 12/10 of his full strength. Spiritual energy, chaotic chi, and physical power, all condensed into that single blow. Boom! The armor on the puppet's chest shattered, exposing the core rune. Chu Tian followed with a second punch. The rune cracked. The 8th puppet ceased moving, the spear slipped from its hand and clattered to the ground. Zhao Wuji's war spirit emerged from the puppet, the ghostly image of a middle-aged man. He looked at Chu Tian, eyes not angry, but filled with emotion. Defeating my spear technique in 101 moves, he murmured. Kid, you're a genius. A pity I was born in the wrong. Had I met you in my time, I would have drunk 3 cups with you. The ghostly image gradually dissipated. The 8th puppet passed. Chu Kangqiang's voice sounded laced with obvious astonishment. You defeated the 8th puppet in less than half an incense stick's time. Still far from enough. Chu Tian panted heavily, leaning against the foot of the 9th puppet. Fighting the 9th in my current state would be suicide. You don't need to fight the 9th anymore, Chu Sanqiong said. The second trial's requirement is to defeat the 8th, and Chu Tian was taken aback. That's simple. Simple, eh? Chu Sanqiong laughed bitterly. In 3,000 years, 13 Chu descendants have broken into this place. 10 of them couldn't even get past the 5th. 2 reached the 7th. Only 1 reached the 8th. Who was that? Your father, Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tian's body stiffened. When he came here, his cultivation was at ancient martials, but with sheer reckless courage he managed to defeat the 8th puppet. Chu Kangqiang's voice carried respect. He was a true man. Then why? Is he still trapped in the tower? Chu Tian's voice grew hoarse. Chu Sanqiong paused. Because after defeating the 8th, he entered the 3rd trial. But he did not pass the 3rd trial. Why, oi? Because the 3rd trial tests neither strength nor wisdom. It tests choice. Chu Tian frowned. Choice. When you reach the 3rd trial, you'll understand. Chu Sanqiong said. You may choose to rest now, or you may continue. Chu Tian looked down at his battered body. His clothes had been torn to shreds by the spear tip. Wounds covered every inch of him. Blood and sweat mingled, staining his body dark red. His arms trembled, his legs trembled, and his spiritual energy was nearly spent. I choose to continue. He raised his head toward the far end of the space. There a new luminous gate had appeared. The entrance to the 3rd trial. Are you certain? Chu Sanqiong asked. Chu Tian stood up, staggering for a moment before steadying himself. My parents have waited 17 years. They can't wait any longer. Step by step, he walked toward the light gate. Every step was slow, but every step was firm. Behind him, the rubble of the 12 puppets lay scattered. Before him, the gate glowed with a gentle radiance. Chu Tian took a deep breath and stepped inside. Beyond the gate was not a secret chamber, nor a battlefield. It was a room. An ordinary, shabby, almost wretched. The room contained a wooden plank bed, a wooden table, and 2 chairs. On the table sat an oil lamp, casting a dim yellow glow. On the bed lay 2 people. A man and a woman around 30-something, with haggard faces, withered yellow hair, sallow skin, and bones protruding through their thin frames. Their eyes were closed, their chests barely rising and falling, their breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. Chu Tian's steps halted at the doorway. His hands trembled. Not from injury, not from weakness, but because he had 17 years. Ever since the day he was reborn into this world, he had inherited the original Buddhist memories, and with them, the original Buddhist emotions. 17 years without seeing his parents, the bitter ache of watching others reunite during every holiday and New Year, the despair of countless dreams where he cried out father and mother only to receive no response. All these feelings surged forth in this moment. Chu Tian's eyes reddened. He opened his mouth trying to utter those 2 words, but his throat felt blocked, producing no sound. He took a deep breath, fought to control his emotions, stepped into the room, and approached the bedside. He crouched down, gazing at the gaunt faces. Father. His voice was soft, trembling slightly. Mother. The woman on the bed. Her eyelashes quivered faint. The woman's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were eyes that had once been beautiful. Chu Yun had seen them in his grandfather's family portrait, bright, clear, as if they could speak. But now those eyes were bloodshot, sunken, and clouded with a film of gray. She looked toward the bedside and saw a boy drenched in blood, his clothes tattered. At first her gaze was vacant. Trapped in the tower for 17 years, she had not seen a new face in a very, very long time. Then she recognized the boy's face. That face overlapped with someone in her memory. That someone was her husband, Chu Yun. The same brow, the same nose, the same jawline. Only younger, more callow. You? The woman's lips trembled, her voice hoarse and barely audible. Are you? Chu Yun's tears finally fell. In his past life, he had lived for tens of thousands of years and never cried. After his rebirth, he thought he had become too hardened to shed tears. But at this moment, he could not control himself. Mom, he said, grasping her hand, his voice choked with emotion. It's me, Tiana. Tears streamed down the woman's face as well. She reached out her other hand, trembling, and touched Chu Yun's face, her fingers tracing his cheek, as if to confirm this was real. Tiana, my Tiana, you've grown so big. When Mom left, you were only 3. Only 3 years old. She wept bitterly, her voice echoing in the cramped room. 17 years of longing, 17 years of guilt, 17 years of despair, all poured out as tears in that moment. Chu Yun's tears also flowed, but he made no sound. He held his mother's hand, tightly feeling the rough skin and protruding knuckles. A mother's hand should have been soft, but now it was like dry kindling, devoid of flesh, nothing but skin over bones. Mom, I've come to take you both out. Chu Yun's voice steadied, but the tears still fell. No one will lock you away anymore. Tiana. A man's voice came from beside them, hoarse and weak. Chu Yun turned to look at the other side of the bed. His father Chu Yun was also awake. His eyes were as clouded as his mother's, but they held something more, a scrutinizing gaze. Dad, Chu Yun called out. Chu Yun stared at his son for a long silence. His gaze moved from Chu Yun's face to his body, taking in the wounds, the bloodstains, the marks left by spear points. Then he saw the Chaos Prime Stone floating before Chu Yun's chest. His pupils constricted sharply. Chaos Prime Stone. You activated the Chaos Prime Stone. Chu Yun nodded. Chu Tianxiang's breathing quickened and his eyes reddened. He struggled to sit up, but his body was too weak. He collapsed back after barely rising. Dad, don't move, Chu Yun said, pressing him down. Let me restore you first. He took out life-sustaining pills from his pocket. He had refined 3 yesterday, given 1 to Grandpa, and 2 remained. Mom, open your mouth. The woman obediently opened her mouth, and Chu Yun placed the pill inside. The pill dissolved upon contact, its potency spreading rapidly, repairing the ravaged meridians within her body. The woman's complexion improved, visibly shifting from waxy yellow to pale. Though she was not yet healthy, at least she no longer seemed on the verge of death. What medicine is this? The woman asked in surprise. A life-sustaining pill, Chu Yun replied as he fed the other pill to his father. I refined it myself. Chu Yun took the pill and likewise felt the surging medicinal power within. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, the shock in his gaze deepened. A mid-grade life-sustaining pill, he murmured. Refined from ordinary herbs. Yes. How? How did you manage that? Chu Yun was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. He couldn't very well say, I am the reincarnation of the Eternal God Emperor, could he? Dad, let's talk about that later, he said, changing the subject. The most important thing now is to rescue you both. What is the third trial? How do I pass it? Chu Yun exchanged a glance with his wife. The third trial. He sighed. The third trial involves no fighting, only a choice. What choice? You may take one person from this room, Chu Yun said calmly. Either take your mother or take me. The other must remain as the sacrifice for the demon-suppressing tower. Chu Yun's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean? The operation of the demon-suppressing tower consumes life force, Chu Yun explained. When your mother and I were imprisoned here, the tower spirit told us that for one to leave, the other must stay and fuel the tower's function with their life force. For 17 years, neither of us was willing to abandon the other, so neither left. This is the third trial. The atmosphere in the room froze. Chu Yun stood by the bed looking at his parents, his mind blank. A choice. He had to choose whom to take and whom to leave. If he took his mother, his father would remain trapped in the tower, sustaining it with his life force. His father's body was already at its limit, another year or so, and he would surely die. If he took his father, his mother would stay. His mother's body was even weaker, she might not last even half a year. Take both. The tower spirit would not allow it. The demon-suppressing tower required a sacrifice, a rule unchanged for 3,000 years. Leave both. Then what was the point of his coming here? Tina, his mother said, her voice soft. Take your father and go. She smiled bitterly. Am already beyond hope. Even if I leave, I won't live long. Your father is different, his cultivation is higher. He can help you outside. No, Chu Yun interjected firmly. Take Tianer's mother. I'm a man, I can hold on. Hold on. Your condition is worse than mine. Worse than yours. I can still sit up every day, you can't even do that. Chu Yun, don't argue with me. Lin Wanqing, you're the one arguing. Chu Tian watched his parents bicker like children, a tumult of emotions churning within him. For 17 years they had been trapped in this room of less than 20 square meters. No freedom, no hope, each day watching the other grow thinner and weaker. But they had never given up on each other. Not a single day. Enough, Chu Tian spoke. Both parents stopped and looked at him. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Who said we can only take one? The tower spirit said so. Chu Tianxiong sighed. It's been a rule for 3,000 years. A 3,000-year rule. Then let's change it. Chu Tian turned to look at a corner of the room. There a figure had appeared without his notice. A phantom of Chu Tsangqiong stood in the corner watching the scene with a complex expression. Senior, Chu Tian said, does the third trial's choice have a third option? Chu Tsangqiong was silent. No, he finally said. This is the rule of the demon-suppressing tower. Though I am its spirit, I cannot alter it. To take both unless. Unless what? Unless you can find another person willing to take the place of one of them as the new sacrifice. Chu Tian's eyes brightened briefly, then dimmed. Find a substitute. Who? Could he see someone from the Chu family to serve as the sacrifice? Suddenly Chu Xuanji's voice rang out. Boy, I have an idea. Speak. Use a fragment of the heavenly Tao, Chu Xuanji said. The power contained in a heavenly Tao fragment is inexhaustible. If you can extract a small piece and embed it into the tower's formation core, its energy can sustain the demon-suppressing tower for thousands of years without needing any sacrifice. Chu Kangqiang's phantom quaked. Junior brother, are you saying a heavenly Tao fragment can replace the sacrifice? In theory, yes, Chu Xuanji replied. A heavenly Tao fragment is a primordial entity born at the dawn of creation containing the purest power. The tower merely requires life force, and the chaotic energy within the fragment can substitute perfectly. But, Chu Tsangqiong frowned, the heavenly Tao fragment is sealed at the tower's base. To extract it, the seal must be broken first. And breaking the seal requires what? Chu Tian pressed. Requires the essence blood of the Chu clan's direct lineage, Chu Tsangqiong said slowly. And not a small amount. Over half of one's entire essence blood. An ordinary person losing half their essence blood would certainly die. Even a cultivator would suffer severe cultivation damage, possibly dropping in realm. The room fell silent again. Over half of one's essence blood. At Chu Tian's current chi refining first-level cultivation, losing half his essence blood would either kill him or cripple him. Recovering would take at least a year. And time was what he lacked most. Tianer, no, his mother's voice turned shrill. You cannot do this. Tianer, listen to your mother. Chu Tianxiong also panicked. You're only 17, your whole life lies ahead. Your mother and I have lived half our lives already. A year or two doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Chu Tian turned to his father. Do you mean doesn't matter, or we won't last much longer anyway? Chu Tianxiong fell silent. Dad, Mom, Chu Tian took a deep breath. I was reborn. I came back to life. Not to watch you die before my eyes. I have a way to handle the essence blood. What way? Chu Tsangqiong and Chu Xuanji asked simultaneously. Chu Tian pulled the Chaos Prime Stone from his pocket and held it in his palm. The chaotic energy within the Chaos Prime Stone. Can it replace essence blood? Chu Tsangqiong shook his head. No. Chaos Chi and essence blood are two entirely different energies. They cannot substitute for each other. Then what if? A glint of light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. What if I first refine the essence blood with Chaos Chi and merge the Chaos Chi into the essence blood? Chu Tsangqiong was stunned. Chu Xuanji was also stunned. How is this possible? Chu Xuanji's voice changed. Essence blood is the most fundamental substance of the human body. How can it merge with Chaos Chi? Why not? Chu Tian retorted. Chaos Chi can refine the physical body and can be converted into spiritual power. Why can't it be integrated into essence blood? I have read in ancient texts that there was a secret technique from antiquity called the Chaos Blood Refining Art, which uses Chaos Chi to refine essence blood and endow it with the power of chaos. Where did you see that? Chu Xuanji asked, bewildered. My past life, Chu Tian said in his heart. I saw it while exploring an ancient ruin. I thought it was useless at the time, but I never expected it would come in handy here. Chu Xuanji was silent for a long time. Are you sure you want to use it? He asked. I've never even heard of the Chaos Blood Refining Art. What if you fail? I won't fail. Chu Tian's tone was resolute. I saw the complete method in my past life, and I remember every step clearly. He turned to look at his parents and smiled. Dad, Mom, wait for me. He'll be right back. Tianer. His mother wanted to grab him, but her hand reached halfway, and then fell weakly. Chu Tian looked at his mother, his heart aching. Mom, please rest assured. He held his mother's hand. Once I rescue you both, our family will never be separated again. And grandfather is waiting for you to come home. His mother's tears fell again, but this time she did not because she saw something in her son's eyes, confidence. It wasn't the blind confidence of a youth, but an innate composure that only comes from weathering countless storms. How could a 17-year-old youth have such a look? His mother couldn't understand, but she chose to believe. Chu Tian walked out of the room and returned to the space of the second level. He sat cross-legged and placed the Chaos Origin Stone in front of him. Kid, have you really thought this through? Chu Xuanji confirmed one last time. Chaos Blood Refining Art. If you get even one step wrong, your essence blood will go berserk and your entire body will explode. I remember it very clearly. Chu Tian closed his eyes. Then begin. He'll protect your dharma. Chu Tian took a deep breath and formed hand seals. The Chaos Origin Stone emitted a black light, and Chaos Chi surged out like a tide, enveloping his entire body. His skin began to turn red as if scorched by fire. That was a sign of Chaos Chi penetrating the blood vessels and merging with essence blood. Excruciating pain more intense than any prior cultivation, as if someone were slicing open his blood vessels with a knife and pouring molten metal inside. Chu Tian's forehead veins bulged and his teeth ground loudly. But he didn't let out a single cry of pain. The nine heavens' divine thunder when he achieved the Emperor Dao in his past life was 100 times more painful than this, and he had endured it. What was this pain? Chaos Chi traveled through his blood vessels, merging bit by bit with his essence blood. Every drop of essence blood transformed, from bright red to dark red, and then from dark red to gold. Golden blood. Chu Xuanji watched dumbfounded. Chaos blood. It actually exists. Legend said that only the ancient primordial gods who created heaven and earth possessed golden blood. That was the mark of a perfected chaos body, indestructible through countless kalpas, immortal and eternal. And now a 17-year-old youth, a cultivator at the first layer of chi refining, was actually condensing chaos blood. This kid. What kind of monster is he? Chu Xuanji muttered to himself. Half an hour later, Chu Tian opened his eyes. His eyes had changed from black to gold. Golden pupils shimmered brilliantly in the darkness like two suns. Done. He stood up and stretched. The feeling of losing half his essence blood was unpleasant. Dizziness, weakness, limp limbs, as if he had suffered a severe illness. But there was no trace of fatigue in his eyes, only burning fighting spirit. Let's go. He turned and walked toward the room. To save Mom and Dad. Inside the room, Chu Kangqiang's phantom floated in the center, watching Chu Tian enter. His gaze fell on Chu Tian's golden eyes, and his pupils contracted slightly. Chaos blood. You actually refined it. Chu Tian walked to the end of the room, where a door stood that had never appeared before. The door was black, engraved with a massive character seal. This was the entrance to the core formation of the demon-suppressing tower. What do I need to do? Chu Tian asked. Cut your finger and drip chaos blood onto the seal character. Chu Sanqiong said. The seal will unlock upon sensing the bloodline of the Chu family's direct descendant. Without hesitation, Chu Tian bit his index finger, squeezed out a drop of golden blood, and dripped it onto the seal character. Boom. The entire demon-suppressing tower trembled. The black door slowly opened, revealing a deep passage. At the end of the passage, light flickered. That light was not ordinary white light. It was a multicolored, dreamlike radiance that shook one's mind at first. Fragment of heavenly Tao. Mom, Dad, wait for me. Chu Tian glanced back at his parents, then strode into the passage. Behind him, his mother covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down. His father clenched his fist, his eyes filled with a mix of worry and pride. The passage was long. Chu Tian walked for a full quarter of an hour. Every step was arduous. His body, having lost half its essence blood, was too weak, and his legs trembled with each step. But he did not stop. At the end of the passage was a vast space. In the center of the space floated a palm-sized fragment. The fragment was an irregular polygon, entirely transparent, radiating multicolored light. That light contained an indescribable power, ancient, vast, and infinite. Fragment of heavenly Tao. Chu Tian's breath quickened. He reached out his hand toward the fragment of heavenly Tao. The moment his fingertip touched the fragment, a golden light descended from the sky and struck him. Chu Tian's body jolted violently, and his consciousness began to blur. Countless images flashed through his mind. The creation of heaven and earth, the dawn of the primordial world, the rise of humanity, the war of gods and demons. Those images were too fast, too quick for him to discern. He could only feel an overwhelming force surge into his body, reshaping his meridians, dantian, bones, and flesh. Oh! Chu Tian let out a long roar, his voice echoing in the space. His cultivation realm was skyrocketing. Chi refining layer 1, 2, 3. 5. Foundation establishment stage. He had directly broken through from Chi refining layer 1 to foundation establishment stage, leaping an entire major realm. His body was glowing, golden light streaming from every pore, enveloping him in a golden cocoon of light. No one knew how long passed. The light cocoon shattered. Chu Tian walked out from within. His body had undergone a dramatic transformation. His originally frail frame had become well-proportioned and strong, and faint golden lights flickered beneath his skin. His golden eyes were even more brilliant, like two unquenchable stars. His cultivation stabilized at the third layer of foundation establishment. So this is the power of the fragment of heavenly Tao. Chu Tian looked at his hands, instinctively feeling the surging spiritual power within him, and murmured, just by touching it I broke through an entire major realm. If I fully refine it. He didn't continue that thought, because now was not the time. The fragment of heavenly Tao still floated in the space, but its light was dimmer than before. He took out the jade pendant, the one housing Chu Xuanji's soul, and stored the fragment of heavenly Tao inside it. Boom! The jade pendant trembled, but soon quieted down. A fine treasure. Chu Zuanji's voice sounded tinged with excitement. The fragment of heavenly Tao is inside the jade pendant, very stable. You can take it out anytime to refine it. Chu Tian nodded and turned back. Inside the room. The moment Chu Tian pushed open the door, his parents both stood up. Their eyes were wide as they stared at the youth walking out of the passage, radiant with golden light and full of vigor. Gone was the blood-soaked, disheveled sight from just moments ago. Tianer. His mother rushed over and hugged him, looking him up and down. Are you alright? You scared me to death. Chu Tian smiled. I told you I'd be back soon. Your cultivation. Chu Tianxiong stared at his son, his voice trembling. Foundation establishment stage. You went from Qi refining layer 1 directly to foundation establishment layer 3. This? How is this possible? Chu Tian didn't explain. Instead, he turned to Chu Sanqiu. Senior, the fragment of heavenly Tao has been taken by me. Does the demon-suppressing tower still need sacrifices? Hey. Chu Kangqiang's phantom gazed at him deeply and shook his head. Not anymore, he said. The fragment of heavenly Tao was the energy source of the demon-suppressing tower. You've taken the fragment. The tower's energy can last for 3 more months. After 3 months, it will collapse on its own. 3 months. Chu Tian frowned. Then when the tower collapses, what about mom and dad? They have already been rescued by you. Chu Sanqiu smiled. From the moment you took the fragment of heavenly Tao, they are no longer sacrifices. They can leave freely. Chu Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at his parents and extended his hands. Dad, Mom, let's go home. His father's eyes reddened, and his mother was already sobbing uncontrollably. 2 thin hands reached out and grasped Chu Tian's hands simultaneously. 3 hands clasped tightly together. 17 years of separation ended at this moment. Chu Tian helped his mother while his father leaned against the wall. The family of 3 slowly walked out of the Zhima Tower. The sunlight outside the tower was somewhat dazzling. His mother Lin Wanqing instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. 17 years without sunlight had made them extremely sensitive. Tears streamed through her fingers, whether from the glare or from excitement was unclear. Sunlight. Her voice trembled. I haven't seen the sun in 17 years. His father Chu Tianxiong said nothing, but his eyes were red and his Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to contain his emotions. Chu Tian stood between his parents, supporting them with both arms, feeling the warmth and trembling from their thin hands. In his previous life as the Heavenly Emperor, he was aloof and never understood familial affection. In this life, he finally understood what family meant. Dad, Mom, let's go, Chu Tian said softly. Grandpa is at the entrance of the Chu residence. Grandpa Chu Zhengshun had been standing at the door since morning, not moving an inch. Huang Tianxi stood beside him, holding an umbrella to shade the old man from the sun. He had no idea what Chu Tian was up to, but seeing the old man so tense made him anxious too. Old man, where exactly did Tian go? Huang Tianxi couldn't help asking. The old man didn't answer, simply fixing his gaze on the alley entrance, his cloudy eyes filled with anticipation. He had already waited 17 years. He didn't mind waiting a little longer. At last, 3 figures appeared at the alley entrance. The one in front was a youth covered in blood. Huang Tianxi barely recognized him. Was that Chu Tian? His clothes were torn to shreds, his body covered in wounds, but his stride was steady and his back held straight. On either side, he supported 2 middle-aged people who were nothing but skin and bones. A man and a woman, gaunt and haggard with withered hair, yet their features. Before Huang Tianxi could react, the old man beside him had already charged forward. A man in his 70s who usually needed support to walk now sprinted with astonishing speed. Xiong'er, Wanqing. The old man's voice was heart-wrenching as tears burst forth. Chu Tianxiong froze when he saw his father. Then this man who had endured 17 years in the Jinma Tower, without complaint, sank to his knees. Dad. His forehead struck the bluestone ground heavily, and he wept like a child. Your son is unfilial. I made you wait 17 years. Lin Wanqing also knelt, sobbing uncontrollably. Dad, Wanqing has failed you. The old man rushed forward, embracing his son and daughter-in-law, and the 3 wept together. Standing at a distance, Huang Tianxi's nose stung, and he couldn't help wiping his tears. He thought of his own parents. Divorced years ago, each remarried, leaving him with his grandmother. Grandma passed away the year before last, and he became all alone, drifting through the streets. Damn it. Huang Tianxi rubbed his eyes hard. Something got in my eye. Chu Tian stood aside, watching his grandfather, father, and mother embracing and crying. He did not disturb them. He knew they needed this moment. 17 years of longing, guilt, and pain needed to be washed away by tears. He turned and walked into the courtyard of the Chu residence, sitting under the old locust tree. He looked down at his own battered body. Gunshot wounds, knife wounds, fist marks, dense and gruesome. His clothes were in tatters, barely covering anything. But he didn't rush to treat his injuries. He closed his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy within. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer. In his past life, a single step could span 10,000 miles, a single palm strike could shatter stars. In his 30,000-year cultivation journey, foundation establishment was merely the most insignificant step. But at this moment, he found this step immensely precious, because it was earned with his own blood and life. To save his parents and retrieve the heavenly Tao fragment, he had risked half his essence blood, and at the mere Qi refining 1st layer had challenged an ancient martial 8-stage puppet. He had won. Not bad, kid. Chu Xuanji's voice echoed in his mind, carrying rare approval. Not bad at all. It's okay, Chu Tian said calmly. Your parents' bodies need careful nurturing, Chu Xuanji said. Trapped for 17 years, their meridians are atrophied, and their dantian nearly depleted. Though the life preservation pill has temporarily stabilized them, restoring their cultivation will require long-term care and elixirs. I know, Chu Tian nodded. I already have a plan. What plan, eh? First let Grandpa, Mom, and Dad stay at the Chu residence, Chu Tian said. It's safe here, protected by formations. Members of the Chu family can't enter. Then I will go deal with those Chu family people. You're going to confront the Chu family. Not confront them. Chu Tian opened his eyes, golden pupils glinting in the sunlight. Clean house. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment. Your current strength is Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. The strongest in the Chu family as far as I know is Chu Jingtian Peak Ancient Martial 9th stage. Peak Ancient Martial 9th stage corresponds to the peak of Qi refining in the cultivation system, one major realm lower than you. But the Chu family has backing from the celestial realm. You don't know what level of opponent they might send down. So, Chu Tian asked. So I suggest you don't act rashly, Chu Xuanji said. Rest a few days, first wait until your parents are stable, then plan from there. Chu Tian thought it over and nodded. It wasn't that he feared the Chu family, but he didn't want his parents and grandfather to worry. All right, I'll listen to you. In the courtyard, the crying of his grandfather and parents gradually subsided. Huang Tianxi had somehow found a few chairs and helped the three sit down. Then he ran out to buy hot congee steamed buns and some side dishes, arranging them on the stone table. Old man, uncle, aunt, have something to eat first. Huang Tianxi bustled about attentively. Chu Tianxiong looked at Huang Tianxi, then at Chu Tian. And this is a Tian guest little brother. Huang Tianxi introduced himself, thumping his chest. Just call me Xiao Huang, uncle. Anything you need, just say the word. Chu Tianxiong's mouth twitched as he looked at his son. You took on a little brother? Sort of, Chu Tian said, walking over and sitting at the stone table. Dad, Mom, eat first. Afterward, it'll help regulate your bodies. Lin Wangqing's heart ached at the sight of her son's wounds. Tian, are your injuries? Just superficial wounds, nothing serious, Chu Tian said, placing a steamed bun in his mother's bowl. Mom, you eat first. You're too thin. Lin Wangqing looked at the bun in her bowl and tears fell again. 17 years. She hadn't eaten a meal with her son in 17 years. When her son was 3, she and her husband left Donghai City for Jingxing. Back then her son was small, clinging to her leg and crying heart-wrenchingly not to let her go. She steeled herself, pried his hands loose, and left without looking back. She thought she would return soon. Never did she expect that 17 years would pass. Mom, don't cry. Chu Tian reached out and wiped his mother's tears. From now on, our family will eat together every day. Whatever you want to eat, he'll make it for you. You can cook. Lin Wangqing was taken aback. I can learn if I can't, Chu Tian smiled. In my past life. I mean, I couldn't before, but I can learn now. Lin Wangqing broke into a smile through her tears, picked up the bun, and took a bite. It was stuffed with cabbage and pork, very ordinary. But it was the best thing she had eaten in 17 years. After the meal, Chu Tian checked his parents' pulses. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Severe meridian atrophy, nearly depleted dantian, and extreme deficiency of qi and blood. Though the life preservation pill had stabilized their lives, restoring their cultivation would require at least half a year of recuperation. Dad, Mom, stay here at the Chu residence for now, Chu Tian said. The formations here are secure. The Chu family can't enter. They'll prepare medicine and acupuncture for you every day and slowly nurse you back. And you, Chu Tianxiong asked. What are you going to do? I still have some matters to handle. Chu Tian didn't elaborate. There are some scores to settle in Jingxing. Chu Tianxiong was silent for a moment, then nodded. Be careful. I know. Chu Tianxiong looked at his son again and suddenly asked, Tianer, what is your current cultivation level? Chu Tian paused. He didn't want to deceive his father, but the truth of being a reincarnated ancient god emperor was too shocking. Foundation Establishment 3rd layer, he replied honestly. Foundation Establishment. Chu Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply. In the cultivation system? Yes. Then your corresponding ancient martial rank. At least ancient martial 11th stage. Chu Tian thought for a moment. About that. Beyond ancient martial 9th stage were the 10th, 11th, and 12th stages. Ancient martial 12th stage corresponded to the peak of Foundation Establishment in the cultivation system. He was now at Foundation Establishment 3rd layer, roughly equivalent to ancient martial 11th stage. Chu Tianxiong drew in a sharp breath. 17 years old, ancient martial 11th stage. What did that mean? Chu Jingtian, the head of the Jingxing Chu family, had cultivated for 70 years and was only at peak ancient martial 9th stage. And his son at 17 had already surpassed Chu Jingtian. Tianer, what exactly? Dad, there are some things I can't tell you yet. Chu Tian looked his father in the eye. But I can promise. I'm not a bad person and I haven't taken any crooked path. My power comes from a righteous source. Chu Tianxiong stared at his son for a long time before finally nodding. Your father believes you. Evening. Chu Tian was brewing herbal medicine in the kitchen of the Chu residence. He used Chinese herbs. Though he had the ability to refine pills, the potency of elixirs was too strong for his parents' current condition. He would use herbs for a few days to help them recover a bit, then switch to elixirs. Huang Tianxi squatted at the kitchen door peeling garlic as he asked, Tian, good, do you think those Chu family members will come looking for us? They will, Chu Tian said without looking up. But not today. Why, oi? Because they need to confirm one thing, Chu Tian replied. Whether I retrieved something from the Jinma Tower. What thing? Chu Tian didn't answer. Huang Tianxi wisely didn't press further. Tiangu, I have something to tell you. Huang Tianxi put down the garlic and wiped his hands. Go ahead. I want to stay in Jingxing. Huang Tianxi rubbed his hands nervously. I don't want to go back to Donghai. There's nothing for me there. Working with you gives me a sense of purpose. Chu Tian glanced at him. Have you thought it through? Yes. You can stay in Jingxing, Chu Tian said. But I have one condition. Name it. From today you will train with me. Huang Tianxi was stunned. Train? Me? Tian Gui. Can I? I'm just a little thug. Whether you can is not for you to decide, Chu Tian said, pouring the finished herbal decoction into a bowl and handing it to Huang Tianxi. Drink it. Huang Tianxi took the bowl, stared at the black liquid, and swallowed hard. What medicine is this? Marrow cleansing decoction, Chu Tian said. It will expel impurities from your body and improve your physique. Once you drink it, you will be able to cultivate. Huang Tianxi hesitated for a split second, then tilted his head and gulped down the decoction. Puffed, he nearly spat it out. Tian, good, this is too bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter, Chu Tian said, picking up another bowl and heading toward his parents' room. Behind him, Huang Tianxi covered his mouth, tears streaming, but he didn't utter a single complaint. Because he knew this was his chance to change his fate. Night had fallen. His parents and grandfather had gone to sleep. Chu Tian sat alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. The sky over Jingcheng wasn't as clear as in Donghai. Too many lights, too few stars. But the brightest star, the Celestial Emperor's star, was still clearly visible. Di Haoyan, Chu Tian murmured the name. Su Yao, just wait. He reached into his pocket and touched the jade pendant containing the heavenly Tao fragment. Once I've fully refined this fragment, it'll come back for you. Then we'll settle old and new scores together. Footsteps sounded behind him. The phantom of Chu Tsangqiong drifted from the direction of the Jinma Tower and hovered before Chu Tian. Kid, he said, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. What? Your mother. She is from the celestial realm. I know, Chu Tian said. The ancestor told me. Chu Tsangqiong nodded. Then do you know her identity? Chu Tian frowned. What identity? Your mother, originally named Lin Wanqing, is the eldest daughter of the Lin family in the celestial realm, Chu Tsangqiong said slowly. The Lin family is one of the three great families of the celestial realm. Its power is second only to the heavenly court. Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Your father traveled the celestial realm back then and met your mother. They fell in love and pledged to each other in secret. But the Lin family opposed the marriage, feeling your father was unworthy of their eldest daughter. So your mother gave up everything in the Lin family and returned with your father to the Xinhuang realm. Later, when Di Haoyan slaughtered the Chu family on the surface, he was after the heavenly Tao fragment, but in truth there was another reason. To eliminate this disgrace for the Lin family. The Lin family wanted your mother dead. Chu Tian's fists clenched, knuckles turning white. So the Lin family was the driving force behind Di Haoyan's massacre of the Chu family. At least one of them, Chu Tsangqiong said. Kid, your enemies aren't just Di Haoyan and Su Yao. There are also the three great families of the celestial realm. None of them will let you off. Chu Tian was silent for a long time. Then let them come, he finally said, his voice calm as still water. In my past life, I conquered the heavenly court alone. In this life, I can do it again. Kill one if one comes, kill two if a pair comes. Chu Tsangqiong looked at him and suddenly laughed. You're more ruthless than your father. My father was too merciful, Chu Tian said, standing up and dusting off his pants. Merciful people don't live long in this world. In my past life, I suffered enough from mercy. In this life, I won't make the same mistake. He turned and walked toward his room. After a few steps, he paused. Senior, thank you, he said without turning back. Thank you for looking after my parents for 17 years. The phantom of Chu Tsangqiong was slightly taken aback, then smiled. No need to thank me. It's a debt I owed the Chu family. Chu Tian nodded and walked into his room. Behind him, the phantom of Chu Tsangqiong gradually faded and finally disappeared into the night. In the courtyard, only the leaves of the old locust tree rustled in the night breeze. The next morning, Chu Tian was awakened by a commotion. The formation of Chu Ju could not block out the noise from him. He listened with his eyes closed. It was the sound of sirens, more than one, approaching from afar, growing louder and finally stopping at the alley entrance. Chu Tian opened his eyes, a flash of golden light and his pupils fleeting. So early. He sat up, stretching. Most of last night's injuries had healed. At the foundation establishment stage, recovery far surpassed ordinary humans. Those superficial wounds had scabbed over in a single night, and some shallow cuts had even shed their scabs, revealing tender new skin beneath. He dressed and stepped out of the room. In the courtyard, his grandfather and parents were already awake. His father, Chu Tianxiong, sat by the stone table, his complexion better than yesterday, but still pale. His mother poured water for him, her hands still trembling slightly. After 17 years without performing such simple tasks, her body coordination had yet to recover. Tian are outside, his grandfather said, uneasy at the sirens. It's nothing, Chu Tian smiled. I'll go with you. Chu Tianxiong pushed himself up from the stone table. Dad, stay seated. Chu Tian pressed his father's shoulder. It's just a few policemen. I can handle it. Chu Tianxiong looked into his son's calm eyes, hesitated, then nodded. At the alley entrance, 3 police cars were parked, their roof lights flashing, but no alarm sounded. 7 or 8 officers stood at the mouth of the alley. At their head was a middle-aged man in his 40s, robust and square-faced, bearing 2 stars and 2 bars on his shoulders, a second-level superintendent. His gaze fixed on the dead end of the alley, brows knitted in a frown. Behind them stood several plainclothes officers. Chu Tian recognized one of them. Chu Yunfei, an elder from the Chu family's collateral branch. The same man he had sent flying yesterday at the ancestral mansion gate. Captain Chu, it's right here. Chu Yunfei pointed at the blind wall. That kid lives inside. There's something odd about this wall. Our people can't get in. Can't get in. The superintendent frowned. It's just a wall. Why not climb over? Can't climb over, Chu Yunfei said bitterly. Just have someone try. The superintendent gestured. Shall we climb over? A young officer hurried to the blind wall, grabbed the top with both hands, and pushed upward, only to be flung back as if hitting an invisible barrier, landing hard on his backside. Ouch! The young officer clutched his rear, bewildered. What the hell is this? The superintendent's frown deepened. Captain Chu, who exactly is this Chu Tian? He turned to Chu Yunfei, a 17-year-old student. Worth all this effort from the Chu family. Chu Yunfei lowered his voice. Director, son, some things are not convenient to discuss here. But this person is very important to our family. If you can invite him out, the Chu family will be deeply grateful. The superintendent, addressed as director's son, glanced at him and was about to speak when footsteps echoed from the alley. Everyone turned to look. A youth emerged from the depths of the alley. He wore a faded white shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, jeans, and camo. His hair was a bit disheveled, and his face still carried the languor of just having woken. But his eyes, director's son's pupils contracted slightly. They were golden eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light in the morning glow. Who are you? Director's son asked instinctively. The one you're looking for. Chu Tian stood at the alley entrance, looking at the crowd before him, his tone calm. Chu Tian. Director's son's brow furrowed even more. In over 20 years as a police officer, he had seen all kinds of people, good, bad, ordinary, ruthless, but never had a 17-year-old looked at him with such eyes. That gaze was not that of someone facing the police, but rather as if they were just irrelevant passersby. Chu Tian. Director's son pulled out his badge. I'm Sun Guoyang, head of the Capital City Criminal Investigation Brigade. Someone has reported you for illegal entry into a private residence and intentional assault. Please come with us for investigation. Who filed the report? Director's son glanced at Chu Yunfei behind him. Chu Yunfei stepped forward, looking at Chu Tian with a mixture of wariness and hatred. Chu Tian, yesterday you broke into the Chu ancestral mansion and injured several of our people. You think you can just walk away from that? Broke in? Chu Tian repeated flatly. The Chu ancestral mansion is property of the Chu family. As a direct descendant of the Chu bloodline returning to my own ancestral home. Is that what you call breaking in? Chu Yunfei's face shifted. Nonsense. The direct line has been extinct for 300 years. What direct descendant are you? Whether it's extinct or not isn't for you to decide. Chu Tian looked at him. You know it well in your heart. Back when the collateral branch betrayed the direct line and surrendered to the celestial realm, you didn't spare the Chu family's own. Chu Yunfei's face turned ashen. Sun Guoyang sensed something amiss. Celestial realm. What celestial realm? What were these people talking about? Enough. He cut off their exchange. Chu Tian, whatever internal disputes you have in the Chu family assault is still, please cooperate with our work. Chu Tian looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. Director son, he said, if I go with you, can you guarantee my safety? Sun Guoyang was taken aback. What do you mean? What the Chu family wants is not my cooperation, but my life, Chu Tian said calmly. Once I'm in your detention center, Chu family members will follow. At that point you won't be able to protect me. Sun Guoyang frowned, turning to Chu Yunfei. Chu Yunfei's expression was slightly unnatural, but quickly recovered. Director son, don't listen to his nonsense. We Chu family are law-abiding citizens. Why would we do such a thing? Law-abiding. Chu Tian's lips curled. Chu Yunfei, yesterday at the ancestral mansion gate you led over a dozen people to block me, and I sent one of them flying. Shall I describe the scene in detail? Chu Yunfei's face grew darker. Sun Guoyang looked from Chu Tian to Chu Yunfei, falling silent. He was no fool. After 20 years on the force, he could usually tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. When the youth spoke, his eyes were always calm, his tone always composed, without a trace of panic or evasion. While Chu Yunfei, his eyes darted, sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly guilty. Director son, Chu Yunfei leaned and lowering his voice, don't forget the Chu family has. Enough. Sun Guoyang raised a hand to cut him off, took a deep breath, and looked at Chu Tian. Chu Tian, did you hit anyone yesterday? Yes. Chu Tian did not deny it. But it was self-defense. Over a dozen of them surrounded me with weapons. Was I supposed to just stand there and take it? Do you have evidence? There's a surveillance camera at the alley entrance. Chu Tian pointed to a utility pole. That camera should have captured everything. Sun Guoyang looked at the pole. Indeed, a CCTV camera was mounted there. He turned to Chu Yunfei, whose face had turned white. Captain Chu, Sun Guoyang's voice grew cold. It seems this matter requires further investigation. Until then, we cannot arbitrarily arrest anyone. Director Sun, you fall back. Sun Guoyang waved his hand and led the officers away. Chu Yunfei stood. He stared at Chu Tian, hatred burning in his eyes. Kid, you think this is over? Of course not, Chu Tian said. This is only the beginning. You just wait. Chu Yun spat out a threat and slunk away with his men. The alley fell silent again. Chu Tian stood at the entrance watching the police cars disappear, his expression unchanged. Kid, you're in trouble. Chu Xuanji's voice sounded. The Chu family has used police connections against you. That means they're— I know. Chu Tian turned and walked back. But the more desperate they are, the more it proves one thing. What? A faint smile tugged at Chu Tian's lips. They're afraid of what I hold. At noon, Chu Tian's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. He answered. On the other end was a young man's voice, low and icy. Chu Tian, I am Chu Lingyun, grandson of Chu Jingtian, the current head of the Chu family. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. Something I can do for you. I heard about what happened at the alley today, Chu Lingyun said without emotion. You're clever using the police to slip away. But that's only temporary. So I want to give you a chance, Chu Lingyun said. Come to the Chu family. We'll talk. The condition: hand over what you took from the demon suppression tower. In exchange, the Chu family will give you and your family a place. We might even let you return to the clan and restore your status as a direct descendant. Restore direct descendant status. Chu Tian laughed. The Chu family's direct line. Do you collateral members think you can restore it? Isn't that ridiculous? Silence on the other end for a few seconds. Chu Tian, don't be ungrateful. Chu Lingyun's voice turned colder. Do you think you can fight the entire Chu family alone? Do you think having a little strength lets you do whatever you want? Yes, I can. Chu Lingyun was momentarily stunned. He clearly hadn't expected this 17-year-old to be so direct and arrogant. Fine, very well. Chu Lingyun sneered. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink the lees, don't blame us for being unkind. When have you ever been kind? Chu Tian retorted. From the day I arrived in the capital, you've been scheming against me. Chu Yunfei came to block me, you called the cops to arrest me, and now you're hypocritically offering me a chance. Chu Lingyun, are all of you Chu family members so two-faced? On the other end, Chu Lingyun's breathing grew heavy. Chu Tian, you'll regret this. I'll be waiting. Chu Tian hung up. In the courtyard of Chu Ju, the family sat around the stone table eating. Huang Tianxi had cooked a few dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and seaweed egg drop soup. They didn't look great, but at least they were hot and edible. Tian, who called? Grandfather asked. Someone from the Chu family. Chu Tian picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in his grandfather's bowl. It's nothing, I can handle it. The Chu family. Grandfather sighed. They won't let this go. I know, Chu Tian said. That's why I have a plan. Everyone looked at him. What plan? Asked his father. The Chu family wants the heavenly Tao fragment, right? Chu Tian said. Then I'll give it to them. What? His mother was alarmed. Tian, are you crazy? You risked your life for that. Mom, don't worry. Chu Tian smiled. When I say give it to them, I don't really mean it. He lowered his voice and briefly explained his plan. After listening, the family exchanged glances. Too risky. His father shook his head. What if the Chu family doesn't take the bait? They will, Chu Tian said with certainty. They want the heavenly Tao fragment too badly. For 3,000 years they've dreamed of obtaining it. As long as I give them an opportunity, they'll pounce on it. But what about— his mother was still worried. Mom, have you forgotten? Chu Tian extended his palm, condensing a ball of golden spiritual energy. I'm now at the third layer of foundation establishment. The strongest in the Chu family, Chu Jingtian, is only at the peak of the 9th grade of ancient martial arts. He can't beat me. Seeing the golden light in her son's palm, his mother opened her mouth, but said nothing more. Tianji Huang Tianxi raised his hand. Can I say something? Go ahead. If this plan succeeds, the Chu family is finished. But if it fails? Huang Tianxi swallowed. We're all finished. That's why it won't fail. Chu Tian stood up, looking at the sky beyond the courtyard wall. Because I don't have the option to fail. In the afternoon, Chu Tian took Huang Tianxi out. Tianji, where are we going? Huang Tianxi followed. To a place, Chu Tian said. To find someone. Who? Someone in the capital who can help us. They hailed a taxi, crossed most of the capital, and finally stopped in front of an old 3-story building. The building was tucked away in an inconspicuous alley, its exterior coated with gray paint. No sign hung, no door number, and even the windows were covered with thick curtains. If not for a careful look, one might think it was an abandoned structure. Tianji, where is this? Huang Tianxi asked curiously. The Capital Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chu Tian said. Ancient Martial Arts Association. What's that? The official organization for ancient martial artists. Chu Tian walked to the door, knocked 3 times, then twice, then once. The code Chu Xuanji had taught him. The door cracked open, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for by Ruashi, Chu Tian said. The middle-aged man's expression changed. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, a flicker of wariness and vigilance flashing in his eyes. What business do you have with the president? He asked, his voice lowered, as if afraid someone might overhear. Repaying a debt of gratitude, Chu Tian said. The middle-aged man scrutinized him for a moment, his gaze lingering on Chu Tian's golden pupils before he stepped aside, opening a crack in the doorway. Come in. Chu Tian stepped into the small building with Huang Tianxi following behind. The interior of the building was a world apart from its exterior. From the outside it appeared as a dilapidated 3-story structure, but inside lay a hidden realm of wonder. A spacious hall paved with dark wooden flooring, its walls adorned with an array of ancient weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, and hooks every kind imaginable. At the center of the hall stood a long table around which sat several people, men and women ranging from 30 to 60 years of age. Each exuded a presence far from ordinary. Ancient martial artists. And not just any. The weakest among them had reached the 5th stage of ancient martial arts. As Chu Yun entered, everyone halted their activities, their gazes converging on him in unison. Old Zhao, who's this kid? A burly, bare-chested man with bulging muscles asked in a gruff voice. He's looking for the president. The middle-aged man who had led them in replied. Looking for the president. The big man grinned. Kid, how old are you? The president isn't someone just anyone can see. Chu Yun ignored him, sweeping his gaze across the hall until it settled on a door in the corner. That door was black, devoid of a handle or nameplate. If not for a faint sliver of light seeping through its crack, it would hardly be recognizable as a door. But he could sense it, behind that door, a familiar aura. By Ruashi. Is she in there? Chu Yun asked, pointing at the door. Old Zhao was taken aback. You can sense it. A flicker of surprise passed through Old Zhao's eyes. The door was enchanted with an isolation formation personally set by Ruashi. Unless one had reached the foundation establishment stage or above, sensing the aura behind it was impossible. This 17-year-old youth, had he surpassed foundation establishment? Wait here, I'll announce you. Old Zhao approached the black door, knocking in the same pattern as at the building's entrance. 3 knocks, 2, then 1. The door swung open soundlessly. Old Zhao entered and emerged seconds later with a more complex expression. The president will see you. He looked at Chu Yun. Alone. Tiange. Huang Tianxi grew nervous. Wait here. Chu Yun patted his shoulder and strode through the black door. Behind the door was a modest study. Bookshelves were lined with yellowed, thread-bound books, the air thick with a blend of ink and sandalwood. A desk sat by the window, on it an unfinished landscape painting. Ruashi was seated behind the desk, dressed in a white cheongsam, her long hair pinned up with a jade hairpin revealing a pale neck. She was grinding ink, her movements unhurried and fluid. Sit, she said without looking up. Chu Yun took the seat opposite her desk and remained silent. Ruashi finished grinding the ink, picked up the brush, and continued painting the landscape. Her brushwork was seasoned, each stroke precise and deliberate. Chu Yun watched the painting and suddenly remarked, the mountain formation here is wrong. Ruaxi's hand paused briefly. Where is it wrong? You are painting Mount Huang, but at this position the peak should be Lotus Peak, yet you've painted Celestial Capital Peak. Chu Yun pointed to a spot on the painting. Lotus Peak is higher than Celestial Capital Peak, with a steeper terrain. Ruashi looked up at him, surprise flickering in her eyes. Have you been to Mount Huang? No, Chu Yun said. But I've seen paintings of it. Ruashi set down the brush, leaned back in her chair, and carefully appraised the youth before her. 17 years old, a lean build, ordinary features. The only extraordinary thing was his eyes, golden pupils deep as if they held an entire starry sky. Did you break the 9-fold Yellow River formation in the Chu family's ancestral mansion, as she asked? Yes. Did you pass the 9 layers of inner demons in the demon-suppressing tower? Yes. Did you defeat the battle spirit of Zhao Wuji, the spear demon? Yes. Ruashi fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. In 3,000 years you are the first to achieve all this. You didn't summon me here to praise me, Chu Yun said. You owe a debt of gratitude to the Chu family. I want you to repay it. The corners of Ruaxi's mouth lifted. What do you want? I want your help, Chu Yun said. Against the Chu family. Against the Chu family. Ruashi raised an eyebrow. The Jingxing Chu family is the foremost among the 4 great ancient martial families, backed by forces from the celestial realm. You're asking me to help you fight them. One favor isn't enough. Then what about this? Chu Yun pulled a jade pendant from his pocket and placed it on the table. Ruaxi's gaze fell on the pendant, her pupils contracting sharply. A fragment of the heavenly Dao Wei. Yes, Chu Yun said. Help me, and I'll consider lending you the fragment when you need it. Ruashi stared at the pendant for a long time. When she lifted her head again, the expression in her eyes had completely changed. No longer curiosity and scrutiny, but seriousness. Do you know what I need the fragment for? No, Chu Yun said. And I don't care. You help me, I lend you the fragment. A fair trade. Ruashi was silent for a long while. The study was so quiet that the rustle of wind through leaves outside the window could be heard. Fine, she finally said. Deal. The two talked for an hour. When Chu Yun emerged from the study, Huang Tianxi was already chatting with the burly man. Tiange. Huang Tianxi spotted Chu Yun and dashed over. How did it go? It settled, Chu Yun said. Great. Huang Tianxi turned and waved at the big man. Brother Tai, see you later. The man grinned and nodded at Chu Yun. When they stepped out of the small building, dusk had fallen. The setting sun painted the alley a golden hue. Against the horizon, a few crows flew past, their hoarse cries echoing. Tiange, who is president, buys. Huang Tianxi asked curiously. She seems incredibly formidable. Very formidable, Chu Yun said. More so than everyone in the Chu family combined. So she agreed to help us against the Chu family. She did. Huang Tianxi let out a relieved breath. That's good, that's good. The two walked out along the alley. When they reached the mouth of the alley, Chu Yun suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Huang Tianxi asked. Chu Yun didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on a sycamore tree across from the alley entrance. The tree's crown was thick and lush, the lingering rays of sunset filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows. But Chu Tian wasn't looking at the tree. He was looking at the person standing beneath it. A man in a black trench coat, around 30 years old, tall and imposing with a stern countenance. His long hair covered half his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was gray, devoid of a pupil, like a dead star. The man exuded no aura whatsoever. No spiritual energy fluctuation, no true chi flow, not even the sensation of breathing or heartbeat. Were it not for his eyes, Chu Tian would almost have thought a corpse stood there. An expert. Chu Xuanji's voice rang in his mind, laced with gravity. Very strong. At least the peak of Foundation Establishment. The peak of Foundation Establishment, 7 minor realms higher than Chu Tian's current 3rd layer. Who is he? Chu Tian asked inwardly. I don't know, Chu Xuanji replied. But I can sense the aura of the celestial realm on him. The celestial realm. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The man seemed to sense Chu Tian's gaze, turning his head, so that his gray eye met Chu Tian's golden one for a second. Then the man turned and walked away. The hem of his trench coat fluttered in the twilight glow, quickly disappearing at the end of the alley. Tian Gu. Tian Gu. Huang Tianxi called out beside him. What's the matter? Daydreaming. Chu Tian withdrew his gaze, his brows slightly furrowed. Nothing, he said. Let's go. Back at Chu residence, Chu Tian recounted the plan he had ironed out with Bai Ruoshi to his family. Bai Ruoshi. His grandfather was taken aback when he heard the name. You mean? The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, Bai Ruoshi. Grandfather, you know her. I don't. Grandfather shook his head. But your father once told me that Bai Ruoshi is the most mysterious person in Jingxing. No one knows how old she is, no one knows her origins. All anyone knows is that she is so formidable, even the Chu family has to show her respect. Are you sure she can be trusted? Father Chu Tianxiong asked. No, Chu Tian said. But she owes the Chu family a favor. That's a fact. Trading that favor for a deal. She won't go back on it. People like her care most about their reputation. And if she doesn't care about reputation, then she wouldn't have waited 3,000 years, Chu Tian replied. A person who can wait 3 millennia to repay a favor means she values it greatly. Chu Tianxiong pondered for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. Tianer, what's your next move? His mother asked. Wait, Chu Tian said. Wait for the Chu family to make the first move. Why wait for them to strike? For moral justification, Chu Tian explained. Jingcheng is not Donghai City, and the Chu family is not the Lin family. To deal with the Chu family, we can't resort to brute force. I want them to strike first, then they'll strike back in self-defense. That way, whether by law or under the rules of the ancient martial world, I won't be in the wrong. Besides, Bai Ruoshi is also helping with the strategy. The rule of the Ancient Martial Arts Association is, whoever provokes first shall be attacked by all. Once the Chu family makes the first move, the association will have grounds to intervene. The family listened in silence for a long while. Her grandfather suddenly said, You've grown up. Chu Tian smiled, but said nothing. He could not say. In his past life he had lived 30,000 years and had grown up countless times over. On the roof of Chu residence, Chu Tian sat cross-legged, the chaos primordial stone floating before him. Dark lights swirled, and chaotic chi continuously poured into his body. Refined by the heavenly Tao fragment, his cultivation speed had increased at least 5-fold compared to before. Now each hour of cultivation was equivalent to a full day's progress. At this rate, in 3 more days you'll break through to the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment, Chu Xuanji said. 3 days is too long, Chu Tian replied. Can we go faster? We can, Chu Xuanji said. Use the Chaos Primordial Stone to aid cultivation, while simultaneously refining a fraction of the heavenly Tao fragment's power. But the risk is enormous. The fragment's energy is too strong, one mistake, and your meridians will burst. Then be careful. Chu Tian drew a thread of the fragment's power from the jade pendant, a strand as thin as a hair shimmering with multicolored radiance in his palm. Then he simultaneously activated the 9 revolutions chaos art, allowing both chaotic chi and the fragment's power to enter his body. Boom. The 2 forces collided within him, producing a low rumble. Chu Tian's body convulsed violently. Blood vessels bulged beneath his skin, golden blood raging through his veins. His meridians expanded, his dantian enlarged, and his spiritual power surged. 3rd layer Foundation Establishment, mid-late peak. Stop! Chu Xuanji shouted. Your meridians can't take it anymore. Chu Tian abruptly severed the fragment's power, leaving only the chaotic chi. His body still trembled, but less violently. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat drenched him, yet a trace of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. 4th layer Foundation Establishment, he said, opening his eyes. His golden pupils shone even brighter. I've broken through. You're insane. Chu Xuanji's voice carried lingering terror. You almost shattered all your meridians just now. But they didn't break, did they? Chu Tian rose and stretched. And I've discovered a pattern. There is a certain proportion between the fragment's power and chaotic chi within the body. If I find that balance point, I can cultivate using both forces simultaneously, increasing speed by at least 10 times. 10 times. Chu Xuanji's voice changed. Do you realize what you're saying? Yes, I do, Chu Tian said, looking up at the night sky. I'm saying, I will return to the peak of my past life in the shortest time possible. And then he added, I will go find those who betrayed me. One by one settle the score. For the next 3 days Chu Yun did not leave his residence. He confined himself to a side room in the backyard of Chu Ju, rarely appearing before others except to eat and prepare medicine for his parents. From dawn to dusk he engaged in a single task, cultivation. The chaos primeval stone floated before him, its dark light swirling. He drew the power of the heavenly fragments from the jade pendant strand by strand, merging it with the chaotic energy that surged into his body. The two forces raced, clashed, and fused within his meridians. Each cycle brought piercing pain, yet his expression remained as calm as still water. 3 days without sleep or rest. On the evening of the third day Chu Yun opened his eyes. His golden pupils shone like stars in the dim room. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and his joints emitted crisp cracks. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer. Chu Xuanji's voice carried a complex emotion. 3 days from the 3rd layer to the 6th. Boy, are you a monster. Not enough. Chu Yun looked down at his hands. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer against a Foundation Establishment peak. Less than a 30% chance of victory. You encountered a Foundation Establishment peak. Who? The gray-eyed man I saw at the alley that day. Chu Xuanji fell silent. The aura of that man. He too had sensed it, icy deathly, as if he had crawled out of a grave. A person like that was either an assassin or a fanatic, the most difficult to deal with. You suspect he is from the Chu family. I'm not sure, Chu Yun said. But he carries the aura of the immortal realm. The immortal forces behind the Chu family may have already sent someone down. As he spoke his brow suddenly furrowed. His gaze pierced through the window toward the direction outside Chu Ju. What's wrong? Chu Xuanji asked. Someone's coming, Chu Yun replied, putting away the chaos primeval stone and the jade pendant. Many of them. Outside Chu Ju, before the dead wall at the alley entrance, stood a crowd. Under the moonlight, more than 20 men in black martial attire stood neatly in 2 rows, each bearing weapons at their waists. Blades, swords, short staffs. Their cultivation ranged from the 3rd to the 7th stage of ancient martial arts, and each exuded a killing aura. At their head was an old man around 70, with graying hair, a gaunt face, and sinister eyes. He wore a gray robe, hands clasped behind his back, without a single superfluous movement. The Chu family's honored elder, Imo Chinchio, 9th stage of ancient martial arts. One of the top 3 masters in the capital's ancient martial arts world. This is the place. Imo Qianqi's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Yes, Elder Imo, a middle-aged man beside him, replied respectfully. Last time Elder Chu Yunfei came, he was blocked by that wall. There is an array on it. Ordinary people cannot enter. Imo Chinchio stared at the dead wall, his eyes narrowing. An array. Mere trickery. He raised his right hand, and a visible ball of true chi condensed in his palm, a white vortex spinning with a low hum. The true chi of a 9th stage ancient martial artist condensed into solid energy possessed power comparable to high-level spells of cultivators. Break. Imo Chinchio struck out with his palm, the white true chi transforming into a pillar of light that slammed into the dead wall. A thunderous roar shook the entire alley. Golden ripples appeared on the wall, the array patterns flickered once before dimming. But the wall did not collapse. Imo Qianqi's expression changed. That strike had used 70% of his power. Even a steel wall would have been penetrated, yet this brick wall remained unmoved, its array only slightly dimmed. A fine array, Imo Chinchio said, a flicker of greed in his eyes. This residence indeed holds many treasures. He turned to the men behind him. All of you attack together. Break the array, and the Chu family will reward you handsomely. Over 20 black-clad men replied in unison, activating their true chi ready to strike. At that moment the dead wall suddenly blazed to life. Golden light surged from its surface, spreading like a tide. The bricks rippled like water, and a figure stepped out from the wall. White shirt, jeans, canvas shoes. Chu Yun. Moonlight spilled over him, casting a long shadow behind him. His golden pupils were strikingly bright in the night, like 2 burning stars. What's all this noise at my doorstep in the dead of night? His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. Imo Qianqi's pupils contracted slightly. The aura of this young man. He could not discern it. Not because he lacked cultivation, but because the cultivation was too high, beyond the range of his perception. Are you Chu Yun? Imo Chinchio asked coldly. Yes, I am Imo Chinchio, honored elder of the Chu family, he said, hands behind his back. By the patriarch's order, I have come to take what you hold. Hand over the heavenly fragment, and I can spare your life, and that of your family. Chu Yun looked at him, and suddenly smiled. A 9th stage ancient martial artist. Who gave you the courage to speak such words to a Foundation Establishment 6th layer cultivator? Imo Qianqi's face instantly changed. Foundation Establishment 6th layer. The 9th stage of ancient martial arts corresponded to the chi refining peak in the cultivation system, while Foundation Establishment was an entire major realm above it. Foundation Establishment 6th layer was equivalent to the 12th stage of ancient martial arts or beyond, a realm he dared not even imagine. Impossible. Imo Chinchio gritted his teeth. You're only 17, how could you? Whether it's possible or not, you'll find out soon. Chu Yun's figure vanished. Imo Qianqi's pupils sharply constricted, so fast. His eyes could not even track the movement. Watch out. He shouted, simultaneously striking a palm to his side, unleashing his true chi at full power. But Chu Tian did not attack him. The golden figure darted among the 20-plus black-clad men, swift as lightning. With each pause, one man fell, not dead but unconscious. A punch to the temple, precise force that neither killed nor failed to knock out. In less than 3 seconds, all the black-clad men lay on the ground. Mo Qianqia's palm strike missed, and his true chi blasted the ground, cratering it 3 feet deep. He turned to see his subordinates sprawled unconscious, his face ashen. You. Chu Tian stood 3 steps away, hands in his pockets, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. Your turn, he said. Cold sweat beaded on Mo Qianqia's forehead. He had trained for 60 years, climbing from the first stage to the 9th of ancient martial arts, believing himself seasoned and fearless. But at this moment he was afraid. Not of death, but of this crushing disparity. His full power palm could not even touch the young man's sleeve. With one blow the young man felled all his subordinates. If the young man had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. What do you want? Mo Qianqia's voice trembled. Go back and tell Chu Jingtian, Chu Tian said. The heavenly fragment is in my hands. If he wants it, come take it. But next time send someone more sincere. What sincerity? At least someone who can fight, Chu Tian said, turning to walk back into Chu Ju without looking back. Someone like you. 100 of you would only be cannon fodder. Mo Qianqiu stood rooted to the spot, his face alternating between pale and red. His lips quivered several times, but he dared not strike again. He led his 20-plus unconscious subordinates and slunk away from the alley. In the courtyard of Chu Ju, Chu Tianxiong stood under the old locust tree, having witnessed the entire scene. His expression was complex. Pride because his son was so strong, a concern because the Chu family would not let the matter rest. Dad, why did you come out? Chu Tian entered the courtyard and paused when he saw his father. It's cold at night. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Tian Chu Tianxiong looked at him. The next time the Chu family comes, it won't be so simple. I know. Chu Tian walked to his father's side. Mo Qianqiu was just probing. Chu Jingtian is testing my strength. What do you plan to do? Wait, Chu Tian said. Wait until the Chu family shows their hand. What if their hand is something you can't beat? Chu Tian was silent for a moment. Then he'll use this card. He pulled out the jade slip that Bai Ruashi had given him. Bai Ruashi promised to help me once. No matter how strong the Chu family is, they are not stronger than the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chu Tianxiong looked at the jade slip and sighed. Tianer, you've shouldered so much alone, and your father can't help you with anything. Dad, Chu Tian patted his father's shoulder with a smile. You and Mom taking good care of yourselves is the greatest help you can give me. At the Chu family's main hall, Chu Jingtian sat in the seat of honor, with Mo Qianqiu kneeling before him. The 70-year-old 9th-stage ancient martial artist trembled on his knees, his forehead touching the ground, not daring to raise his head. You're telling me he didn't even throw a single punch, and all 23 of your men fell? Chu Jingtian's voice was calm, but that calm was more terrifying than rage. Yes. Mo Qianqiu's voice shook. His speed was too fast. I couldn't even touch his sleeve. What about his cultivation? Did you discern it? He said. He was at Foundation Establishment 6th layer. The hall fell silent. The Chu family elders seated on both sides exchanged glances, each face etched with shock and disbelief. 17 years old, Foundation Establishment 6th layer. Was he human or a monster? Chu Jingtian's expression finally shifted. His brow furrowed and his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Foundation Establishment 6th layer. He repeated in a low voice, then suddenly smiled. That smile was cold. Good, very good. He stood up. I'll go meet him myself. Patriarch. An elder hastily rose. You are the commander of the 3 armies. How can you risk danger so easily? Then who among you will go? Chu Jingtian scanned the assembled crowd. Which of you is his match? No one answered. Since no one can fight, I'll have to go myself. Chu Jingtian walked to the door and stopped. Lingyun. Grandfather. Chu Lingyun stepped out of the shadows. Contact the people from the immortal realm, Chu Jingtian said. Tell them the heavenly fragment has appeared. If they want it, send someone down. Yes. Chu Jingtian strode out of the main hall and disappeared into the night. Chu Lingyun stood still, his expression fluctuating between overcast and clear. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. A hoarse voice answered on the other end. He's going in person, Chu Lingyun said in a low voice. Let him go, the voice said. If he dies, you'll become the patriarch of the Chu family. Chu Lingyun was silent for 2 seconds, then hung up. Moonlight fell on his face, reflecting a cold, sinister smile. Chu Jingtian stepped out of the Chu family mansion in the dead of night. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, and a cool breeze brushed past. He stood on the steps, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. 70 years. He entered the Chu family at 7, distinguished himself at 15, became the youngest elder at 30, and ascended to the position of patriarch at 50. In 70 years, he had witnessed countless prodigies and personally ended many of them. But a 17-year-old at the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment, he had never seen nor heard of such a thing. Unbelievable, he murmured under his breath, then strode toward the black sedan waiting at the gate. Patriarch where? The Qinglong Mountain, the Chu family ancestral residence. The driver paused, puzzled. No one had entered that residence in 300 years. What could the patriarch want there? Still he asked no questions and started the engine. At the foot of Qinglong Mountain, before the gates of the Chu family ancestral residence, Chu Jingtian stood there gazing at the two vermilion doors. The door god paintings on the panels had faded. After being shattered by Chu Tian, they had lost most of their power, leaving only two blurry outlines. He reached out and pushed the doors open. The interior was more dilapidated than he had imagined. Moss covered the stone path, and the buildings on either side were either partially collapsed or teetering. A musty stench filled the air as if no living soul had set foot here for centuries. Chu Jingtian walked through the corridor and arrived before the demon-suppressing tower. The tower door stood wide open, the black runes inside dull and lifeless. He entered and followed the passage to its deepest chamber, the one that once sealed the heavenly Tao fragment. The room was empty save for faint multicolored specks of light scattered on the floor like remnants of the fragment. Chu Jingtian knelt and touched the specks with his finger. A faint surge of power traveled through his fingertip and his body trembled slightly. The heavenly Tao fragment. A gleam of fervor flashed in his eyes. It really is the heavenly Tao fragment. He rose and turned to leave. At dawn the sky was barely lit. In the yard of the Chu residence, Chu Tian was practicing his punches. They were not the immortal arts of his past life, just an ordinary set of Tai Chi movements. Each slow, seemingly gentle strike produced a deep, explosive rumble in the air. Punch wind like thunder. Huang Tianxi crouched in a corner of the yard watching with wide-eyed astonishment. Brother Tian, is that Tai Chi? It feels different from what others practice. Because others practice the form, I practice the intention. Chu Tian withdrew his fist and exhaled a stale breath. Tai Chi's essence is softness overcoming hardness, stillness overcoming motion. But many people only learn the softness and forget the hardness. Balancing both, that is Tai Chi. Huang Tianxi nodded, half comprehending. Chu Tian walked to the stone table, poured a cup of water, and was about to drink when his brow suddenly furrowed. Someone was coming. This time it was not a crowd, but a single person. That person walked through the alley with unhurried, steady steps. His aura was deep and heavy like a moving mountain range, the peak of ancient martial ninth stage. But it was not Imochinsho. This man was far stronger. Chu Jingtian. Chu Tian put down the cup and stepped out of the yard. At the mouth of the alley, an old man stood there. He wore a black mouse suit with snow-white hair, a square face, and wrinkles as deep as knife cuts. His eyes were small but piercing, sharp as a hawk's. Behind him, no one else. The patriarch of the Jingxing Chu family, the head of the foremost among the four great ancient martial families of Huaxia, had come alone. You are Chu Tian. Chu Jingtian's voice was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Are you Chu Jingtian? Chu Tian countered. Precisely this old man. They locked eyes for 3 seconds. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. Came alone. One person is enough. Chu Jingtian stood with his hands behind his back. In all my years I've never needed help to face an opponent. That's only because you haven't met me before. Instead of getting angry, Chu Jingtian laughed. A young man with sharp edges. That's a good thing, he said. But too much sharpness makes one easy to break. The one who breaks me hasn't been born yet. Chu Jingtian paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Chu Tian, I came today not to fight you. Then what did you come for? To discuss a transaction. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. What transaction? The heavenly Tao fragment in your hands, Chu Jingtian said. I can make an offer. Name whatever you want. Money, power, status, women. If it's within my means, I can give it to you. That's all. Not enough. Chu Jingtian frowned. What do you want? Chu Tian looked at him and suddenly smiled. I want the blood feud against the Chu family's direct lineage wiped clean. I want someone to pay for the debt of my parents being trapped for 17 years. I want those who betrayed the Chu family and defected to the immortal realm to kneel before me and confess. Can you deliver that? Chu Jingtian's expression changed. Young man, don't go too far. His voice turned cold. I'm giving you this chance out of respect for your Chu bloodline. Do you really think you have the right to negotiate with me? Whether I have the right is not for you to decide, Chu Tian said calmly. It's decided by fists. You want to fight me? If you insist. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Jingtian's eyes. In his 70 years no one had ever dared speak to him like this. Good. He uttered 3 goods in succession and his aura began to surge. Jinchi erupted from his body, forming a visible energy shield around him. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked from the force, spiderweb fractures spreading in all directions. The full might of the peak ancient martial ninth stage erupted. An ordinary person before him would suffocate from the pressure alone. But Chu Tian stood unmoving, not even a crease on his brow. Is that all? He said. Chu Jingtian's face darkened completely. He raised his right hand and struck toward Chu Tian, a palm strike with all his power. Jinchi coalesced into a white beam of light, howling as it shot straight at Chu Tian's chest. Its force was more than 3 times greater than Mo Qianqiu's strike. Chu Tian did not dodge. He extended his right hand, fingers spread, and met the white beam. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the entire alley. Cracks spidered across the walls on both sides, and a few roof tiles shattered as they fell. The dust cleared. Chu Tian's right hand held firm against the white beam. A golden ball of spiritual energy gathered in his palm, deflecting all of Chu Jingtian's Jinchi. His body remained still, the stone beneath his feet intact. But Chu Jingtian was pushed back half a step. A full-force attack from an ancient martial ninth stage peak, blocked with one hand by a 17-year-old who even forced him back. Shock appeared on Chu Jingtian's face for the first time. You. I told you. Chu Tian withdrew his hand and said flatly, you are no match for me. Chu Jingtian stood there silent for a long time. His expression shifted from shock to anger, then to frustration, and finally settled into an indescribable complexity. You win, he finally said, his voice hoarse. And then, Chu Jingtian gave a bitter smile. Then I go back and carry on as before. You're not going to keep fighting. I can't win, so why fight? Chu Jingtian replied. Stubborn as I may be, I'm not stupid. Chu Tian looked at him and suddenly found the old man not so odious. At least he knew when to concede. I'll give you a piece of advice, Chu Tian said. What advice? Stay away from Chu Lingyun, Chu Tian said. He's contacting the immortal realm, trying to kill two birds with one stone. As long as you live, he can't become the patriarch. Chu Jingtian's pupils contracted sharply. What did you say? Chu Tian turned and walked back into the yard. When you've checked, if you want to talk, you're welcome anytime. But next time you come, leave the useless words behind. Get straight to business. Chu Jingtian stood at the mouth of the alley watching Chu Tian's back disappear through the gate of the Chu residence and did not move for a long time. His mind replayed Chu Tian's words over and over. He's contacting the immortal realm, trying to kill two birds with one stone. As long as you live, he can't become the patriarch. Chu Lingyun, his own grandson, the heir he had raised with his own hands and placed all his hopes in. Could he really betray him? Chu Jingtian took a deep breath, turned, and left the alley. In the yard of the Chu residence, Huang Tianxi sidled up to Chu Tian and lowered his voice. Brother Tian, what did you say to that old guy? Why did he leave? I told him his grandson wants to kill him. What? Huang Tianxi's eyes bulged. Seriously? Is that true? True. Chu Tian sat by the stone table and picked up his now cold cup of water. Chu Lingyun said it on the phone. You heard it. How? Chu Tian didn't answer. The divine sense of a sixth-layer foundation establishment cultivator could cover several hundred meters. When Chu Lingyun had made that call from the Chu family mansion, Chu Tian's divine sense had swept in that direction. He had heard every single word clearly. Chu Lingyun sent Chu Jingtian here to die, planning to use the immortal realm to eliminate me. If Chu Jingtian dies, he becomes patriarch. If I die, he delivers me to the immortal realm. Chu Tian said calmly, killing two birds with one stone. Damn it. Huang Tianxi slammed the table. That Chu Lingyun is too vicious. He'd even harm his own grandfather. When power is at stake, what does family love? Chu Tian put down the cup and stood up. But that's not our concern. Let them fight it out. We'll watch from the hill. What if they don't fight? Then we give them a push. A slight smile curved Chu Tian's lips. I've already planted the seed. Whether it sprouts depends on how Chu Jingtian chooses. By the time Chu Jingtian returned to the Chu family mansion, it was already broad daylight. He entered through the side gate instead of the main entrance, bypassing the guards in the front courtyard and making his way directly to a side room in the rear. This room was usually unoccupied and cluttered with odds and ends, but Chu Jingtian knew, behind the wall of this room, lay a concealed passage. He pressed a brick on the wall, and the surface silently split open, revealing a narrow corridor just wide enough for one person. At the end of the corridor was a secret chamber beneath the Chu family mansion. This secret chamber was known only to successive heads of the family. Chu Jingtian entered, closed the door, sat on a cushion, and shut his eyes. The words Chu Tian had spoken echoed repeatedly in his mind. He's contacting someone from the celestial realm to borrow a knife to kill. If you live, he can't become the head of the family. He didn't want to believe it. Chu Lingyun was his own grandson, raised at his knee since childhood, upon whom he had poured all his efforts. Chu Lingyun had lived up to expectations, reaching the 8th level of ancient martial arts at 30, the most brilliant prodigy among the younger generation in the capital. Could such a man betray him? Chu Jingtian opened his eyes, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, came the voice of a young man on the Find me Chu Lingyun's call records for the past 3 days, Chu Jingtian said. Every single one. There was a 2-second silence on the line. Patriarch, this. That's an order. Yes. After hanging up, Chu Jingtian leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he recalled the look in Chu Tian's eyes. That look, not hostility, not hatred, was pity. A 17-year-old youth pitying a 70-year-old man. Ridiculous. Chu Jingtian gave a bitter laugh. Damn ridiculous. An hour later, the phone rang back. Patriarch, I've found them, the voice said hesitantly. Young Master Lingyun made 17 calls in the last 3 days. 15 are normal, 2 have numbers with untraceable origins. Untraceable? Chu Jingtian frowned. What do you mean? Those 2 numbers aren't in the domestic communications network. They seem to come from overseas. But the signal traces show they aren't abroad. Then where are they from? There was a long silence on the line before the voice whispered Patriarch. The signal came from the Chu Jingtian's pupils constricted sharply. From the heavens. The celestial realm. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Patriarch, should we investigate further? No need. Chu Jingtian hung up. He sat motionless in the secret chamber like a stone statue. After an unknown time, he rose, pushed open the chamber door, and walked out. Front courtyard, main hall. Chu Lingyun was discussing matters with several elders. When he saw Chu Jingtian enter, he paused slightly. Grandfather, you're back. How is Chu Tian? Lingyun. Chu Jingtian interrupted, his voice eerily calm. Come here. I have something to ask you. Seeing his grandfather's expression, Chu Lingyun's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it. He followed Chu Jingtian to the study in the rear courtyard and closed the door. Grandfather, what is it? Chu Jingtian sat in the armchair and looked at his grandson in silence for a long time. Lingyun, you're 30 now, he finally said. Yes. When I was 30, I was already a Chu family elder. Grandfather is a prodigy. Your grandson dares not compare. Dares not compare. Chu Jingtian smiled. I think you dare quite a lot. Chu Lingyun's heart sank. He realized his grandfather might know something. Lingyun, let me ask you. Chu Jingshan's voice turned cold. Did you contact someone from the celestial realm? The air in the study seemed to freeze. Chu Lingyun's face showed no change, but his pupils contracted slightly, a momentary flaw that didn't escape Chu Jingshan's eyes. Grandfather, who told you that? Chu Lingyun countered, his tone calm. Never mind who told me. Just answer. Yes. Chu Lingyun was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. That smile was completely different from the gentle, refined Chu Lingyun of usual, cold, mocking, reckless. Yes, he said. I contacted the celestial realm. Chu Jingshan's body jolted violently. Though he had guessed the answer, hearing his grandson admit, it was like a knife stabbing into his heart. Why? His voice trembled. Why? Chu Lingyun sneered. Grandfather, you ask why. You've led the family for 40 years, reducing the Chus from the foremost of the 4 great clans to a rat everyone beats. You're old, rigid, and thinking weak in methods, only knowing how to hold ground, not how to advance. The Chu family needs a stronger head, and you, grandfather, stand in my way. Chu Jingshan's fingers trembled. He stared at the familiar yet stranger's face before him, suddenly feeling he had never truly known this grandson. Did you contact the celestial realm to borrow their hand, to eliminate Chu Tian, or to eliminate me? Chu Lingyun did not answer, but his silence was the answer. Chu Jingtian closed his eyes. Leave, he finally said, his voice hoarse. Grandfather, go. Chu Jingshan's eyes snapped open, and with a palm strike he shattered the tea table beside him. Get out of the Chu family before I change my mind. Chu Lingyun looked at his enraged grandfather, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Grandfather, you'll regret this. He turned and walked out of the study without looking back. After leaving the Chu mansion, Chu Lingyun did not return to his own residence, but went straight to a villa on the outskirts. This villa was bought under someone else's name. No one in the Chu family knew about it. Someone was waiting for him in the villa. The man wore a black trench coat, long hair covering half his face, revealing one gray eye without a pupil. It was the mysterious man from that day at the alley. Envoy of the celestial realm. Chu Lingyun entered the villa, closed the door, and knelt on one knee. Chu Lingyun greets the envoy. The grayed man turned, his voice icy. How are the matters progressing? Chu Tian and Chu Jingtian are already at odds. Chu Tian is at the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Chu Jingtian is no match for him. But Chu Jingtian won't let things go. Sooner or later they'll fight. By the time both are exhausted. We can't wait for mutual exhaustion, the grayed man interrupted. The celestial emperor cannot wait that long. Chu Lingyun was taken aback. The celestial emperor means. He demands the fragment of heavenly Tao quickly. The grayed man pulled a black token from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Lingyun. This is the Demon Lord token. Take it. You can mobilize all our hidden agents in China. I want to see the fragment of heavenly Tao within 3 days. Otherwise, the gray eyes fixed on Chu Lingyun. It's not just you who dies, but your entire family. Chu Lingyun gripped the Demon Lord token, his hand trembling slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. At Chu Tian sat cross-legged in the rear courtyard side room. The Chaos Prime Stone floated before his chest, the power of the fragment of heavenly Tao streaming into his body, strand by strand. Through days of cultivation, his cultivation base had stabilized at the middle stage of foundation establishment, 6th layer, only a step away from the 7th layer. Boy, Chu Zuanji's voice sounded. Chu Lingyun has left the Chu family. I know, Chu Tian said without opening his eyes. He went to a villa to meet someone. You followed him with your divine sense. No, my divine sense doesn't reach that far. But I left a wisp of spiritual awareness on Chu Lingyun. Chu Xuanji fell silent for a moment. When did you leave it? At the entrance of the Chu mansion, when I told Chu Jingtian, your grandson wants to kill you. Chu Lingyun was nearby then, so I took the chance to place a spiritual mark on him. Chu Xuanji didn't know what to say. This kid had been laying the groundwork since 3 days ago. That grayed man gave him a token called the Demon Lord token. Chu Tian finally opened his eyes. Ancestor, what is the Demon Lord token? At the name, Chu Xuanji's voice changed. Demon Lord token. Are you sure? Yes. Chu Xuanji was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. The Demon Lord token belongs to the demon sect of the celestial realm. Its holder can mobilize all the sect's forces in the mortal world. Demon sect. Chu Tian frowned. Di Haoshan's men. No. The demon sect is one of the 3 great powers in the celestial realm, equal to the heavenly court. Even Di Haoyan, as the celestial emperor, dares not provoke them lightly. So the one behind Chu Lingyun is not Di Haoyan, but the demon sect. Possible, Chu Xuanji said. But also possible. Di Haoyan has allied with the demon sect. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. In his past life, Di Haoyan was the brother he trusted most. The demon sect was the greatest enemy of the celestial realm. It took him a full 10,000 years to suppress them. If Di Haotian had joined forces with the demon sect, then the betrayal in his past life was not just about Su Yao alone. Interesting. Chu Tian rose. This is getting more and more interesting. 3 days. Chu Yun had set a deadline of 3 days. Chu Tian learned of this news while performing acupuncture on his mother in the courtyard. After several days of treatment, Lin Wangqing's meridians had shown significant improvement. Her complexion had shifted from sallow to pale, and there was a bit of flesh on her hands, no longer resembling skin and bones as before. Tian, does it hurt? Lin Wangqing asked with a worried heart, watching the fine beads of sweat on her son's forehead. It doesn't hurt. Chu Tian smiled. Mom, don't talk. Relax. Lin Wangqing closed her eyes and fell silent. Chu Tian inserted the silver needles one by one into the acupoints on her back, each needle carrying a faint wisp of spiritual energy that slowly traveled along the meridians, clearing blocked nodes. This was the Lingshu acupuncture method he had learned from Chu Xuanji, specifically designed to repair damaged meridians. Though it was only at an introductory level, it was more than sufficient for his mother's current condition. Mom, how do you feel? Chu Tian asked after inserting the last needle. Warm and comfortable, Lin Wangqing said. It's like warm water flowing through my blood vessels. That's right, Chu Tian said, standing up and wiping his sweat. This is the spiritual energy repairing your meridians. If you receive this treatment once a day, you'll be able to walk on the ground in half a month. In a month, you can try to start cultivating again. Cultivate. Lin Wangqing opened her eyes, a complex gleam flashing across them. Turner, I don't want to cultivate anymore. Why, Oi? I just want to spend good time with you and your father. Lin Wangqing looked at her son, her eyes slightly reddening. I haven't been with you for 17 years, I owe you too much. I don't want to waste time on cultivation. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. He didn't tell his mother that without cultivation, she would only live for at most 50 more years. And by reaching the foundation establishment stage, her lifespan could extend to 200 years. If she reached the golden core stage, it would be 500. But he didn't want to force her. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Even parents should not impose their will on their children. Conversely, children should not impose their will on their parents either. Mom, once the Chu family matter is settled, I'll take you and Dad on a trip, Chu Tian said. Where would you like to go? Lin Wangqing thought for a moment, a hint of longing flashing in her eyes. When I was little, I lived in the south. Behind Grandma's house, there was a mountain covered in azaleas. In spring, the whole mountain was red. It was so beautiful. All right, in spring, we'll go see the azaleas. Your grandfather said there's a peach blossom grove behind the old house in Donghai City, right? Chu Tian nodded. The peach blossom grove isn't big, but it blooms beautifully every spring. Then let's go see peach blossoms in Donghai City first, then head south for the azaleas. Lin Wangqing smiled a smile filled with childlike anticipation. When your father was young, he said he would take me to see all the mountains and rivers of Huaxia. He owed me 17 years, he has to make it up. Chu Tian also smiled. All right, let him make it up. After removing the needles, Chu Tian helped his mother back to her room to rest. Just as he stepped out of the side room, Huang Tianxi rushed in breathlessly, holding an envelope in his hand. Tian Gu, someone delivered this. Chu Tian took the envelope and opened it. Inside was a gilded invitation card with a few lines written on it. 3 days hence at the Chu family ancestral hall, the Chu clan assembly. Respectfully invite Chu Tian and his family to attend. Chu family head, Chu Jingtian. The characters were written with a brush, the strokes forceful, exuding an undeniable authority. Chu family ancestral hall. Chu Tian looked at the invitation, raising an eyebrow. Boy, this is a Hongmin banquet, Chu Zuanji's voice sounded. Although Chu Jingtian has seen Chu Lingyun's true face, he may not be on your side. The Chu family ancestral hall is the most sacred place of the Chu family. Outsiders are not allowed. He invites you. Either he genuinely seeks reconciliation or he has set a trap for you. I know, Chu Tian said, folding the invitation and putting it in his pocket. But whether it's a trap or not, I have to go. Why, Oi? Because this is my chance to reclaim my rightful name, Chu Tian said. The status of the direct line of the Chu family is not given by others. I must take it back myself. The Chu family ancestral hall is where the tablets of all past ancestors are placed. To reclaim my name there carries the most weight. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment. You want to restore your status as a direct descendant in front of all the Chu clan at the assembly? Yes. The Chu family won't agree. Especially those elders from the collateral branches. They've held their positions for 300 years and won't yield to you. I don't need their agreement, Chu Tian said. I just need them to shut up. Chu Xuanji sighed. You boy are even more domineering than your ancestor I was back then. It's not domineering, Chu Tian said, looking out of the courtyard, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls toward the direction of the Chu family mansion. It's that in this world might makes right. The Chu family ancestral hall was located at the deepest part of the Chu family mansion, the most sacred place of the Chu family. The hall was not large, only 3 main rooms, but each brick and tile had been original 3,000 years ago. In the main hall were enshrined the tablets of all past ancestors of the Chu family, from the first ancestor, Chu Xuanji, down to the last direct line family, head 300 years ago. For 300 years no one had come to worship these tablets. Because the true direct line had died and the collateral branches dared not worship, they feared that if they did they would remember how they had usurped power. Chu Jingtian stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall looking at the dust-laden tablets, silent for a long time. "Prepare incense and candles," he said to the butler behind him. "Clean the hall." The butler hesitated. "Family head, the hall hasn't been opened in 300 years. "That's precisely why it needs cleaning," Chu Jingtian said. "In 3 days someone will come to pay respects." "Who?" "The true direct descendant of the Chu family." The butler opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask further and turned to prepare. Chu Jingtian entered the hall and walked to the innermost tablet. On the tablet were inscribed the words, 7th generation family head of Chu clan, Chu Xuanji's position. "Ancestor," Chu Jingtian said in a low voice. 300 years have passed, and your descendant has finally come. Although it's in this manner. At least he is here. He reached out and gently wiped the dust from the tablet with his finger. "I know you will not forgive me. In those days my grandfather's generation betrayed the direct line, defected to the immortal realm, and became traitors of the Chu family. Even though I didn't participate, I am the descendant of a traitor. That stain cannot be erased. But I truly want to see the Chu family rise again in my lifetime. Not for my own branch, but for the Chu family. For the surname Chu." Chu Lingyun also received an invitation. He sat on the sofa in his suburban villa looking at the invitation in his hand, a cold smirk curling on his lips. "Clan assembly." He tossed the invitation aside. "Grandfather, you really are getting senile. Inviting Chu Tian to the clan assembly. Are you afraid the Chu family hasn't lost enough face?" The grayed man sat in the shadows opposite, his gray eyes fixed on Chu Lingyun. 3 days from now at the Chu family ancestral hall, everyone will be there. This is the best opportunity." "What opportunity?" "An opportunity to catch them all in one net." The grayed man stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the night. "The Chu family, Chu Tian, and any forces that might support Chu Tian, all will be present. All the moles planted under the demon command are in position. 3 days later, everything within 10 li of the Chu family ancestral hall will be under our control." Chu Lingyun's pupils contracted. "You're going to kill everyone." "The Imperial Lord wants the heavenly Tao fragment," the grayed man said without direct answer. "As for the others, it depends on their choices whether they live or die." "Then my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" The grayed man turned, his gray eyes fixed on Chu Lingyun. "Do you still care about him?" Chu Lingyun fell silent. After a moment he laughed. "I don't care anymore," he said. "From the moment he kicked me out of the Chu family, he ceased to be my grandfather." "Good," the grayed man nodded. "The Imperial Lord likes people like you the most." The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Chu Tian did nothing particularly special. Every day, he performed acupuncture for his parents, brewed medicine, chatted with his grandfather, and guided Huang Tianxi in cultivation. Huang Tianxi's aptitude turned out to be unexpectedly good. After taking the marrow cleansing decoction, his physique had greatly improved. In 3 days, he had unblocked 2 meridians and stepped into the threshold of the first layer of Qi refining stage. The corresponding ancient martial arts level was the first level of ancient martial arts. "Tiangu, I broke through." Huang Tianxi was as excited as a child, doing several somersaults in the courtyard. "First level of ancient martial arts." "Just the first level of ancient martial arts, what's there to be happy about?" Chu Tian poured cold water on him. "Even a random gatekeeper of the Chu family is stronger than you." Huang Tianxi's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned. "No problem. Tiangu, just wait. He'll surpass them sooner or later. It's good to have that ambition." Chu Tian patted his shoulder. "Tomorrow come with me to the Chu family ancestral hall." "Tomorrow?" "The Chu family ancestral hall." Huang Tianxi was taken aback. "Tiangu, are you really going?" "Since I accepted the invitation, it would be rude not to go." "But..." "No buts." Chu Tian took out the jade slip, the one Bai Ruashi had given him, from his pocket. "With this ace up my sleeve, the Chu family can't touch me." Huang Tianxi looked at the jade slip and swallowed. "Is that President Bai really that powerful?" "More powerful than you can imagine," Chu Tian said without further elaboration. He raised his head to look at the night sky. Tomorrow, everything would come to a resolution. The 300-year-old grudge between the direct and collateral branches of the Chu family was time to draw to a close. In the early morning before dawn, Chu Tian awoke. To be precise, he had not slept a wink all night. Not from anxiety, but from making final preparations. The chaotic primordial stone floated before his chest, its dark light swirling throughout the night, as he gradually drew out the power of the fragments of the heavenly Tao, infusing it along with the chaotic energy into his body. His cultivation level elevated from the mid-6th layer of foundation establishment to the pinnacle of the 6th layer, just a thin layer of paper away from the 7th layer. Yet Chu Tian did not force a breakthrough. "Haste makes waste," Chu Xuanji had said last night. The 7th layer of foundation establishment is a threshold. Crossing it means entering the mid-stage, while failing to do so means remaining at the peak of the 6th layer. Your foundation is already solid enough. This moment will not make a difference. Chu Tian opened his eyes and put away the chaotic primordial stone. His golden pupils shone like stars in the dim room. He stood up, stretching his muscles, the joints cracking with a series of crisp sounds. Pushing open the door, he found someone already in the yard. His father Chu Tianxiong stood under the old locust tree, dressed in a faded old zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed. After a few days of recuperation, his complexion had improved significantly. Though still thin, he no longer resembled a dying man. His back was straight like an old pine tree weathered by frost. "Dad, why are you up so early?" Chu Tian walked over. "I couldn't sleep." Chu Tianxiong looked at his son, his gaze complex. "Tiana, you plan to go to the Chu ancestral hall today? What do you intend to do?" "I will act according to the situation." Chu Tian replied. "What if the Chu family makes things difficult for you?" "Then let them make things difficult." Chu Tianxiong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "You are stronger than your father. Your father was too impulsive back then, which led to being plotted against and trapped in the demon suppression tower for 17 years. Dad, if you weren't impulsive, I wouldn't have made it out." Chu Tian said. "If you and Mom hadn't dared to enter the Chu ancestral home, I would never know the truth. Sometimes being impulsive is not a bad thing." Chu Tianxiong was taken aback for a moment, then patted his son on the shoulder. "All right, today Dad will go with you. Your health." "I want die." Chu Tianxiong chuckled. "I've survived 17 years. I won't miss this day." After the family finished breakfast, they prepared to set out. Grandpa Chu Zhengchun also wanted to go, and despite Chu Tian's efforts to dissuade him, he could not. "I am the last generation of the direct lineage, head of the Chu family." The old man leaned on his cane, his back straight. "Today is the day for the Chu family to reclaim its name. If I, the head, do not go, who will?" Mother Lin Wanqing changed into a clean outfit. Though still frail, she looked much more spirited. She stood beside her husband holding his hand. They exchanged a glance, saying nothing, yet everything was conveyed. Huang Tianxi wore a newly bought black suit, his hair slicked back with gel, standing at the door like a bodyguard. "Tiange, the car is ready, a 7-seater business vehicle enough for our family." He opened the car door, excitement written on his face. "Today I want to see how Tiange slaps the Chu family in the face." Chu Tian glanced at him, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, and got into the car. The Chu ancestral hall was located at the deepest part of the Chu family estate, backed by Qinglong Mountain, facing a man-made lake. The courtyard had 3 entrances with green bricks and gray tiles, flying eaves, and upturned corners, and 2 stone lions stood at the entrance holding stone balls in their mouths, exuding a majestic aura. The entrance of the ancestral hall was already filled with cars. Black sedans lined up one after another, stretching from the entrance to the alley with at least dozens of vehicles. Some license plates were from the capital, others from out of town, and there were even a few with military plates. "Quite a crowd has gathered." Huang Tianxi peeked around. "Tiange, this is quite a spectacle. The Chu family clan meeting held once every 10 years. Chu Tian's gaze swept over the vehicles. "The last one was 9 years ago. This time it's a year early. Why the rush?" "Because Chu Jingtian cannot wait 10 years. Chu Tian pushed open the car door and stepped out. "He is 70 this year, and in 10 years he will be 80. He is uncertain if he can live to that time." At the entrance of the ancestral hall, a Chu family elder named Chu Huiren was in charge of reception. In his 60s, his hair was graying, and his demeanor was kind. Upon seeing Chu Tian and his family approaching, a complex gleam flashed in his eyes. "Are you young Master Chu Tian from EC?" He clasped his hands in greeting. "Yes," Chu Tian nodded. "The head has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." Chu Huiren led the way, passing through the front courtyard and middle courtyard, all the way to the innermost main hall. The main hall was spacious, capable of accommodating over 100 people, and was already filled to the brim. Representatives from various branches of the Chu family had come from all over the country, including gray-haired elders and young individuals in their 20s and 30s. Each person wore a copper badge on their clothing engraved with the character Chu. At the moment Chu Tian and his group entered the main hall, all eyes immediately turned towards them. Whispers erupted all around. "Is that Chu Tian? From East Sea? I heard he broke the 9 curves Yellow River formation of the ancestral home, and even ventured through the demon suppression tower. Impossible, right? How old is he?" 17. 17. A mere 17-year-old can break a 3,000-year-old ancient formation. Is he just boasting? Keep your voice down, the head values him highly. Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he supported his grandfather, leading his parents through the crowd to the front of the main hall. There were 5 chairs arranged there. In the center was a Grand Master's chair occupied by Chu Jingtian. On either side were 2 empty chairs. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Chu Jingtian stood up and gestured for him to sit. "Please." Chu Tian did not stand on ceremony, helping his grandfather sit in the first chair on the right, while his father took the second, and his mother stood behind him. He did not sit himself, but stood beside his grandfather. Huang Tianxi wisely stood at the back, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, trying hard to project an image of confidence, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed him. Chu Jingtian sat down again, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. The main hall fell silent. "Today I have gathered everyone for 2 matters." Chu Jingshan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "The first matter is the 10-year clan meeting, which will be held this year instead. Representatives from all branches are present. Any matters that need discussion can be addressed later." He paused, his gaze landing on Chu Tian. "The second matter is that I wish to introduce someone to everyone." He pointed at Chu Tian. "This young friend is named Chu Tian, hailing from EC City. He is—" "Wait a moment." A voice interrupted Chu Jingtian. The speaker was seated in the front row on the left, in his 50s, with a fair face and no beard, wearing gold-rimmed glasses resembling a scholar. Yet there were calluses on his hands, the marks left from years of practicing martial arts. He was a side branch elder of the Chu family, Chu Yun, an 8th level ancient martial artist. Head, before introducing this young friend, I have a question. Chu Yun adjusted his glasses, looking at Chu Tian. This young friend trespassed into the Chu ancestral home 3 days ago, injuring several of our Chu family members, including Elder Chu Yunfei. How does the head plan to handle this matter? The atmosphere in the main hall instantly grew tense. Chu Jingshan's expression darkened. Huayuan, today is a significant day for the Chu family. Any matters can be discussed later. Head, how can the matter of injuring an elder be postponed? Chu Huayuan persisted. The Chu ancestral home is a forbidden place for our Chu family. If outsiders trespass according to clan rules, the lightest punishment is 50 strikes. The heaviest is the forfeiture of cultivation. This young friend has harmed people and trespassed into a forbidden area. Not only has he not been punished, but he is also treated as a distinguished guest by the head. This is unacceptable, right? Several side branch elders echoed in agreement. Huayuan is right. Injuring others cannot simply be overlooked. Head, you must give everyone an explanation. Chu Jingshan's hand gripped the armrest of the Grand Master's chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Tian interjected. Outsider. His voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable sense of pressure. You say I am an outsider. Chu Huayuan looked at him. You are not an outsider. Are you still a member of the Chu family? I am certainly a member of the Chu family, Chu Tian calmly replied. The direct lineage, 3rd generation eldest grandson, Chu Tian. My grandfather Chu Jingchuan is the last direct lineage head of the Chu family. My father Chu Tianxiong is the 3rd generation eldest son. I am the 3rd generation eldest grandson of the direct lineage. Your family tree states you are from the side branch. The true direct lineage of the Chu family is here. He pointed to his grandfather, then to his father, and finally to himself. You have occupied the Chu family for 300 years, exterminating the direct lineage, altering the family tree, and usurping the nest. Now you say I am an outsider. The main hall fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by these words. Chu Huan's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. You claim to be from the direct lineage. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Chu Tian took out a jade pendant from his pocket, laying it in the palm of his hand. This is the soul jade pendant of the Chu family ancestor Chu Xuanji. It contains his remnant soul. He knows the affairs of the Chu family from 3,000 years ago clearly. Do you want to confront him in person? The jade pendant glowed, and a beam of white light shot out, coalescing into the phantom of Chu Xuanji in the center of the main hall. With white hair and youthful features, he exuded an immortal aura. The phantom of Chu Xuanji hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His eyes were calm, but the authority contained within that calm made everyone dare not look directly at him. 3,000 years have passed. Chu Xuanji spoke, his voice ancient and distant. Has the Chu family's descendants fallen to such a state? Occupying the ancestral home of the direct lineage, altering the genealogy of the direct lineage, exterminating the descendants of the direct lineage. You side branches, do you not feel ashamed before the ancestors of the Chu family? The hall erupted in an uproar. Chu Huayuan's expression changed completely. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but no words came out. The phantom of Chu Xuanji, the ancestor of the Chu family from 3,000 years ago, spoke words that were undeniable. No one dared to question them. Chu Jingtian stood up, facing the phantom of Chu Xuanji, and deeply bowed. Unfilial descendant Chu Jingtian, I pay my respects to the ancestor. His voice trembled slightly. Chu Xuanji looked at him, remaining silent for a moment. Are you the head of this generation? Yes. How do you plan to handle the matter concerning Chu Tian? Chu Jingtian stood straight, looking around the hall. The second matter I am announcing today is, he took a deep breath, to restore Chu Tian's status as a member of the Chu family's direct lineage, to acknowledge his ancestry, and to include him in the Chu family genealogy. The main hall erupted into chaos. What a head, are you mad? You want to give up the position held by the side branches for 300 years to a mere youth? Chu Yun was the first to stand up in opposition. Head, I disagree. The direct lineage was severed 300 years ago. This Chu Tian has appeared from nowhere, claiming to be from the direct lineage with an uncertain jade pendant. How can he be recognized as a member of the direct lineage? Even if the jade pendant is real, it cannot prove he is a Chu family member. Chu Jingtian frowned. Huayuan, you. I say it can be proven. Chu Tian spoke up. He extended his right hand, biting his index finger, and a drop of golden blood dripped from his fingertip, floating in midair. The golden blood radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire main hall. All the onlookers' pupils constricted. This is golden blood. The legendary chaotic blood. Impossible. Only the ancient deities possess chaotic blood. How could a 17-year-old boy possibly? But it is golden. You can't fake that. Chu Tian's gaze swept across the hall, finally landing on Chu Huayuan's face. Chaotic blood can only be refined by the bloodline of the Chu family's direct lineage. He said lightly, side branch blood cannot be refined. Is this the evidence you wanted? Chu Huayuan's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he could not utter a single word. The main hall fell silent. Chapter 23 finished. The main hall was dead silent. Everyone stared at that drop of golden blood suspended in midair at the dazzling, almost blinding radiance. Chaos blood. The legendary divine blood said to be refined only by ancient gods, now dripped from the fingertip of a 17-year-old youth right before their eyes. Chu Yun's face was as pale as paper. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but his throat seemed clogged, unable to produce a sound. His fingers trembled slightly, the fist hidden within his sleeve clenched and unclenched over and over. Who else requires proof? Chu Tian's gaze swept across the hall. No one answered. Those collateral elders who had just been instigating alongside Chu Yun now each lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chu Tian's eyes. The chaos blood lay there. The phantom of Chu Xuanji stood there. The ironclad evidence left no room. Chu Jingtian took a deep breath, turned to Chu Xuanji's phantom and bowed deeply. Ancestor above your unworthy descendant Chu Jingtian, today, hereby announces publicly, restoring the direct line status of the Donghai Chu Zhongchun lineage, Chu Tian shall be entered into the Chu family genealogy as the third-generation eldest grandson of the direct line. From today, the direct and collateral branches of the Chu family shall each assume their proper positions. Any Chu family member who continues to dispute over legitimacy shall be expelled from the clan. Chu Xuanji's phantom looked at him, paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. That you have managed to go this far is no easy feat. I hope you will act accordingly. Your descendant dares not deceive the ancestor. Chu Jingtian straightened up and looked around the hall. Does anyone have any objections? Silence. No one dared to object. Chu Yun bowed his head. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses a cold glint flickered in his eyes, but he said nothing and slowly sat back in his chair. Chu Tian withdrew the chaos blood and put the jade pendant back into his pocket. Chu Xuanji's phantom transformed into a beam of white light and returned to the jade pendant. Grandfather, please sit. Chu Tian helped his grandfather sit properly on the chair, then stood by his side. Chu Jingtian sat down again and was about to continue speaking when suddenly a commotion arose outside the main hall. Let me through. Let me in. A young man's voice came from outside, tinged with obvious anger. Young Master Lingyun the Patriarch is in a meeting. You must not. Get lost. Bang. A Chu family disciple was thrown in from outside, crashing heavily onto the bluestone floor with a... Then Chu Lingyun strode into the main hall. He wore a black, tight-fitting outfit, a short blade tucked at his waist, his whole body radiating fierce, killing intent. His gaze swept through the hall, finally resting on Chu Tian, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Chu Tian, you actually came. Lingyun. Chu Jingtian suddenly stood up, his face dark. What are you here for? Didn't I tell you to get out of the Chu family? Chu Lingyun looked at his grandfather, his smile turning even more sinister. Grandfather, you told me to get out, so I should get out. Have you forgotten, old man? The Chu family is not my Chu family alone, nor is it your Chu family alone. The Chu family is the Chu family of all Chu descendants for 3,000 years. You alone do not have the right to drive me away. Chu Jingshan's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Chu Lingyun. You unfilial wretch. Unfilial wretch. Chu Lingyun laughed. Grandfather, you're wrong. I am no unfilial wretch. I am the future patriarch of the Chu family. He clapped his hands. From outside the main hall came the sound of orderly footsteps. Dozens of men dressed in black, tight-fitting outfits streamed in, surrounding the entire hall. Each man bore a weapon at his waist, and from each emanated an icy aura, not the true chi of ancient martial artists, but the spiritual energy of cultivators. And not at the chi refining stage, but at foundation establishment. Dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Jingshan's pupils sharply contracted. These men, where did they come from? Grandfather, haven't you always been looking for people from the immortal realm? Chu Lingyun spread his arms, his smile flamboyant and manic. I have brought them to you. The demon sect, one of the three great powers in the immortal realm. These 48 are the demon sect's hidden agents in the mortal world, every one a master above foundation establishment. Today they have come to help the Chu family purge its ranks. Purge its ranks. Chu Jingshan's voice trembled. Whom do you intend to purge? Chu Lingyun slowly turned his gaze toward Chu Tian. Him. Then he turned toward Chu Jingtian. And you. The main hall fell into chaos. The representatives of the various branches of the Chu family panicked. Some stood up trying to flee, but the doorway was tightly blocked by those black-clad men, leaving no escape. Chu Lingyun, you're mad. We are your kinsmen. Do you want to kill all of us? You beast. Chu Lingyun turned a deaf ear to the curses, his gaze remained locked on Chu Tian. Chu Tian hand over the fragments of the heavenly Tao. I can let you die a quick death. Chu Tian looked at him, his expression unchanged. Do you think you've won? Isn't that the case? Chu Lingyun spread his arms. 48 foundation establishment experts plus me plus the demon sect envoy. Can you alone defeat them? Who said I am alone? As Chu Tian's words fell, the roof of the main hall suddenly, tiles flew in all directions, dust rose. A white figure descended from the sky, landing steadily beside Chu Tian. By Rawashi. She wore a white long dress, her long hair falling over her shoulders, her countenance as cold as frost. In her hand, she held a 3-foot azure longsword, a faint blue light swirling over the blade. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, the foremost figure in the Chinese cultivation world, a peak foundation establishment powerhouse. By Rawashi. Chu Lingyun's pupils sharply contracted. Why are you here? The duty of the Ancient Martial Arts Association is to maintain order in the Chinese cultivation world. Bai Ruox's voice was cold like a winter spring. Demon sect hidden agents have infiltrated China intending to massacre the entire Chu family. As the president, I cannot stand by. She turned to look at the black-clad men. 48 Foundation establishment hidden agents. The demon sect has certainly spent lavishly. The black-clad men's faces grew grim, and they gripped their weapons tighter. Chu Yun gnashed his teeth. Bai Ruoxi, this is the Chu family's internal affair. What right do you, an outsider, have to meddle? The Chu family's internal affair. Bai Ruoxi looked at him coolly. You bring the demon sect to slaughter your own kinsmen, and you call it an internal affair. Chu Yun was speechless. Just then an icy voice came from outside. Bai Ruoxi, you are overstepping your bounds. The crowd followed the sound. A man in a black trench coat walked in from outside, his long hair covering half his face, revealing one gray pupilless eye. The demon sect envoy. His steps were slow, yet each step carried an indescribable oppression, like a mountain. The pressure of a peak Foundation establishment powerhouse was released without restraint, crushing the air in the hall and nearly suffocating everyone present. Bai Ruox's brow furrowed slightly. Are you from the demon sect? Left protector of the demon sect Li Wuxia, the gray-eyed man, announced his title. Following the demon sovereign's orders, I have come for the fragments of the heavenly Tao. His gaze passed over Bai Ruoxi and settled on Chu Tian. Boy, hand over the fragments of the heavenly Tao. I will spare your life. No. Then die. Li Wuxi's figure vanished from its spot. So fast. Bai Ruoxi moved at the same time, her azure sword turning into a white beam, thrusting toward Li Wuxia. Clang. The sword edge collided with the palm, producing a metallic ring. Li Wuxi's palm was covered in a layer of gray, true qi, impenetrable. He slapped the azure sword aside with one hand and thrust his other fist toward Bai Ruox's face. Bai Ruoxi sidestepped, turning the sword edge to slice at Li Wuxi's throat. The two fought within the main hall, their speed so great that ordinary people could barely see. Fist winds and sword qi flew in all directions, smashing tables and chairs to pieces, leaving deep marks on the pillars. A peak Foundation establishment duel. Every move could be lethal. Everyone fall back. Chu Jingtian shouted. The Chu family members scrambled into corners. Chu Tian did not retreat. He shielded his grandfather and parents behind him, his golden pupils locked intently on the battle. Huang Tianxi, he said in a low voice. Here, Brother Tian. Huang Tianxi's voice trembled, but he had already rushed to Chu Tian's side. Protect my grandfather and parents. Brother Tian, what about you? They'll deal with those black-clad men. Chu Tian turned around, facing the 48 black-clad men in the hall, and strode forward. A single Foundation establishment level 6 against the 48 of us, the lead black-clad man sneered. Boy, you're asking for death. Death? Not yet decided. Chu Tian's figure vanished from the spot. With a flash of golden light, he had already appeared among the black-clad men. He pulled back his right fist and drove it into the chest of the nearest man. Boom. The black-clad man's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing into a pillar behind him. The pillar snapped, and a section of the roof collapsed. The black-clad man hit the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. The power of a peak Foundation establishment level 6. One punch was enough to shatter a boulder. Scatter. Surround him, the lead black-clad man shouted. The remaining 47 black-clad men moved at once. They were clearly well-trained and coordinated. Some attacked from the front, some flanked, some struck from behind, leaving Chu Tian no room to dodge. Blades gleamed, and swords shone, spiritual energy surged. Chu Tian weaved through the crowd, golden light flashing. With each punch, another black-clad man fell. But there were too many black-clad men, and they were all Foundation establishment experts, not ordinary fodder. 5th, 10th, 15th. Wounds began to appear on Chu Tian's body. A slash on his shoulder, a stab in his back, scratches all over his arms. Blood gushed from the wounds, staining his white shirt red. Yet his speed did not slow, nor his power diminish. 20th, 25th, 30th. The black-clad men began to panic. This kid. Is he a monster? We have so many against him, why won't he fall? Does his spiritual energy no? Of course, Chu Tian's spiritual energy could run out. But he possessed the Chaos Origin Stone. The Chaos Origin Stone hovered before his chest, dark light swirling as chaos chi continuously flowed into his body, replenishing the spiritual energy he consumed. As long as he had the Chaos Origin Stone, his spiritual energy would never be exhausted. 35th, 40th. The remaining black-clad men finally broke. They began to retreat. No one dared advance anymore. Chu Tian stood in a pool of blood covered in wounds, yet his back remained straight as an arrow. In the dim hall, his golden pupils shone like stars, sweeping across the faces of every black-clad man. Who else? No one answered. Of the 48 black-clad men, 40 had fallen. The remaining 8 had lost all will to fight. On the other side, the battle between Bai Ruoxi and Li Wuxia had also reached a fever pitch. Bai Ruoxi's azure sword was covered in cracks, and Li Wuxi's gray true qi was growing thinner. Both had expended most of their spiritual energy and bore wounds. Bai Ruoxi's left arm was bleeding. Li Wuxi's chest had a deep sword gash. Bai Ruoxi, you are no match for me. Li Wuxia said, his voice still cold, but clearly tinged with weariness. Nor are you a match for me. Bai Ruashi said calmly. We are evenly matched. What if I join in? Chu Tian's voice came from the side. Li Wuxia turned abruptly and saw Chu Tian standing not far away, drenched in blood, yet his gaze still sharp. Behind him lay the corpses of 40 black-clad men. Li Wuxi's gray pupils contracted slightly. 40 Foundation Establishment, hidden agents. Defeated single-handedly by you. 40, Chu Tian corrected. 8 ran away. But it doesn't matter, they won't get far. Li Wuxia was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. The laugh was as cold as a winter gale. Interesting, he said. 3,000 years and I have finally met an interesting opponent in this world. But you forget I am not alone. He pulled a black token from his pocket and raised it high. The demon celestial. The token lit up, black light surging out and coalescing into a colossal phantom in the sky. That phantom was 100 zhang tall with a ferocious countenance wreathed in black mist exuding a suffocating pressure. Lord Demon Sovereign. Li Wuxia knelt on one knee. Please act. The giant phantom lowered its head and looked down at Chu Tian on the ground. Those eyes were even more gray than Li Wuxi's, like 2 black holes devouring all light. Fragments of the heavenly Tao. The phantom spoke, its voice like thunder shaking the entire ancestral hall. 3,000 years, and they have finally appeared. Boy, hand over the fragments. I may spare your life. Chu Tian looked up at the 100 zang tall phantom, his expression unchanged. Demon Sovereign, he said calmly. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I am. Chu Tian took a deep breath, his spiritual energy erupting with full force. Golden light burst from his body, surging into the sky and colliding with the phantom's black radiance. The Eternal Divine Emperor, Chu Yun. The pressure of 30,000 years in his past life was released from the depths of his soul at this moment. Though only a trace, that single trace of pressure was enough to make the myriad realms tremble. The huge phantom shook violently. Chu Yun, you are Chu Yun. Fear appeared in its voice for the first time. You are dead, killed by Su Yao. The one who died was my past life, Chu Tian said, walking step by step toward the phantom, each step treading on void, as if climbing invisible stairs. The one living is my present life. Demon Sovereign, do you want to fight me now, or wait until I recover my peak strength? The phantom was silent for 3 seconds. Then it dissipated. The black light receded like a tide, and the sky cleared again. Li Wuxia knelt on the ground, his expression shifting from disbelief to despair. Lord Demon Sovereign. Lord Demon Sovereign. No response. The light on the demon celestial token went out completely, turning it into an ordinary black iron plate. Li Wuxia slowly stood up, looking at Chu Tian, his gray eyes filled with complexity. The Eternal Divine Emperor, Chu Yun. So it's you. No wonder you could reach Foundation Establishment level 6 at the age of 17. No wonder you could single-handedly defeat 40 Foundation Establishment hidden agents. No wonder even Lord Demon Sovereign chose to retreat. He smiled bitterly. I do not lose unjustly. As the words fell, his body turned into a cloud of black mist and vanished into the air. The demon celestial token fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The crisp clatter of the heavenly demon decree striking the floor echoed for a long time in the deathly silent ancestral hall. No one spoke. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. Moments earlier they had been gripped by terror. 48 Foundation Establishment cultivators secretly embedded by the demon sect, an unfathomably powerful left guardian of the demon sect, and that 100 Zangtal illusory avatar of the demon sovereign. Any one of them alone could have raised the entire Chu family ancestral hall to dust. In the next moment, all 48 embedded cultivators collapsed. The left guardian dissolved into black mist. The demon sovereign's avatar fled, and the blood-soaked youth still stood where he was. Chu Jingtian was the first to regain his senses. He rose to his feet, walked before Chu Tian, and bowed deeply. Not the casual clasped fist salute between peers, but the full 90-degree kowtow reserved for juniors addressing elders or mortals before sovereigns. Chu Jingtian, current head of the Chu family, pays homage to the Celestial Emperor. His voice trembled. He had heard it clearly. Wanggu Shun Di Chu Yun. That name had been passed down orally among every generation of Chu family heads for 3,000 years. A taboo, a legend, and the deepest secret buried within the Chu lineage. 3 millennia ago, Chu Xuanji, the founding ancestor of the Chu family, had served the sovereign of the heavenly court, the supreme ruler of all realms across the cosmos, Chu Yun. Chu Tian withdrew his gaze from the heavens and let it settle upon the white-haired elder before him. Chu Jingtian remained bent low, his forehead nearly touching his knees, his spine trembling faintly like an ancient tree swaying precariously in winter gales. Rise. Chu Tian spoke. His voice was soft yet profoundly calm, devoid of triumph, mockery, or any surplus emotion, as though addressing an ordinary elderly man. I am no celestial emperor. I am Chu Tian, a penniless youth from Donghai City. Chu Jingtian straightened, gazing into those golden eyes. His lips quivered several times, but ultimately he said nothing. He dared not speak, and knew not what to say. Before him stood a boy truly only 17 years old, clad in a blood-stained white shirt and dusty canvas shoes, unquestionably his own kinsman and junior. Yet those eyes held depths of time-worn solemnity no 17-year-old should possess. Chu Tian said no more, turning instead toward his grandfather and parents. Grandfather Chu Zhengshan sat upon the imperial armchair, tears streaming down his aged cheeks, but his face bore a gentle smile. He extended a trembling hand, grasping his grandson's, his lips parting and closing repeatedly before yielding only 2 words, "Good, good." He could utter no more. What had transpired today surpassed in sheer magnitude all the shocks he had endured across 70 years. His grandson, his 17-year-old grandson, was the reincarnation of the Wangu Shindi. Father Chu Tianxiong stood behind his father, his expression far more complex than grandfather's. His eyes brimmed with pride. His son, his very own flesh and blood, was the Wangu Shindi. Yet beneath that pride lingered a subtle, indescribable bitterness. His son, the son he had failed to raise. What had he borne alone during each of those 17 years apart? He himself had endured 17 years imprisoned within the demon ceiling pagoda, believing it the greatest suffering imaginable. Yet his son's suffering dwarfed his own by 10,000-fold. Betrayed by the one he trusted most, cast down from the 9th heaven to mortal soil, reborn into the frail body of a youth bearing 30,000 years of memory, and forced to confront both enemies from his past life and trials of this one. Tianer. Chu Tianxiong's voice was hoarse. You suffered. Chu Tian looked at his father, paused in silence, and then smiled. It was a faint smile, yet utterly genuine. Not the composed composure he'd shown facing enemies in the ancestral hall, nor the fervent excitement he displayed toward his parents inside the demon ceiling pagoda, but a quiet, inward smile born of deep peace. Dad, it wasn't hard, he said. This life is quite good. With grandfather. With parents. With friends. Far better than his last. Chu Yun still stood frozen in the corner, his face ashen, legs shaking. He had led the opposition against Chu Tian's formal reintegration into the clan, branding him a reckless youth sprung from nowhere. Now recalling those words, he longed to strike himself across the face. A reckless youth. The Wangu Shindi. Sprung from nowhere. Fallen from the 9th heaven itself. Huai Yuan. Chu Jingtian turned, fixing his gaze upon this collateral line elder with whom he had contended for half a lifetime. Family. Family head. Chu Huayuan's voice quavered. Come here. Chu Jingtian commanded. Trembling, Chu Huayuan shuffled forward, daring not meet Chu Tian's eyes, head bowed low like a quail awaiting slaughter. Kneel. Chu Jingtian's voice was quiet, but heavy as stone. Chu Huayuan's knees buckled. He dropped to the floor with a dull thud. Chu Jingtian turned toward Chu Tian and performed a formal clasped fist bow. Celestial Emperor, the sins committed by the collateral line over the past 3 centuries weigh heavily upon our descendants. We dare not beg your forgiveness. Yet Huayan, he is merely stubborn, not wicked. Today's defiance was his error. We, your unworthy descendants, dare petition on his behalf. Spare his life. Chu Huayan knelt upon the cold stone floor, forehead pressed flat, body shuddering violently. He wished to speak, to plead or justify, but his throat constricted, sealing his voice entirely. Chu Tian regarded him in silence, then spoke. Rise. Chu Huayuan blinked, lifting his head to meet those calm golden eyes. Within them burned no malice, no hatred, not even the faintest ember of anger. I came here today not to kill, Chu Tian said, but to reclaim my rightful name. My status as heir of the main line has been restored. The Chu family remains the Chu family. You remain Chu clansmen. What lies in the past stays there. I will not pursue it further. But from this day forth the Chu family's laws shall change. What laws? Chu Huayuan whispered, voice trembling. First, no distinction between main and collateral lines. There are only Chu clansmen, no such thing as main or collateral lines. Chu Tian's gaze swept slowly across every person present. His voice remained soft, yet each word rang with crystalline clarity. Second, no further collusion with the immortal realm. Third, the Chu family's aim shall no longer be power-grabbing or dominance over the ancient martial world, but the restoration of the glory we held 3,000 years ago. The ancestral hall fell into absolute silence. Then, no one knew who began it. 1, then 2, then 3. Members of the Chu family knelt one by one, not under coercion, by choice. For in Chu Tian's eyes they beheld something rare and radiant, hope. 3 centuries had passed. Crushed by the immortal realm, the Chu family had fallen from its position as the foremost clan of the Xianhuang realm to become merely an ordinary ancient martial family in the mortal world. For 3 centuries no one had dared utter those 6 words, restore the Chu family's glory, because no one possessed the power to do so. Now one did. Rise, Chu Tian said. I have said it before, the Chu family does not practice kneeling. Only after the atmosphere in the ancestral hall gradually settled did Chu Tian turn his attention to Bai Ruashi. She leaned against a pillar, pressing her left arm wound. Her complexion was paler than usual, fine beads of sweat glistening upon her brow. Yet her gaze remained icy and detached, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Chu Tian approached, drawing from his robe the last life-saving pill. The final one remaining from the 3, he had refined one consumed by himself, 2 given to his parents. Take it. He offered the pill. Bai Ruashi glanced at the light brown pellet, but did not reach for it. A life-saving pill. Mid-grade. Refined from common herbs. Yes. Refined by yourself. Yes. After a pause by Ruashi extended her hand, accepted the pill, and placed it upon her tongue. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with her saliva. Its potency surged through her veins, halting the bleeding from her left arm wound visibly, even prompting rapid scab formation. An excellent pill. Bai Ruashi praised, lifting her gaze to meet Chu Tian's. You truly were the Wangu Shindi in your past life. You heard it. Yes. She nodded. The demon sovereign's avatar cried out, Chu Yun. Everyone heard. This cannot be concealed. Before long the immortal realm will learn you live again. Di Haoyan will know. Su Yao will know. I know, Chu Tian replied. That is precisely why I revealed my identity. Why? Because I needed a reason. Chu Tian held Bai Ruashi's gaze. A reason compelling enough to deter the immortal realm from acting rashly against me. Bai Ruashi paused, then comprehension dawned. The deterrent power wielded by Wangu Shindi Chu Yun within the immortal realm vastly exceeded Chu Tian's current cultivation strength. Those immortal emperors, demon sovereigns, and demonic emperors once suppressed by him. If they heard the name, Chu Yun, their first thought would not be to slay him, but to wonder, has he returned? How much of his former strength has he regained? If he had recovered, even 1/10 of his prior might, killing them would be no harder than crushing ants. None would risk such peril, so they would wait. They would observe, probe, and dispatch agents to ascertain precisely how much power he had reclaimed. This process would take months, or perhaps years, and that interval constituted Chu Tian's golden window for cultivation. Did you calculate this from the beginning? Bai Ruashi asked. From the moment the demon sovereign's avatar appeared, Chu Tian replied. I knew I could not defeat him with my current strength, so I chose to frighten him. What if he had not feared you? What if he had attacked regardless? Then I would have shattered the jade slip you gave me and teleported my entire family away. Chu Tian retrieved the jade slip engraved with the character Bai from his pocket. One must never hold only a single trump card. Bai Ruashi looked at him and suddenly smiled. Not a sneer, not a grimace, but a sincere, quietly admiring smile. You lost to Su Yao in your past life not because you lacked strength, she said, but because you trusted her too completely. This time you will not repeat that mistake. I will not, Chu Tian replied. Chu Lingyun's fate proved simpler than anyone anticipated. He neither fled nor resisted. When Chu Jingtian stepped before him, he simply stood there, his face wearing an inscrutable smile, neither resignation nor remorse, but rather a quiet acceptance of destiny. Grandfather, he said, proceed. Chu Jingtian gazed at him, the grandson he had raised with his own hands, his eyes reddening. Lingyun, since childhood, I taught you to walk upright and act honorably. Have you forgotten? No, Chu Lingyun replied, but I cannot uphold it. Why? Chu Lingyun remained silent. Then he smiled faintly at his grandfather. Grandfather, do you know, you were too kind to me. So kind that no matter what I did you would never truly punish me. So from childhood, I feared you not at all. What I feared was living forever in your shadow. You are head of the Chu family, the third-ranked expert in China's ancient martial world. I am your grandson. Wherever I go people say this is Chu Jingtian's grandson. No one remembers my name. No one cares who I am. They know only that I am your grandson. So I sought to prove that I am no less capable than you. Prove that I too can lead this family. Prove that Chu Lingyun is no mere appendage to another's name. And so you colluded with the demon sect. Chu Jingtian's voice trembled. You brought 48 demon sect infiltrators to slaughter your own kin. Is that your proof? Chu Lingyun fell silent for a moment. Grandfather, in your heart, am I forever wrong? He lifted his gaze to meet Chu Jingtian's. Whatever I do in your eyes, it is always wrong. Chu Jingtian opened his mouth to say no, but the words died unspoken. For he knew deep down that to utter them, in his heart Chu Lingyun was forever wrong. Not because he had erred, but because he was not Chu Tian. For the first time Chu Jingtian confronted this truth directly. Had Chu Lingyun stood here today, his true grandson possessing foundation establishment level 6 cultivation, the reincarnated Wangu Shindi, how would he have acted? He would have bestowed the title of family head upon Chu Lingyun without hesitation. He would have knelt and reverently addressed him as Celestial Emperor. He would have entrusted the Chu family's 3,000-year hope entirely to Chu Lingyun. But Chu Lingyun was not Chu Tian. I have lost, Chu Lingyun said, voice serene. Not to Chu Tian, but to fate. He drew the short blade from his waist and pressed its edge against his throat. Lingyun. Chu Jingtian cried, lunging to seize it. But Chu Lingyun moved faster. A flash of steel, blood, arced through the air. Chu Lingyun's body crumpled slowly onto the bluestone floor, into Chu Jingtian's arms. Grandfather. I'm sorry. Those 4 words were his last. Chu Jingtian cradled his grandson's body, tears cascading unchecked. Silence filled the ancestral hall. Chu Tian stood aside watching, making no move to intervene. Not out of coldness, but out of respect for Chu Lingyun's choice. Every person holds the right to choose their own path, and the duty to bear its consequences. Chu Lingyun chose collusion with the demon sect, chose massacre of his kin, chose a flawed path to self-proclamation. He paid for it with his life. A pity, Chu Xuanji's voice resonated in Chu Tian's mind. Had he walked another road, his potential would rival your father's. Many things are pitiful, Chu Tian replied inwardly. Not all may be undone. 3 days later, the Chu family's clan assembly officially concluded. The outcome astonished everyone. Chu Jingtian voluntarily relinquished the title of family head, passing it not to any collateral line elder, but directly to Chu Tian. Chu Tian neither refused nor accepted. I need not assume the title of family head, he told Chu Jingtian. But the Chu family answers to me. Chu Jingtian paused, then nodded with a wry bittersweet smile. What real difference existed between that and being head? Only a matter of title. Yet Chu Tian's meaning was clear: titles mattered little. True authority resided in strength. Reconstruction of the Chu family commenced. Chu Jingtian, accompanied by several elders, began revising clan statutes, restructuring family enterprises, and selecting promising young disciples for intensive cultivation training, all per Chu Tian's directives. Huang Tianxi was appointed deputy instructor of the Chu family youth training camp, leading dozens of Chu youths daily in cultivation. Though his cultivation level stood at only Qi refinement level 1, it sufficed to instruct novices. Brother Tian, I'm an instructor now. Deputy 1. Huang Tianxi stammered ecstatically over the phone. Do well, Chu Tian replied. Don't disgrace me. You can count on it, Brother Tian. Chu Tian hung up, standing in the courtyard of Chu residence, gazing toward Beijing's distant sky. Bai Ruoxi stood behind him, Qin Feng, sword newly reforged and secured at her waist. I must depart, she said. Where to? Back to the ancient martial association, Bai Ruoxi replied. I must report the demon sect incident to my superiors. Superiors? Above the ancient martial association lies a higher authority. Bai Ruoxi offered no further detail. But rest assured, they hold no interest in Dao fragments. Their sole concern is maintaining stability, preventing arbitrary descent by immortal realm figures. Chu Tian nodded. Bai Ruoxi took several steps, then paused, not turning back. Chu Yun. No, Chu Tian. Next time we meet, I hope you've restored your past life strength. It will be done. Bai Ruoxi's figure vanished beyond the alley's mouth. Chu Tian stood in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. At the horizon, a solitary white cloud drifted slowly across the sky. Di Hao Yin. Su Yao. He murmured the two names softly. Wait for me. Next time, it will not be a phantom avatar of the demon sovereign. It will be me, standing before you. News of the incident at the Chu clan ancestral hall spread across the capital overnight, as if carried on wings. Not because Chu Tian intended it, but because it was impossible to conceal. Over 100 members of the Chu family had been present that day, representatives from every branch hailing from all corners of the nation. Each possessed a voice, and each a smartphone. Some had taken photographs, others videos. Though Chu Jingtian later issued strict orders forbidding their dissemination, the news surged forth like a breached dam. Unstoppable, unstoppable. Have you heard? Something momentous has happened to the Chu family. Chu Lingyun conspired with the demon sect and brought 48 elite cultivators to massacre the entire clan, only to be single-handedly defeated by a 17-year-old youth. 17. You're joking, and why would I lie? My cousin was there. He saw it with his own eyes. The youth's eyes blazed gold. With one punch per foe, he felled 40 of the 48. 8 fled in terror. And Chu Lingyun, he took his own life in Chu Jingtian's arms. The elder wept as though his heart had shattered. The Chu family is about to undergo a seismic shift. But it was not only the Chu family facing upheaval. The entire political landscape of the capital trembled. The Chu family stood foremost among the 4 ancient martial clans. A single move by them sent ripples through the entire martial cultivation world of Huaxia. Chu Jingtian's resignation as clan patriarch, Chu Lingyun's suicide, and the reintegration of collateral and direct branches. Once these tidings spread, the other 3 great clans could no longer remain still. North of the capital lay the Li clan's ancestral estate. NAS, the second ranked of the 4 ancient martial clans, just beneath the Chu family. The Li clan held immense prestige. Clan patriarch Li Songhai, aged 68, had attained the 9th tier of martial cultivation. For half his life, he had rivaled Chu Jingtian, a relationship echoing the ancient lament, why must Zhou Yu live when Zhuge Liang exists? So long as the Chu family stood supreme, the Li clan remained second. But should the Chu family fall, the Li clan would ascend to first. On the night the news arrived, Li Songhai sat alone in his study, reading the newspaper's coverage of the Chu family 3 times over, then set it aside, lifted his teacup, and sipped tea long turned cold. Has Chu Jingtian truly resigned, he asked. And truly. Standing before the desk was his eldest son, Li Xian, a 7th-tier martial cultivator. This is confirmed intelligence. On that day at the Chu ancestral hall, Chu Jingtian publicly announced his abdication before all witnesses, and entrusted the Chu family to a youth named Chu Tian, a 17-year-old boy. Li Songhai frowned. Has Chu Jingtian lost his wits? To entrust the entire Chu lineage to a mere stripling, and this youth is no ordinary mortal. Li Xian lowered his voice. Father, do you recall the legend from 3,000 years past? The myriad-age divine Emperor Chu Yun. And Li Songhai's hand jerked violently. Tea splashed across the desk. You mean, that day at the Chu ancestral hall, the demon sect's left guardian summoned a phantom of the demon sovereign, and the phantom addressed him by the name Chu Yun. Silence filled the study for a full 10 seconds. Then Li Songhai set down his teacup, rose, and walked to the window, gazing out into the deepening night. Chu Yun, He murmured the name softly, then fell silent for a long while. Father, what shall we do? Li Xian asked. Li Songhai offered no reply. He stood motionless at the window, like a statue carved from stone. And after a long pause he turned, his expression enigmatic. No haste. Let us first observe. Observe whether this myriad-age divine emperor is genuine or merely myth. If he is real. And he paused, and a flash of sharp light gleamed in his eyes. If he is real, then we must never become his enemy. East of the capital lay the Zhao clan's estate. Ranking third among the four ancient martial clans, its patriarch Zhao Wuji, 65 years old, stood at the pinnacle of 8th-tier martial cultivation. The youngest patriarch among the four, he was also the most ambitious, and the one most elated by the Chu family's misfortune. The Chu family is finished. Zhao Wuji slammed his fist upon the conference table, his face flushed with excitement. Chu Jingtian has stepped down. Chu Lingyun is dead. The Chu family now stands leaderless. This is our golden opportunity to ascend. Patriarch. Rumor says a formidable youth has arrived at the Chu family. Ventured an elder cautiously. A 17-year-old stripling. How formidable could he possibly be? Zhao Wuji waved dismissively. Those tales are nothing but self-aggrandizement spun by the Chu family itself. 48 Foundation establishment cultivators. Defeated single-handedly. Do you truly believe it? The elder dared not speak further. Zhao Wuji rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Issue my command. All Zhao disciples currently undergoing external cultivation must return to the capital within 3 days. All cultivators ranked 6th tier and above shall stand ready at all times. Patriarch, what do you intend? Zhao Wuji grinned, revealing teeth starkly white against his flushed skin. What do I intend? To go to the Chu family and reclaim what belongs to the Zhao clan. 3 centuries ago, the spirit or mine north of Qinglong Mountain belonged to the Zhao family. South of the capital lay the Wang clan's estate. Ranking 4th among the 4 ancient martial clans, its patriarch Wang Pujuan, 70 years old, had attained 8th-tier martial cultivation. He was the most unassuming of the 4 patriarchs, so low-key that many had forgotten the Wang clan existed. Yet those privy to inner truths knew well the Wang clan was the most perilous of all. For the Wang clan did not practice martial cultivation, they dealt in arms. They controlled 60% of China's underground arms market. Though Wang Pujuan himself stood only at 8th-tier martial cultivation, he commanded a private military force, fully equipped with imported hardware, its combat prowess rivaling elite special forces. When word of the Chu family's crisis arrived, Wang Pujuan was testing rifles at a firing range. The Chu family has changed leadership. He lowered his sniper rifle, removed his ear protection, and fixed his gaze upon the messenger. Yes, replaced by a 17-year-old youth. 17. Wang Pujuan paused, then smiled faintly. How intriguing. Send word, prepare a generous gift. Tomorrow I shall pay a personal visit to congratulate the Chu family. The messenger hesitated. Patriarch, we share no close ties with the Chu family. Why offer congratulations? Wang Pujuan gave no answer, merely placed the sniper rifle upon the table and turned away. Nat 70 having risen from street thug to this exalted station, he owed his success not to brute strength, but to foresight. He knew precisely what warranted investment and what did not. A youth who could single-handedly subdue 40 Foundation establishment cultivators, whether or not he was the reincarnation of the myriad-age divine emperor, was worth investing in. Within the courtyard of the Chu residence, Chu Tian sat listening as Chu Jingtian reported the situation. Though Chu Jingtian had formally resigned as patriarch, he continued managing day-to-day affairs. Chu Tian had declared plainly he would not assume the title of patriarch, but the Chu family would obey his word alone. In essence, I hold ultimate authority, you execute it. Chu Jingtian understood perfectly. All 3 clans have moved, he said, seated beside a stone table where a map of the capital lay unfurled, red markings tracing movements across its surface. The Li clan observes, the Zhao clan prepares to strike. The Wang clan sends congratulations. The Zhao clan intends to act. Chu Tian asked, what action? North of Qinglong Mountain lies a spirit or mine. 3 centuries ago it belonged to the Zhao family before being seized by the Chu clan. Zhao Wuji had long harbored resentment. While Chu Jingtian ruled, he dared not move, but now sensing instability in the new leadership, he sought to reclaim it. A spirit or mine. Chu Tian's eyes brightened. What grade? Low-grade spirit stone deposits, Chu Jingtian replied, yielding only several hundred stones annually, modest by cultivation standards, yet invaluable for martial cultivation. Yet for you. He glanced at Chu Tian and offered a wry smile. It likely holds little appeal. In the cultivation hierarchy, low-grade spirit stones represented the most rudimentary resource, each containing spiritual energy roughly equivalent to 1 day's cultivation for a Qi refinement cultivator. For Chu Tian, already at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, hundreds of such stones per year were indeed negligible. Yet for the Chu family, they were vital. The Chu family's decades-long supremacy among the 4 clans rested squarely upon this mine. Without spirit stones, their martial cultivators' progress would slow dramatically. When will Zhao Wuji arrive? Chu Tian asked. No precise date. but certainly within 3 days, Chu Jingtian replied. He is impetuous and patient. Knowing the Chu family faces internal and external crises, he will not wait long. Then let him come. Chu Jingtian hesitated. Your Majesty, the Zhao clan, though led by an 8th-tier cultivator, does not act alone. They have backing. From whom? From the immortal realm. Not the demon sect, but the Lin clan. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The Lin clan. One of the 3 great clans of the immortal realm, and his mother's bloodline. Is the Zhao clan the Lin clan's earthly proxy? Chu Tian asked. Yes. Chu Jingtian nodded. For 3 centuries the Lin clan has used the Zhao family to secretly monitor every move the Chu family makes. With your recent spectacle, they are undoubtedly aware. Zhao Wuji comes not merely for the mine, but to test you, test me, to gauge how much of the myriad-age divine emperor's power you have regained. Chu Tian fell silent, then smiled. Let them watch. Let them watch closely. That afternoon by Ruashi called. Chu Tian, I filed the report with the Martial Cultivation Association. Her voice remained cool, yet carried newfound gravity. The higher authorities take the demon sect incident extremely seriously, and have dispatched investigators. Higher authorities? Who exactly? Chu Tian asked. Na pause lingered on the line. That I cannot disclose, by Ruashi finally conceded. But rest assured, they bear you no ill will. On the contrary, they find your identity profoundly compelling. Which identity? The reincarnation of the myriad-age divine emperor, by Ruashi replied. Do you grasp its significance? It signifies you are the sole individual in this world ever to have stood at the zenith of the cultivation realm. Your experience, insight, and inherited legacy constitute an incalculable treasure for all of Huaxia's cultivation world. So what now? They wish to meet you, by Ruashi said. Not immediately, but once you are prepared. They will send emissaries to contact you. Chu Tian considered it. Agreed. And additionally, one piece of unwelcome news, by Ruashi's tone grew heavier. Though the demon sect's left guardian, Li Wuxier, escaped, he left behind numerous sleeper agents across the mortal realm. You subdued 40 that day, but that was only a fraction. Over 3 millennia the demon sect has woven its web across every sector. Military, political, commercial, academic, planting agents everywhere. I know, Chu Tian said. The Heaven Demon Command token in Chu Lingyun's possession was meant to mobilize these agents. Now it rests in my hands. A silence followed. You secured the Heaven Demon Command token? Yes. Li Wuxia fled too hastily to retrieve it. I claimed it. Then guard it carefully, by Ruashi warned. The token is the demon sect's sacred artifact. Its holder may command all their earthly forces. The demon sect will not allow it to remain in foreign hands. Understood. He ended the call, and withdrew the black token from his pocket, placing it palm up. No larger than a hand, it gleamed obsidian black. Its front bore an ancient script character for demon, its reverse bristled with dense arcane sigils. Neither metal nor jade, its surface radiated bone-deep cold, as if gripping a shard of glacial ice. The Heaven Demon Command token, Shu Xuanji's voice echoed. A fine acquisition. With this token you may command every demon sect agent within Huaxia, provided you first prove yourself worthy. How? By defeating all who challenge your right, Shu Xuanji replied. The demon sect's law is simple: strength commands legitimacy. Win, and the token remains yours. Lose, and it passes to your conqueror. And if someone attempts to seize it outright, without challenge. Even better, Shu Xuanji smiled. To steal without challenge is to violate their code. Such transgressors are condemned by the entire sect, and slain by their own brethren. Fascinating. Chu Tian slipped the token back into his pocket. We'll set it aside for now. It will serve us later. That evening his mother Lin Wanqing prepared a full banquet in the kitchen. Her recovery progressed swiftly. She could walk unaided now, albeit slowly. She insisted on cooking for her son, a proper meal to nourish him. Chu Tian sat at the dining table gazing at the array of dishes, his heart warmed. Tomato andig stir-fry, green pepper and pork strips, braised spare ribs, sautéed seasonal vegetables, seaweed dandig drop soup. Simple home-cooked fare, modest in presentation, unremarkable in taste. After 17 years without cooking, her skill had grown rusty. Yet Chu Tian ate with profound relish. Tianer, eat slowly. Don't choke, Lin Wanqing said, watching her son devour the food with tender amusement. Eat more ribs, you're too thin. Mother, you eat too, Chu Tian said, placing a rib on her plate. Grandfather Chu Zhangshun sat at the head of the table sipping huangjiu, his face alight with quiet contentment. His life's greatest wish had always been for his family to dwell together in peace and safety. Once deemed a fantasy, now it felt almost attainable. Tiana, grandfather set down his cup. Tomorrow accompany me somewhere. Where? In Qinglong Mountain, he said. Your great-grandmother's grave lies there. We haven't paid respects in decades. I wish to see her once more. Chu Tian's chopsticks stilled. Ni's great-grandmother's grave. Ni, the original body's memories, she remained a hazy, distant figure. Grandfather rarely spoke of her, yet each time he did, words seemed poised on his tongue only to vanish, swallowed back into silence. Yes, Chu Tian nodded. I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll go too, Chu Tianxiong declared. And so will I, Lin Wanqing added, setting down her chopsticks. And the family exchanged glances, and all smiled. Their laughter rang through the courtyard of the Chu residence, drifting upward through the boughs of the ancient locust tree, rising toward the brightest star in the night sky, the celestial emperor star. Chu Tian tilted his head, gazing at that star, his lips curving faintly upward. Di Hao Yin, Su Yao, do you see? And these are my family, in this lifetime, better than 3 myriad years in the last. On the morning of the next day before dawn broke, Chu Tian and his family set out. Grandfather Chu Zhongshan wore a new dark blue Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, leaning on the old cane that had accompanied him for decades, standing straight at the entrance of Chu residence. Today he was able to walk without the cane. Thanks to the life-prolonging pill's efficacy and Chu Tian's daily care, the old man's health had recovered significantly. Yet he still leaned on it, saying, "I'm used to it, it feels insecure without it." Father Chu Tianxiong changed into a clean jacket, standing next to grandfather, his gaze sweeping over the street corner like a vigilant hawk. His cultivation had yet to be restored, but 17 years of imprisonment had not diminished his inherent vigilance. This was what Chu Tian admired most about his father. After being confined for 17 years, he emerged without complaints against heaven or fate, nor did he wallow in self-pity, but instead quietly observed, learned, and adapted. Mother Lin Wanqing wore a plain white shirt, her hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, holding a bamboo basket filled with incense, paper money, and several offerings. Her complexion had improved significantly compared to last week. Though still somewhat thin, there was at least some color in her face. She spoke little today, staring out the window after getting into the car, lost in thought. Huang Tianxi drove. In the 7-seater business vehicle, Chu Tian sat in the passenger seat, while grandfather and his parents occupied the back. The car exited the alley, turned onto the main road, heading towards the northwest direction of Qinglong Mountain. Qinglong Mountain is located in the northwest suburbs of the capital. It is not very high, with its highest peak just over 800 meters, yet the terrain is steep with jagged rocks, and the ancient pines and cypresses on the mountain emit a sense of desolation. The car stopped on a flat area halfway up the mountain. Beyond that there was no road, only a winding path of blue stones leading into the depths of the forest. The stone steps were overgrown with moss, and the weeds on both sides were half a person's height, clearly indicating that no one had been here for a long time. This is the path. Grandfather stood at the foot of the stone steps, gazing at the partially obscured path, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. The last time I came here was 30 years ago. At that time your father had just gotten married and brought your mother here to pay respects to your great-grandmother. Chu Tianxiong walked to grandfather's side, supporting his arm. Dad, the path is difficult. He'll help you. No need, I can walk by myself. The old man waved his hand, leaning on the cane as he stepped onto the first stone step. Chu Tian walked at the back, his gaze scanning the surrounding trees. His divine sense had already expanded, covering an area of several hundred meters. The forest was quiet, devoid of human presence, only the sounds of birds and beasts. Yet he felt something was amiss. Kid, do you sense it? The voice of Chu Xuanji echoed in his mind. Yes, it's too quiet. At this time of year there should be cicadas singing. But I haven't heard a single sound of cicadas along the way. Someone cleared the area in advance. And it's not just one person. Chu Tian's gaze pierced through the trees, looking towards the distant ridge, at least a dozen, all with considerable cultivation. He did not raise an alarm and continued to follow his family upward. The great-grandmother's grave was located on a hillside at the northern foot of Qinglong Mountain, backed by the mountain and facing southeast, a well-chosen position. The grave was small, merely an ordinary earthen mound with a stone tablet standing in front, inscribed with the words "Tomb of the Chu and Lin family," the characters having been weathered and somewhat blurred. Grandfather approached the grave, standing for a long time before squatting down and wiping the dust from the tablet with his sleeve. "Mom, your son is here to see you." The old man's voice was soft, as if afraid of waking someone. "It's been 30 years since I've come. Please don't blame me for not visiting. It's not that I didn't want to, but I couldn't." He took out incense and paper money from the bamboo basket, arranging them one by one. Chu Tianxiong squatted down to help, while Lin Wanqing assisted nearby. Chu Tian stood aside, watching his grandfather's hunched back, feeling a bit choked up. He had no family in his past life, and did not know what tomb sweeping felt like. Now he understood. It was not sadness or nostalgia, but an indescribable concern. It was like an invisible thread, one end connecting the living, the other end connecting the deceased, traversing time and life and death, delivering the longing from this side to the other. Great-grandmother, Chu Tian thought, "I do not know what kind of person you were, but you raised grandfather, grandfather raised my father had my mother, and then I was born. Thank you." Just as he was thinking, his divine sense suddenly caught a hint of movement. Someone was coming. Not one person, but a group. They were coming from the ridge, moving quickly, all ancient martial arts masters. "Dad, Mom." Chu Tian spoke, his voice calm, but not loud. "Someone is coming." Chu Tianxiong paused, looking up, a flash of cold light in his eyes. "How many people?" 13. The highest cultivation is ancient martial arts, 8th stage. The lowest is 5th stage. People from the Zhao family. Chu Tianxiong stood up, shielding his mother and grandfather behind him. Grandfather also rose, leaning on his cane, his face devoid of panic, instead bearing a strange calmness. He gazed towards the ridge, as if he had anticipated something. On the ridge, 13 figures appeared. Leading them was a man in his 50s, tall and muscular, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, a golden belt tied around his waist. This was the mark of a Zhao family master. His face was broad with high cheekbones, and a pair of triangular eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Ancient martial arts 8th stage, the second strongest of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuxian's younger brother, Zhao Wutian. Chu Tianxiong, you're still alive. Zhao Wutian stared at Chu Tianxiong, momentarily stunned, then grinned. The demon suppression tower didn't manage to kill you. You're quite resilient. Chu Tianxiong ignored him, tightening his protection around his mother and grandfather. Zhao Wuxian's gaze shifted from Chu Tianxiong to Chu Tian. He sized him up, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You're Chu Tian, the kid who calls himself the everlasting divine emperor. Chu Tian looked at him without answering. Kid, my brother sent me to deliver a message. Zhao Wutian took a step forward. The spirit mine at the northern foot of Qinglong Mountain belongs to the Zhao family. Within 3 days the Chu family must hand over the spirit mine, then this matter will be considered settled. If not, don't blame the Zhao family for being rude. Is that all? Chu Tian finally spoke. That's all. Then you can leave. Zhao Wuxian's expression darkened. Kid, don't think you're being clever. Do you think defeating a few demon sect infiltrators in the Chu family ancestral hall is a big deal? Those infiltrators are the lowest level of cannon fodder from the demon sect foundation establishment, first and second layers, trash among trash. You think defeating 40 pieces of trash makes you invincible? The people behind him laughed along. Chu Tian looked at them, his expression unchanged. Are you Zhao Wutian? Yes. Your brother is Zhao Wujia. Yes. Is the Lin family from the immortal realm behind you, Zhao family? Zhao Wuxian's smile slightly stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. You know quite a bit. I know more than you can imagine. Chu Tian said, tell Zhao Wujia that the spirit mine belongs to the Chu family. It did 300 years ago, and it will 300 years later. If he wants it, let him come take it himself. You. Zhao Wuxian's face turned ashen, his fists cracking with tension. And Chu Tian interrupted. This is the resting place of my great-grandmother. I do not wish to fight here. You better leave now. Zhao Wutian stared at Chu Tian for 3 seconds before suddenly laughing. Kid, you're quite arrogant. But just talking big won't help. He pointed at the grave behind Chu Tian. Is this your great-grandmother's grave? Quite shabby. The Zhao family has raised a dozen wolf dogs. Burying them here would be just right. Chu Tian's expression changed. Not in anger, but in coldness. That kind of coldness was not the chill of a winter north wind, but the cold of the ancient ice plains above the 9 heavens. In his previous life, the killings of 30,000 years left him with no hesitation when it came to threatening family. What did you just say? His voice was calm, but that calmness sent chills down the spine. Zhao Wutian felt a bit uncomfortable under that gaze, but relying on his ancient martial arts 8th stage cultivation, he held his ground without retreating. I said your ancestral grave is suitable for burying dogs. The appearance of a group of uninvited guests on the hillside instantly turned the solemn atmosphere of tombs sweet. Chu Tianxiong instinctively shielded his mother and grandfather behind him, but what happened next made them all gasp in shock. He only saw Zhao Wuxian's mouth move, but before he could utter another word, Chu Tian had already made his move. Zhao Wutian felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could even think of reacting, his chest felt like it had been struck by an ancient fierce beast. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded on the hillside. Zhao Wuxian's robust body, weighing 180 pounds, flew out like a cannonball, smashing through 3 pine trees behind him before heavily embedding in the 4th tree trunk, which caved in entirely. Dust filled the air and pine needles fell like rain. The scene fell into silence. The 12 people brought by Zhao Wutian stood frozen, their expressions shifting from arrogance to stupor, then to fear. They did not even see how Chu Tian made his move. They only caught a glimpse of a golden shadow flash by, and then their leader was sent flying. Zhao Wutian, embedded in the tree trunk, coughed up blood, not knowing how many ribs in his chest were broken. He wanted to say something, but all that came out of his mouth were blood and shattered teeth. His cultivation was at ancient martial arts 8th stage, ranking within the top 20 in the ancient martial arts realm. Before coming, his brother Zhao Wujia specifically warned him that kid named Chu Tian, the matter in the Chu family ancestral hall, might be true. Don't confront him directly, just deliver the message and leave. He did not listen. He thought as an ancient martial arts 8th stage, defeating a 17-year-old kid would be a piece of cake. Reality gave him a resounding, not a fatal slap in the face. You. Zhao Wuxian's lips trembled, finally squeezing out a few words. You dare. Chu Tian stood before him, his golden pupils devoid of emotion, his voice low, but each word felt like ice blocks smashing against Zhao Wuxian's heart. This is the resting place of my great-grandmother. I do not wish to fight here. You chose to seek death yourself. He turned, looking at the 12 Zhao family masters. The 12 retreated a step simultaneously. Take him away, Chu Tian said. Go back and tell Zhao Wujia that the matter of the spirit mine will be discussed in 3 days at the Chu family. Bring your sincerity. If your so-called sincerity is still of this kind. He glanced at Zhao Wutian embedded in the tree. Then there's no need. The 12 people felt as if they had been granted amnesty, hastily prying Zhao Wutian from the tree and carrying him down the mountain. Zhao Wuxian's screams echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. The hillside returned to tranquility. Grandfather Chu Zhanshan stood in front of the grave, leaning on his cane, watching his grandson's back with complex emotions. He had seen his grandson fight against the likes of Tai Tawang Tung and the bodyguards of the Lin family in Donghai City, but those were entirely different from today. Today what he saw was not a youth in a brawl, but an emperor executing an offender. Chu Tianxiong embraced Lin Wanqing's shoulders, saying nothing, yet his grip was tighter than usual. Lin Wanqing leaned on her husband's shoulder, watching her son with reddened eyes. Not from fear, but from heartache. Her son at just 17 had to face all this. What if he was the everlasting divine emperor in his past life? The betrayals, killings, and loneliness he experienced in his previous life were already enough suffering. Would he have to continue suffering in this life? Mom, don't worry. Chu Tian came back, noticing his mother's expression, smiling. The Zhao family matter will be settled in 3 days. Lin Wanqing looked at her son's smile, wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. Grandfather squatted down, continuing to arrange the incense and paper money. His hands trembled slightly, but his movements were steady. He lit the incense, placed it before the grave, and burned several sheets of paper money, the blue smoke rising and drifting in the morning breeze. Mom, can you see? The old man whispered, this is your great-grandson Chu Tian. He came to see you. He's very powerful, more than anyone in our Chu family. Please bless him from above, let him be safe, and suffer no more. Chu Tian stood behind his grandfather, listening to these words, feeling a bit choked up. He crouched down, picked up 3 sticks of incense, and respectfully bowed 3 times. Great-grandmother, he said, I am Chu Tian. I have not come to sweep your grave before, but I will come every year from now on. You take care over there, and don't worry about the family's affairs, they'll handle it. As they descended the mountain, Chu Tian walked. His divine sense continually monitored the surrounding environment. Indeed, the Zhao family had left with no ambush or hidden cards. But on the other side of the ridge, he sensed a foreign presence. That presence was strong, at least at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It wasn't by Ruashi, he was familiar with her aura. Nor was it Li Wuxia, his aura carried the unique chill of the demon sect. This person he did not recognize. The presence lingered on the ridge for a moment, then quietly disappeared. Throughout there was no approach, nor hostility, more like observation. Did you see? Chu Zuanji's voice rang out. I saw. Chu Tian replied, the peak of foundation establishment stage, not from the demon sect. Who could it be? It's someone from the Lin family. Chu Zuanji's tone was certain. Your great-grandmother's surname is Lin. Oh, she is from the Lin family of the immortal realm. Today as you came to sweep her grave, the Lin family could not possibly be unaware. So they came to confirm something. To confirm if you are truly Chu Yun. Chu Xuanji continued, to confirm the extent of your restored strength. To determine whether the Lin family should treat you as an enemy or as something else. Something else. Your mother is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. You are the son of the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Chu Xuanji said, by blood you are the direct grandson of the current head of the Lin family. What do you think the Lin family will do about you? Chu Tian remained silent for a moment. They will not recognize me. He said, the Lin family's rules forbid intermarriage with outsiders. Violators are expelled from the family, never to return. My mother was expelled from the Lin family. Her son they definitely will not recognize. That may not be the case. Chu Xuanji smiled. After 3,000 years rules can be changed. Especially when that daughter expelled from the family has a son who is the reincarnation of the everlasting divine emperor. Chu Tian did not respond. He did not expect the Lin family to recognize him, nor did he care whether they did or not. The suffering his mother endured over the years was partly caused by the Lin family. This debt he would settle sooner or later. But not now. Returning to Chu residence was already afternoon. The family had lunch, and each returned to their rooms to rest. Chu Tian sat alone in the courtyard, taking out the Tianma order and placing it on the stone table, staring at it. Kid, how do you plan to use this token? Chu Xuanji asked. Not for now. Chu Tian said, I'll keep it until I need it. What do you plan to do about the Zhao family? Are you really going to discuss it with them at the Chu family in 3 days? Discuss. Chu Tian stored the token, but not with them. I will talk to the people behind them. The Lin family. Yes. Chu Tian stood up, walked into the side room, and sat cross-legged. In 3 days Zhao Wujia will not come alone. There will definitely be people from the Lin family behind him. I won't hit Zhao Wujia, I will hit the people behind him. He closed his eyes, the chaotic primordial stone floating in front of his chest, dark light swirling. The power of the fragments of the heavenly path was drawn out bit by bit, surging into his body along with the... In 3 days he needed to break through once more. The peak of foundation establishment 6th layer was not enough. At least he needed to reach foundation establishment 7th layer to secure victory against the people sent by the Lin family. Then let it come. Chu Tian took a deep breath, immersing himself fully in his cultivation. The glow of the chaotic primordial stone grew brighter. The colorful power of the heavenly path surged within him, merging with the golden chaotic blood, his meridians expanding, his dantian enlarging, and his spiritual energy skyrocketing. The threshold of foundation establishment 7th layer was loosening. Chu Xuanji watched it all with overwhelming... 3,000 years ago he was known as the #1 genius of the Xianhuang realm, taking a full 120 years to cultivate from foundation establishment 1st layer to 7th layer. Whereas the youth before him took less than half a month to go from foundation establishment 1st layer to peak. This is the terrifying aspect of the reincarnation of the everlasting divine emperor. Not that his talent is so high, but that he does not need to walk the winding paths he took in his previous life again. He knows which path is the fastest, the most stable, and the safest. He knows how to take each step. He knows how to break through every bottleneck. This is not cultivation, this is reviewing. 3 days. Chu Xuanji murmured, in 3 days the sky in the capital will surely change. Outside, the setting sun painted half the sky blood red. The outline of the capital in the distance appeared hazy in the sunset, with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. No one knew that in a corner of this city, a 17-year-old boy was preparing for the storm coming in 3 days. And this storm would sweep not just across the capital or the ancient martial world, but the entire world. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chu Tian shut himself in the backyard chamber, barely leaving except for meals. His grandfather and parents knew he was preparing for the negotiations 3 days hence, and dared not disturb him. Huang Tianxi volunteered to guard the door, claiming to protect Brother Tian, but in reality, he just sat on the steps all day, playing on his phone until his hands ached. Inside the chamber, the Chaos Prime Stone floated before Chu Tian's chest, its black light, so dense it seemed almost solid, like a pitch-black flame burning. The power of the heavens fragment was drawn out strand by strand from the jade pendant, the 7-colored radiance intertwining with the black light, casting the room in flickering brightness and shadow. Chu Tian's body trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down one after another, soaking the cushion beneath him. It wasn't pain. It was suppression. The threshold of the 7th layer of foundation establishment was right before him. He could step across at any moment. But he didn't. He was waiting for the chaotic chi and the power of the heavens fragment to find a perfect equilibrium within his body. If he broke through now, he could indeed reach the 7th layer of foundation establishment, but his foundation would be unstable, making every subsequent breakthrough harder. Not enough yet. He gritted his teeth and compressed both forces simultaneously. The chaotic chi moved to the left, the heavens power to the right, forming a subtle circulation in his dantian, rotating like a taiji diagram. With each rotation, the two forces fused a little more, his dantian expanded a little more, and his spiritual energy became purer. Chu Xuanji watched, his heart pounding with alarm. The chaotic chi and the power of the heavens fragment. One was the primordial energy before the creation of heaven and earth, the other was the origin force after the collapse of the heavenly Tao. Both forces were among the highest existences in the world. To refine even one of them would be an immense fortune. To refine both at the same time, a madman's act. But Chu Tian was no madman. He was the eternal God Emperor. He knew what he was doing. Balance. Found. Chu Tian's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of light bursting from his golden pupils. One black as ink, one multicolored as a rainbow. The 2 beams shot from his eyes, piercing through the chamber wall, leaving 2 bull's-eyed holes in the courtyard wall. In the courtyard, Huang Tianxi was looking down at his phone. Bang. Bang. 2 loud bangs came from behind, startling him so much that he dropped his phone. With a swoosh, he leaped up and turned around. The chamber wall now had 2 holes, the edges still smoking. A strange smell filled the air, like burnt wood mixed with ozone. Brother Tian. Huang Tianxi rushed to the door. Just as he was about to push it open, the door opened from inside. Chu Tian stood in the doorway. Huang Tianxi froze. Brother Tian had changed. Not his appearance, but his aura. The old Brother Tian was like a blade hidden in a sheath, its edge unseen, yet you always felt something was concealed within. Now the blade was still hidden, but the sheath was gone. It was a feeling hard to describe. He stood there doing nothing, saying nothing, yet you felt he didn't belong here. He should stand on higher ground, like the clouds, like the 9 heavens. 7th layer of foundation establishment. And not an ordinary 7th layer, but one double-tempered by the chaotic chi and the power of the heavens fragment. His spiritual energy was over 5 times denser than that of cultivators at the same level, and his physical strength rivaled the peak of foundation establishment. Brother Tian, your eyes. Huang Tianxi stared at Chu Tian's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Before, Chu Tian's pupils were golden and bright, but still looked human. Now the gold in his eyes was so intense it seemed ready to overflow, with 7 colored lights swirling deep within. One glance, and you felt your soul being drawn in. I've broken through, Chu Tian said simply, then turned to look at the 2 holes in the courtyard wall. Get someone to patch them up later. Ah, sure. Chu Tian walked out of the yard into the front courtyard. His grandfather and parents were sitting under the old locust tree. They all stood up when they saw him. His mother Lin Wanqing looked him up and down, her eyes red. She knew how much her son had suffered these 3 days. The light in the chamber had been on for 3 days and nights without cease. When she got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, she saw golden light seeping through the window and heard muffled groans from inside. Her heart ached so much she couldn't sleep. Mom, it's fine. Chu Tian walked over and took his mother's hand. Imperfectly fine, aren't I? Fine. Lin Wanqing reached out and touched her son's face. You've lost weight. I haven't lost weight. I'm stronger. His mother laughed through her tears, and his father Chu Tianxiong patted his son's shoulder without saying much. Between men, too many words weren't needed. A gesture was enough. Grandfather sat in his armchair, looked at his grandson, and smiled. Broke through. Broke through. Good. The old man nodded without asking further. He knew his grandson's path was still long, and the 7th layer of foundation establishment was only the beginning. That evening Chu Jingtian arrived. He came alone, without bringing anyone. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, but the exhaustion on his face was undeniable. The matter of Chu Lingyun had dealt him a heavy blow. Heavenly Emperor. Chu Jingtian cupped his hands in salute. Sit. Chu Tian pointed to the chair across the stone table. Chu Jingtian sat down, took a letter from his bosom, and handed it over with both hands. From the Zhao family. Chu Tian took the letter and opened it. The letter was very short, only a few lines written by Zhao Wuji himself. The characters were large and heavy, as if about to pierce through the paper. Tomorrow at noon, in the main hall of the Chu family, discussed the spirit mind matter. Zhao Wuji. No salutation, no signature, no polite language. Like a command. Chu Tian finished reading, placed the letter on the table, and looked at Chu Jingtian. What do you think? Chu Jingtian was silent for a moment. I know Zhao Wuji. He didn't send this letter for real negotiation. We already know his terms. Surrender the lead mine. If the Chu family doesn't agree tomorrow, he won't leave empty-handed. Can he defeat you? Not before, Chu Jingtian admitted truthfully. He's at the 8th stage of ancient martial arts. I'm at the peak of the 9th stage. In a direct fight, he wouldn't last 20 moves. But if he dares to come this time, it means he has a trump card. What trump card? The Lin family. Chu Jingtian sighed. You already know the Zhao family is backed by the Lin family. I received word that the Lin family has sent someone down. They'll come with Zhao Wuji tomorrow. What cultivation level? Chu Jingtian shook his head. But the Lin family is one of the 3 great clans in the immortal realm. The person they sent is at least at the Golden Core stage. Golden Core stage. A whole major realm above foundation establishment. Chu Tian's expression didn't change. Which layer of Golden Core? That. I really don't know. We'll find out. Chu Tian stood up. Go prepare. Tomorrow in the main hall, everyone who should come will come. Chu Jingtian also stood up, hesitated, then spoke. Heavenly Emperor, there is something I wonder if I should say. Speak. If a fight breaks out tomorrow, please be careful. Zhao Wuji is capable of anything. Chu Jingtian paused. Also regarding Lingyun. Thank you. Chu Tian looked at him. Thank me for what? Thank you for not revealing all his crimes in public. Colluding with demon sects and bringing covert agents into Huaxia. Those 2 charges alone would have sentenced him to death 100 times. You didn't mention them preserving his last shred of dignity. He's already dead, Chu Tian said. The dead don't need dignity. The living do. Chu Jingtian bowed deeply, then turned and left Chu residence. The next day before dawn, Chu residence was bustling with activity. It wasn't Chu Tian's family making noise, but the people sent by the Chu clan. Chu Jingtian had sent over a dozen Chu clan members early in the morning. They cleaned Chu residence inside and out, and arranged tables, chairs, and tea sets in the front courtyard. At noon today, Zhao Wuji would come to Chu residence to discuss the spirit mine. Chu Tian didn't let him go to the Chu mansion, changing the venue to his own territory. Brother Tian, why let them talk here? Huang Tianxi asked while helping arrange chairs. Because the Chu mansion is too. Chu Tian said every corner of the mansion could have been bugged by the Zhao family. Chu residence is different. It's protected by formations. Outsiders can't get in. Here I have the final say. Makes sense. By 10 in the morning, everything was ready. In the center of the front courtyard, a long table and 2 chairs were set up. Chu Tian sat on one side, Zhao Wuji opposite. Chu Jingtian sat to the side as a mediator. The others, Chu clan elders and Zhao family attendants, stood behind their respective heads. At 11, Huang Tianxi ran in with news. Brother Tian, they're here. Lots of cars. Parked at the alley entrance, a dozen people got out. Let them in. Chu Tian said. Zhao Wuji was younger than Chu Tian had imagined. In his early 50s, not tall, but very sturdy like a block of iron. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, heavy lips, and a scar on his chin that stretched from his left ear to his jaw, as if slashed by a sharp blade. He wore a black tang suit, cloth shoes with layered soles, and walked with heavy steps, each one seeming to measure the ground. The aura of a peak 8th stage ancient martial artist was released without concealment, pressing down on some Chu clan members in the front courtyard, making it hard for them to breathe. Behind him followed 12 people, all Zhao family experts. The lowest cultivation among them was at the 6th stage of ancient martial arts. The 2 walking at the back caught Chu Tian's attention. One was a man in his early 30s wearing a gray robe with ordinary features that seemed unremarkable. But Chu Tian noticed that when this man walked, his feet didn't touch the dust. The dust on the bluestone ground remained undisturbed as he passed. A golden core stage cultivator. The other was a white-haired old woman over 80, hunched over, leaning on a cane, walking slowly. Her aura was very faint, nearly imperceptible, but it was precisely this imperceptibility that was most terrifying. Chu Xuanji's voice echoed in his mind, unusually grave. 2 golden core cultivators. That gray-robed man is at the 2nd layer of golden core, that old woman at the 5th layer. Chu Tian didn't reply. Zhao Wuji walked to the long table. Instead of sitting down immediately, he sized up Chu Tian. So you're Chu Tian. His voice was rough like sandpaper on metal. Yes, the new master of the Chu family. The Chu family has no new master. Chu Tian said the Chu family only has the Chu family members. Zhao Wuji grinned and sat down on the opposite chair. That smile was unsettling, like a snake opening its mouth. The gray-robed man and the white-haired old woman did not sit. They stood behind Zhao Wuji. The gray-robed man's eyes were fixed on Chu Tian like two scalpels cutting across him, as if appraising something. The white-haired old woman kept her head down as if dozing, but Chu Tian knew she was the most dangerous one. Zhao Wuji leaned back in his chair. I've already had the terms conveyed to you. The spirit mine at the northern foot of Qinglong Mountain, return it to my Zhao family. The Chu family has occupied it for 300 years. With interest, it's time to return it. Return. Chu Tian repeated the word. When you say return, you mean that spirit mine was originally the Zhao family's. It always was. Zhao Wuji took out a yellowed piece of paper from his bosom and spread it on the table. This is the land deed signed by the Zhao and Chu families 300 years ago. In black and white it states clearly, the spirit mine at the northern foot of Qinglong Mountain belongs to the Zhao family. Chu Tian glanced at the paper, but didn't take it. 300 years ago the Chu family was still called the Chu family, and the Zhao family wasn't yet called the Zhao family, he said. 300 years ago the Zhao family was a vassal of the Chu family. Do you think a land deed signed between a vassal and its liege lord is valid? Zhao Wuji's face darkened. That was 300 years ago. Now is not 300 years ago. His voice turned cold. Chu Tian, I respect you as the new master of the Chu family and have saved you, Face. Don't be ungrateful. Face is something you lost yourself, not something I gave you, Chu Tian said. 3 days ago your younger brother Zhao Wutian led people to Qinglong Mountain and said he would bury a dog in front of my great-grandmother's grave. How do you intend to account for that? Zhao Wuji's triangular eyes narrowed. Wutian had 7 ribs broken by you, his spleen ruptured, and he's still lying in the hospital. And you still ask for an accounting. He brought it on himself. Bang. Zhao Wuji slammed his palm on the table. The entire long table split in the middle, sending wood chips flying. He stood up, his aura surging, ancient martial arts true chi at the peak of 8th stage flowing over his body, forming a light blue chi shield. Chu Tian, I didn't come here today to argue with you. His voice boomed like thunder. The spirit mine. You will give it up whether you want to or not. The atmosphere in the front courtyard was tense, ready to explode. Chu clan members placed their hands on their weapons, and Zhao family experts assumed battle stances. Chu Tian didn't move. He sat behind the split table, watching the furious Zhao Wuji, his expression unchanged. Zhao Wuji, he said, aren't you going to introduce the two behind you? Zhao Wuji's expression stiffened slightly. The gray-robed man spoke. His voice was light and soft like a spring breeze, yet every word was clearly heard by everyone. The Lin family of the immortal realm Lin Xian. He introduced himself. This is the Lin family's honored elder Granny Bai. The white-haired old woman lifted her eyelids and glanced at Chu Tian. Her eyes were murky like 2 stagnant pools, but Chu Tian noticed. She wasn't looking at his face, but at his pocket. The pocket contained the jade pendant that held the heavens fragment. People of the Lin family, Chu Tian nodded. My mother is also of the Lin family. Your mother is a traitor expelled. Lin Xian's voice remained light and soft, but now carried a hint of coldness. You are not worthy to call her a member of the Lin family. Chu Tian's gaze turned icy. Say that again. Lin Xian looked at his golden eyes, his lips moving slightly, but in the end he did not repeat those words. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Granny Bai suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse like wind through withered leaves. Little boy, the heavens fragment is on you. Chu Tian looked at her. Yes. Hand it over, Granny Bai said. This old woman can put in a good word for you before the clan head, allowing your mother to rejoin the Lin family. Not needed. Then what do you want? Chu Tian stood up, looking at Granny Bai, at Lin Xian, at Zhao Wuji, his gaze finally settling on Granny Bai's face. I want the Chu family to reclaim everything it lost 3,000 years ago. His voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. The spirit mine is only the beginning. A cold light flickered in Granny Bai's eyes. She straightened her hunched back and her aura began to rise. Not the violent true chi of Zhao Wuji, but a chilly, spine-tingling spiritual energy. The full power of the 5th layer of golden core stage was unleashed, causing the entire formation of Chu residents to tremble. Little boy, do you really think that just because you are the reincarnation of the Eternal God Emperor, you can do as you please? Granny Bai's voice seemed to drift from the underworld. This is the mortal realm, not the immortal realm. In your past life you were a God Emperor, now you are merely a small cultivator at Foundation Establishment. This old woman could crush you with one hand. Chu Tian stood his ground, body motionless, his golden pupils staring directly into Granny Bai's murky eyes. You can try, he said. You can try? Everyone looked at Chu Tian, watching this 17-year-old boy speak those 4 words in front of a 5-layer golden. The faces of the Chu family disciples turned pale, their palms sweaty. They didn't know where Chu Tian's confidence came from, but they chose to believe in him. There was no other choice. They couldn't defeat a golden core expert, nor could they escape. Old Granny Bai's murky eyes stared intently at Chu Tian, her cold spiritual energy surging like a tide, causing the entire formation of Chu residents to tremble violently, with the array patterns on the walls flickering ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. The full force of a 5-layer golden core pressure was something a Foundation Establishment cultivator could not bear. Some of the lower-level disciples of the Chu family had already turned pale, their legs weak, only able to lean against the wall to avoid collapsing. Old Granny Bai's voice was hoarse and slow like a dull knife grinding against stone. I will ask you again, little brat, the fragment of the heavenly Tao, will you hand it over or not? Chu Tian's response was to extend his right hand. Golden spiritual energy surged from his palm, coalescing into a sphere of light the size of a fist hovering above his hand. The surface of the sphere of light shimmered with rainbow-like patterns. This was the power of the heavenly Tao fragment. He was not showcasing his strength, but rather revealing his chips. The heavenly Tao fragment you want is right here, Chu Tian said. But it won't be taken by force, it will be given by me. Who I give it to and who I don is up to me. A hint of greed flashed in old Granny Bay's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by her rationality. She had lived in the immortal realm for hundreds of years, and had seen too many geniuses perish due to arrogance. Although this boy in front of her was the reincarnation of the Eternal God Emperor, he currently possessed only the cultivation of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, which in her eyes was merely a slightly stronger ant. Yet the gaze of this ant reminded her of someone. Chu Yun from 30,000 years ago, the Eternal God Emperor, who made the entire immortal realm tremble. Aren't you afraid of death? Old Granny Bai asked. I am, Chu Tian replied. But you may not be able to kill me. Arrogant. Old Granny Bai moved. Her figure vanished from the spot, moving so quickly that no afterimage was left. The full-force attack from a 5-layer golden core expert was something a foundation establishment cultivator could not catch. Chu Tian's eyes could not keep up, but his divine sense could. The instinct for battle from his past life of 30,000 years awakened completely at this moment. The gust of her palm wind attacked from the left, the cold spiritual energy coalescing into a massive white hand the size of a door, carrying a terrifying aura that could corrode everything. Chu Tian did not take it heeding. His body twisted at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the direct blast of the palm wind, while simultaneously gathering power in his right fist, launching a punch towards old Granny Bay's side. He put all his strength into this punch. Chaotic energy, the power of the heavenly Tao fragment, and all the spiritual energy of the 7th layer of foundation establishment were compressed into this single strike. A flash of surprise appeared in old Granny Bay's eyes. She did not expect this 7th layer foundation establishment brat could evade her attack, nor did she expect him to counterattack. But after all, she was a master of 5 layers of golden core. She slightly shifted her body, and her left hand struck against Chu Tian's fist. The fist and palm collided. Bang! A dull sound echoed, shaking the entire Chu residence. The blue stone floor of the front yard was blasted into a 3-foot-wide pit, with debris flying and dust swirling. Chu Tian's body was sent flying backward, flipping twice in the air before landing 10 steps away, his feet carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. His right arm trembled, blood seeping from the knuckles of his fist. But he stood firm. Old Granny Bai remained in place, unmoving. But her brows furrowed because there was a faint red mark on the palm of her left hand. A 5-layer golden core master was marked by a boy of the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Though it was not an injury, everyone present saw it. Old Granny Bai struck first, and Chu Tian countered. Old Granny Bai's palm wind did not hit Chu Tian, but Chu Tian's fist struck old Granny Bai. From the outcome, Chu Tian had the upper hand. Old Granny Bai's expression finally changed. Not from pain, but from humiliation. She had cultivated in the immortal realm for 800 years, and had never been touched by a foundation establishment cultivator. Today not only had she been touched, but a mark had also been left on her. You seek death. She raised her right hand, gathering a ball of cold black light in her palm. This time she would not hold back. At that moment a soft shout came from outside Chu residence. Stop! Old Granny Bai's hand paused, and she turned to look at the alley entrance. Bai Ruashi stood there, the Qing Feng sword drawn, its tip pointing at old Granny Bai. Behind her stood 4 elders, 2 men and 2 women, all elders of the Ancient Martial Association, the lowest of whom was at the peak of foundation establishment. The Ancient Martial Association, the official organization of the cultivation world in Huaxiao, represents the rules of this world. Old Granny Bai, this is the mortal realm. Bai Ruaxi's voice was cold and stern. There are rules in the mortal realm. People from the immortal realm cannot act recklessly here. The matters between your Lin family and Zhao family must be resolved according to mortal rules. Whoever strikes first, the Ancient Martial Association will assist. Old Granny Bai's eyes narrowed. Little girl, are you threatening me? It's not a threat. Bai Ruashi said it's a rule. You have lived for 800 years, you should understand better than me. Those who break the rules will face dire consequences. Old Granny Bai fell silent. She knew Bai Ruashi was speaking the truth. There was an agreement between the immortal realm and the mortal realm. People from the immortal realm could not casually descend, and could not act recklessly once they did. If she were to kill Chu Tian here today, the upper echelons of the Ancient Martial Association would not stand idly by. Those people may not show themselves often, but their strength is something even the Lin family fears. Fine. Old Granny Bai withdrew her hand, the cold spiritual energy dissipating into the air. I will give the Ancient Martial Association some face. She turned to Chu Tian. Little brat, today's matter is not over. The fragment of the heavenly Tao on you will eventually attract someone to take it. I am not in a hurry, though I have plenty of time. I have plenty of time too. Chu Tian replied. Old Granny Bai snorted coldly and turned to walk toward the alley entrance. Lin Xian glanced at Chu Tian, said nothing, and followed her. Zhao Wujia stood in place, his expression fluctuating. He did not expect that his family's biggest trump card would be blocked by a single statement from the ancient martial association. Zhao family head. Chu Tian looked at him. Are we still discussing the spirit mine? Zhao Wujie ground his teeth and squeezed out a word from between them. Discuss. Then let's sit down and talk. Chu Tian walked to the stone table and sat down. President Bai, please take a seat. Bai Ruashi sheathed her sword and sat down beside him. The 4 elders of the ancient martial association stood behind her like 4 guardian deities. Zhao Wujie's face was ashen as he stood before the split long table. He knew that today's negotiation had already been lost, not in terms of the spirit mine, but in terms of power. The golden core experts he brought were stopped by the ancient martial association, while his own strength was inferior to Chu Jingtian and even more so to Chu Tian. We can talk about the spirit mine, Zhao Wujie said as he sat down, but I have conditions. Speak. The Chu family has occupied the spirit mine for 300 years, and the spirit stones produced each year should be divided 3 parts to the Zhao family. 1 part, Chu Tian said. 2 parts. 1 part. If you don't agree, there won't even be 1 part. Zhao Wujie's fists tightened, his knuckles cracking. He looked at Chu Tian's golden eyes, wanting to rage, but ultimately held it back. Fine. 1 part is 1 part. Chu Jingtian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 1 part of the spirit mine's output was not a significant loss for the Chu family, but for the Zhao family, it was a considerable income. Zhao Wujie's agreement to this condition indicated that he truly wanted to end this dispute. There's a second condition, Zhao Wujie said. Speak. The medical expenses for Wu Tian will be covered by the Chu family. The medical expenses can be covered, but not because the Chu family owes you, but it's because I hit someone and should compensate for the damages. Chu Tian said, but there's one thing. Tell your brother that next time he goes to Qinglong Mountain, I won't just break his ribs. Zhao Wujie's face darkened even further, but he said nothing more, stood up, and left with the Zhao family. The front yard fell silent once more. Chu Jingtian led the Chu family disciples to clean up the mess. The split long table was removed, the debris was cleared, and the shattered blue stones were replaced. Bai Ruashi did not leave. She sat beside the stone table, picked up the tea handed to her by Huang Tianxi, and took a sip. Thank you for today. Chu Tian sat down opposite her. No need to thank me. Bai Ruashi put down her teacup. I am not helping you. I am maintaining the rules. If old Granny Bai had killed you today, where would that leave the ancient martial association? No matter what, since you came, I owe you a favor. Bai Ruashi glanced at him. Your favor is very expensive. So I rarely owe favors. Chu Tian smiled lightly. Bai Ruashi did not respond, remaining silent for a moment before lowering her voice. I received news that the demon sect has moved. After Li Wuxia escaped back to the immortal realm, he reported the situation here. The demon emperor is very interested in you. Interested? He wants to kill me, right? He wants to kill you, but he also wants to recruit you, Bai Ruashi said. The demon emperor never leaves himself an escape route, but he never makes a losing deal either. In your past life, you were his arch-nemesis. He hated you to the bone. But now that you are reborn and have lost your cultivation to him, it would be better to recruit you than to kill you. He won't recruit me, Chu Tian said. He knows what kind of person I am. He knows, but he still wants to try. Bai Ruashi stood up. I'm leaving. Be careful, the matters in the capital are not over yet. The Zhao family is just the first. There are still the Li family, the Wang family, and people from the immortal realm. I know. Bai Ruashi left with the 4 elders. The sound of a car engine came from the alley, gradually fading away. Chu Tian sat alone in the courtyard looking at the scattered stones and cracked blue slabs. Kid. Chu Xuanji's voice echoed. That punch you threw earlier shouldn't have been thrown. Why not? Because that punch revealed your true strength. Chu Xuanji said. Old Granny Bai was initially uncertain how much you had recovered. She came to test you. Although that punch couldn't hurt her, it made her realize your current strength can barely match a first-layer golden core expert. You can't defeat a 5-layer golden core expert. I know. Then why did you still strike? Because if I don't strike, she'll probe me even more. Chu Tian said. By striking, she understands my limits and won't act rashly. People are like that. What they fear most is not the unknown but the known. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment, then sighed. You gambled correctly. But what if she continues to attack? Then just fight. Chu Tian stood up. If I can't win, I will still fight. If I can't win, I'll run. If I can't run, I'll crush by Roxas Jade Slip. I have more than one trump card. If one path doesn't work, I'll take another. You always have a point. It's not just a point. Chu Tian walked into the side room and closed the door. It's that I cannot afford to lose. He sat cross-legged, the chaotic origin stone floating before his chest. That punch earlier consumed most of his spiritual energy, and there were slight cracks in the bones of his right arm. The rebound force from a 5-layer golden core was not something easy to withstand. But the value of that punch far outweighed the cost. He let old Granny Bai know his limits. 7th-layer foundation establishment able to contend with a 1st-layer golden core. It also let old Granny Bai know his trump card. The ancient martial association was on his side. And it made old Granny Bai understand his attitude. He was not afraid of a fight, nor afraid of death. These 3 things combined can be summarized in one word: hard. The Lin family is tough, and he wants to let the Lin family know that he is tougher than they are. Chapter 29. The end. After the Zhao family departed, Chu residents remained quiet for 2 days. During this time, Chu Tian accomplished 3 things. The first was cultivation. The Chaos Prime Stone and Heavenly Tao Fragment operated in unison, thoroughly stabilizing his foundation establishment 7th layer foundation over these 2 days. Chu Xuanji was right. Haste makes waste. After breaking through to the 7th layer, he needed time for his body to adapt to the new power. It was akin to a person who suddenly grew much taller, requiring a relearning of how to walk. The second thing was to regulate his parents' health. His father Chu Tianxiong had recovered to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Though still far from his pre-imprisonment foundation establishment, 1st layer the speed far exceeded expectations. His mother Lin Wanqing chose not to cultivate any further. Chu Tian did not press her. Instead, he used the Lingshu acupuncture technique daily to clear her meridians and maintain her health. The third thing was to wait. He was waiting for the Wang family. Chu Jingtian had mentioned that the Wang family would come to offer congratulations. But the Zhao family incident had stirred such a commotion. News of Granny by making a move at Chu residence spread throughout the capital, that the Wangs instead fell silent. Chu Tian was not anxious. He knew the Wangs were observing. Wang Pejuan, head of the Wang family, had risen from a street thug to the patriarch of one of the 4 great families, all thanks to his keen judgment. He was waiting for the right moment. That moment came on the 2nd night. Around 9 in the evening, Huang Tianxi rushed in to report Tiangu, a black car, is parked at the alley entrance, engine still running. Looks like it's waiting for someone. One person. Can't tell. The car is pitch black inside. Should I go ask? No need. Chu Tian stood up, adjusted his collar. They're here for me. Tiangu, how do you know? Instinct. Chu Tian's instincts had never failed him. He walked out of Chu residence through the alley and reached the entrance. The black car door opened, and an old man with graying hair stepped out. Wang Pejuan, patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 4 great houses of Jingqing. An 8th rank ancient martial artist, 70 years old. No bodyguards, no attendants, not even a driver. He had driven himself. Patriarch Wang. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Wang Pejuan looked him up and down, his gaze lingering briefly on those golden pupils, then broke into a smile. The smile was genial, not at all like that of a weapons magnate, but more like a kindly grandfather. Next door, Chu Tian. Younger than I imagined. Chu Jingtian claimed you were the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor. I didn't believe it. Seeing those eyes of yours, I do now. Patriarch Wang visits late at night. What business brings you? To deliver a gift. Wang Pejuan turned open the trunk and lifted out a black briefcase. He handed it to Chu Tian. A small token hardly worthy of your stature. Chu Tian took the case, hefted it, considerably heavy. He opened it to reveal 10 spirit stones arranged neatly inside. Not low-grade, but mid-grade. 10 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 low-grade ones. The Chu family's spirit mine produced only a few hundred low-grade stones annually. With this single gesture, Wang Pejuan had gifted more than 2 years of the Chu family's output. Patriarch Wang, this gift is too generous. Chu Tian did not close the case. He met Wang Pejuan's eyes. What do you want? Wang Pejuan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring. The smoke curled upward under the streetlight, blurring his expression. What do I want? Nothing. I just want to make a gamble. Gamble on what? On you. Wang Pejuan flicked the ash. I'm betting you truly are the reincarnated Eternal Divine Emperor, that you'll lead the Chu family to rise again, and that you won't forget the man who brought spirit stones today. Chu Tian fell silent. He had seen many kinds of people. Those like Lin Wan'er, who curried favor, those like Zhao Wuji, who chased quick gains, those like Chu Lingyun, who burned with ambition. But someone like Wang Pejuan, 70 years old, willing to stake everything on a 17-year-old youth. This was a first. Aren't you afraid of losing the bet? Chu Tian asked. If I lose, I lose. Wang Pejuan laughed a laugh carrying the unique carefreeness of a 7-year-old. I've lived 70 years, risen from a street thug to where I am today. What storms haven't I weathered? I can afford to lose. He stubbed out the cigarette, tossed it into a roadside trash bin, and pulled open the car door. Before getting in, he turned back to say, oh, and beware of the Li family. That old fox Li Songhai. Outwardly, he's watching from the sidelines, but behind the scenes, he's already contacting people from the celestial realm. He's not a hothead like Zhao Wuji. He's the kind who stabs you while you're fast asleep. Thanks for the warning. Don't thank me. Those spirit stones aren't free. You'll have to repay them. Wang Pejuan started the engine, poked his head out the window, and added, I'll give you a low interest rate. The black sedan drove into the night, its taillights vanishing at the alley entrance. Chu Tian stood there, case in hand, for a long time. Wang Pejuan's gift was not merely 10 mid-grade spirit stones, it was also a piece of intelligence and a stance. Back at Chu residence, Chu Tian placed the spirit stone case on the stone table. Huang Tianxi scurried over, opened it, and his eyes bulged like brass bells. Tian Go. These are spirit stones. Mid-grade. You recognize them? I saw them in the Chu family archives. Huang Tianxi swallowed hard. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is enough for me to cultivate for half a year. Then these 10 are yours. Huang Tianxi's hand froze in midair. Tian Go, what did you say? I said these 10 spirit stones are yours. Chu Tian pushed the case toward him. The Wang family gave them to me, and I am giving them to you. Huang Tianxi stared at the case, then at Chu Tian. His lips quivered several times, and his eyes reddened. He had been with Chu Tian for less than a month, transformed from a protection racket thug into the deputy instructor of the Chu family youth training camp. And now Chu Tian was gifting him 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This wasn't about money, it was about being treated as family. Tiangu. Huang Tianxi's voice was thick with emotion. I taking so many spirit stones. I feel embarrassed. Then cultivate well. Chu Tian patted his shoulder. Break through to Foundation establishment as soon as possible and help me guard the Chu family's turf. Huang Tianxi nodded vigorously, hugged the case to his chest, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Then turned and ran toward his room. After a few steps he stopped, looked back, and shouted, Tiangu, I'm with you for good. For the rest of my life. Chu Tian entered the side chamber, sat cross-legged, and took out Chu Xuanji's jade pendant from his pocket, placing it. Chu Xuanji's phantom floated out of the jade pendant, hovering in midair. Crane white hair, youthful face, ethereal bearing. You gave all 10 mid-grade spirit stones to Huang Tianxi. Chu Xuanji asked. You don't need them yourself. I have the Chaos Prime Stone and the Heavenly Tao Fragment, Chu Tian said. Spirit stones do little for my cultivation, but they help him a great deal. Better to put them in his hands than let them gather dust here. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment, then sighed. If you had been like this in your past life, Su Yao might not have betrayed you. Past life? Chu Tian shook his head. In my past life, I was also good to my subordinates. I gave them immortal pills, passed down techniques, conferred celestial positions, everything I could. Su Yao betrayed me not because I treated her poorly, but because she wanted more. Chu Xuanji nodded and dropped the subject. His gaze pierced through the wall of the side chamber, fixing on the distant night sky. After a long silence, he suddenly said, Wang Pejun is no simple man. At 70 his vision remains so sharp. He knows you will rise one day, so he invests early. This kind of man is far more dangerous than Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji is a spear thrust in the open, a Wang Pejun is an arrow shot from the dark. He's not an arrow from the dark, Chu Tian said. He's a weather vane. Whoever is strong he leans toward. Do you think he can be trusted? Not fully, Chu Tian said. But we can cooperate. Cooperation doesn't require trust, it requires mutual benefit. As long as I can provide him with benefits, he won't betray me. Chu Xuanji pondered this, then nodded. Makes sense. The next morning, while Chu Tian was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, Chu Jingtian arrived. He wore a tracksuit, looking less like the patriarch of the Chu family and more like an ordinary old man out for his morning exercise. Heavenly Emperor. Chu Jingtian clasped his hands in salute. How many times have I told you don't call me Heavenly Emperor? Chu Tian retracted his fist and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just call me Chu Tian. Chu Jingtian gave a wry smile. I'm used to it. Can't break the habit. He sat down at the stone table and pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it. There's news from the Li family. What news? Li Songhai went to Qinglong Mountain yesterday. Chu Tian's brows twitched slightly. Qinglong Mountain. Chu Jingtian pointed to the map on the paper. He spent an entire afternoon on the northern slope of Qinglong Mountain, near the spirit mine. According to our informants, he was surveying the terrain as if searching for something. The spirit mine belongs to the Zhao family. Why would he go there? Uncertain. Chu Jingtian shook his head. But one thing. Though the Li and Zhao families are both among the 4 great houses, their relationship is poor. Li Songhai wouldn't help the Zhao family inspect the mine. He must have his own reason. Chu Tian studied the map. Besides the spirit mine, what else is on the northern slope of Qinglong Mountain? There is. Chu Jingtian thought for a moment, then his expression abruptly changed. One other place. The ruins of the ancient Celestial Passage. Celestial Passage. 3,000 years ago, the passage between the Celestial Realm and the Xianhuang Realm was located on the northern slope of Qinglong Mountain. Chu Jingtian said. After our ancestor Chu Xuanji sealed the passage, that place became a ruin. 3 millennia have passed. Though the passage remains sealed to space, there has always been unstable. Chu Tian rose to his feet. The ruins of the Celestial Passage. If Li Songhai went there not for the spirit mine, but for the passage, could he be trying to open it? Impossible. Chu Xuanji's seal was beyond his ability to break. Then what was he searching for? Ancestor Chu Tian asked inwardly. Besides the passage itself, what else is at the ruins on the northern slope of Qinglong Mountain? Chu Xuanji's voice came after a pause, as if recollecting for a long time. There is a stele. What stele? The seal stele. When I sealed the passage, I erected a stone tablet to suppress it above the passage. On that stele is carved a sealing formation. Whoever can decipher the formation on the stele will be able to open the passage, allowing free passage between the celestial realm and this world. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed. Is Li Songhai trying to decipher the formation on the stele? He cannot decipher it, Chu Xuanji said. The formation on that stele is of high celestial grade. No one in this world can break it. What if he has help? From the Lin family. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment. That would change things. The Lin family has operated in the celestial realm for tens of thousands of years. They certainly have formation masters. If the Lin family sends down a high-grade celestial formation master, it might be possible to break the seal stele. Chu Tian turned to face Chu Jingtian, who was behind the Li family. The Lin family, Chu Jingtian said. Among the 4 great houses, the Chu family has no backer. The Zhao family is backed by the Lin family. The Wang family has none, and the Li family, also backed by the Lin family. 2 families, the same patron. The Lin family had spent 300 years laying their groundwork in the mortal world, placing 2 chess pieces. The Zhao family was the visible piece used to stir chaos. The Li family was the hidden piece used for shady affairs. Zhao Wuji handled the open disturbances, Li Songhai handled the covert operations. A fine scheme, the Lin family. Chu Tian let out a cold laugh. Heavenly Emperor, should we send someone to watch Qinglong Mountain? Chu Jingtian asked. No need, Chu Tian said. I'll go myself. When? Now. Qinglong Mountain's northern foothills. Chu Tian had been there once. Last time he accompanied his grandfather to sweep his great-grandmother's grave ascending from the southern slope. He had never been to the northern foothills, but Chu Jingtian had given him a hand-drawn map marking the approximate location of the Immortal Realm Passage ruins. A depression halfway up the mountain surrounded by mountains on three sides facing north hidden in terrain that was invisible from afar. Chu Tian did not drive or bring anyone. He hiked up the mountain alone. The early morning Qinglong Mountain was shrouded in mist, dew clung to the branches of pines and cypresses, the air crisp and damp. He walked unhurriedly, but each step carried him several meters, his figure darting through the forest like a silent leopard. His spiritual sense had already expanded to its maximum range, covering an area 800 meters in radius. The spiritual sense of the Foundation Establishment 7th layer was more than twice as strong as the 6th layer, but still insufficient to cover the northern foothills of Qinglong Mountain. This mountainous region was too vast, crisscrossed with ravines, each gully and every patch of forest could conceal people. Half an hour later he found the place. The Immortal Realm Passage ruins lay in a hollow surrounded by mountain ridges. From above one could not see what was below at all. The hollow was circular, about 100 zhang in diameter, as if something had crashed down from the sky, which was 3,000 years ago. At the moment Chu Xuanji sealed the passage, a tremendous surge of energy leveled this mountain terrain, leaving behind this bowl-shaped giant pit. After 3,000 years of wind and rain, the pit bottom had become overgrown with weeds and shrubs, but the giant pit's shape remained clearly discernible. In the center of the giant pit stood a stone stele. The stele was about 3 zhang tall, pitch black all over its surface, as smooth as a mirror, as if meticulously polished by someone. The stele's body was densely covered with runes, not carved into it, but more like they emerged from within the stone. The arrangement of the runes was extremely complex, interlocking and resonating with each other. Each rune slowly flowed, as if alive. The sealing stele. Heaven-class lower-grade formation. This is it. Chu Xuanji's voice resounded in his mind, laden with 3,000 years of vicissitudes. I spent 3 years back then exhausting my lifelong cultivation to set up this sealing formation. Heaven-class lower grade is considered top tier, even in the immortal realm. Can you break it now? Chu Tian asked. With your current cultivation, no. Chu Xuanji said. To break a heaven-class formation requires at least golden core stage spiritual power. You're only at Foundation Establishment 7th layer, far from enough. Then Li Songhai can't break it either. He can't break it, but the people he brought can. Chu Tian found an old pine with dense foliage at the edge of the giant pit, leaped onto its crown, and concealed himself among the pine needles. From this position the entire giant pit was in full view. 6 people stood before the sealing stele. The one at the head was an elderly man in his 60s wearing a dark blue Zhongshan suit, graying hair, gaunt face, and a pair of reading glasses. He didn't look like an ancient martial arts master, more like a retired middle school teacher. But Chu Tian recognized him. The patriarch of the Li family, one of the 4 great clans, Li Songhai. Ancient martial arts 9th level, on par with Chu Jingtian. But his aura was even more restrained than Chu Jingshan's, like a blade hidden in its sheath. You couldn't see the edge, but you could feel the chill. Behind Li Songhai stood 5 men in black, all in black, tight-fitting outfits with short blades at their waists. Their cultivation ranged from ancient martial arts 7th to 8th level, the Li family's most elite experts. The 5 black-clad men spread out around the stele, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Above the giant pit, there were also over a dozen hidden sentries concealed in the woods behind rocks, and among the bushes, sealing off all paths leading to the pit. Chu Tian evaded the sight of those hidden sentries, and carefully observed Li Kanghai's actions from the tree crown. Li Songhai stood before the stele, pulled a palm-sized compass from his pocket, and placed it on the stele's base. The compass needle spun wildly several times, then pointed to a specific direction. Indeed, Chu Xuanji said. He's looking for the formation eye of the sealing array. What is that compass? The celestial mechanism disc. A tool used by Immortal Realm formation masters to locate formation eyes. Its grade is not low, at least Earth grade upper quality. The Lin family indeed sent a formation master down. Where is the formation master? Chu Xuanji did not answer. After a moment of silence his tone suddenly turned grave. Hidden in the shadows. I sense a very concealed aura near the stele. It deliberately suppresses its cultivation, but it can't fool me. What cultivation? Golden core stage 3rd layer. A formation master's cultivation is generally not too high, but his formation expertise is considerable. He's hiding in the shadows, using his spiritual sense to remotely control the celestial mechanism disc. Guided by the celestial mechanism disc, Li Songhai slowly circled the stele. His steps were slow, each one taken cautiously, as if measuring something. After completing the circle, he stopped on the north side of the stele. He crouched down, pulled out a cinnabar brush from his bosom, and drew a mark on the stele's base. Prepare. Li Songhai stood up, stepped back 2 paces, and said to the air. There was no reply, but Chu Tian saw the runes on the stele begin to change. The originally slowly flowing runes suddenly sped up, as if an invisible hand had turned gears. Several runes started flickering, dimming, and brightening like a poor electrical connection. He's breaking it. Chu Yuan's voice was a bit tense. A heaven-class formation, he can't break it alone, but he's found the formation's weak point. If he keeps breaking it, the ceiling array will develop cracks. The cracks won't be large, but enough for the immortal realm to send messages down, or send people down. Send what people? Golden core stage cultivators. The cracks are too small, nascent soul can't get through, but golden core can. Golden core stage. If a single golden core cultivator came down, it would be more than enough to give him trouble. If 2 or 3 came down, he could only flee. If a group came down, he couldn't even run. Chu Yun took a deep breath and leaped down from the tree crown. Can't wait any longer. His figure darted through the forest, evading the sight of all hidden sentries, and circled to the north side of the giant pit, the spot where Li Songhai had drawn the mark. Going down from here was the shortest distance to the steely, but also the most dangerous, because all the hidden sentries faced outward except for this spot, which faced inward. They were not guarding against outsiders coming in, but against insiders getting out. Without hesitation, Chu Yun leaped. At the bottom of the giant pit, Li Songhai was staring at the changing data on the celestial mechanism disk when he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He lifted his head sharply and saw a white figure leap down from the northern cliff, landing steadily beside the steel. White shirt, jeans, canvas shoes. Golden irises shimmered in the mist. Chu Yun. Li Songhai's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively stepped back, his hand pressing on the short blade at his waist. The 5 black-clad men also drew their weapons simultaneously, encircling the steel. Elderly. Chu Yun stood before the steely, looking at Li Songhai, his tone as calm as if he were not surrounded by enemies. The scenery of Qinglong Mountain is quite nice. You have excellent taste, old sir. Li Songhai's face changed several times, but quickly returned to normal. He released his hand from the short blade and put on a genial smile. His facial transformation was remarkably swift. So it's the new master of the Chu family. I heard the Chu family had a young and promising new patriarch. I've never had the chance to meet you. Meeting here on Qinglong Mountain today is quite a coincidence. A coincidence? Chu Yun looked at the cinnabar mark on the steel's base. I think it's not a coincidence, but rather you secretly doing something shameful here and getting caught by me. Li Songhai's smile froze. The 5 black-clad men tightened their grip on their weapons, their eyes fixed on Chu Yun. The air was thick with tension. Chu Yun. Li Songhai's voice turned cold. I don't want to break off relations with you. If you pretend you saw nothing today, I can give you an explanation when you return. What explanation? Spirit stones. 500 low-grade spirit stones per year delivered to the Chu family. 500. 1,000. Li Songhai raised the offer. Can't go higher. Chu Yun looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but Li Songhai read 2 words from it. Contempt. Elderly, do you think I'm some provincial poor kid who can be bought off with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? Then what do you want? I want you to tell me. What are you doing on Qinglong Mountain? What does the Lin family behind you want? Li Songhai's face darkened completely. He looked at Chu Yun, fell silent for a full 5 seconds, then sighed. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. He said. Beneath the ceiling steel is the immortal realm passage. The Lin family wants to open it. Why? Because the Lin family wants the heavenly Tao fragment. Li Songhai looked at Chu Yun. You have the heavenly Tao fragment, you can't guard it forever. The Lin family will come for it sooner or later. Rather than wait for you to grow strong, it's better to act now, while you're still weak. Open the passage and let the Lin army descend. Aren't you afraid of Chu family retaliation? Chu family. Li Songhai laughed with a hint of mockery. The Chu family was crushed 3,000 years ago. The current Chu family is just barely surviving. Do you think you alone can prop up the entire Chu family? You're only 17. Even if you're the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor, so what? You need time. 10, 20, 100 years to regain your peak. The Lin family won't give you time. Chu Yun was silent for a moment. Li Songhai was right. He needed time, and the Lin family wouldn't give it to him. So you helped the Lin family open the passage? Chu Yun asked. Once the passage is open and the Lin army descends after they get the heavenly Tao fragment, will they still care about you? Will they care whether the Li family lives or dies? Li Songhai did not answer. You know they won't care, Chu Yun said. But you still help them. Because you're afraid. You're afraid of the Lin family, and even more afraid of me. Afraid of you? Li Songhai sneered. You're afraid that I will truly grow. You know that if you give me 10 years, no one in the entire immortal realm can stop me. By then, everyone who helped the Lin family against me, I won't spare a single one. Chu Yun looked at him. So you can't wait 10 years. You have to act now, while I'm still weak. Use the Lin family's hand to eliminate me. Li Songhai's smile completely vanished, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. You're right, he said. I can't wait. He raised his right hand, and the 5 black-clad men simultaneously lunged at Chu Yun. Ancient martial arts 7th to 8th level, 5 men, 5 directions, cutting off all escape routes. Chu Yun did not retreat. His figure darted among the 5 men, swift as lightning. A flash of golden light, his right fist struck the first black-clad man's chest. With a dull thud, the black-clad man flew backward, crashed into the steely, slid to the ground, and passed out. The second black-clad man's short blade slashed at his nape, his body twisted at an impossible angle dodging the blade, while his left hand struck the man's shoulder. The sound of bone cracking was sharp and harsh. The man's entire left shoulder collapsed, and he fell to the ground screaming. The third, fourth, and fifth fell in the same instant. In less than 3 seconds, all 5 experts above ancient martial arts 7th level were incapacitated. Li Songhai stood still watching this scene, his expression unchanged. He did not attack nor flee. He only stared coldly at Chu Tian, as if looking at a dead man. Your strength is greater than I anticipated, Li Songhai said. But not enough. He clapped his hands. Above the giant pit, dozens of auras appeared simultaneously. Not a dozen, but several tens. All of the Li family's forces deployed on Qinglong Mountain revealed themselves at this moment. Over 30 ancient martial arts experts surrounded the giant pit, leaving no gap. The lowest was ancient martial arts 5th level, the highest was ancient martial arts 8th level peak, Li Kanghai's younger brother Li Tsangming. And behind these people there was another person. An old man in a gray robe slowly walked out from the woods, stood at the edge of the giant pit, and looked down at Chu Tian. His body exuded no aura at all. But Chu Tian knew that this no aura was the most terrifying, because it meant his cultivation was so high that he could completely conceal his aura. Golden Core stage. Not as high as Granny Bay's Golden Core 5th layer, but at least above the 3rd layer. Elderly. Chu Tian did not look at the gray-robed old man. His gaze remained fixed on Li Songhai. Are you sure you want to fight here? Afraid? Li Songhai retorted. Not afraid, Chu Tian said. It's a pity for you. You've lived most of your life finally, making the Li family one of the 4 great clans. After this battle today, regardless of the outcome, the Li family will be finished. Why, oi? Because the Ancient Martial Arts Association won't let you off. Chu Tian pulled out the jade slip given by Ruashi. President Bai left a spiritual sense mark on me. As soon as I make a move, she will know. At her speed from the capital to here, it won't take more than a stick of incense. Li Kanghai's face finally changed. The Ancient Martial Arts Association, the official organization of the cultivation world in Huaxia. Bai Ruashi, a foundation establishment peak powerhouse. If she came bringing the association's elders, what the Li family did on Qinglong Mountain couldn't be hidden. The Immortal Realm Passage ruins the ceiling, steely breaking the formation. Once these things were exposed, the Li family's fate could only be one. Do you think I'll give you time to crush that jade slip? Shh. Li Songhai sneered. Do you think you can stop me? Chu Tian raised the jade slip before him, looking at Li Songhai, at the 30-plus ancient martial arts experts, at the gray-robed old man at the pit edge. The jade slip refracted a soft glow in the morning light. The character, Bai engraved on it, was clearly visible. You think I would give you time to crush that jade slip? Li Kanghai's voice came from the bottom of the pit, as cold as the harsh winter wind. He drew a short sword from his sleeve, its blade only a foot long, pitch black, and devoid of any reflection, like as his 9th grade ancient martial energy infused the blade, a low hum emanated from the sword, and a foot-long sword aura condensed at its tip. Over 30 Li family experts advanced simultaneously, sealing every exit of the pit, surrounding it completely. The mountain wind blew, rustling the pines, but it could not dispel the heavy atmosphere. Chu Tian stood before the steely, his expression unchanged as he watched the Li family experts surging in from all directions. He did not crush the jade slip. Instead, he put it back into his pocket. Li Songhai was right. Even if he crushed it now, Bai Ruashi would need the time of an incense stick to arrive from the capital. An incense stick's time was enough for him to be killed 10 times over. Since he could not summon reinforcements, he would have to rely on himself. Boy, you are no match for them. Chu Zuanji's voice sounded in his mind, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Over 30 ancient martial experts plus a Jindanstige array master from the Lin family. You cannot win now. Even if I can't win, I have to fight, Chu Tian said in his heart. If I run, what about the ceiling steel? What about the passage? They can crack the array today, open the rift tomorrow, and golden core cultivators will descend the day after. Then not only I but the entire Chu family will be finished. Then even more so, you must not fight them, Heaton. If you die, the ceiling steel is even more doomed. I might not necessarily die. Chu Xuanji was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh as if making a momentous decision. Boy, give me the jade pendant. What? Give me the jade pendant. They'll come out and deal with them. Chu Tian was taken aback. You come out. You are just a remnant soul. What can you do? You forget this jade pendant seals not only my remnant soul, but also the original power I left behind. And Chu Xuanji's voice carried a hint of resolve. The original power diminishes with each use. Once it's gone, so will my remnant soul. But if I don't use it now, there may never be another chance. Are you certain? Certain, Chu Xuanji chuckled. I've lived over 3,000 years. That's enough. Before I die, seeing you prop up the Chu family, I have no regrets. Chu Tian tightened his grip on the jade pendant. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end said nothing, for he knew. This was Chu Xuanji's choice. Just as he had chosen to be reborn, to return to the celestial realm for revenge, to face all enemies alone. It was his own choice, needing no one's approval. He took the jade pendant from his pocket and held it in his palm. Ancestor, thank you. Spare the nonsense, Chu Xuanji scolded with a laugh. Activate the pendant, I'm coming out. Chu Tian bit his index finger and let a drop of golden chaos blood fall onto the jade pendant. Boom! The pendant exploded. Not shattered, exploded. A blinding white light surged from the jade pendant like a small sun rising from the bottom of the pit, illuminating the entire northern slope of Qinglong Mountain. Within the white light, a figure slowly rose, suspended in midair. Chu Xuanji, no longer the translucent vanishing apparition, but a tangible flesh and blood person. White-haired yet youthful with an immortal air, he wore a simple white Taoist robe, a sword at his waist, and he exuded an aura that dared not be looked upon directly. Not the true chi of an ancient martial artist, nor the spiritual power of a cultivator, but a more ancient, more primal force. Peak of the Golden Core stage. Li Kanghai's pupils contracted violently. He instinctively retreated 3 steps. He recognized this man, not from portraits, not from legends, but from an instinct deep within his soul. 3,000 years ago, the Chu family ancestor Chu Xuanji, the supreme powerhouse of the Xianwang realm, a peerless expert at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Chu Xuanji. Li Kanghai's voice trembled. Hovering in midair, Chu Xuanji looked down at him, his gaze calm as still water. 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Chu Xuanji spoke, his voice not loud, but clear to everyone present. The Li family was once but a vassal clan under the Chu family, guarding gates for generations. And now, 3,000 years later, the descendants of the Li family dare to crack the Chu family seal and seize the fragments of the heavenly Tao. His voice remained calm, but every word was like a mountain crushing the breath out of the Li family members. Li Kanghai's face turned deathly pale, veins bulging on his forehead, his hand holding the short sword trembling slightly. He wanted to run, but his legs would not obey. Not out of fear, but because Chu Xuanji's pressure was too overwhelming. The pressure of a Golden Core stage peak was not something a 9th grade ancient martial artist could withstand. Senior Chu Li Songhai gritted his teeth, forcing out words. The Li family has not forgotten the Chu family's kindness. But 3,000 years have passed. The Chu family is no longer what it was, and neither is the Li family. This world has changed. The world has changed, but principles have not. Chu Xuanji said. The ungrateful are despised everywhere. He raised his right hand, and a white light gathered in his palm, filled with destructive power. Just then a voice came from above the pit. Chu Xuanji, you are but a remnant soul, forcibly condensing a physical body with original power. How long can you last? An old man in gray robes emerged from the woods. The array master sent by the Lin family at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. His steps were slow, but each step was steady, as if strolling in his own backyard. He stopped at the edge of the pit, looking down at Chu Xuanji, suspended in midair, a cold smile curling on his lip. Original power diminishes with each use. You are now at the peak of Golden Core, but with every move your cultivation drops a layer. After 3 moves you won't even hold onto the Golden Core stage. After 5 moves you won't even be at Foundation Establishment. After 10 moves your remnant soul will completely dissipate. Chu Xuanji looked at the gray-robed old man, his expression unchanged. You are right. But to kill you 1 move, the old man's smile froze. He stared into Chu Xuanji's eyes, searching for any trace of bluffing. But those eyes held only calm, a calm that sent chills down one's spine. You can try, Chu Xuanji said, his tone exactly like Chu Tian's. The gray-robed old man hesitated. He dared not gamble. If Chu Xuanji truly burned his original power to kill him in 1 move, he would die. Chu Xuanji would die, but the Lin family would lose, and Chu Tian would win. His life was not worth trading for Chu Xuanji's. Today's matter the Lin family will remember, the old man said, turning and walking away without looking back. His voice drifted from afar. Chu Xuanji, how many times can your original power sustain you? The Lin family can wait. Li Songhai stood at the bottom of the pit, his expression a picture of turmoil. The Lin family array master had fled, leaving him alone to face Chu Xuanji and Chu Tian. Though over 30 Li family experts remained, their morale had collapsed. If even a Golden Core stage array master ran, what were they staying for? To die? Li Songhai. Chu Xuanji looked down at him. Senior Chu. Li Kanghai's voice. Take your people and get lost. From today on, the Li family is forbidden to set foot on Qinglong Mountain for generations. If you dare to trespass again. Chu Xuanji raised a finger, and a white light shot from his fingertip, striking the mountain wall on the north side of the pit. With a thunderous roar, a 3's hang wide hole blasted open in the mountain wall, debris flying and dust. When the smoke cleared, a bottomless cavity appeared on the mountain wall, its edges smooth as a mirror, as if carved by something exceedingly sharp. Li Songhai stared at the cavity, his legs weakening, nearly falling to his knees. Go now, he shouted. The Li family members scrambled away as if pardoned, helping the wounded and retreating in disarray from the pit. In less than the time to finish a cup of tea, only Chu Tian and Chu Xuanji, suspended in midair, remained in the pit. Ancestor Chu Tian began, your body. Chu Xuanji looked down at his hands. The solid flesh and blood hands from moments ago had already begun to turn translucent. White light seeped from his body bit by bit, like sand slipping through fingers. I can hold on a little longer, Chu Xuanji said, descending from midair to stand before Chu Tian. He smiled. Boy, you did well today. You didn't run, didn't panic, and knew when to fight and when to endure. Better than I was in my day. Ancestor, how much original power do you have left? Not much, Chu Xuanji said. But enough. Enough for me to make 2 or 3 more moves. After that it'll be completely gone. Chu Tian clenched his fists. Don't be like that. Chu Xuanji patted his shoulder. The hand left no tangible sensation, only a faint white light. I've lived over 3,000 years. That's enough. With you and the Chu family I am at ease. Ancestor. Don't speak, listen to me, Chu Xuanji interrupted. The array eye of the ceiling steel was found by Li Songhai. Though not fully cracked, there is already a crack. The crack is small, but if not repaired it will grow over time. You need to fix it. How do I fix it? With your chaos blood. Chu Xuanji pointed to the vermilion mark on the north base of the ceiling steel. Wipe off that mark and drop a drop of chaos blood on it. Chaos blood contains the power of chaos and can repair heavenly rank formations. That's simple. Simple. Chu Xuanji laughed. Do you think chaos blood is ordinary? It's something only ancient gods possessed. Your cultivation may be low now, but your blood is genuine chaos blood, more precious than any heavenly treasure. Chu Tian walked to the north side of the steely, crouched down, and wiped away the vermilion mark Li Songhai had drawn with his sleeve. Then he bit his index finger and dripped a drop of golden blood onto it. The golden blood seeped into the steely, and all the runes on it lit up simultaneously. The runes, which had been somewhat dim, regained their radiance, and their flow stabilized. The entire ceiling formation's aura became more solid and profound than before. Done. Chu Xuanji nodded with satisfaction. The ceiling formation will hold for at least another 10 years. Within 10 years the celestial realm's people cannot descend. And after 10 years from now you won't need this ceiling formation anymore. Chu Xuanji looked at him. 10 years from now you should have already returned to the celestial realm to exact your revenge. Chu Tian stood up, watching Chu Xuanji's increasingly transparent body. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked. Don't make that face, Chu Xuanji said with a smile. I'm not dying immediately. The original power can sustain me for a while longer, at least enough to accompany you back to Chu residence. Let's go down the mountain. Your parents must be worried. On the way back to Chu residence, Chu Xuanji talked much. He told Chu Tian about the Shenhuang realm 3,000 years ago, about the Chu family's former glory, and about amusing anecdotes from his travels when he was young. Chu Tian had heard those stories before, but this time Chu Xuanji narrated them in greater detail and more vividly, as if he wanted to say everything he had never had the chance to say. Chu Tian listened silently without interrupting. When they reached the entrance of the alley where Chu residence was, Chu Xuanji stopped. Boy, I won't go in, he said. Looking like this I would scare your parents. Ancestor. The future of the Chu family is in your hand. Chu Xuanji looked at him, his eyes filled with affection and expectation. You are the reincarnation of the eternal divine emperor. The Chu family is but a small stop on your long cultivation path. But a stop is still a stop. Having halted here is a bond. Wherever you go from now, never forget. You carry the Chu family's blood in your veins. I won't forget. Good. Chu Xuanji smiled. His body began to slowly dissipate, starting from the feet, turning into white specks of light that drifted away in the morning breeze. Boy, take care. Ancestor, take care. The white light faded completely. Chu Xuanji's figure was gone. Chu Tian stood at the alley entrance holding the now dim jade pendant in his hand, standing there for a long time. Then he put the pendant into his pocket, walked into the alley, and pushed open the door of Chu residence. In the courtyard his mother was hanging laundry, his father was practicing boxing, and his grandfather was sitting under the old pagoda tree drinking tea. Tiana, you're back. His mother greeted him with a smile. Have you eaten? Not yet. Wait, I'll warm some up for you. Chu Tian walked under the old pagoda tree and sat down beside his grandfather. His grandfather poured him a cup of tea without asking anything. The grandfather and grandson drank tea in silence, listening to the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. On the third day after Chu Xuanji's dissipation, a stone tablet appeared in the courtyard of Chu residence. The tablet was not large, only about 3 feet high, brought back by Chu Tian from the northern foot of Qinglong Mountain. It was not that ceiling steel. He couldn't lift it or bring it back. This was an ordinary bluestone he found near the ceiling's steely square and shape, fine and texture suitable for a tombstone. He erected the tablet under the east wall of the courtyard facing southeast. Southeast was the direction of Donghai City, where Chu Xuanji was born and where the Chu family started their rise 3,000 years ago. The tablet bore no inscription, not a single character. It wasn't that he didn't want to carve something. He simply didn't know what to carve. Tomb of Chu Xuanji, ancestor of the Chu family. Chu Xuanji was not buried here. There was only an empty tablet without ashes. Chu Xuanji, the eternal first array emperor. That was too long, and Chu Xuanji hadn't cared for such vain titles in life. Chu Tian stood before the tablet for a long time, finally uttering just 4 words, ancestor, rest in peace. His mother Lin Wanqing brought a bowl of rice from the kitchen, placed it before the tablet, and lit 3 incense sticks. She didn't know whom the tablet was, for a Chu Tian hadn't said, and she hadn't asked. But while cooking in the kitchen, she heard Chu Tian chiseling stone alone in the courtyard, stroke after stroke, for a long time. She guessed the tablet was very important to her son. His father Chu Tianxiong stood under the old locust tree, gazing at the wordless tablet, silent. He knew whom the tablet was for. That day when they returned from Qinglong Mountain, Chu Tian had an additional dim jade pendant in his pocket, and Chu Zuanji's voice never echoed in Chu residence again. Some things need not be spoken of. Father and son understood each other tacitly. Grandfather Chu Zhengshun sat in an armchair looking at the wordless tablet, tears streaming down his aged face. He knew whom the tablet was for. 3,000 years. The remnant soul of the Chu family ancestor Chu Xuanji had been trapped in the jade pendant for 3 millennia, finally freed. The old man wept not from sorrow, but from joy. The ancestor no longer had to suffer. Huang Tianxi ran in from outside holding several fish. Seeing the new stone tablet in the courtyard, he froze. Tian, good this tablet, don't ask. Chu Tian said. Oh. Huang Tianxi took the fish to the kitchen, and when he came out again, he had a rag in his hand. He walked to the tablet, meticulously wiped the dust off its surface, then stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply 3 times with utmost respect. He didn't know whom the tablet was for, but he knew Chu Tian cared about it. What Chu Tian cared about, he cared about. On the 4th day, Chu Jingtian arrived. He didn't come empty-handed. He brought a red sandalwood box 1 foot square, exquisitely carved, clearly an antique. Chu Tian received him in the courtyard, not in the main hall. Chu Jingtian saw the wordless tablet on the east side of the courtyard, paused briefly, a flicker of complex light in his eyes, but he asked nothing. Heavenly Emperor, Chu Jingtian said with a cupped fist salute, placing the red sandalwood box on the stone table. This is something passed down through generations of Chu family heads. My great-grandfather passed it to my grandfather to my father to me. Now I pass it to you. The family head token of the Chu family. Chu Jingtian opened the box. The red sandalwood box was lined with bright yellow silk, and on the silk lay an ancient jade. The jade was white, warm, and translucent, square in shape, with rounded corners. On the front was engraved the character, Chu. On the back were patterns of mountains and rivers. It was not ordinary jade. It was a spirit stone, and moreover of the highest grade. An extreme grade spirit stone was rare, even in the immortal realm, and in the mortal world, it was priceless beyond market. This was passed down from the first-generation family head of the Chu family, Chu Jingtian said. 3,000 years ago, the first family head, Chu Xuanji, personally carved this jade pendant from an extreme-grade spirit stone. Generations of family heads regarded this jade as the token. Seeing the jade is like seeing the family head. Chu Tian picked up the ancient jade. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. The jade contained a faint power, not spiritual energy, not chaotic force, but an indescribable will. That will was so faint it was almost imperceptible, but Chu Tian's divine sense caught it. Ancestor. It wasn't any important message, just a soft sigh. Like an old man looking at his descendants wanting to say something, but finally saying nothing, just letting out a sigh. Chu Tian held the jade silent for a long time. He placed the jade back into the box, closed the lid, and stepped back in front of Chu Jingtian. Keep this. Chu Jingtian was startled. Heavenly Emperor, this is the family head token. I said I am not the family head, Chu Tian said. You are still the family head of Chu family. I don't need a token. The people of Chu family obey me not because of this jade, but because they fear me. Chu Jingtian gave a bitter smile. The words were blunt, but indeed the truth. The people of Chu family now obeyed Chu Tian not because he was the direct line, not because he was the reincarnation of the eternal divine emperor, but because he alone could defeat 40 secret agents of the demon sect. A single palm strike could force back Granny Bai of the 5th layer golden core stage, and 1 sentence could make Zhao Wuji bow his head. Such a man needs no token. Then this jade, keep it, Chu Tian said. Pass it to the next family head. The Chu family can't rely on an outsider like me forever. You are not an outsider. Chu Jingtian started, but seeing Chu Tian's look, he swallowed the rest. Wasn't Chu Tian a member of the Chu family? Yes, Chu Tian had Chu blood in his veins. But he called himself an outsider not by blood, but by level. His stage was in the immortal realm across the myriad heavens above the 9 skies. The Chu family was just a small station on his long cultivation journey. He would stop there for a while, refill water, rest his feet, but he would not stay forever. Chu Jingtian understood this truth. He put away the red sandalwood box and stopped insisting. Heavenly Emperor, there's movement from Li Songhai. Chu Jingtian changed the subject. Yesterday, Li Songhai moved the core members of the Li family out of the capital. Moved where? South. The exact location is unclear, but it's certain. The Li family abandoned everything in the capital. Chu Jingtian paused. The Zhao family also has movement. Zhao Wuji handed over the management rights of the spirit mine, saying he returns it to the Chu family. The condition, the Chu family gives him 100 low-grade spirit stones each year. Agree to him? Yes. After reporting, Chu Jingtian did not stay long. He left with the red sandalwood box. When he reached the alley entrance, he turned back to look at the courtyard gate of Chu residence for a long time. The gate was open. He could see the old locust tree in the courtyard under which Chu Tian sat holding a cup of tea, staring motionless at the wordless tablet under the east wall. Chu Jingtian sighed and turned away. On the 5th day, Wang Pujun came again. Still driving himself, still alone, still at night. This time he didn't bring spirit stones, he brought a man. A man in his 30s wearing faded work pants, thick black-rimmed glasses, and disheveled hair that looked unwashed for days. He stood behind Wang Pujuan, head down, afraid to look at Chu Tian, constantly rubbing the hem of his clothes, looking nervous. Wang Pujuan patted the man's shoulder. His name is Zhou Mingyuan, the youngest physicist at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in quantum physics. But his real talent isn't quantum physics, it's array formations. Chu Tian slightly raised an eyebrow. Array formations? Yes. Wang Pujuan laughed. This kid is an odd genius. Since childhood, he's been interested in array patterns from ancient books, and he self-studied all the array classics he could find. At 25, he used array principles to crack the mechanism of an ancient tomb, helping the archaeological team retrieve artifacts inside, earning fame in the field. By 30, his theoretical level of array formations had surpassed all so-called array masters in the country. Chu Tian looked at Zhou Mingyuan. Zhou also secretly lifted his eyelids to glance at him, his gaze lingering for a moment on Chu Tian's golden pupils, then quickly lowering his head. What's his problem? Chu Tian asked. A big problem, Wang Pujuan said. This kid doesn't understand cultivation. He studies arrays purely with his brain, without using spiritual energy. Therefore, no matter how strong his theoretical knowledge, he can't lay down a real array, because setting arrays requires spiritual energy. He is like someone with the most advanced racing theory, but no driver's license. All talk. So you brought him to me, eh? Because you can teach him. Wang Pujuan looked at Chu Tian. You are the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor. In your past life, you were a 12th level array emperor. There is no one in this world who understands arrays better than you. You need an assistant to help you handle all sorts of array-related affairs of the Chu family. He needs a teacher to teach him how to turn theory into practice. A win-win. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then walked to Zhou Mingyuan. Lift your head. Zhou Mingyuan raised his head. Behind the black-rimmed glasses, his eyes were not large, but very bright, a brightness filled with thirst for knowledge and curiosity. How long have you studied arrays? 15 years. Zhou Mingyuan's voice was somewhat dry. Since I was 15. I'm 30 now. Which classics have you read? All that could be found. Zhou Mingyuan said, from the I Ching to the Secret Art of the Eight Gates, from the Yellow Emperor's House Classic to the burial books, from Taoist scriptures to Buddhist sutras, from ancient Egyptian symbology to Mayan totems. Whether Chinese or foreign, ancient or modern, as long as it's related to arrays, I've read it. Then you should know that without the support of spiritual energy, arrays cannot even unleash 1/10 of their power. I know, Zhou Mingyuan said, but I have no choice. I tried cultivation, but my talent is too poor. I can't even break through the first layer of qi refinement. So I have to take another path, array theory. Theory doesn't require spiritual energy. Theory can never replace practice, Chu Tian said. But I can teach you a method to set arrays without spiritual energy. Zhou Mingyuan's eyes suddenly lit up bright, like two lamps. A method to set arrays without spiritual energy. His voice trembled, Adam's apple bobbing. Is it really possible? It exists, Chu Tian said. In ancient times there was a method called heart array. No spirit stones, no spiritual energy, relying entirely on the arranger's will and resonance between heaven and earth. This array's power is inferior to spirit energy-driven arrays, but its advantage lies in concealment. No one can detect its existence through spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhou Mingyuan thudded to his knees. Master. He knocked his head. Please accept me as your disciple. Chu Tian frowned. I don't take disciples, but I can teach you. How much you learn depends on your own ability. Zhou Mingyuan stood up, his face flushed with excitement, lips trembling. He wanted to say something grateful, but his mind was in a whirl. He couldn't think of any eloquent words. Wang Pujuan watched this scene from the side, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. Pleasure doing business, he said. Late night. Chu Tian sat alone in the courtyard, holding the now dim jade. Moonlight like water spilled onto the wordless tablet, onto the old locust tree, onto him. Ancestor, do you see? He murmured so softly only he could hear. The Chu family affairs are almost settled. The Li family fled, the Zhao family bowed, the Wang family is on my side. The four great families of the capital, 3-1 steady. The sealing steel is repaired, it can hold for at least 10 more years. In 10 years it'll return to the immortal realm, no need for you to worry. I introduced you a student named Zhou Mingyuan. Studied arrays for 15 years, an odd genius. If he can learn the heart array, his future achievements won't be lower than yours. Take care of yourself over there, don't worry. Night wind blew through the leaves of the old locust tree, rustled, as if in response. Chu Tian looked up, gazing at the brightest star in the night sky. Heavenly Emperor star. Di Hao Yin Su Yao. Soon. Once I finish dealing with mortal affairs, I will return to find you. Wait. In the celestial realm, in the heavenly court, the Lingxiao treasure hall has witnessed countless changes over the past 30,000 years. 36 golden pillars resembling dragons support the dome, and the 9 sun pearls embedded in the dome shine eternally, illuminating the entire hall, as bright as day. The hall is paved with gold bricks, each inscribed with ancient runes gathering the fortune of all realms. This is the central hub of the heavenly court, the core of power in all universes. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Lingxiao treasure hall is as heavy as the sky before a storm. Emperor Hao Yin sits on the throne of the heavenly sovereign, draped in a golden robe adorned with 9 dragons, with the heavenly sovereign seal at his waist and the Ping Tian crown on his head. His face is handsome, yet stern, appearing to be in his early 30s. Yet in reality, he has lived for tens of thousands of years. His eyes are deep black like two bottomless abysses, and once you gaze into them you can never emerge. To his right sits a woman, Su Yao the Empress. She wears a colorful robe and a phoenix crown, her beauty stunning enough to topple nations. A faint smile lingers at the corners of her mouth, though it doesn't reach her eyes. Her gaze is fixed on the person kneeling in the hall. Li Wuxia, the left protector of the demon sect. Li Wuxia kneels on the cold golden bricks, his gray pupils devoid of their usual coldness, leaving only fear. His tattered black cloak and injuries make him look far from a peak Foundation establishment expert. "Are you saying?" Emperor Hao Yin speaks, his voice not loud, yet it makes the entire Lingxiao treasure hall tremble. "Chu Yun is still alive." "Yes." Li Wuxia's voice trembles. "He is in the mortal realm in the Xianhuang world. He has been reborn, attaching himself to a 17-year-old boy. His current name is Chu Tian." Emperor Hao Yin slightly furrows his brow. The movement is so subtle that those present hardly notice it. However, Su Yao sitting beside him does notice. She knows Emperor Hao Yin better than anyone else. Emperor Hao Yin frowns, not out of surprise, but discontent. He is displeased that Chu Yun is still alive. "What level has his cultivation reached?" Emperor Hao Yin inquires. "7th layer of Foundation establishment," Li Wuxia replies, "but he possesses chaotic primordial stones and fragments of the Tao. His cultivation speed is incredibly fast, advancing from the 1st layer of Qi refinement to the 7th layer of Foundation establishment in just half a month. At this rate, he will reach the Golden Core stage within a year. Within 5 years, he will achieve the Nascent Soul stage. Within 10 years, he could reach the God Transformation stage." "Enough." Emperor Hao Yin interrupts him, turning his gaze to Su Yao. "Empress, what do you think?" Su Yao remains silent for a moment, the smile on her face finally fading away. She stands up and walks in front of Li Wuxia, looking down at him from a high position. "You say the phantom of the demon emperor was scared away by Chu Yun?" "Yes." Li Wuxia lowers his head, not daring to meet her gaze. The demon emperor summoned the phantom, and Chu Yun displayed the divine pressure of the god emperor from his past life. The demon emperor, sensing that pressure, voluntarily withdrew the phantom. "What a waste of a demon emperor." Su Yao's voice is soft and gentle, yet every word is as sharp as a knife. "A dignified demon emperor scared off by a mere 7th layer Foundation establishment cultivator. If this gets out, where will the demon sect hide its face?" "Empress, please calm down," the demon emperor said. "He is not afraid of Chu Yun, but does not wish to argue with a dying person." Su Yao scoffs. "Chu Yun is the reincarnation of the eternal god emperor. He possesses all the memories and cultivation experiences of his past life, chaotic primordial stones and fragments of the Tao. You call him a dying person?" Li Wuxia dares not speak further. Su Yao turns around, returns to her seat, and once again wears that faint smile. Her change of expression is swifter than Li Kanghai's. "Hao Yin." She looks at Emperor Hao Yin. "Matters in the mortal realm cannot be left to those below. You need to take action personally." "Me take action personally?" Emperor Hao Yin looks at her. "Have you forgotten the agreement between the celestial and mortal realms? Those above the Golden Core stage in the celestial realm are not allowed to enter the mortal realm at will. If I forcibly descend, the gatekeeper will not sit idly by. Then send someone of Golden Core stage down." "Golden Core stage? Can they kill him?" "He possesses chaotic primordial stones, fragments of the Tao, and the cultivation experience from his past life. Give him a year, and the Golden Core stage will not be his match." Emperor Hao Yin leans back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. "We need a better plan." "What plan?" "Let mortals kill mortals." 3 days later, in the mortal realm in the capital city, Chu Tian sits in the courtyard of Chu residence, with a worn-out sheepskin map before him. The map was sent by Chu Jing Tian, marking all known spiritual vein distributions within Huaxia. There are a total of 17 spiritual veins, 5 of which are around the capital, 3 controlled by the Chu family, 1 by the Zhao family, and 1 by the Li family. The spiritual vein belonging to the Li family has been unmanaged ever since their southward migration. Chu Tian's plan is simple: to consolidate these spiritual veins for unified management and distribution. Spiritual veins are resources for cultivation, and such resources cannot be scattered in private hands. They must be centralized to maximize their effectiveness. Zhou Ming Yuan squats beside the stone table, holding a pencil, drawing and writing on the blank areas of the map. His black-framed glasses slide down to the tip of his nose, but he does not push them up, tilting his head to study the map like a serious owl. "Teacher," he finally speaks, "according to my calculations, if all 17 spiritual veins are connected to form a spiritual vein network, the concentration of spiritual energy can increase threefold." "Threefold?" Chu Tian looks at him. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Zhou Ming Yuan adjusts his glasses and hands over a stack of papers filled with formulas. "The spiritual veins will resonate with each other, just like parallel circuits in electronics. Parallel resistances are smaller than individual resistances, thus reducing the resistance to the flow of spiritual energy. With lower resistance, the flow rate increases, resulting in a greater amount of spiritual energy passing through a given area in a unit of time. My calculations are based on..." "Enough," Chu Tian interrupts his lengthy explanation. He does not doubt Zhou Mingyuan's calculating ability. How long will it take to unblock the spiritual veins, set up connecting formations, and debug? If all goes smoothly, 3 months. What if it doesn't go smoothly? Half a year. Zhou Mingyuan thinks for a moment and adds, or a year. Chu Tian looks at the map, falling silent for a moment. 3 months, half a year. He can wait, but the celestial realm will not wait for him. He must elevate his cultivation to a level sufficient for self-protection before the celestial realm takes action again. The spiritual vein network can help the Chu family's disciples accelerate their cultivation speed, but it offers limited assistance to him personally. He possesses chaotic primordial stones and fragments of the Tao, and does not require spiritual energy. You are fully responsible for the spiritual vein network, Chu Tian says. If you need any resources, communicate with Chu Jingtian. Feel free to use what the Chu family has. If the Chu family doesn't have it, go borrow from the Wang family. Okay, teacher. That night, while Chu Tian is meditating in his room, his phone suddenly vibrates. An unfamiliar number from the capital city. He answers, and a strange male voice replies, low and urgent. Chu Tian, something has happened to President Bai. Chu Tian's expression sharpens. Who are you? A member of the Ancient Martial Association. President Bai went to investigate matters regarding the demon sect's infiltration this afternoon and was ambushed in an abandoned factory in the east of the city. The enemy is numerous and President Bai is trapped inside with the signal jammed. We cannot reach her. Why don't you send someone to rescue her? We did. The first group sent and went missing, and the second group also lost contact. The enemy was prepared. This is not something we can handle. The voice pauses. We know you have a connection with President Bai, so send me the address. Chu Tian hangs up. In less than 10 seconds his phone receives a text message. East of the city, Chaiyang North Road, abandoned chemical factory. Huang Tianci happens to pass by the door and notices Chu Tian's unusual expression. Brother Tian, what happened? Something happened to Bai Ruashi. Chu Tian puts on his coat, stuffing the chaotic primordial stones and jade pendant into his pocket. I'm going to save her. He'll go with you. You stay here and protect my parents. Huang Tianci opens his mouth, but ultimately does not insist. Brother Tian, be careful. In the east of the city at the abandoned chemical factory. This factory area has been abandoned for over a decade with rusty iron gates and walls overgrown with climbing ivy. The area is filled with weeds and a few dilapidated factories creak in the night wind, resembling the moans of dying people. Chu Tian stands outside the factory area, expanding his divine sense to cover the entire site. Inside the abandoned factory there are dozens of auras, not just a few, but more than 30. Among them is one belonging to Bai Ruashi. Her aura is very weak, clearly injured. The other 30 or so auras surround her like a pack of hungry wolves encircling an injured lioness. Among the 30 or so auras there is one particularly strong one. It is not about the strength of the spiritual power, but rather an indescribable weirdness. This person's aura fluctuates erratically, strong at times like a peak foundation establishment expert, and weak at others like the first layer of chi refinement, completely lacking in consistency, resembling a radio with poor reception. Demon sect members. Chu Xianji's voice echoes in his mind. Though his remnant soul has dissipated, this jade pendant retains some of his imprints from when he was alive, which are not souls, but more like recordings that can trigger under specific conditions. Not ordinary infiltrators. That person with the unstable aura practices the demon sect's soul devour. This technique relies on devouring other souls to enhance one's cultivation, but it has significant side effects. Unstable aura, disturbed mind, and a propensity for falling into madness. What is his cultivation level? Unstable. Fluctuating between peak foundation establishment and the first layer of golden core. On good days he is at golden core stage, on bad days he is at foundation establishment stage. Chu Tian says no more and leaps over the wall into the factory area. Under the moonlight his golden pupils shine like 2 stars standing out in the darkness. He kicks open the door of the abandoned factory, producing a loud bang as the iron door flies out, crashing onto the equipment inside and kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the factory, more than 30 black-clad individuals simultaneously turn their heads. Bai Ruashi leans against the innermost wall of the factory, her Qingfeng sword lying on the ground, its blade covered in cracks. Her white dress is stained with blood, and her left arm hangs limply, her face as pale as paper. Yet her gaze remains cold, stubborn, and unyielding. Upon seeing Chu Tian, her expression finally changes slightly, a mix of surprise, gratitude, and an indescribable emotion. Why are you here? Her voice is hoarse, yet her tone remains indifferent. To die. To save people. Chu Tian stands at the entrance of the factory, looking at the more than 30 black-clad individuals, his gaze ultimately landing on the person at the back. That person sits on a dilapidated chair, crossing his legs, playing with a dagger in his hand, a playful smile at the corner. In his early 30s, he has an ordinary appearance, dressed in black leather, his hair dyed dark red, resembling. His eyes are dark red with faint black mist swirling in the depths of his pupils. A practitioner of the soul-devouring technique. Chu Tian. The man speaks, his voice hoarse and lazy as if just waking up. Reincarnation of the Eternal God Emperor, new master of the Chu family, and a distinguished guest of the Ancient Martial Association. Fisk, quite a reputation. Who are you? The right protector of the demon sect, Li Wuxie's senior brother, Li Wutian. The man stands up, sheathing his dagger at his waist, taking 2 steps towards Chu Tian. My junior brother was driven away by you, and the demon emperor is quite unhappy. So he sent me to settle the score. You alone, eh? Of course not alone. Li Wutian smiles, spreading his arms. These 30 or so brothers are all elite members of the demon sect in Huaxia. From the 3rd to the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, they are much stronger than the batch of cannon fodder last time. The 30 or so black-clad individuals release their auras simultaneously. From the 3rd, 4th to the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, they indeed surpassed the previous batch from the Chu family ancestral hall. Chu Tian's figure vanished from where he stood. Li Wutian's pupils contracted sharply, his dark red eyes rolled wildly, trying to lock onto that golden blur. But his eyes could not keep up with Chu Tian's speed. Boosted by the Foundation establishment 7th layer, and the enhancement of Chaos Chi, Chu Tian's velocity now exceeded that of an ordinary golden core 1st layer expert. Though Li Wutian cultivated the soul-devouring art, and his cultivation fluctuated between the peak of Foundation establishment and the 1st layer of golden core, his physical toughness and reaction speed were far inferior to those of a true golden core cultivator. The souls he had devoured were never truly his own. Protect me, Li Wutian shouted. Over 30 black-clad figures moved at once. They were not scattered rabble but elite sleeper agents the demon sect had planted in China over centuries, their coordination flawless, as if they shared a single mind. Some formed a human wall in front of Li Wutian, others flanked from both sides to block Chu Tian's path. Still others circled around to cut off his retreat. But Chu Tian had no retreat to speak of, nor did he need one. Golden light exploded amidst the black-clad crowd. His movements were so swift they left afterimages each punch, driving a howling gale. The first punch slammed into the chest of the man in front of Li Wutian. The man's protective chi shattered like paper, and he flew backward, crashing into a factory pillar. The pillar snapped, sending a section of the roof collapsing. A second, third, and fourth punch followed in rapid succession, each striking flesh and landing precisely on the black-clad men's vital points. But this was not the Chu family ancestral hall. The 40 demon sect sleeper agents at the ancestral hall had been mere cannon fodder at Foundation establishment 1st and 2nd layers. These 30+ were elites at the 3rd to 5th layers of Foundation establishment. The disparity was vast. In the first wave of attacks, Chu Tian took down only 5 men. The remaining 20+ had already encircled him. A fist flew from his left. Chu Tian sidestepped, swung his right elbow back, and repelled the assailant. A blade descended from his right. He did not meet it, instead he flickered out of the knife's path, while kicking the wielder's knee. The crack of bone was audible, but there were too many foes. Over 20 mid-Foundation establishment experts attacking simultaneously from all directions. Wounds began to appear on Chu Tian's body. A slash on his back, a gash on his left arm, a kick to his right leg that made him stumble twice before regaining his footing. Li Wutian stood behind the human wall, watching the mounting wounds on Chu Tian's frame. A smug grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. The Supreme Divine Emperor. Is this all you've got? His voice drifted from the crowd, laced with mockery. My junior brother said you were formidable. I thought you'd have 3 heads and 6 arms. But from what I see now, you're nothing special. Chu Tian paid him no heed. He continued his assault through the throng. A 6th, 7th, and 8th black-clad man fell, but his spiritual energy had already dipped below half and the wounds on his body multiplied. His white shirt was dyed crimson with blood. He knew he could not keep fighting this way. The sheer numbers could exhaust him to death. He had to change tactics. His gaze cut through the crowd and landed on Bairuashi, who was slumped against the wall. Bairuashi's condition was worse than he had feared. Her left arm was broken, at least 2 ribs were cracked, her spiritual energy was nearly spent, and her azure-edged sword lay on the ground, its blade riddled with cracks like a piece of glass about to shatter. She leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Sweat mingled with blood streamed down her forehead, blurring her vision, but she never closed her eyes. She kept watching Chu Tian, watching him fight through the crowd, watching the ever-increasing wounds on his body. Chu Tian, leave. Bairuashi's voice was hoarse and weak, but her tone remained cool as a command. You go back and get help. There's no time, Chu Tian said. Indeed there wasn't. From here to the Ancient Martial Association, a round trip would take at least half an hour. In half an hour Bairuashi would be dead. He couldn't leave, and he couldn't summon help. The only option was to win. You're insane, Bairuashi said. Perhaps. Chu Tian took a deep breath and held nothing back. The Chaos Origin stone flew out of his pocket and hovered before his chest, radiating dark light. Chaos Chi cascaded into his body like a waterfall, mending torn muscles and replenishing spent speed. The power of the heavenly Tao fragment also flowed from the jade pendant, its 7-colored light intertwining with the dark radiance, forming a thin film of light over his skin. This was no ordinary protective chi. It was stronger chaos body protection, a fusion of chaos chi and the power of the heavenly Tao fragment. Kill him. An edge of urgency crept into Li Wutian's voice. The remaining black-clad men lunged at Chu Tian simultaneously. Chu Tian did not dodge. He let their fists, kicks, and blades fall upon him. When the black-clad men's attack struck the chaos body protection, it felt like hitting an iron board. Their own arms went numb from the impact. But Chu Tian stood motionless amid the assault. He gathered power in his right fist and threw a punch. Golden light erupted from his knuckles like a small bomb detonating inside the factory. The three black-clad men in the direct path were blasted away by the fist wind crashing through the factory wall and landing in the rubble outside. They coughed blood and could not get up again. The remaining black-clad men were finally terrified. They began to retreat. No one dared to step forward. Over 20 mid-foundation establishment elites were cowed by a single youth. It felt like fighting an unstoppable monster. You could hit him 10 times, and he wouldn't budge. He hit you once, and you flew away. Li Wutian's expression changed at last. He had not anticipated that Chu Yun possessed such a trump card. Chaos Body Protection, a technique from the ancient era requiring both chaos chi and the power of a heavenly Tao fragment to operate. Given Chu Yun's current cultivation, he could not maintain this state for long. But long enough to wipe out all these underlings. That was sufficient. Attack. Don't retreat. Li Wutian roared, but the black-clad men had stopped listening. They too were human. They feared death. Facing an immovable monster flight was instinct. Chu Yun parted the crowd and walked step by step toward Li Wutian. His pace was unhurried, but each step was firm, his soles landing on the debris and blood-strewn floor with a dull thud. The golden chaos body protection blazed brilliantly in the darkness like a living flame. Li Wutian retreated a step, then stopped. He suddenly smiled, a cold maniacal grin. Black mist surged from his dark red eyes, and his entire form seemed swathed in a haze of shadow. The soul-devouring art fully activated. His aura began to climb. Peak foundation establishment, first layer of golden core peak, first layer of golden core, finally settling at the second layer of golden core. This was the highest realm he had attained since practicing the soul-devouring art. You think you're the only one with a trump card. Li Wutian's voice turned low and eerie as if many voices overlapped, the resonance of all the souls he had devoured. Second layer of golden core. You're only at the 7th layer of foundation establishment, boy. What can you possibly use to fight me? This. Chu Yun raised his right hand, and a fist-sized orb of light condensed in his palm. It was neither pure chaos chi nor pure power from the heavenly Tao fragment, but a fusion of both, chaos energy compressed to its extreme. This was a technique he had created in his past life named Chaos Break. The principle was simple: compress chaos chi to its limit, then release it. The stronger the compression, the greater the power. In his previous life, he could destroy a star with this move. Now at best he could blow up half a factory building. But blowing up half a building was enough. Chaos Break. Chu Yun thrust the orb toward Li Wutian. The orb was small, seemingly harmless, like a glowing ping-pong ball drifting slowly toward Li Wutian. Yet the instant Li Wutian's pupils contracted violently, he sensed it. That tiny orb contained enough force to blast him into pieces. No. Li Wutian turned and fled. Too late. The orb struck his back and detonated. Boom. The entire abandoned factory collapsed in the explosion. The roof caved in, walls shattered, and bricks and rubble flew in all directions like a hailstorm. The blast shockwave flattened everything within dozens of meters around the factory, leaving a 3-foot-deep crater in the ground. The edges of the crater were smooth as glass, as if carved by something razor-sharp. Dust and smoke filled the air. Coughing echoed from the haze. Chu Yun rose from the ruins covered in dust from head to toe, white powder clinging to his hair, clothes, and face. But his back was straight, and his golden eyes still gleamed brightly through the smoke. Ruashi leaned against him, steadied by his left arm around her. At the moment of the explosion, Chu Yun had not taken cover himself. Instead, he had dashed to Ruashi's side, shielding her from the blast with his own body. Ruashi looked at him. Her lips moved as if to say something, but in the end, only 2 words came out: "You fool." "Not as foolish as you," Chu Yun said. "Coming alone to investigate the demon sect's sleeper agents without bringing any backup. The ancient martial association people. Lost them. I'll introduce you to a helper later." He helped her step by step out of the rubble. "Huang Tianxi, my little brother. His cultivation is still low, but he can run errands and send messages just fine." Ruashi watched him recommend his little brother with such seriousness, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily lifted, just a fraction, barely perceptible. But Chu Yun saw it. He didn't comment. Li Wutian lay in a corner of the ruins, drenched in blood. His dark red hair was scorched, black wisps of smoke rising from it. He was not dead. His second-layer golden core cultivation had saved his life, but his injuries were severe. A large patch of flesh had been blown off his back, exposing white bone, and both his legs were broken in several places, twisted at impossible angles. The backlash of the soul-devouring art combined with the impact of Chaos Break had sent the souls inside him into frenzy. Black mist churned in his dark red eyes, and incoherent growls escaped his mouth. "You'll regret this. You'll regret this." His voice grew fainter, like a lamp about to go out. Chu Yun ignored him. Supporting Ruashi, he walked toward the factory exit. At the door he paused, and said without looking back, "This matter with the demon sect is not over. Go back and tell the demon emperor, send 1, I'll kill 1. Send 2, I'll kill a pair. Send 10, I'll kill 10 pairs. When he has no one left to send, I'll go to the immortal realm and find him." Li Wutian's howls ceased abruptly, not because he chose to stop, but because he could no longer speak. The souls within him had gone completely berserk. His dark red eyes turned pure black. The pupils vanished, the whites vanished, leaving only two voids. His body began to convulse. Foam bubbled from his mouth, and then he lay still. Outside the factory compound, the wail of police sirens grew closer. The ancient martial association people had finally arrived. Not that they were slow, the battle here had ended too quickly. From the moment Chu Tian stepped into the factory till Li Wutian's berserk rampage, less than half a stick of incense had passed. Bai Ruashi was taken away by the ancient martial association and sent to the nearest hospital. Chu Tian did not go with her. His wounds looked alarming, but were mostly superficial. The chaos body protection had blocked most attacks. The only serious injury was a deep gash on his back, but to him it was nothing. He stood at the factory gate watching Bai Ruashi being lifted into an ambulance. The door closed and the blue emergency lights flashed as the vehicle disappeared into the night. Then he turned and walked toward the direction of Chu residence. A night breeze blew, rustling his tattered shirt and carrying away the scent of blood and gunpowder. He took a few steps, then suddenly stopped. He pulled out the jade pendant from his pocket. The pendant was dim and unresponsive. Chu Xuanji's voice would sound no more. But Chu Tian still said in his heart, "Ancestor, I fought another battle today, and won. Bai Ruashi has been rescued." There was no reply. Chu Tian put the jade pendant back into his pocket and continued walking. Bai Ruashi lay in the hospital for 3 days. Chu Tian did not visit her. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he had no time. In those 3 days he accomplished 3 things: recuperating from his injuries, cultivating, and dealing with the mountainous backlog of Chu family affairs. Every day Chu Jingtian delivered a pile of documents, production reports from Spirit Mines, personnel changes among Chu family branches across the land, and correspondence with the other 3 great clans. Chu Tian found it headache-inducing, but he had no choice but to read them. When Chu Jingtian said just glance over it, he actually meant you make the final call. Power could be delegated, but responsibility could not. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Huang Tianxi returned from the hospital carrying a fruit basket, his face beaming as if he had just won the lottery. "Brother Tian, President Bai wants you to come to the hospital." "For what?" "I don't know. She just said to come." Huang Tianxi placed the fruit basket on the stone table and pulled a slip of paper from his pocket with a ward number written on it. "She's being discharged today. She said she wants to see you before she leaves." Chu Tian looked at the note, remained silent for a moment, and then stood up. Hospital VIP ward. Bai Ruashi had changed out of the blood-stained white gown, now wearing a simple light blue hospital robe. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her face was still somewhat pale, but much better than 3 days ago. Her left arm was in a cast suspended by a sling around her neck. The azure-edged sword leaned against the bedside, its blade cracks mostly repaired. She sat on the bed, a cup of tea long grown cold before her. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across the floor. When Chu Tian pushed open the door and entered, she lifted her head, her gaze lingering on him for 2 seconds before shifting away. "Sit." Chu Tian sat in the chair beside the bed. "Are your injuries healed?" Bai Ruashi asked. "Superficial wounds. 3 days was enough." "Chaos protection," Bai Ruashi said. "An ancient art that requires both chaotic qi and the power of heavenly Tao fragments to activate. At your current cultivation level, you can't sustain it for long. 1 incense stick's time." Chu Tian didn't hide the truth. "At most 1 stick. After that, chaos protection dissipates, my spiritual energy depletes, and I need at least half an hour to recover." "How long did you sustain it that day in the factory?" "Half a stick." "Enough." Bai Ruashi nodded. "Half a stick to defeat over 30 Foundation establishment elites and gravely injure a golden core second layer." "Enough." Chu Tian said nothing. He knew Bai Ruashi hadn't called him here to discuss how long chaos protection could last. Sure enough, after a brief silence, Bai Ruashi spoke. "The higher-ups from the Ancient Martial Association want to see you." "When?" "Tonight." "Where?" "They'll pick you up then." Bai Ruashi looked at him. "Don't you want to know who wants to see you?" "You said higher-ups. Above the Ancient Martial Association, who else could it be?" Bai Ruashi didn't answer, but from her expression, Chu Tian saw the truth. At 8 in the evening, Bai Ruashi arrived precisely at the entrance of Chu residence. She had changed into a white dress, her hair coiled up with a jade hairpin. The cast on her left arm was still there, but concealed by the long sleeve, unnoticeable unless one looked closely. The azure-edged sword hung at her waist, its scabbard cracks covered by a golden pattern as if repaired by some special. "Let's go." Chu Tian followed her into the car. A black sedan with no emblem, no license plate, and windows completely opaque. The driver was a man in his 50s, taciturn, never uttering a word from pickup to drop-off. The drive was long. Through the capital streets and alleys, onto the expressway, then off again, turning onto a remote mountain road. The bumpy road cast jagged shadows from the trees under the headlights. After about an hour, the car stopped in front, not at the foot, but inside the mountain. Chu Tian stepped out and saw before him a massive stone gate about 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, covered with complex array patterns. Those patterns glowed with a faint blue light in the darkness, like luminous serpents slithering across the stone. A heaven-grade array. Chu Tian recognized the grade at a glance. Heaven-grade mid-rank. The one who set up this array is at least a 9th-rank array master. Bai Ruashi glanced at him. "You really do understand." She pulled a token from her robe and pressed it into a recess on the stone gate. The array patterns lit up simultaneously, emitting a low hum, then slowly slid open to both sides. Beyond the gate stretched a long corridor, its walls embedded with luminous spirit stones, illuminating the entire passage like daylight. At the end of the corridor stood a smaller door. Bairuashi pushed it open. Behind the door was a modest chamber where 3 people sat. 2 men and 1 woman, all elderly, white-haired, gaunt-dressed in simple linen robes. They exuded no aura whatsoever, but Chu Tian knew that such complete absence of aura was the most terrifying thing of all. Just like old Madame Bai, who could conceal her aura to the point of being undetectable. Golden Core stage. And not the 5th layer like old Madame Bai, but the peak of Golden Core. The 3 Grand Arbiters of the Ancient Martial Association. Bairuashi introduced them. Arbiter Tianjizi, Arbiter Xuanqingzi, and Arbiter Abbas Ziyun. All 3 turned their gaze to Chu Tian. The old man in the center, Tianjizi, spoke, his voice ancient, yet calm. The reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor indeed lives up to his reputation. When I was your age, I was still chopping firewood in the mountains. You flatter me, senior. Chu Tian said. It's not flattery, it's the truth. Tianjizi pointed to the cushion in front of him. Sit. Chu Tian sat. Bairuashi did not sit, as she stood behind him like a guardian statue. I invited you here for 3 matters. Tianjizi raised 3 fingers. First, thank you for saving Ruashi. The Ancient Martial Association owes you a favor. No need to thank me, Chu Tian said. She also saved me. At the Chu family ancestral hall. One thing is one thing. Tianjizi said. Her saving you was repaying your favor. You saving her is a debt from the Ancient Martial Association. The 2 cannot be conflated. Chu Tian did not argue further. The second matter. Tianjizi raised his 2nd finger. The demon sect's covert operations in Huaxia have been severely crippled after this battle. The left guardian, Li Wuxia, fled back to the immortal realm, severely wounded. The right guardian, Li Wuxian's soul, went berserk, his fate unknown. The demon sect's forces built over centuries in Huaxia have been broken by you alone. Not alone, Chu Tian said. Bairuashi also participated. Ruashi is a member of the Ancient Martial Association. What she does counts as the association's merit. What you do counts as yours. Tianjizi looked at him. I wish to know, what are your plans next regarding the demon sect? No plans, Chu Tian said. If they don't provoke me, I won't seek them out. If they provoke me, you'll strike back. That's simple. That's simple. Tianjizi was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. To find that simple. I've lived for centuries and met all sorts of people. Few are as straightforward as you. He raised his 3rd finger. The 3rd matter. The Ancient Martial Association wishes to invite you to serve as honorary president. Silence fell over the chamber. Xuanqingzi and Abbas Ziyun both looked at Chu Tian. Bairuashi stood behind him, her expression hidden, but Chu Tian could feel her gaze on his back. Honorary president. Chu Tian repeated. What does that entail? Nothing at all, Tianjizi said. Just a nominal title. Lend a hand when needed. And what benefits do I get? Tianjizi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. In his centuries of life, he had never encountered anyone who so bluntly bargained with the Ancient Martial Association. Xuanqingzi also laughed. Abbas Ziyun did not, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly upward. Many benefits, Tianjizi said. First, you may draw upon the association's resources. Spiritual herbs, spirit stones, cultivation methods. If the association has them, you can use them. Second, you may utilize the association's intelligence network. Any subtle movement within Huaxia you'll know instantly. Third, and most importantly, he paused. The association's identity will shield you from many troubles. For instance, if the Lin family comes looking for trouble again, you can tell them you are now part of the Ancient Martial Association. However powerful the Lin family is, they won't dare to openly break with us. Chu Tian thought it over. Alright, I agree. Straightforward. Tianjizi took a token from his robe and handed it to Chu Tian. The token was white jade-like with the characters Ancient Martial carved on one side and his name, Chu Tian, on the other. It felt warm to the touch, bearing a faint spiritual energy fluctuation, a mark of identity. From today onward, you are the honorary president of the Ancient Martial Association, Tianjizi said. Ruashi is the president, you are the honorary president, equal in rank. Bairuaxi's voice came from behind, who said he's equal to me. Tianjizi smiled, but did not reply. It was late at night when they left the chamber. Bairuashi escorted Chu Tian to the mountain gate. The black sedan waited at the entrance, the driver leaning against the door smoking. When he saw them, he stubbed out his cigarette and opened the door. You don't need to see me off, Chu Tian said. I'll find my own way back. There are no taxis here. Bairuashi looked at him. It's 18 kilometers of winding mountain road. Are you going to walk? 18 kilometers. It would only take about an hour to walk. Get in. Bairuashi opened the door and seated herself first. Chu Tian had no choice but to follow and get in. The car was quiet. The driver said nothing, and Bairuashi said nothing either. Chu Tian leaned back, closed his eyes, and replayed the evening's conversation in his mind. The 3 Grand Arbiters of the Ancient Martial Association were peak Golden Core experts who had lived for centuries. Their power far exceeded his, yet their attitude toward him was remarkably courteous. Not because he was the honorary president, but because they were the 3 Grand Arbiters, and he was the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor. At their level of cultivation, they considered not the present, but the future. A mere Foundation Establishment 7th Layer cultivator was not worth their personal audience. But a Foundation Establishment 7th Layer cultivator who was the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor, that was worth it. They were investing in the future ancient divine emperor. Chu Tian by Ruashi suddenly spoke. He opened his eyes. How are your parents doing? Much better. Father's cultivation has recovered to Qi refining 5th layer. Mother doesn't cultivate anymore, but her health is fine. And Huang Tianxi, Qi refining 3rd layer. Forced with medium-grade spirit stones, his foundation is unstable. I told him to solidify his basics first and use fewer stones. And Zhou Mingyuan. He's studying the spirit vein network. He said if all 17 veins are connected, the spiritual energy density could increase 3-fold. Bai Ruashi nodded, then after a beat asked, when do you plan to let go of the Chu family affairs? Chu Tian glanced at her. How do you know I plan to let go? You are not truly of the Chu family, Bai Ruashi said. You are the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor. Your stage is not here. Chu Tian did not answer. Bai Ruashi was right. His stage was not here. But not here did not mean not caring about here. The Chu family was his root. His parents and grandfather were his root. Only with deep roots could a tree grow tall. He would not abandon the deep for the sake of the tall. The car stopped at the entrance of Chu residence lane. Chu Tian pushed open the door and stepped out. Chu Tian. Bai Ruashi leaned out of the window. Earlier when you told the arbiters if they don't provoke me, I won't seek them out. Was that your true intention? Yes. Then what if the people from the immortal realm come to provoke you? Chu Tian stood at the lane's entrance, moonlight falling upon him, his golden pupils glinting in the night. Then I'll strike back, he said. The news that Chu Tian had become the honorary president of the Ancient Martial Association spread throughout Jingqing overnight. It wasn't Chu Tian who spread it. It was the Ancient Martial Association. Beneath Tianjai's unperturbed old face, his mind harbored deeper schemes than anyone. Though the Ancient Martial Association held great influence in the cultivation world of Huaxia, its authority had waned in recent years with the rise of the 4 great families. The Chu family had produced the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor. The Zhao family had the backing of the Lin family from the immortal realm. The Wang family was propped up by arms deals, and the Li family, though relocated south, still retained its deep foundation. Each of the 4 great families had their own backers and their own confidence, leaving the Ancient Martial Association squeezed in the middle, its voice growing weaker year by year. But now things were different. The news that the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor had become the honorary president of the Ancient Martial Association was tantamount to a declaration to the entire Huaxia cultivation world. The Chu family stood with the Ancient Martial Association. The Chu family was the foremost of the 4 great families. Whoever the Chus sided with became the leader. The minor sects that had previously paid lip service to the Ancient Martial Association overnight changed their attitudes, calling the association's office one after another, each more polite than the last. That boy Chu Tian is a treasure, Tianjizi said to Swan Kingzi. Not only can he fight, but he can also command the stage. When the news reached Li Kanghai's ears, he was drinking tea in his temporary residence in a small southern city. The tea was fine, creaming dragon well brewed with Tiger Run spring water, the liquor clear and the fragrance pure and lofty. But Li Kanghai's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, not because the tea was hot, but because of anger. Li Songhai put down his teacup, took out a newly delivered confidential report from the drawer, and read it again. Chu Tian has been appointed honorary president of the Ancient Martial Association, effective immediately. Plain black characters on white paper stamped with the seal of the Ancient Martial Association. It couldn't be fake. Ancient Martial Association. Honorary president. Li Songhai murmured several times, then suddenly laughed. That smile was cold like a frozen lake in winter, smooth and flat on the surface, but seething with undercurrents beneath. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the lush green hills and clear waters of the south outside. Having spent most of his life in Jingqing, suddenly moving south, he was unaccustomed to everything. The climate, the food. What he found most unbearable was this. Li Songhai, the dignified patriarch of one of the 4 great families, a 9th-rank ancient martial master, had been driven out of Jingqing by a 17-year-old brat. Chu Tian. He uttered the name, his voice as calm as if reciting a lesson. You think that by driving the Li family out of Jingqing you've won. He took something out from his bosom. A jade token, palm-sized verdant green, all over with the character Lin engraved on its front. The Lin family token was of a higher grade than the one Zhao Wuji held. This was not a token given to earthly spokespersons, but one used internally within the Lin family in the immortal realm, only held by core members of the Lin family. This token had been received 3 days ago, delivered by a white-haired old woman by Popo. Bai Popo handed him the token and said only one sentence. The patriarch said that the Li family has served the Lin family for 300 years diligently. This is the Lin family's gift of gratitude. Then she left. Li Songhai clutched the jade token, sensing the unfathomable power contained within it. The Lin family's gift was not given for free. The Lin family needed him to do things that the Zhao family could not do in the south. Li Songhai is up to no good in the south. Xu Jingtian said this while sitting at the stone table in the courtyard of Chuju. In front of him lay a map of Huaxia with the Li family's southern migration route marked in red, from Jingqing southward through Hebei, Henan, Hubei, and Hunan, finally taking root in a small coastal city in Guangdong. Up to no good, was Chu Jingxin's polite phrasing. What up to no good? Meant was this, although Li Songhai had backed down at Qinglong Mountain terrified by Chu Xuanji, and had slunk away from Jingsheng with the core members of the Li family, his ambition had not died. Not only had it not died, but it had taken root again in the fertile soil of the south. Over in Guangdong, he has recruited several small families. Chu Jingtian pointed to the red circles on the map. Dongguan Foshan Zhongshan, 5 small families in total. They were originally local despots, but within 3 days of Li Kanghai's arrival, he brought them all under his command. It wasn't coercion by force but recruitment through interests. Although the Li family's southern assets were not as substantial as in Jingxing, they were still considerable. Li Songhai gave 30% of his assets to those 5 families in exchange for their loyalty. 30% of his assets. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He's willing to part with that. Willing, Chu Jingtian said. Li Kanghai's greatest skill isn't his fighting ability, it's his endurance. He is willing to give up 30% because he knows that the returns those 5 families can bring him will be more than 30%. With the manpower and resources of those 5 families, the Li family can secure a foothold in the south. Once he's established, he can do what he wants. What does he want to do? Chu Jingtian was silent for a moment, then pulled a photograph from beneath the map and placed it before Chu Tian. The photo was blurry as if taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. In it, Li Songhai stood at the foot of a mountain with several men in black behind him facing a stone door. The stone door was half open, the interior pitch black, nothing visible. This was taken 7 days ago by someone at Mount Luofu in Guangdong. Chu Jingtian pointed at the stone door. Mount Luofu, the foremost mountain of Lingnan, a famous Taoist mountain. But what many don't know is that beneath Mount Luofu lies a spiritual vein. A spiritual vein. Not a natural one. An artificial one. Chu Jingtian lowered his voice. 3,000 years ago, when the Immortal Realm passage was still open, an immortal cultivated at Mount Luofu and carved out a cave dwelling within the mountain. The cave dwelling contained a spirit-gathering array. Over the long years, spiritual energy converged, forming an artificial spiritual vein. Though not as good as a natural one, it was still a considerable resource. Chu Tian looked at the blurry photo, his gaze fixed on the half-open stone door. Though the patterns on the door were indistinct, he could tell they were array markings. Li Songhai is looking for an immortal's cave dwelling. Not just that. Chu Jingtian pulled out another photograph from beneath the map. He's also looking for this. The second photo was clearer than the first, showing a stone stele. The stele was not large, only about the height of a person, standing in a mountain hollow overgrown with weeds, looking long abandoned. The stele bore several ancient characters, the strokes archaic, resembling writing from antiquity. What is this? Chu Tian asked. A marker stele for an Immortal Realm passage. Chu Jingtian said, 3,000 years ago the Immortal Realm passage was not limited to Qinglong Mountain. Qinglong Mountain was the main passage, now sealed. But there are some subsidiary passages whose seals are not thorough and occasionally loosen. Li Songhai is looking for those subsidiary passages. He wants to contact the Immortal Realm through them. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Subsidiary passages with incomplete seals that occasionally loosen. This meant that the Lin family could send people down through these passages without needing to break the sealing stele at Qinglong Mountain. Experts above the Golden Core stage could not come through, but those below Golden Core could. Does he know the locations of these subsidiary passages? Chu Tian asked. Not clearly. Chu Jingtian shook his head. But he has the Lin family's map. The Lin family operated in the mortal world for so many years, 3,000 years ago. They have records of the subsidiary passage locations. Li Songhai just needs to follow the map. That evening, Chu Tian went to the Ancient Martial Association. He wasn't going to see the 3 grand presidents. He was going to see Bai Ruoshi. The Jingxing headquarters of the Ancient Martial Association was still that unremarkable 3-story building hidden deep in an alley. At past 9 in the evening, the lights were still on, and Bai Ruoshi was processing documents in her second-floor office. The Qing Feng sword leaned against the desk. The cracks on its blade had been completely repaired, glowing with a faint blue light. The cast on her left arm had been removed, but she still couldn't use it forcefully. She typed with only her right hand as slowly as a snail. You've come just in time, Bai Ruoshi said without looking up. Help me take a look at this document. What document? The annual budget of the Ancient Martial Association. Bai Ruoshi pushed a thick file over. I've read it 3 times. I feel something is off, but I can't put my finger on it. Chu Tian flipped through the file. The budget was drawn up properly, income and expenses listed clearly. But in his past life he had governed the Heavenly Court for 30,000 years. What kind of ledger hadn't he seen? He could tell a fake from a real at a glance. This budget was real, but it had a problem. The problem lay in the array maintenance fee item. The figure was wrong. Not too small, but too large. The annual maintenance cost for all the arrays of the Ancient Martial Association in Jingxing totaled less than a third of this budget item. Someone is embezzling, Chu Tian said, closing the file and pushing it back. The array maintenance fee has been padded by at least double. Bai Ruoshi looked up, met his eyes, was silent for a moment, then put the file into her drawer. I understand, she said. She didn't ask, how did you know, nor who do you think it is? She simply said, matters within the Ancient Martial Association were for her to handle. He needn't worry. I came to see you about something else, Chu Tian said. He told her about Li Songhai recruiting small families in the south and searching for immortal caves and subsidiary passages. After he finished, Roxas' expression did not change. Not because she wasn't surprised, but because she already knew. The ancient martial association's intelligence network is 100 times stronger than the Chu family's, Roashi said. We are monitoring every move Li Songhai makes in Guangdong. We know about his recruiting 5 families searching for immortal caves and marking subsidiary passage locations. Then why don't you intervene? Because it's not the right time, Roashi leaned back in her chair. What Li Songhai is doing now is all borderline. Recruiting families isn't illegal, searching for immortal caves isn't illegal, marking subsidiary passage locations isn't illegal. The ancient martial association has no grounds to act. Only when he actually opens a subsidiary passage and contacts the immortal realm will we have a legitimate reason. If he opens a subsidiary passage, Golden Core experts will come down. I know, Roashi looked at him. That's why I need you to do something for me. What? Go to Guangdong and keep an eye on, not for you to fight, but to deter. With your identity as the honorary president of the Ancient Martial Association, if you go to Guangdong, you don't need to do anything. Just stand there, and Li Songhai will know that the Ancient Martial Association is watching him. He won't dare act rashly. Chu Tian thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. When do I go? As early as tomorrow, Roashi said. Leave tomorrow. When his mother Lin Wanxing heard this news, she was washing dishes in the kitchen. Her hand paused briefly, then she continued washing, but her movements slowed noticeably. How long? She asked. At least 10 days to half a month, at most 1 or 2 months. Lin Wanxing said nothing. She placed the wash bowls one by one into the cupboard slowly and carefully. Chu Tian stood at the kitchen door, watching his mother's back, his heart feeling heavy. She would not stop him, would not cry, would not say don't go. She wasn't that kind of person, but she would worry where he couldn't see. Mom'll be careful, Chu Tian said. Lin Wanxing turned around, looked at her son, her eyes a little red, but she didn't cry. She walked over to Chu Tian, reached out to straighten his collar, and brushed the dust off his shoulder. Your father often traveled when he was young. Before every trip, I would make him a bowl of noodles. Eat the noodles and return safely. I want noodles too. Lin Wanxing smiled, turned around to knead the dough. The next morning, Chu Tian stood at the entrance of Chuju, holding a simple travel bag in his hand. His grandfather Chu Zhengshan sat under the old locust tree, watching him from a distance, not coming over. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a look across the courtyard, nodded at each other, and said nothing. His father Chu Tianxiong walked over and pressed something into Chu Tian's hand. A jade pendant, not the one from Chu Xuanji, but another. White jade, warm and translucent, engraved with the character Xiong. Your grandfather gave it to me. I wore it for many years when I was young, Chu Tianxiong said. It brings safety. Chu Tian grasped the jade pendant, feeling the residual warmth on it. Father, take care of yourself. Don't rush your cultivation. Take it slowly. I understand. Huang Tianxi came running from the alley entrance, panting. Brother Tian, the car is here. Brother Tian, are you really not taking me? No. You stay and watch over the Chu family. But, that's an order. Huang Tianxi swallowed the words that were about to come out, stood up straight, and said, Yes, Brother Tian. The black sedan stopped at the alley entrance. The driver was still the taciturn, middle-aged man from last time. Chu Tian got into the car, opened the door, and looked back at the courtyard gate of Chuju. The gate was open. His mother stood at the entrance, still holding her apron. His father stood behind her, a hand on her shoulder. His grandfather sat under the old locust tree, giving him a slight nod. Chu Tian turned and got into the car. Guangdong Dongwen. In the study of Li Kanghai's temporary residence, the light was still on. He sat at the desk with a yellowed map spread before him. A map of subsidiary passage distribution left by the Lin family 3,000 years ago. 7 locations were marked in vermilion, 3 in the north and 4 in the south. The 3 in the north were either controlled by the Chu family or watched by the Ancient Martial Association, making them difficult to touch. The 4 in the south were all within his sphere of influence. Mount Luofu, Mount Shiqiao, Mount Dinghu, Mount Danxia. Li Kanghai's finger moved across the map, pointing to each location in turn. 4 mountains, 4 subsidiary passages. The Lin family says the seals on these 4 subsidiary passages are all unstable. Experts at the Golden Core stage cannot pass through, but those at the peak of Foundation Establishment can. Peak Foundation Establishment, enough. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of the already cold tea. The tea was very bitter, but he did not frown. In this life, he had tasted things 10,000 times more bitter than tea. Chu Tian is coming to Guangdong. A voice came from the study door. Li Songhai looked up and saw Bai Popo stand. She was stooped, leaning on a cane, her murky eyes glinting in the dim light. When Oi? Li Songhai asked. How many people? 1. Li Songhai was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That smile was cold like a frozen lake in winter, smooth and flat on the surface, but seething with undercurrents beneath. 1 person, he repeated. He thinks too highly of himself. He doesn't think highly of himself. He looks down on you. Bai Popo's voice was hoarse like a dull knife cutting flesh. He thinks you're not worth bringing helpers. Li Kanghai's. Bai Popo looked at him. There was no sympathy in her murky eyes, only cold indifference. She had lived for 800 years and had seen too many people like Li Songhai. People who thought themselves clever, thought they could scheme only to be crushed by sheer power, leaving all their plots useless. It's good that he's coming. Li Songhai put down his teacup and stood up. Perfect. We'll settle old and new scores together. Bai Popo said nothing, turned and left. Only Li Songhai remained in the study. He stood by the window gazing at the southern night sky outside. The southern night sky was different from the north. In the north it was dry, and the stars shone like diamonds. In the south it was humid, and the stars were veiled in a layer of mist, hazy and indistinct, like looking at a lantern through frosted glass. Chu Tian, he murmured. You think coming to Guangdong can stop me, eh? He turned and walked to the desk, took out the emerald jade token from the drawer. The Lin family, token warm in his palm. The Lin family promised me that once the subsidiary passages are opened, they will send 3 golden core experts down. His voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. 3 golden core experts plus by Popo 4. You a mere foundation establishment 7th layer, how can you fight? Outside the window the night wind blew, rustling the old banyan tree in the courtyard, as if answering him, or as if saying nothing at all. In Dongguan, Chu Tian got out of the car and stood on an unfamiliar street, holding the xiong, jade pendant his father had given him with the taillights receding behind him. The air was humid and sultry, mixed with the distinctive smell of southern vegetation, so different from the dry wind of the north. It was a small city with few high-rises and narrow streets lined with mango trees, their branches laden with unripe fruit. People came and went, the traffic was heavy. It was bustling but not prosperous, like an adolescent who was already quite tall in frame but had yet to fill out. Li Songhai was here. In some corner of the city, behind some window, in some quiet moment of the night, he might be plotting to open a subsidiary passage or discussing with Bai Popo how to deal with him. Li Songhai had many plans and ruthless means. But he had forgotten one thing. Chu Tian had never. The Chu family was his backing, the ancient martial association was his ally, and there were those friends willing to follow him. Huang Tianxi, Zhou Mingyuan by Ruashi. And Li Kanghai's backing was the Lin family. The Lin family would help him, but their help came with conditions. They helped him for the fragments of the heavenly Dao, not for Li Songhai himself. If one day Li Songhai lost his value, the Lin family would discard him like a used rag. Chu Tian placed the xiong, jade pendant close to his body, found an inconspicuous small inn nearby, and rented the cheapest single room. The room was very small, with just a bed, a table, and a chair. The paint on the walls was peeling in places. The window faced a narrow alley where colorful clothes hung on a drying rack from the opposite building. He sat on the bed, took out the Chaos Origin Stone and the jade pendant, placing them before him, and began to cultivate. The Chaos Origin Stone emitted a dark glow, and the power of the heavenly Tao fragment was drawn out strand by strand. Cultivation required no special place or environment, only a tranquil heart. The morning in Dongguan arrived earlier than in the capital and was even more muggy and stifling. The sky was bright by a little past 5, and by 6 the sun had already climbed high, baking the humid air like a steamer. Chu Tian sat up in bed, a large patch of his clothes soaked with sweat sticking clammily to his skin. He hadn't sweated in a long time. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage were immune to heat, and cold, ordinary heat had no effect on him. But Lingnan was different. The heat here wasn't dry, it was humid, as if the air were soaked in water, and even the spiritual energy was thicker than in the north. The spiritual energy concentration here is indeed higher than in the capital, Chu Tian said as he walked to the window and pushed it open. A wave of humid air laced with the scent of vegetation rushed in. He closed his eyes and sensed with his divine spirit. The spiritual energy in the air was indeed more abundant than in the capital by about 30%. 30% might not sound like much, but cultivation was a process of accumulation. Over time, that 30% difference became a chasm. No wonder Li Songhai had chosen to settle in the south. The environment here was far more favorable for cultivators than in the north. He dressed, pocketed the Chaos Origin Stone and jade pendant, then went downstairs to check out. The front desk of the small inn was run by a woman in her 40s or 50s who spoke Mandarin with a Cantonese accent. Handsome, are you comfortable staying here? It's hot here, want me to get you a fan? No thanks. Chu Tian pushed open the glass door and walked out of the inn. Dongguan was different from the capital. The capital was an ancient city bound by city walls and rules, square and rigid. Everywhere you looked with a solemn and stern atmosphere you could feel just walking the streets. Dongguan was different. It was like a chessboard casually thrown on the ground, with crooked streets, uneven buildings, heights, and lows jumbled together. Order amid chaos, chaos amid order, like an unrestrained nouveau riche who had money but no rules. Chu Tian did not rush to find Li Songhai. Instead, he followed a mountain path outside the city toward Luofu Mountain. Luofu Mountain sat on the border between Dongguan and Huizhou, not far from the city. Less than an hour by car, but half a day on foot. He wasn't in a hurry. Rather than hailing a taxi, he might as well walk the entire way and familiarize himself with the southern terrain and the distribution of spiritual veins. Luofu Mountain, the foremost mountain of Lingnan, a famous Taoist mountain. The Han Dynasty historian Sima Qian said Luofu is the assistant of Han, the deputy of the southern sacred mountain. It meant that among the southern peaks, Luofu Mountain's status was second only to Mount Hung, the southern sacred mountain. Among the Taoist 10 great caves and 72 blissful lands, Luofu Mountain claimed 2. The 7th cave, Heaven Zhuming Yaozhen Tian, and the 34th blissful land, Luofu Mountain. The mountain wasn't very tall. Its highest peak, Feiyun Peak, was only a little over 120 meters. But the mountain range stretched for hundreds of li in circumference, with overlapping peaks and swirling mist. From a distance it looked like a reclining Buddha. Chu Yun stood at the foot of Luofu Mountain, gazing up at the mist-shrouded range. He extended his divine spirit, slowly probing into the mountain mass. The divine spirit of a seventh-layer foundation establishment cultivator could cover nearly a kilometer in radius, but Luofu Mountain was so vast that a kilometer of coverage was merely the tip of the iceberg. He needed to find a central point of vantage from which he could overlook the entire mountain range. Feiyun Peak, the highest summit of Luofu Mountain. Chu Yun ascended along the mountain path at a steady, unhurried pace. There weren't many people on the path. Today was a workday, so few came to hike. Occasionally, he passed an elderly person doing morning exercises clad in a white Tai Chi suit, slowly practicing their forms on the path. As Chu Yun walked past them, the elderly looked up briefly, probably thinking how fast this young man was walking and that he wasn't even sweating. When he reached the mountainside, Chu Yun's divine spirit caught a trace of abnormal energy. Not a human presence, but a fluctuation in spiritual energy. Spiritual energy should have been evenly distributed in the air, flowing naturally like water. But the spiritual energy he sensed was flowing wrongly. It wasn't moving naturally, but was being pulled by something converging toward a fixed direction. A spirit gathering array, Chu Yun murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. He stopped on a platform halfway up the mountain, crouched down, and brushed aside the fallen leaves and soil. A bluestone slab was revealed, carved with array patterns. Very ancient, their lines worn faint by wind and rain, but still legible. This was the base of the spirit gathering array. The core part of the formation lay underneath. The patterns on the surface were merely road signs, guiding the flow of spiritual energy. So Luofu Mountain really does have a spirit gathering array. The words Chu Xuanji had spoken in life floated through his mind. 3,000 years ago, an immortal had cultivated on Luofu Mountain, carving a cave dwelling in the mountain's belly and setting up a spirit gathering array, creating an artificial spiritual vein. This spirit gathering array must have been left by that immortal, but it wasn't set up by Li Kanghai's men. The wear on the array patterns indicated they were at least 2,000 years old. It was an ancient relic, not recently constructed. Chu Yun rose and continued upward. When he reached about one-third of the way from the summit, he discovered another remnant of a spirit gathering array. This time it wasn't the base, but the array eye. The array eye had been destroyed. The slab shattered, the patterns broken, as if smashed by brute force. Judging by the damage, it had happened recently, no more than a month ago. Li Songhai, Chu Yun said, his gaze turning cold. Li Songhai had already found the entrance to the immortal's cave dwelling on Luofu Mountain. He might even have already. The destruction of the array eye meant the cave dwelling's restrictions had been forcibly broken. Not solved through knowledge of formations, but smashed open with brute force. This method was crude, but effective. The price was that some facilities inside the cave would be damaged, but Li Songhai didn't care. What he cared about was the spiritual vein. At the summit of Feiyun Peak, Chu Yun stood on a rock at the highest point, overlooking the entire Luofu Mountain. Mountain wind blew, stirring his hair and the hem of his clothes. His golden pupils shimmered faintly in the mist. From here, all the peaks of Luofu Mountain spread out before him, ridges rolling like waves, clouds flowing among the slopes like a moving ink painting. But he wasn't looking at the scenery. He was studying the course of the spiritual vein. Spiritual energy was invisible in the air, but under the perception of his divine spirit, it could be traced like water. The spiritual energy of Luofu Mountain converged from all sides toward a central point. Not Feiyun Peak itself, but a hollow on the northern side of Feiyun Peak. The spiritual energy concentration there was at least 5 times higher than elsewhere. 5 times. For a natural environment that hadn't been artificially modified, that was an astonishing number. That must be where the immortal's cave dwelling is located. Chu Yun jumped down from the rock and descended the northern path. After walking about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he reached that hollow. The hollow wasn't large, enclosed on 3 sides by mountains, and open to the north, a concealed spot invisible from a distance. It was somewhat similar to the Celestial Passage ruins on Qinglong Mountain. Both were depressions surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. Both had been artificially modified. But the modifications here were more ancient and cruder than those on Qinglong Mountain. The gap in formation expertise between the immortal of 3,000 years ago and Chu Xuanji was obvious at a glance. In the hollow stood a stone door. The door was half up in its surface, covered with array patterns, but most of the patterns were broken, not from natural erosion, but from being smashed by brute force. Below the stone door, some broken stones were scattered, and the door bore several fresh chisel marks left by metal tools. Chu Yun stepped through the stone door. Behind the door was a passage not long, only a dozen meters. At the end of the passage was a stone chamber. The chamber was small, only about 20 square meters. In its center stood a stone platform on which something had originally been placed, but now it was completely empty. The walls of the chamber were engraved with runes, the core part of the spirit gathering array. The spiritual vein. Chu Yun's gaze fell to the floor, where beneath the bluestone slabs a dense surge of spiritual energy was pulsing. It wasn't natural. It was an artificial spiritual vein accumulated over 3,000 years by the spirit gathering array. The reservoir was considerable, at least equivalent to 3 years' output of the Chu family's spirit mine. Li Songhai had already been here. The empty stone platform indicated that whatever had been placed there had been taken. perhaps the Immortal's legacy spirit stones or cultivation jade slips. The core of the spirit gathering array hadn't been destroyed, but the array had been smashed. Though the spiritual vein remained, it could no longer gather new spiritual energy. Chu Yun stood in the stone chamber for a while, then turned and left. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, dusk, the setting sun dyed Luofu Mountain golden, and the mist turned orangered under the sunlight like a blazing fire. He was about to leave when his divine spirit suddenly detected several auras. They weren't ordinary people, they were cultivators. 5 of them approaching from the north along a path at the foot of the mountain heading toward him. Their cultivation bases were low, all around the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refining. In the capital, they wouldn't even match the average disciple of the Chu family. But in the south, where cultivation resources were scarce, being at the 5th or 6th Qi refining layer was already considered formidable. The 5 drew closer. Their leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a tang suit, spinning a pair of walnuts in his hand, walking with a swagger. He looked Chu Yun up and down, his gaze lingering on his faded white shirt and jeans, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "Where are you from? What are you snooping around Luofu Mountain for?" The middle-aged man's tone was like interrogating a criminal. Chu Yun glanced at him and did not reply. "He's asking you a question," shouted a young man behind the middle-aged leader. "Do you know whose territory this is?" "This is the Li family's territory. Li Songhai, Old Master Li's territory. Who allowed you, an outsider, to climb this mountain?" Li Kenghai's men. Chu Yun had expected them to show up eventually, but not this soon. 5 people at the 5th or 6th Qi refining layer. They were experts in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Chu Yun's eyes they were no different from commoners. "I came for a hike to exercise," Chu Yun said. "Isn't hiking exercise legal?" "Hiking for exercise?" The middle-aged man clearly didn't believe that story. He stared at Chu Yun's eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly noticed that those eyes were golden, not colored contacts, but real gold. His pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively stepped back. He recognized those eyes. Li Songhai had mentioned at internal meetings that the young man from the capital, the new master of the Chu family reincarnation of the Eternal God Emperor, had golden eyes. "Are you Chu Yun?" The middle-aged man's voice was trembling. Chu Yun neither denied nor confirmed, just looked at him. The middle-aged man's face shifted through several expressions, finally squeezing out a smile uglier than tears. "So it's young Master Chu. My apologies, my apologies." This humble one failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I offended you." As he spoke, he backed away, and after a few steps turned and ran. The 4 men behind him didn't understand why, but seeing their leader flee, they followed. The 5 men fled scrambling into the dusk. Chu Yun stood there watching their retreating figures and shook his head. Inside Dongguan City, Li Kenghai's temporary residence. In the study, Li Songhai sat behind his desk. The middle-aged man knelt before him, trembling all over, forehead pressed to the floor, not daring to lift his head. "You say he was alone on Luofu Mountain?" Li Kenghai's voice was very calm, but those who knew him understood. "Yes." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. "He was alone, came down from Feiyun Peak, circled around the Immortal's cave dwelling." "He is in the cave?" "How long was he in the cave dwelling?" "I am not sure. By the time we arrived, he had already come out." Li Songhai was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. "You may leave." The middle-aged man, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the study. Li Songhai leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Chu Yun had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. He had expected Chu Yun to take at least another 2 or 3 days to reach Dongguan, but he came the very next day and went straight to Luofu Mountain. The purpose of going to Luofu Mountain was clear: to inspect the Immortal's cave dwelling and confirm the state of the spiritual vein. "He's testing you," Granny Bay's voice came from the corner of the study. She sat in the shadows, hunched over, her murky eyes glinting in the darkness. "He wants to know what you did at Luofu Mountain and what you obtained. He didn't come to fight, he came to gather intelligence." "I know." Li Songhai opened his eyes, picked up the teacup from the table, and took a sip of the already cold tea. "If he wants to gather intelligence, let him. The cave dwelling at Luofu Mountain is abandoned anyway, and the spiritual veins reserve is not large. It won't hurt to let him see. Aren't you afraid he'll discover the matter at Xiqiao Mountain?" "Xiqiao Mountain?" Li Songhai laughed. "The branch passage at Xiqiao Mountain is at Dinghu Mountain. After he visits Luofu Mountain, he'll assume all branch passages are in abandoned cave dwellings of that level. He won't suspect that the real target is at Dinghu Mountain." Granny Bai said nothing, but a faint, almost imperceptible glint flickered in her murky eyes. Not admiration, but vigilance. She had lived for 800 years and had seen far too many clever people. The biggest flaw of the clever was placing too much faith in their own intellect. Li Songhai was exactly that. He believed he was on the 3rd level, while Chu Yun was on the 2nd. In truth, Chu Yun might be on the 5th, but she did not expose it. The Lin family needed Li Songhai to do their work. They did not need him to thrive. Chu Yun did not return to the small inn. Instead, he found a high ground near Luofu Mountain, sat cross-legged, and continued his cultivation. His current cultivation habit was to handle affairs during the day and cultivate at night, compressing his sleep to 2 hours a day, sometimes even less. A cultivator at the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage did not require much sleep. 2 hours were sufficient. The chaos primordial stone hung before his chest, its dark light swirling. The power of the heavenly Tao fragment was drawn out bit by bit, merging with the chaos energy as it surged into his body. Since breaking through to the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation speed had ascended another level. The fusion of chaos energy and the power of the heavenly Tao fragment grew smoother, the spiritual energy in his meridians became more profound, and the capacity of his dantian continued to expand. Another week, and I will reach the peak of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, he silently calculated in his mind. After the peak of the 7th layer came the 8th layer. From the 8th to the 9th, then to the peak, and finally the golden core stage. The golden core stage was a watershed. Once crossed, he would truly possess the capital to establish himself in the immortal realm. But his thoughts were not solely on cultivation. Li Songhai had found the immortal's cave dwelling at Luofu Mountain, proving that the map provided by the Lin family was indeed effective. Luofu Mountain, Shiqiao Mountain, Dinghu Mountain, Danxia Mountain, 4 mountains, 4 branch passages. The branch passage at Luofu Mountain was abandoned, perhaps never a true branch passage from the start. What about the other 3? Which one was Li Kanghai's real target? I need more intelligence. Chu Tian opened his eyes, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Hey, Tianji. Huang Tian's excited voice came through the receiver. You're in Guangdong. Did that old bastard Li Songhai give you any trouble? No. Help me look into something. Just say the word Tianji. Find out Li Kanghai's movements over the past month. Where he went, who he met, and focus on 4 mountains in Guangdong. Luofu, Shiqiao, Dinghu, and Danxia. No problem. Tianji, I'll contact the Chu family and the Ancient Martial Arts Association's intelligence network right away. They'll have an answer for you in 3 days. The sooner the better. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Tian put the phone back in his pocket. Huang Tianxi might not have high cultivation, but he was reliable and had never dropped the ball on any task. He was keeping an eye on the Chu families and the Ancient Martial Arts Association's intelligence networks in the capital, acting like an information relay station, aggregating, filtering, and organizing intelligence from all sides before passing it to Chu Tian. This task required patience, meticulousness, and loyalty. Huang Tianxi possessed all 3. 3 days later, Huang Tianxi's message arrived. Not a phone call, but a fax. At a small inn at the foot of Luofu Mountain, Chu Tian received a thick fax. Huang Tianxi had compiled Li Kanghai's movements over the past month into a table with time, location, duration of stay, and whom he met. All clear at a glance. Attached to the table were several photos taken secretly by the Ancient Martial Arts Association's intelligence operatives from a distance. Though blurry, they revealed what Li Songhai had been doing. Chu Tian went through it from beginning to end. The records in the table largely matched his initial assessment. Over the past month, Li Songhai had visited Luofu Mountain 4 times, each stay lasting 3 to 4 hours, essentially half a day. He had visited Shiqiao Mountain twice, each stay about 2 hours. He had visited Dinghu Mountain 3 times with 1 stay lasting an entire day. He had visited Danxia Mountain once, staying less than an hour. Dinghu Mountain 3 times, one of which lasted a full day. Chu Tian's gaze froze on the words Dinghu Mountain. A full day stay meant there was something on Dinghu Mountain worth his entire day. Not an immortal's cave dwelling. He had already explored those before, and they took less than half a day. Only one possibility, a branch passage. Dinghu Mountain. Chu Tian murmured the name, folded the fax paper, put it in his pocket, stood up, and walked out of the inn. Dinghu Mountain was located in Zhaoqing City, about 200 kilometers from Dongguan. He took a taxi, and via the expressway he arrived in just over 2 hours. Along the way, his divine sense remained on constant alert. Li Songhai had planted many eyes in the south, certainly near Dongguan and Luofu Mountain, and even more surely near Dinghu Mountain. He did not want to stir the grass and alert the snake, but neither could he afford to be overcautious. Dinghu Mountain, a famed mountain in Lingnan along with Luofu, Shiqiao, and Danxiao, was known as one of the 4 great mountains of Lingnan. The mountain was not tall. Its highest peak, Zhilong Mountain, was barely over 1,000 meters, but it boasted beautiful scenery, lush forests and waterfalls, streams and deep pools between the peaks. The sound of water babbled and birds sang in the tranquil mountains. Its most famous feature was Dinghu, a pool of emerald water embedded in the mountain like a giant jade. Chu Tian stood at the foot of Dinghu Mountain, gazing up at the graceful peak as he extended his divine sense. The concentration of spiritual energy was high, even higher than at Luofu Mountain. The center of the energy convergence was not at the summit or the mountainside, but deep within the mountain's belly. Not a natural convergence point. It was drawn by something. A branch passage. He walked along the mountain path for about half an hour, then stopped beside a waterfall. The waterfall was not large. The water cascaded down from rocks over 10 meters high, crashing into a deep pool below with a roaring sound. Mist filled the air, carrying a damp chill. Behind the waterfall, there was a cave entrance. The entrance was small, barely the height of a person, mostly hidden by the water curtain. Without careful observation, one would never notice it. Chu Tian stood on the rock opposite the waterfall, probing the cave entrance with his divine sense. Behind the entrance was a short tunnel only a few dozen meters long, at the end of which stood a stone door. The door was closed, covered with formation patterns somewhat similar to those on the ceiling steel of Qinglong Mountain, but more simplified, like an abridged version. The seal of the branch passage. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The seal was intact with no traces of having been broken. The formation patterns on the stone door were still functioning, emitting a faint blue light. Li Songhai had indeed been there. He had come 3 times the last time, staying a full day. But he had not broken the seal. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The seal on Dinghu Mountain's branch passage, though much weaker than the main passage seal on Qinglong Mountain, was still beyond the capability of a martial artist of Li Kanghai's level to crack. He needed the formation master sent by the Lin family. But he didn't bring anyone. Chu Tian crouched on the rock opposite the waterfall, staring at the cave entrance hidden by the water curtain. What is he waiting for? Waiting for the Lin family's formation master? Or waiting until he accumulated enough experience from cracking the formations at Luofu Mountain? Or perhaps waiting for Chu Tian to leave? All possibilities. Chu Tian stayed by the waterfall for about half an hour, meticulously recording the terrain of Dinghu Mountain, the alignment of spiritual veins, and the state of the seal in his mind, then turned and descended the mountain. By the time he returned to downtown Dongguan, it was already evening. Chu Tian found a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of wonton noodles. When the noodles arrived, the broth was clear, the noodles fine and soft, the wontons thin-skinned and generously filled, topped with a few greens and chopped green onions, a sight that whetted the appetite. He took a few bites. The taste was good, lighter than the noodles in the capital, but with its own unique flavor. As he ate, his phone vibrated. A call from Bairuashi. What did you find? Her voice still carried that cool, clear tone like a winter spring. Dinghu Mountain. Chu Tian swallowed the noodles in his mouth. The branch passage is at Dinghu Mountain. The seal is intact, not broken. Li Songhai has been there 3 times, but hasn't touched the seal. He's waiting for the Lin family. Most likely. Chu Tian took another bite. Li Songhai doesn't have the capability to crack Dinghu Mountain's seal. He has to wait for the Lin family to send a formation master. The last formation master the Lin family sent, that gray-robed old man at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage, was scared off by my ancestor at Qinglong Mountain. The Lin family won't use him again, but they'll send someone else. Who do you think they'll send? I don't know. But whoever they send, their cultivation won't be lower than the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. The Lin family won't waste too many high-level combatants in the mortal world. The 3rd to 5th layers of the Golden Core stage is the upper limit of acceptable losses. Bairuashi was silent for a moment. What do you plan to do? Wait. Chu Tian put down his chopsticks. Wait for Li Songhai to make a move. If he doesn't act, I have no reason to touch him. Once he acts, I can strike back openly. And if he never makes a move, if he waits until you leave Guangdong before acting, he won't wait. He doesn't have that much time, Chu Tian said. The Lin family won't let him wait either. They want the heavenly Dao fragment, and they want it as soon as possible. The longer Li Songhai delays, the less patience the Lin family will have with him. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When Bairuaxi's voice came again, it was softer than before. Be careful. I know. After hanging up, Chu Tian finished the remaining noodles, drank some broth, paid the bill, and left. When he stepped out of the noodle shop, the sky had completely darkened. Shops along the street had lit up, neon lights flickered, and people came and went. He stood at the shop entrance, gazing at this unfamiliar city. In the night, Dingguan seemed more vibrant than during the day. The smoke and fire of barbecue stalls, the sizzle of street-side walks, the singing from roadside KTVs, all mingled together, forming a chaotic but lively symphony. In this bustling city, someone was plotting in the shadows, someone was waiting for something. And he too was waiting for an opportunity to strike. The discovery of Dinghu Mountain suddenly clarified Chu Tian's thoughts. Li Kanghai's search for the Immortals Cave on Luofu Mountain and his reconnaissance of Shiqiao and Danxia Mountains were all smokescreens. The true target lay at Dinghu Mountain. Though the branch passage seal there remained intact, it was also the weakest among the 4 peaks. The seal on Luofu Mountain had long been abandoned, and though the seals on Shiqiao and Danxia Mountains had loosened, they were far from as easy to break as Dinghu Mountains. Li Songhai was no fool. His choice of Dinghu Mountain surely came with guidance from the Lin family. Over the next 2 days, Chu Tian did 3 things. First, he thoroughly mapped the terrain within a 10-mile radius of Dinghu Mountain. Every path leading to the mountain's base, every route to the urban area, every trail Li Kanghai's men might take, and every possible escape route were all marked on a hand-drawn map. He wasn't preparing for a great battle. He was setting a trap. If Li Songhai wanted to open the branch passage, let him open. The moment the passage opened, when the Lin family's envoy emerged from it, that would be the perfect time to spring the net. Second, he set up surveillance arrays at key points on Dinghu Mountain. This was the introductory technique of the heart array that Zhou Mingyuan had taught him, requiring neither spirit stones nor spiritual energy, relying solely on the arranger's will and resonance with heaven and earth. The power of such arrays was far inferior to those driven by spiritual energy, yet their advantage lay in concealment. No one could detect their existence through fluctuations in spiritual energy. Chu Tian placed 6 surveillance arrays at 3 directions on the mountain's base, 2 commanding heights on the midslope and near the waterfall. Each was palm-sized, embedded in rock crevices under tree roots and behind the waterfall's curtain, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by spiritual sense. Even if Li Songhai brought an entire army, he would never discover these arrays. The third and most crucial task. He made a phone call to Bairuashi. I need the Ancient Martial Arts Association to stand by on the outskirts of Dinghu Mountain, not to enter, but to seal it. When Li Songhai makes his move, I need you to thoroughly blockade a 5-mile radius around Dinghu Mountain, allowing entry, but no exit. You want to trap Li Songhai on Dinghu Mountain? Bai Ruoshi asked. Not trap him, trap the people sent by the Lin family. When the branch passage opens and the Lin family's envoy comes through, their cultivation won't be too high. The seal restricts passage to those below the golden core stage. At most 2nd or 3rd level golden core. I can handle 1 easily, 2 with difficulty, and 3 or more. Your people don't need to fight. Just seal the perimeter, prevent Li Kanghai's men from assisting, and ensure none of the Lin family's envoy escape. Bai Ruoshi paused for a moment. Are you sure you want to fight alone? Certain. If you participate, the nature changes. The Lin family will claim the Ancient Martial Arts Association meddled in immortal affairs, and when higher authorities investigate, you'll have trouble explaining. I fight alone. It's a personal grudge. The feud between the Chu and Lin families spanning 3,000 years needs to end. Bai Ruoshi didn't argue further. All right, I'll make the arrangements. On the 3rd day, Li Songhai finally made his move. The signal from the surveillance array was faint. The introductory heart array technique Zhou Mingyuan taught was crude, transmitting neither images nor sounds, only a simple indication someone had arrived. Chu Tian was cultivating in a small inn when the signal came. The chaos primordial stone hovered before his chest, its dark light swirling. He snapped his eyes open. In the dim room, his golden pupils shone like stars. They're here. He put away the chaos primordial stone, pocketed the jade pendant, grabbed the hand-drawn map from the table, and strode out of the inn. From downtown Dongguan to Dinghu Mountain, a highway taxi ride would take over 2 hours, but Chu Tian didn't take a cab. He found a deserted alley, confirmed no surveillance or passers-by, then leapt onto the rooftops and began to run. At the full speed of the 7th level of Foundation establishment, he couldn't sprint through the city. Too many buildings, pedestrians, and cameras. But once beyond the urban area, it was different. On both sides of the highway stretched vast farmlands and forests. No pedestrians, no cameras, only occasional passing vehicles. Chu Tian's figure became a streak of golden light in the night, leaping from one hill to another, darting through groves of trees. His speed was so great that highway drivers thought they had imagined it. An hour and a half later, he arrived at the foot of Dinghu Mountain. Nearly an hour faster than by taxi, but his spiritual energy had suffered greatly. Sprinting at full speed for 90 minutes consumed nearly 30% of his reserves. Chu Tian stopped under a large banyan tree at the mountain's base, panting heavily. Sweat coursed down his forehead and blurred his eyes. He didn't rush into the mountain. First, he restored his spiritual energy. The chaos primordial stone hovered before his chest as chaotic chi poured into his body, replenishing his spiritual energy at a visible rate. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all 30% was restored. The signal source from the surveillance array is near the waterfall. Chu Tian stood up. The locations of the 6 surveillance arrays marked on his hand-drawn map flashed through his mind. The signal is faint, but someone definitely triggered the array. It's not a beast. Beasts trigger a different signal. He followed a route he had scouted earlier into the mountain. He took neither the main path nor the small trails, but a hidden route known only to himself. Up a dry creek bed on the eastern side of the mountain base, filled with gravel and withered leaves that rustled beneath his steps. His footsteps were so light that even the dry leaves made no crunching sound. He fully extended his divine sense, covering nearly a kilometer radius. Every tree, every rock, every stream in the mountain lay within his perception. The sound of the waterfall grew closer. Chu Tian's divine sense caught the first aura. Not Li Songhai. The cultivation was low, around the 5th level of ancient martial arts, hidden behind a rock east of the waterfall, facing outward with his back to the cascade. Li Kanghai's sentry. His divine sense continued to expand, detecting a 2nd, 3rd, 4th aura. In total, he found over a dozen sentries scattered around the waterfall, their cultivation ranging from the 3rd to 6th levels of ancient martial arts, forming a tight cordon around the falls. The sentries were not the main concern. The key lay behind the waterfall. Chu Tian circumvented their sight, approaching from the western side of the falls, where a nearly vertical cliff face was covered in moss, slick and unsteady. But for a cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, climbing such a cliff was effortless. His fingers dug into rock crevices, spiritual energy adhered to his palms and soles, and he moved up the wall like a gecko, silent and soundless. At the height of the waterfall, he paused and peered from the side of the cliff toward the cave behind the cascade. Someone stood at the entrance. Not Li Songhai. A gray-robed figure back to the cave mouth, facing the stone door within. The gray-robed man radiated no aura, but Chu Tian could sense it. That absence of presence was not a lack of cultivation, but cultivation so high it could be perfectly concealed. Golden core stage. Not the gray-robed elder from Mount Qinglong last time. That elder was at the 3rd level of golden core, lean and stooped. This man was tall with a straight back, appearing around 40. But a cultivator's age cannot be judged by appearance. Many ancient monsters who look 30 or 40 are centuries old. The gray-robed man stood before the stone door, his hands forming seals, gathering a ball of blue light in his palm. The light contained the power of formations, not destructive force, but the penetration of a breaker. He was unraveling the seal on the stone door. 2nd level golden core. Chu Tian's pupils contracted slightly. A new formation master sent by the Lin family. The gray-robed man's technique was far more professional than that of the previous elder. The elder had used a celestial compass to locate the array eye, and then brute-forced it like a thief who didn't understand locks hammering at a door. This gray-robed man was a true formation master. He understood the seal's structure, the distribution of array eyes, and the sequence of runes. He was picking the lock, not smashing the door. The blue light seeped from his palm into the stone door, slowly spreading along the veins of the formation patterns, which began to loosen, deform, and rearrange under his unraveling. Progress was swift. At this rate, the branch passage seal on Dinghu Mountain would be broken within, at most, 4 hours. Chu Yun did not strike immediately. He waited. He waited for the seal to open, for the Lin family's people to emerge from the passage. Li Songhai was not at the cave entrance. This was the greatest variable. Li Songhai was the mastermind. If he wasn't at the scene, even if Chu Yun drove back, the Lin family's envoy Li Songhai could attempt it a second and third time. He had to trap Li Songhai in the net as well. Chu Yun's divine sense continued to spread, searching for Li Songhai. Not around the waterfall, no feedback from the mid-slope surveillance arrays, not at the base. When his divine sense extended to a fork in the road on the eastern side of the mountain base, it finally caught a familiar aura. 9th level ancient martial arts, deep and heavy like a moving mountain. Li Songhai. He wasn't at the cave mouth or on the mid-slope, but at the fork on the eastern base. That position was subtle, about 2 li from the waterfall, neither in the center of battle nor out of touch with the situation. If the seal opened, he could arrive in time. If something went wrong, he could retreat immediately. Old fox. Chu Yun cursed inwardly. Time slipped by. The night deepened, and the mountain mist thickened. Moonlight was obscured by clouds, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. But for cultivator's sight wasn't the issue. Divine sense was key. Chu Yun's divine sense remained locked on the gray-robed man at the cave. The seal breaking had progressed beyond 2/3. The once complete formation patterns on the stone door were dismantled and scattered, the blue breaking power seeping like mercury into every corner of the seal. Almost there. Chu Yun pulled out his phone, dialed by Roxas' number, and sent a text. Ready. The reply came swiftly. Only one word: good. On the outskirts of Dinghu Mountain, the Ancient Martial Arts Association was already in position. Bai Ruashi led the team personally. Over 20 elite members stationed at every exit within a 5-mile radius of Dinghu Mountain. They didn't enter the mountain, they sealed it. Entry allowed, exit denied, as Chu Yun had requested. The formation patterns on the stone door suddenly lit up simultaneously. Not the glow of activation, but a final struggle, like a dying person's last breath before the seal was completely broken. The blue realm breaking power surged. The stone door emitted a low rumble, and the entire mountain trembled faintly. Boom! The stone door slowly swung open. Behind the door was not a stone chamber or a tunnel, but a pitch-black, bottomless, deep hole. A blast of cold air surged from the abyss. Not ordinary wind, but the breath of the celestial realm, dry chill with a faint hint of sandalwood. The branch passage had opened. The gray-robed man stood at the entrance, not entering, but waiting. He awaited those sent from the other side of the passage. Chu Yun slid silently down the cliff face, landing by the deep pool beneath the waterfall. The sound of water masked his footsteps. The mist concealed his form. He approached the cave from the side, each step light and steady. The light at the cave entrance flickered like a faulty. With each flicker, the passage's aura grew stronger. Someone from the celestial realm was approaching. Finally, a figure emerged from the pitch-black, deep hole. Not 1, 3. The leader was a middle-aged man in a green Taoist robe with a stern face and eyes like light. 3rd-level golden core. Behind him followed 2 young men in black tight suits, short knives at their waists, their cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment. 3 in total. Plus the gray-robed man at the cave mouth, 2nd-level golden core. That made 4 3rd-level, 2nd-level, and 2 at the peak of foundation establishment. Chu Yun rapidly assessed the enemy's combat power. Himself at the 7th level of foundation establishment, facing 2 golden core cultivators and 2 at the foundation establishment peak. His chance of victory was less than 10%, but by leveraging the terrain and timing, he could raise it to 30%. He had no retreat, only to fight. The leading middle-aged man stepped out of the passage, stood at the cave mouth, and took a deep breath of the mortal world's air, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. After 3,000 years, the spiritual energy of the mortal realm is still so thin. Lord Lin Wu, the gray-robed man, said respectfully with a cupped salute, the seal has been broken, the branch passage is open. Where is Li Songhai? Awaiting orders at the mountain base. Summon him. Lin Wu waved his hand. Tell him the Lin family will not break their promise. But he must obtain the heavenly Tao fragment first. The gray-robed man took a paper crane from his robe, murmured a few words, and the crane glowed faintly, flapping its wings to fly toward the mountain base. Li Songhai had received the message. Chu Yun knew he could wait no longer. If he waited for Li Songhai to come up and the 4 to spread out, his opportunity would vanish completely. He had to strike now before Li Songhai arrived and take out these 4 first. The chaos primordial stone flew out of his pocket, hovering before his chest, radiating a deep dark light. Chaos chi cascaded into his body like a waterfall. The power of the heavenly Tao fragment was drawn from the jade pendant, its multicolored glow interweaving with the dark light, forming a thin film over his skin. Chaos protective body fully activated. Golden light exploded in the darkness like a suddenly ignited sun. At the cave entrance, Lin Wu was the first to react. His third-level golden core cultivation allowed him to detect that golden gleam earlier than the others. He whirled around to see a youth enveloped in golden light charging up from beneath the waterfall. His speed was astonishing, leaving multiple afterimages. The aura of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment was fully unleashed, but in the eyes of a third-level golden core cultivator, such a display seemed like suicide. Courting death. Lin Wu struck out with his palm, sending a beam of green spiritual energy as a pillar of light toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't meet it heat-in with Chaos Protective Body. Instead, he sidestepped, avoiding the beam's direct path and cutting in from the flank. His target was not Lin Wu, but the 2 Foundation Establishment peak youths. Pick the low-hanging fruit first. With a flash of golden light, he coiled his right fist and drove it into the chest of the youth on the left. The Foundation Establishment peak's protective chi shattered like paper before the chaos power. The fist's force penetrated and the youth's sternum cracked with a crisp sound. He flew backward, slammed into the stone wall at the cave entrance, slid to the ground, and went still. One punch, instant kill. The youth on the right reacted, drawing his short knife and slashing at Chu Tian's nape. The blade was coated with Foundation Establishment peak spiritual energy sharp enough to cut steel. Chu Tian didn't turn back. He drove his left elbow backward, the point striking the youth's wrist precisely. Bone cracked sharply, and the knife flew from his grip, spinning through the air before embedding into the stone wall. The youth screamed, clutching his shattered wrist, and stumbled back. Chu Tian didn't give him the chance to retreat. He swept his right leg, kicking the youth's knee. The sound of kneecap breaking was stark in the night. The youth collapsed to his knees, holding his deformed joint, shrieking in agony. 2 seconds, 2 Foundation Establishment peak, neutralized. Lin Wu's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected a youth at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment to dare strike under his nose. So fast, so ruthless, so precise. By the time he reacted, both subordinates were down. Are you Chu Tian? Lin Wu's voice was cold as wind from the... Chu Tian stood at the cave entrance, his golden chaos protective body stark against the darkness. He didn't answer. His gaze passed over Lin Wu's shoulder to the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man had retreated to the passage, opening hands forming seals, blue light coalescing in his palm, not for attack, but defense. A protective formation shield formed, a translucent film around him, enveloping his entire body. A golden core cultivator who knew formations was far more troublesome than one who didn't. Kill him. Lin Wu growled, striking first. Green light burst from both his palms, forming 2 green dragons that lunged at Chu Tian with fangs bared. A full-force attack from a 3rd-level golden core cultivator could level a 3-story building. Chu Tian didn't meet it heat-in. His figure wove between the green dragon's golden light, flickering, just barely evading both strikes. The dragons slammed into the mountain wall behind him, blasting out 2 massive craters, sending rocks flying and dust billowing. Lin Wu's brow furrowed. His green dragon palm was a secret technique of the Lin family, never failing against opponents of the same level. Yet this youth at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment had dodged twice in a row. It wasn't speed that surpassed him, it was battle experience. Every step landed precisely in the gaps of Lin Wu's attacks. Each dodge was perfectly timed, just enough to avoid the edge of the strike. As expected of the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor, Lin Wu withdrew his palms, no longer pressing the attack. But you've forgotten one thing. Your chaos protective body won't last long. In half an incense stick's time, your spiritual energy will be exhausted. Then what will you use to fight me? Half an incense stick is enough, Chu Tian said. He took the initiative, charging at Lin Wu like a golden streak. He coiled his right fist to its utmost, gathering chaos chi and heavenly Tao fragment power into a fist-sized golden orb. Chaos break. Lin Wu's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed the power within that orb. Not something a 7th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator should possess, nor even a 1st-level golden core. That power reminded him of the Lin family's patriarch, a colossal expert in the nascent soul stage. He dared not meet it heat-in, retreating hastily. But Chu Tian's target wasn't him. The golden orb flew from Chu Tian's fist, not toward Lin Wu, but toward the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man was maintaining his protective formation. When he saw the orb flying his way, his face turned ashen. He tried to dodge, but the formation shield limited his mobility. He had sacrificed speed for defense. The orb struck the shield and exploded. Boom. The blast wave hurled the gray-robed man and his shield away, slamming him into the mountain wall behind. The shield shattered his back, crashing heavily against the rocks, spitting blood. His 2nd-level golden core cultivation saved his life, but the injuries were severe. The flesh on his back was shredded, several ribs broken, and his body wedged into a hollow in the cliff, unable to move. Lin Wu looked at the gray-robed man embedded in the wall, then at Chu Tian standing at the cave entrance. The murderous intent in his eyes was thick enough to spill over. Good, very good. He forced the words through his teeth. In 3,000 years you are the first Foundation Establishment cultivator to wound me. Wound me was his own face-saving fabrication. Chu Tian had struck the gray-robed man, not him. But he had to say it, otherwise he couldn't explain how 2 golden core cultivators were being dominated by a 7th-level Foundation Establishment. It's not a wound, it's humiliation, Chu Yun said. Third-level golden core can't beat a seventh-level foundation establishment. How will you explain this back in the celestial realm? Lin Wu's face turned completely black. You're not injured, you're disgraced. A golden core third layer can't beat a foundation establishment seventh layer. How do you plan to explain this back in the immortal realm? Lin Wu's face turned pitch black. It wasn't because Chu Yun's words were harsh, but because they were the truth. 2 golden core cultivators, 2 foundation establishment peak cultivators, 4 people ambushing a foundation establishment seventh layer youth. As a result, the 2 foundation establishment peak cultivators were crippled. A golden core second layer formation master was embedded in the cliff wall, unable to move, leaving only him, a golden core third layer, still confronting his opponent. If this news made it back to the immortal realm, not only would the Lin family lose face, but Lin Wu himself would be utterly finished. A dignified golden core third layer expert beaten so badly by a foundation establishment seventh layer youth that he couldn't hold his head up. How could he ever get by in the immortal realm again? You're asking for death. Lin Wu's voice was deep and calm, but that calm was more terrifying than rage. His right hand slowly rose, fingers spread, and a mass of cyan light gathered in his palm. That light was not ordinary spiritual energy, but spiritual energy crystallized to the extreme. The highest level of the Lin family's ultimate technique, Azure Dragon Breaker, requiring at least golden core third layer cultivation to execute. It compressed all the spiritual energy in the body into a single point, then released it instantly with enough power to destroy a small hill. Chu Yun recognized this technique. In his past life, he had fought against Lin family members. The Lin family's founding ancestor, a divine transformation stage powerhouse, had once used Azure Dragon Breaker to shatter a 100-mile-wide meteor with a single palm strike. Although Lin Wu was only at golden core third layer, and his Azure Dragon Breaker was far inferior to the family ancestors, it was more than enough to strike a foundation establishment seventh layer cultivator like himself. Chaos protection couldn't last much longer. Chaos Breaker was powerful, but it required time to gather strength. Lin Wu wouldn't give him that time. Neither speed nor strength had the advantage in this duel. The only advantage was experience. 30,000 years of combat from his past life, 30,000 years of life and death struggles, 30,000 years of matching every move. Although Lin Wu's Azure Dragon Breaker was powerful, it had a fatal flaw, a long charge time during which he could not move. In other words, Lin Wu was standing there unable to move. Chu Yun's figure vanished from where he stood. Not retreating, advancing. He charged at Lin Wu so fast that after images trailed behind him, and chaos protection carved a golden stream of light through the darkness. Lin Wu's pupils sharply contracted. He hadn't expected Chu Yun to take the initiative and rush forward. The Azure Dragon Breaker was still charging. He couldn't move, couldn't defend, and could only watch helplessly as that golden figure grew closer and closer. Madman. Lin Wu gritted his teeth and growled, forcibly interrupting the Azure Dragon Breaker's charge. Spiritual energy backlash jolted his body, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he couldn't worry about that now. If Chu Yun reached him, he wouldn't even have a chance to strike. The moment he interrupted the Azure Dragon Breaker, Lin Wu struck out with a palm, and the residual spiritual energy transformed into a cyan beam of light that blasted toward Chu Yun. The power of this palm strike was far inferior to a full-powered Azure Dragon Breaker, but it was still a full-force attack from a golden core third-layer cultivator. Chu Yun didn't dodge. Chaos protection withstood the palm strike, and the golden light membrane violently trembled, developing several fine cracks, but it didn't shatter. His body swayed slightly, but he didn't retreat. He kept charging forward. 3 zhong, 2 zhong, 1 zhong. Chu Yun reached Lin Wu, gathered power in his right fist, and slammed it into Lin Wu's chest. This punch, Chu Yun used all his strength. Chaos Chi, the power of the heavenly Tao fragment, and all the spiritual energy of his foundation establishment 7th layer cultivation were compressed into this single blow. Lin Wu's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string smashing into the stone wall at the entrance and creating a pit 3 chi deep, his entire form embedded within. The protective true chi of his golden core third layer cultivation saved his life, but at least 3 ribs were broken and blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide, filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that a foundation establishment 7th layer youth could beat him to such a state. You're not foundation establishment 7th layer. Lin Wu's voice was intermittent, mixed with bloody spittle. Your spiritual energy. Its density. At least foundation establishment peak. I never said I was an ordinary foundation establishment 7th layer. Chu Yun stood before him, his golden pupils gleaming in the darkness. I told you I'm at foundation establishment 7th layer, but I never said I only have the strength of foundation establishment 7th layer. Tempered by chaos chi and the power of the heavenly Tao fragment, my spiritual energy density is 5 times that of my peers, and my physical body is comparable to a golden core 1st layer. You think you're fighting a foundation establishment 7th layer. You're fighting a golden core 1st layer wearing the disguise of a foundation establishment 7th layer. Lin Wu's face turned ghastly pale. Chu Yun didn't look at him again. He turned and walked toward the gray-robed man embedded in the cliff. The gray-robed man was still struggling after his formation shield shattered. His back was a bloody mess, several ribs broken, and he looked as if he had been hit by a truck. Seeing Chu Yun approach, a flash of fear flickered in his eyes, and his lips trembled. You can't kill me. I'm a Lin family formation master. If you kill me, the Lin family won't let you off. When has the Lin family ever let me off? Chu Yun retorted. The gray-robed man was speechless. Chu Yun didn't look at him again. He walked to the entrance and gazed at the pitch-black bottomless tunnel. The seal on the branch passage had been broken, the stone door was wide open, and the aura of the immortal realm surged out from the tunnel, dry cool with a faint scent of sandalwood. The tunnel was not wide, allowing only one person to pass, but it was sufficient for golden core cultivators to come and go. The Lin family could send people down through this tunnel. 4 at a time, then 8 next time, then 16 after that. He could handle 4, but not necessarily 8. He could handle 8, but not necessarily 16. The passage had to be resealed. Ancestor, if only you were still here, Chu Yun murmured. Chu Xuanji was gone, but his array knowledge remained. In his past life, Chu Yun was a 12-rank array emperor. Although his current cultivation wasn't enough to set up a heaven-grade array, the seal on the branch passage was far weaker than the main passage on Qinglong Mountain. It could be sealed with only an earth-grade array. He took out the Chaos Origin Stone from his pocket. The Chaos Chi contained within the Chaos Origin Stone was the perfect material for setting up arrays. No spirit stones needed, no spiritual energy required, only Chaos Chi and will. Chu Yun held the Chaos Origin Stone in his palm, closed his eyes, and extended his will into the stone's interior, guiding strands of Chaos Chi to flow out one by one and slowly gather around the entrance. Array patterns materialized in the air, not carved into stone, but etched into the air itself. Golden patterns emerged one by one like strands of golden silk, weaving into a massive net around the entrance. This was the void array setup technique that Chu Xuanji had taught him, requiring no physical materials, no spirit stone assistance, relying solely on the array setter's will and resonance with Chaos Chi. With his current cultivation, he could only set up an earth-grade lower-rank array, but that was enough to seal a branch passage. Lin Wu, embedded in the stone wall, watched Chu Yun carving array patterns in the air, and a glint of despair flashed in his eyes. He recognized that array setting method, void array setup, a technique only ancient array patriarchs possessed. This youth was not only the reincarnation of the eternal divine emperor, but also an array patriarch. Foundation establishment, 7th layer cultivation, golden core, 1st layer combat power, and the identity of an array patriarch. How could this battle be won? The final stroke of the array pattern was completed, and golden light surged from the entrance, sealing it tightly. The seal on the branch passage was restored. Although not as sturdy as Chu Xuanji's seal from 3,000 years ago, it could at least hold for a year or two. After a year or two, Chu Yun's cultivation would long have surpassed its current state. Done. Chu Yun exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and put the Chaos Origin Stone back into his pocket. Just then, footsteps came from the mountain path. Not just one person, several. Chu Yun knew who it was without turning around. Li Songhai. He finally made it up, bringing his people rushing over from the eastern fork at the foot of the mountain. Just in time. Li Songhai stood beneath the waterfall and stopped. He saw the scene at the entrance. 2 Foundation establishment PQs lay on the ground motionless, their fate unknown. The gray-robed formation master was embedded in the cliff, covered in blood, unable to move. Lin Wu was embedded in the stone wall above the entrance, blood at his mouth, face pale. A dignified golden core 3rd layer expert, like a butterfly specimen pinned to the wall. Meanwhile, Chu Yun stood at the entrance, golden light flowing over his entire body, his golden pupils like 2 burning stars in the night. Li Kanghai's heart sank to the bottom. He knew Chu Yun could fight, but he hadn't expected him to be this capable. One person fighting for 2 golden core, 2 Foundation establishment peak, and winning. Not a narrow victory, not a close call, a crushing victory. For people 3 embedded in the cliff, 1 lying on the ground, not a single one standing. Old Master Li, just in time. Chu Yun turned around and looked at Li Songhai. The passage has been resealed. Your efforts were in vain. Li Kanghai's face turned livid. The dozen or so Li family experts behind him wore even uglier expressions. They were all seasoned veterans of the martial world, having seen much, but they had never seen a scene like this. A 17-year-old youth standing among defeated golden core experts with hardly any injuries, his breathing as steady as if he had just finished warming up. This wasn't the result of human fighting, this was a deity. Chu Yun. Li Songhai took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steadier. What do you want? What do I want? Chu Yun walked down from the entrance step by step toward Li Songhai. His pace was not fast, but every step was steady, his soles crunching on gravel and fallen leaves. Old Master Liu traveled all the way from the capital to Guangdong, excavated the Immortals Cave in Luofu Mountain, broke the seal at Dinghu Mountain, contacted the Lin family to send people down, all to get the heavenly Tao fragment and kill me. Now you ask me, what do I want? What do you think I want? Li Songhai took a step back. Not because he wanted to, but because his legs were trembling out of his control. His peak 9 seals martial cultivation felt as fragile as paper before this youth. Not because his cultivation was inferior, but because his aura was inferior. Chu Tian radiated a presence he had never seen before. Not killing intent, not pressure, but something on a higher level. It was the aura of one who rules the world, the presence of someone who once commanded all the heavens and myriad realms. I won't kill you today. Chu Tian stopped 3 paces in front of Li Songhai. Not because I can't, but because you're nothing but a dog of the Lin family in the mortal world. Killing you would dirty my hands. Li Kenghai's face went from livid to ghostly pale. In his 70 years of life he had been cursed many times, but never called a dog. What made it worse was that he couldn't refute it. He truly was the Lin family's dog. If the Lin family told him to go east, he dared not go west. If they told him to bite someone, he bit. He thought he was fighting for the Li family's future, but in reality he was just being used as the Lin family's spear. Go back and tell the Lin family, Chu Tian said. The heavenly Tao fragment is in my hands. If they want to come and take it. But the next people they send had better be stronger than today's lot. Golden core 3rd layer trash. They'll take down as many as they send. When the Lin family has no one left to dispatch, they'll go to the immortal realm to find them. Li Songhai opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end said nothing. He knew nothing he said would matter. Every word Chu Tian spoke was truth. He had no room to refute. He turned and slinked away with his Li family men. The footsteps below the waterfall grew fainter, gradually fading into the night. Dinghu Mountain returned to silence. The waterfall cascaded noisily, mist filled the air, and moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a patch of silver-white light on the water's surface. Chu Tian stood at the entrance, gazing at the branch passage he had just resealed, silent for a long time. President, wrap it up. He took out his phone and dialed Bai Ruox's number. Bai Ruox's cool voice came through the phone. Li Songhai has left the Dinghu Mountain area. Our people didn't stop him. No need to stop him. Let him go. Him returning to the Li family is more useful than dying at Dinghu Mountain. You want him to go back and deliver a message. Exactly. Chu Tian hung up and put the phone back in his pocket. Inside the cave, Lin Wu was still embedded in the stone wall, the gray-robed man still in the cliff, and the 2 Foundation establishment peak youths, one on the ground, one leaning against the cave wall. All 4 were in poor condition. Chu Tian glanced at them, thought for a moment, then walked back to the entrance. Killing them would be easy, but if he killed them, the Lin family would send stronger people. If he let them live and deliver the message, the Lin family would know he was not to be trifled with, and wouldn't act rashly for a while. This was the deterrence strategy he had used once at the Chu family ancestral hall. It worked well, and was worth using again. Go back and tell the Lin family. Chu Tian stood at the entrance looking at the 4 immobilized prisoners. I have resealed the passage at Dinghu Mountain, and you won't be able to break the main passage on Qinglong Mountain either. Matters in the mortal world should be settled by mortal rules. If the Lin family wants the heavenly Tao fragment, send mortal people to take it. If anyone from the immortal realm comes down again, I won't show any mercy. Lin Wu, embedded in the stone wall, had dried blood at the corner of his mouth, forming a dark red trace. He looked at Chu Tian, the expression in his eyes shifting from disbelief to complexity. He hated this youth. Hated him for making him lose face in the immortal realm. But he also admired him. A 17-year-old with Foundation establishment 7th layer cultivation achieving such results. He had never seen anything like it. Chu Yun. Lin Wu suddenly spoke, addressing not Chu Tian, but Chu Yun. Do you think you've won? No, you've only won. The Lin family won't let you go. The immortal realm won't let you go. Di Haoyan and Su Yao know you've been reborn. They won't let you grow. Even if you can beat 100 golden core cultivators, can you beat a nascent soul? Can you beat a divine transformation? Can you beat a great vehicle? Right now you're not even at the golden core stage. Chu Tian looked at him, his expression unchanged. You're right. I'm not even at golden core yet. But I went from Qi refining 1st layer to Foundation establishment 7th layer in less than a month. Give me a year and it'll reach golden core. Give me 3 years and it'll reach nascent soul. Give me 10 years and it'll fight my way back to the immortal realm. When that time comes, the Lin family, Di Haoyan, Su Yao, not one of them will escape. Lin Wu fell silent. Not because he had nothing to say, but because he knew Chu Tian was telling the truth. The cultivation speed of the reincarnated Eternal Divine Emperor was beyond ordinary imagination. Give him 10 years, and he truly could fight his way back to the immortal realm. When Chu Tian walked out of Dinghu Mountain, the sky was almost light. A hint of gray dawn appeared in the eastern sky, and the morning star hung above the horizon, large and bright, like a diamond suspended in the sky. The mountain breeze blew, carrying the dampness and coolness unique to early morning, dispelling the smell of blood and gunpowder on him. Bai Ruoxi stood at the fork at the foot of the mountain, the green-edged sword hanging at her waist, her long hair gently swaying in the wind. Several black sedans were parked behind her, and members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association were evacuating in groups. Seeing Chu Tian coming down from the mountain, she looked him over from head to toe. His white shirt was covered in blood, his jeans had a torn hole at the knee, his canvas shoes were soaked with mud, his hair was disheveled, and there were several dried blood streaks on his face. He looked battered, but those golden eyes were still bright. Where are you hurt? Bai Ruoxi asked. Just superficial wounds, Chu Tian said. More of others' blood than my own. Bai Ruoxi nodded, didn't ask further, and opened the car door. Get in. They'll take you back to Dongguan. Chu Tian didn't refuse and got in. The car was quiet. The driver was still that taciturn middle-aged man by Ruashi sat in the front passenger seat, and Chu Tian sat in the back. He leaned against the seat, closed his eyes, and replayed the night's battle in his mind. 2 golden core, 2 foundation establishment peak. He had won. But it was a close victory. If Lin Wu hadn't underestimated him, if he hadn't exploited the weakness of the Azure Dragon Breaker, if Chaos Protection hadn't barely withstood that palm strike, he might have been the one to lose. Strength is still not enough, he said to himself. Foundation Establishment 7th layer against Golden Core 3rd layer. He could barely win, but it was too grueling. If the Lin family sent down a Golden Core 5th layer next time, he couldn't win. If they sent 2 Golden Core 3rd layers, he couldn't win. If they sent a Golden Core 4th layer plus a Golden Core 3rd layer, he definitely couldn't win. He had to break through to Foundation Establishment 8th layer 9th layer peak, and then charge toward Golden Core. What are you thinking about? Bai Ruaxi's voice came from the front seat. Thinking about cultivation, Chu Tian opened his eyes. I need to break through to Golden Core as soon as possible. Bai Ruaxi was silent for a moment. Your cultivation speed is already fast enough. More haste, less speed. I know, but my enemies won't wait for me. Bai Ruaxi said no more. The car drove along the highway. The scenery outside changed from mountains and forests to fields, from fields to towns, from towns to the city. In the morning light of Dongguan, the shops on both sides of the street were not yet open. Only a few breakfast shops had their lights on, white steam rising from steamers, and the air filled with the aroma of steamed buns and rice noodle rolls. Chu Tian got out of the car at the intersection. Bai Ruaxi leaned out the window. The Ancient Martial Arts Association has an office in Dongguan. You can contact them if you need anything. Got it. Chu Tian didn't go back to the small inn. He walked slowly along the street. Dongguan in the morning light was different from when he arrived. At night it was lively, chaotic, full of the hustle and bustle of everyday life. In the morning, it was quiet, fresh, with a hint of drowsiness, like a person who had stayed up all night and wasn't fully awake. He reached a breakfast shop, ordered a bowl of rice noodle rolls and a cup of soy milk, and sat on a plastic stool by the roadside to eat. The rice noodle rolls were smooth and tender, drizzled with soy sauce and peanut sauce, savory and delicious. The soy milk was freshly ground, thick and sweet, with a rough texture from soybean residue. He ate slowly, watching the people passing by on the street as he ate. Office workers hurried along holding breakfast and briefcases. Students carried backpacks, walking in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. Elderly people practiced Tai Chi on the roadside, their movements slow but fluid. These were ordinary people living ordinary lives, unaware of what had happened on Dinghu Mountain last night, unaware of the existence of the immortal realm, unaware that there were people in this world who could shatter a mountain with a single palm strike. It's nice, Chu Tian said softly. It was unclear whether he meant the rice noodle rolls were good or that ordinary life was nice. He took out the jade pendant engraved with the character Xiong from his pocket, a gift from his father for protection. He held it in his palm, feeling the residual warmth from the jade. His father had said he wore it for many years when he was young, must have experienced many storms, but in the end he came through safely. He could too. Putting the jade pendant close to his body, he stood up and walked toward the small inn. In the coming days he would stay in Dongguan for a while, keeping an eye on Li Kanghai's movements while intensifying his cultivation. Although the branch passage at Dinghu Mountain had been resealed, the Lin family wouldn't let it go, and neither would Li Canghai. They would look for new opportunities, making moves on other mountains and other branch passages. He had to become stronger before they made their next move. The aftermath of the Battle of Dinghu Mountain was far greater than Chu Tian had anticipated. The news spread in an unexpected way, not through Li Canghai nor the Ancient Martial Arts Association, but through Lin Wu. After being pried from the rock face and carried down from Dinghu Mountain by Li Kanghai's men, Lin Wu did not return to the Celestial Realm. Instead, he checked into a private hospital in Dongguan. 3 ribs were broken and his internal injuries were severe. He would not be discharged for at least 10 days. Yet word of his hospitalization somehow leaked, reaching other hidden agents of the Celestial Realm in the mortal world, and then spread like a virus. Have you heard? A Golden Core expert sent by the Lin family to the mortal world was defeated by a 17-year-old youth. Impossible, right? A Golden Core cultivator losing to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. It wasn't just losing, it was a slaughter. 4 against 1, 2 Golden Core and 2 Peak Foundation Establishment, all wiped out. Who was that youth? The reincarnation of the ancient god Emperor Chu Yun, reborn in the mortal world, now called Chu Tian. By the time the news reached the Celestial Realm, 3 days had passed. In the Celestial Court, at the Hall of Divine Might, Di Haoyan sat upon the Heavenly Emperor's throne holding a jade slip of communication. It contained Lin Wu's detailed report. From Chu Tian's appearance at Dinghu Mountain to the breaking of the stone seal to the Four's assault on Chu Tian to Chu Tian's counterattack. Every detail was recorded clearly, including every word Chu Tian had spoken. A Golden Core 3rd layer defeated by a Foundation Establishment 7th layer. Di Haotian's voice was not loud, but the entire Hall of Divine Might trembled. The Lin family's men grow more accomplished by the day. Su Yao sat beside him. The teacup in her hand paused briefly before returning to normal. Her expression remained unchanged, still wearing that faint, inscrutable smile, but her eyes had shifted. A subtle change, so subtle that only those who knew her best could detect it. Chu Yun's growth rate is far faster than we anticipated. Su Yao set down her teacup, her voice soft, as if discussing something trivial. From Qi refining first layer to foundation establishment 7th layer in half a month. This speed cannot be explained by ordinary talent. He has the Chaos Origin Stone, the Heavenly Tao Fragment, and his past lives cultivation experience. Give him a year, and he can truly reach Golden Core. Give him 3 years, and he can reach Nascent Soul. Give him 10 years, and he can fight his way back to the Celestial Realm. So you are afraid? Di Haoyan looked at her. Su Yao's smile did not waver. I am not afraid, I am warning you. Back then it was you and I who joined forces to pull him from the throne. When he returns he will come for you first, and me second. We are tied together, neither can escape unscathed. Di Haoyan was silent for a moment. He placed the jade slip on the table and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, a habitual gesture. The faster the tapping, the heavier his thoughts. Today the tapping was twice as fast as usual. If Golden Core cannot handle him, then send Nascent Soul. The covenant between the celestial and mortal realms forbids those above Golden Core from entering the mortal world without permission. Su Yao reminded him. The gatekeeper will not stand idly by. I will negotiate with the gatekeeper. Di Haoyan rose, looking down at the celestial officials kneeling in the hall. Issue the order, summon all battle-tested cultivators above Nascent Soul in the celestial court to stand by. As you command. By the time the news reached the demon sect, it was the 4th day. The demon sect's headquarters lay in the extreme north of the celestial realm, a black castle perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. The demon emperor sat upon a throne built of white bones. Before him knelt Li Wuxia, who had just fled back from the mortal world. Li Wuxi's injuries were far worse than Lin was. The impact of the chaos break and the backlash of the soul-devouring art had dropped his cultivation from peak foundation establishment to Qi refining. His gray eyes had completely lost their luster. You were saying that Chu Tian alone crippled for experts of the Lin family. The demon emperor's voice was low and hoarse like an echo from the depths of the earth. Yes. Li Wuxi's voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Wu at Golden Core 3rd layer, Lin Xian at Golden Core 2nd layer, and 2 at peak foundation establishment. None of the 4 could leave Dinghu Mountain standing. The demon emperor was silent for a long time. He had no interest in Lin Wu's fate. What intrigued him was Chu Tian's strength. A youth at foundation establishment 7th layer defeating 4 opponents of higher cultivation. It was not luck, but power and intellect. Such people are the most dangerous. The Lin family will not take this lying down. The demon emperor rose, stepped down from his bone throne, and stood before Li Wuxia. Di Haoyan will not either. They will intensify their attacks on Chu Tian. If Golden Core fails, they will send Nascent Soul. If Nascent Soul fails, they will send Soul Formation. In Di Haotian's eyes, the covenant between realms is merely a scrap of paper. Your Majesty, should we what? Help Chu Tian? The demon emperor laughed a cold and cruel smile. No, we help no one. Let them fight, let them both be wounded. If Chu Tian wins, we lose 1 enemy. If the Lin family wins, we still lose 1 enemy. Whichever side wins, the demon sect loses nothing. Li Wuxia bowed his head, daring not to speak. But one thing. The demon emperor returned to his throne and sat down. Watch Chu Tian's growth rate closely. If he can truly fight his way back to the celestial realm within 10 years, then we must reconsider our relationship with Chu Tian. Your Majesty means, an enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, but can be used. The demon emperor leaned back against the bone throne, his gray eyes gleaming in the darkness. Chu Tian's enemies are Di Haoyan and Su Yao. The demon sect's enemies are also Di Haoyan and Su Yao. Although Chu Tian and the demon sect were mortal enemies in his past life, this life is different. He needs allies and the demon sect needs pawns. Pawns? Do you think Chu Tian is the kind of person who can be used as a pawn? The demon emperor countered. Li Wuxia fell silent. How could the reincarnation of the ancient god emperor ever be content to be another's pawn? So I said allies, not. The demon emperor corrected his wording. But the matter of allies is not urgent. Wait until he grows to a level worth the demon sect's cultivation. On the 5th day, in a small inn in Dongguan, Chu Tian had no idea that the celestial realm was in an uproar because of him, nor did he care. In a single room of the inn, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Before him floated the Chaos Origin Stone, while strands of power from the Heavenly Tao Fragment were drawn out bit by bit from the Jade Pendant. During the battle at Dinghu Mountain, his spiritual energy had been severely depleted. He had maintained the Chaos Shield for nearly a quarter of an hour, used Chaos Break once, and resealed the branch passage with the Void Formation technique. The combination of these 3 actions had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy. It took 2 days of replenishment from the Chaos Origin Stone to recover. Yet the gains were also immense. Battle is the best cultivation. This truth holds in any world. In the fight against Lin Wu, he had for the first time faced a Golden Core 3rd layer expert. He'd simultaneously wielded the power of chaos and the Heavenly Tao Fragment in actual combat, and held on with sheer willpower when his spiritual energy was depleted. These experiences were more valuable than a month of training. The bottleneck of Foundation Establishment 7th layer had loosened. One more breakthrough opportunity, and I can reach the peak of the 7th layer. Chu Tian opened his eyes. Golden pupils shone like stars in the dim room. After the peak of the 7th layer comes the 8th. He stood up and stretched. He had not left the room for 5 days. The clothes he wore were still from Dinghu Mountain. The blood on the white shirt had dried into dark red blotches. The tear at the knee of his jeans had grown larger, and his canvas shoes soaked in mud had hardened like 2 wooden boards. He took off the shirt, found a clean white t-shirt from his suitcase, and put it on. He also changed his jeans and canvas shoes, feeling much fresher. Just then his phone vibrated. A call from Bairuashi. Li Sanhai made a new move. Bairuaxi's voice still carried that cool tone, but with more gravity than usual. He went to Shiqiao Mountain, one of the 4 famous peaks in Lingnan alongside Luofu, Dinghu, and Danxia. He had emptied the Immortals' cave dwelling on Luofu. Chu Tian had resealed the branch passage on Dinghu. Now came Shiqiao. Li Kanghai's greatest strength was his refusal to give up. Block him on one path, and he immediately switches to another. Block him on one mountain, and he moves to the next. It was not that he was unafraid of failure. It was that he had no retreat. Failing the mission given by the Lin family would be worse than death. Who did he bring? Chu Tian asked. 5 men. 4 experts from his Li family and 1 gray-robed man. Not the same one as last time. Not the same one. Did the Lin family send another array master down? Uncertain, Bairuashi said. Our people cannot sense that gray-robed man's cultivation. Either he is an ordinary person without cultivation, or his cultivation is so high that he can completely conceal his aura. Which do you think? The second. Chu Tian stood up. The Lin family would not send an ordinary person. I'm going to Shiqiao Mountain now. Wait. Bairuashi stopped him. Shiqiao Mountain is different from Dinghu. Dinghu is in Zhaoqing, dense forest, few people. Shiqiao is on the edge of Foshan City, low altitude, crowded, full of tourists and surveillance cameras. If you act on Shiqiao, you cannot cause too much commotion. Ordinary people must not see anything. I know. Also, Bairuashi paused. The Ancient Martial Arts Association doesn't have enough people in Foshan. I can't send reinforcements. You go alone. Be careful. Shiqiao Mountain, Foshan. It took Chu Tian over an hour by taxi from Dongguan to Foshan. He got off at the main entrance of Shiqiao Mountain scenic area. Although it was a weekday, there were still many tourists, scattered tour groups, guides holding little flags, young people with cameras, young parents pushing strollers. The clamor of voices was lively as a market fair. Chu Tian stood at the entrance looking up at the mountain. Not tall, but very beautiful. Shiqiao was different from Dinghu. Dinghu was wild, rugged, and rarely visited. Shiqiao was elegant, delicate, and carefully maintained. Neat stone steps climbed the mountain with pavilions at intervals. The paths were lined with flowering trees and shrubs, and the fragrance of osmanthus filled the air. If he hadn't known Li Sanhai was here, Chu Tian would have thought it a fine place for a stroll. He extended his divine sense, covering the entire Shiqiao Mountain. There were many tourists, even more ordinary people. Finding 5 specific individuals among hundreds of ordinary people was no easy task. But the aura of a cultivator differs from that of an ordinary person, like a lantern carried in the dark. Ordinary people cannot see the lantern, but cultivators can, if they know what the lantern looks like. Chu Tian's divine sense detected 6 cultivator auras on the southern side of Shiqiao. 5 were fluctuations of ancient martial artist true qi, and 1 was the spiritual energy fluctuation of a cultivator. Among the 5 ancient martial artists, 1 was exceptionally strong. Peak 9 stage of ancient martial arts, deep and heavy like a moving mountain. Li Sanhai. The other cultivator's aura was very faint, almost imperceptible. Not the complete concealment of the gray-robed man, but genuinely weak, as if belonging to someone of very low cultivation. But Chu Tian didn't think so. The Lin family would not send a person of negligible cultivation to the mortal world. The previous gray-robed old man was at Golden Core 3rd layer. This gray-robed man, though undetectable, could not be an ordinary person. What trick is he playing? Chu Tian frowned. On the southern side of Shiqiao Mountain, there was a restricted area. It was not that the scenic area prohibited entry, but the path was blocked. A sign reading geological hazard no entry stood in the middle of the road with a caution tape behind it. Beyond the tape lay a mountain path, half covered by weeds. Li Sanhai stood before the sign with 4 experts of the Li family and a gray-robed man behind him. The gray-robed man looked young, under 30, with a delicate face and fair skin. He didn't appear to be a cultivator, more like a frail scholar. In his hand was a compass, its needle turning slowly. It's here. The gray-robed man spoke, his voice light and soft like a spring breeze. The compass shows that Zikio's branch passage is at the end of this mountain path. Li Sanhai looked at the weed-covered path, his brow slightly furrowed. The Lin family's map marked the branch passage on Shiqiao, but the mark was vague. Only southern mountainside near the summit without a specific location. The gray-robed man had spent considerable time using the compass to locate this inconspicuous path. How long to reach the top by this path? Li Sanhai asked. At our pace, half an hour, said the gray-robed man. But if someone ambushes us on the way, who knows? Li Sanhai turned to look at him. You think someone will come? What do you think? The gray-robed man countered, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Chu Tian defeated Lin Wu on Dinghu and resealed the branch passage. Wouldn't he guess your next target is Shiqiao? Li Sanhai was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Let's go up. The 5 men began ascending the path. The path was narrow, flanked by dense shrubs, half covered by weeds, making for an uncomfortable walk. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the gray-robed man suddenly stopped and raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. What is it? Li Songhai asked. Someone is here. The gray-robed man looked at his compass. The needle was spinning wildly, not pointing in any direction, pointing in all directions. The gray-robed man's expression changed slightly. This phenomenon had only one explanation: someone had laid a formation here, interfering with the compass positioning. A formation? Li Songhai frowned. Who said it? The gray-robed man did not answer because he already knew. Shi Qiao had no natural formation, and no one else would have set one. There was only one possibility: Chu Tian. He had already laid the formation in advance, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap. Retreat, said the gray-robed man. Too late. The shrubs on both sides of the path rustled without any wind. Golden array patterns emerged from the ground, crawling out from beneath the soil, like golden snakes slithering. The array patterns wove into a great net on the mountain path, trapping the 5 men in the center. Void formation. The gray-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. How does he know void formation? That is a technique only ancient formation masters possess. No one answered him. Li Kanghai's face darkened. He recognized those golden array patterns, identical to the ones that had sealed the branch passage at the Dinghu cave entrance. So Chu Tian had indeed been here. Chu Tian walked out from the woods below the path. He wore a clean white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, also clean, his hair neatly combed. He looked less like a fierce cultivator and more like a college student out hiking. But his eyes betrayed him. Golden pupils shimmered in the sunlight, not the eyes of an ordinary person. Oldly, we meet again. Chu Tian stood higher on the path, looking down at the 5 trapped in the formation. 5 days ago on Dinghu Mountain, do you remember what I told you? Li Kanghai's face was ashen. He said nothing. I said I wouldn't kill you that day, not because I couldn't, but because you weren't. Chu Tian repeated the words from 5 days ago. Did you take my words as a joke, old man? Chu Tian. Li Songhai took a deep breath, forcing his voice to sound calm. The branch passage on Shiqiao belongs to the Lin. You sealed the passage on Dinghu. The Lin family will find other passages. Seal Shiqiao, and they will find. Can you seal 1? Can you seal 10? Can you seal 100? 3,000 years ago, Chu Xuanji spent his entire cultivation to seal the main passage on Qinglong Mountain. How long can your current cultivation sustain this? Chu Tian looked at him, his expression unchanged. You are right. I cannot seal all the passages, and my cultivation cannot hold out forever. But I don't need to seal them all, nor do I need to hold out long. I only need to hold out until the day I fight my way back to the celestial realm. That day is not far off. Before that day comes, you will die. Perhaps, Chu Tian said. But not today. He raised his right hand, and a golden beam of spiritual energy shot from his palm, striking the ground of the mountain path. The golden array patterns on the ground simultaneously flared up, emitting a low hum. The formation activated, not an offensive one, but a trapping formation. An upgraded version of the heart formation taught by Zhoming Yuan, powered by Chaos Chi, its power many times stronger than a standard heart formation. Li Kanghai's face changed. He could sense that although this formation had no direct lethal force, it would restrict their movements. Within the formation, their speed of movement, reaction, and even thinking would slow down. Like an invisible swamp, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink. You cannot trap us forever, Li Songhai. Not forever, Chu Tian said. Just until the Ancient Martial Arts Association arrives. He pulled out his phone and dialed by Roxas' number. South side of Shiqiao, middle of the mountain path. 5 men trapped. The association's people are already on their way, by Roshi said. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Chu Tian hung up and looked at Li Songhai. You have 20 minutes to decide whether to continue being the Lin family's dog or take the Li family back to the capital. The Chu family will not pursue the Li family's matter, and I can pretend nothing happened. Li Songhai fell silent. The 4 Li experts behind him also fell silent. 5 men trapped in the golden formation like 5 birds in a cage. The gray-robed man suddenly spoke. Young Master Chu, you misunderstand. I came to Shiqiao today not to help Li Songhai break the seal. Chu Tian looked at him. Then why? I came to deliver a message. The gray-robed man drew a jade token from his bosom. Unlike the green Lin family token Li Songhai had carried before, this one was white, engraved with the character Lin on the front and 1 on the back. The Lin family's eldest daughter, Lin Wanqing, your mother, sent me. Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Chu Tian stared at the jade token, his pupils constricting sharply, not from fear, but because of the character engraved on it, Wan. Lin Wanqing's Wan. This character was all too familiar to him. It was his mother's name, known since childhood. But she was a traitor, cast out by the Lin family, a disgrace. None of the 3 generations would speak of a stain they wished to erase from the clan's genealogical records. How could a castaway traitor possess a Lin family token? And not an ordinary one. This was white jade. In the Lin family's hierarchical system, white represented direct lineage. Jade green signified collateral branches, a white was reserved for direct descendants. Lin Wu's token was jade green, so was Granny Bai's, and so was the one in Li Songhai's hand. Yet the token in the gray-robed man's hand was white. White that only direct descendants could hold. You say this is my mother's token. Chu Tian's voice was eerily calm, his golden pupils locked onto the gray-robed man. She was already expelled from the Lin family. How could she have a direct lineage token? The gray-robed man did not rush to answer. He stood within the golden trapping formation, the jade token in his hand, refracting a soft glow in the sunlight. His expression was serene. No panic at being trapped, no fear of facing a formidable foe. It was as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Such composure was either feigned or born of genuine fearlessness. Young Master Chu, do you truly believe the Lin family expelled your mother because of her marriage to an outsider? The gray-robed man countered. In the past 30,000 years, countless Lin family members married outside the clan. Some were banished, others were not. The difference lies not in the marriage itself, but in the identity of the spouse. Your father Chu Tianxiong is a direct descendant of the Chu family. 3,000 years ago, the Chu family was the foremost clan in Xianhuang realm, a power that even the celestial court regarded with caution. What the Lin family feared was not marriage outside the clan, but an alliance between the Chu family and the Lin family. And such an alliance would threaten whom? Di Haoyan. The gray-robed man enunciated each word. Your mother's marriage to your father was not a elopement. It was personally arranged by the then head of the Lin family, your maternal grandfather Lin Jintian. He wanted to forge an alliance with the Chu family, through marriage expand the Lin family's influence, and gain a stronger voice in the heavenly court. Di Haoyan could not allow it. He feared that the Chu and Lin families united would threaten his position, so he used marriage to an outsider as an excuse to force the Lin family to expel your mother. If they refused, he would annihilate the entire Lin family. Your grandfather had no choice. Chu Tian clenched his. Two pieces of information emerged from the gray-robed man's tone. First, this account was true. He was not lying. Second, the man was an insider within the Lin family, and of no low rank. An ordinary messenger could not know such secrets. So, my mother was not abandoned by the Lin family, but protected by them. Chu Tian's voice grew hoarse. The gray-robed man nodded. The Lin family expelled her to shield her. Di Haoyan wanted her dead. The Lin family said, she is no longer one of us. If you kill her, it has nothing to do with us. Di Haoyan believed them. Because the Lin family truly cast her out, truly erased her name from the genealogy, truly declared she no longer bore the Lin surname. But one thing they never announced, never wrote in the records, only whispered from one patriarch to another, Lin Wanqing would always be a daughter of the Lin family. Chu Tian fell silent. He recalled a casual remark his mother made at Chu residence. She said she grew up in the south. Behind her grandmother's house was a mountain covered in azaleas. He asked where her grandmother lived, as she did not answer, only smiled, a bitter smile. He had always thought she was homesick. Now he realized it was not homesickness, but longing for home, but unable to return. You haven't answered my question. Chu Tian raised his head. Who sent you with this token? Your mother. Wasn't she in the mortal world? Trapped in the Chu ancestral mansion for 17 years, freed less than a month ago. How could she contact the Lin family? The Lin family knew the very night your mother emerged from the demon suppression tower, the gray-robed man said. Though the seals in the Chu ancestral mansion are strong, they cannot block the Lin family's intelligence. During the 17 years your mother spent in the tower, the Lin family sent someone to Azure Dragon Mountain every year. They would pause outside the seal, do nothing, just stand there, letting her know the Lin family had not forgotten her. Chu Tian's breath quickened. He had not known any of this. His mother had not told him. Perhaps she did not want to speak of it, perhaps she did not know how, perhaps she was waiting for the right moment. He recalled the small details. After she left the demon suppression tower, she would occasionally stare blankly into space, ask him, what date is it today? And what's the weather like on Azure Dragon Mountain? He had thought it was just a habit from being imprisoned so long. Now he understood she was waiting for someone from the Lin family to come. What message did she ask you to deliver? Chu Tian's voice regained its calm. The gray-robed man took a letter from his chest. The envelope was white with 4 characters written in brush, for my son Tian. The handwriting was elegant, the strokes soft, a woman's hand. He recognized his mother's script. He had seen notes she wrote at Chu residence, and the writing was identical. Chu Tian accepted the letter and opened it. It was short, only a single page. My son, there are things mother never told you. Not to hide them, but because she didn't know how to say them. Your grandfather's name is Lin Jintian, the head of the Lin family. When he married me to your father, it was not forced. I went willingly. Your father may not have great abilities, but he has a good heart and treats me well. Your grandfather said that when you marry, you should marry someone who treats you right. I listened to him, and I married. Chu Tian's hand trembled slightly. Not great abilities. His father Chu Tianxiong was the eldest son of the 3rd generation of the Chu direct lineage. A cultivator at the foundation establishment, first layer, already a top expert in the mortal realm. Yet in the eyes of the Lin family, that was indeed not great abilities. One of the 3 great celestial families of the immortal realm, the Lin family, had countless nascent soul and divine transformation experts. A foundation establishment son-in-law was indeed not considered capable. Later Di Haoyan forced the Lin family to expel me. Your grandfather had no choice. If he did not expel me, the entire Lin family would die. He chose to protect the Lin family and sacrificed me. I do not blame him, because if I were in his position, I would have made the same choice. Afterwards, your father and I were trapped in the demon suppression tower. Every year someone from the Lin family came, stood outside the seal, said nothing, did nothing, just stood there. I knew they were sent by your grandfather. He was afraid I would die inside. Tian, the person I owe the most in this life is you. Were 3 years old when I left, 17 years without being by your side. You were bullied in Donghai City, and I didn't know. Your grandfather was ill, and I didn't know. You carried the burden of the Chu family alone, and I could not help. I am not a good mother. Chu Tian's eyes reddened. But I want you to know no matter what happens, no matter how the Lin family treats you, I will always stand by your side. You are my son, and I believe you will not do wrong. When the Lin family comes to you, whatever they say, remember, I am your mother, not a member of the Lin family. The Lin family has been kind to me, I won't forget that. But you are my life. I will never forget that either. At the end of the letter there was no signature, only a small painted flower. An azalea. Chu Tian folded the letter and put it in his pocket. He lifted his head, looking at the gray-robed man. His golden pupils betrayed no emotion, but his hands trembled slightly. What is your name? He asked. Lin Mo, the gray-robed man answered without concealment. Chief steward of the Lin family, your grandfather's personal attendant. In the immortal realm, my cultivation level is nascent soul stage. Before descending to the mortal world, I used a secret technique to suppress my power. Now, I am only at golden core first layer. But the secret technique cannot last much longer. At most 3 more days before I recover my nascent soul cultivation. Then I must return to the immortal realm, or the laws of the mortal world will tear me apart. Nascent soul stage. Chu Tian looked at him. This scholarly-looking man, seemingly under 30, was actually a nascent soul cultivator 2 major realms above golden core. If he had intended to attack, Chu Tian would not have had a chance to retaliate. But he did not attack. Instead, he stood within the trapping formation, patiently explaining, delivering a letter, and waiting. Why is the Lin family helping me? Chu Tian asked the most crucial question. Lin Mo looked at him and paused for a moment. The Lin family is not helping you. They are helping your mother. Your mother is a daughter of the Lin family. The clan owes her a debt. Your grandfather is now 1200 years old at the peak of divine transformation. He has been waiting for an opportunity, a chance for the Lin family to break free from Di Haoyin's control. He believes you are that chance. Me. You are the reincarnation of the primordial divine, Emperor Lin Mo said. You possess the chaos primeval stone, the fragments of the heavenly Tao, and the cultivation experience of your past life. Give you 10 years, and you will be able to return to the immortal realm and overthrow Di Haoyin. The Lin family needs to do nothing but ensure you are not prematurely eliminated by Di Haoyin while you grow. That is your grandfather's plan, not to be your ally, not to be your enemy, only to be your non-enemy. Lin Mo emphasized the words non-enemy. Not a friend, not an ally, just non-enemy. They would not fight for you, not give you spirit stones, nor lend a hand when you, but neither would they stab you in the back, send assassins after you, or kick you when you were down, while the Lin family caused you trouble. Neutral but leaning toward you. I understand, Chu Tian said. He raised his right hand, golden spiritual energy, surging from his palm and striking the ground. The golden array patterns began to dim, vanishing one by one into the soil of the mountain path. The trapping formation was dispelled. Li Canghai and the 4 Li family experts simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Though they had been trapped for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it felt like an entire day. Their speed slowed their reactions, dulled their thoughts, bogged down every movement like struggling through a quagmire. The moment the formation was lifted, the 5 of them stretched their stiff bodies in unison. No one spoke. They all secretly observed the reactions of Lin Mo and Chu Tian. Elderly Chu Tian turned to look at Li Canghai. I want settle accounts with you today. Go your own way and never return to Xiqiao Mountain, nor to Danxiao Mountain. The matter of the 4 mountains ends here. Li Canghai said nothing. He gazed at Chu Tian, then at Lin Mo, his lips twitching slightly, yet in the end, he said nothing, turning to descend the mountain with the 4 Li family experts. Footsteps echoed along the mountain path, growing fainter, gradually swallowed by the rustling of shrubs. Only Chu Tian and Lin Mo remained on the mountain trail. They exchanged a glance, neither speaking. Young Master Chu, the message has been delivered. I must take my leave. Lin Mo turned, took 2 steps, then paused, and said without looking back, your mother is waiting for you at Chu residence. She made you noodles, waiting for you to return and eat. Chu Tian was taken aback, then smiled. His mother had once said that every time his father set out, she would make him a bowl of noodles, and after eating, he would return safely. Noodles for departure, noodles for homecoming. The departure noodles were for safe journey, the homecoming noodles for welcome back. Lin Mo, Chu Tian called out. HM, tell your family head for me. Thank you. Lin Mo did not look back, continuing down the mountain. His silhouette cast a long shadow in the sunlight, the wind softly fluttering the hem of his gray robe. The figure grew more distant, gradually merging with the end of the mountain path until it vanished. Chu Tian stood alone on the mountain trail of Xiqiao Mountain. The mountain breeze blew, suffusing the air with the fragrance of osmanthus. He looked up at the sky, deep blue with white clouds and warm sunlight. From Dinghu Mountain to Xiqiao Mountain, from Dongguan to Foshan, from Linwu to Lin Mo, 5 days had witnessed too many events. He took out his mother's letter from his pocket and read it once more. Tiana, the one I have wronged most in this life is you. He folded the letter and put it back into his pocket. Mother, you owe me nothing, he murmured. It is I who owe you. Owed you 17 years of companionship. He turned and walked down the mountain path. His pace was unhurried, each step steady. The mountain path was empty, only him, his golden pupils shimmering faintly in the sunlight. At the foot of the mountain, his phone buzzed, by Rawashi calling. How are things at Xiqiao Mountain? She asked. Resolved. Li Songhai has left, and the Lin family's people have gone. Chu Tian paused. President Bai, I need to return to the capital. When? Today? Your matters there aren't finished yet, are they? You haven't been to Danxia Mountain. No need to go to Danxia Mountain, Chu Tian said. Li Songhai won't set his sights on the 4 mountains anymore. The Lin family won't send anyone else. At least, Bai Ruashi was silent for a moment. Are you sure? I'm sure. Alright then. They'll have someone book a ticket. Then win a small inn. Chu Tian returned to his room and packed his belongings. Not much, a few changes of clothes, the Chaos Prime Stone, the Jade pendant, the Xiong character Jade pendant from his father and his mother's letter. He stuffed everything into his backpack, zipped it up, and slung it over his shoulder. Standing at the doorway, he took one last look at the small single room where he had stayed for 5 days. The bed was neatly made, a half-empty bottle of water sat on the table, the window, open curtains fluttering slightly in the breeze. 5 days ago, he had come to keep an eye on Li Songhai and prevent him from cracking the branch passage. 5 days later, he was leaving. Li Songhai had departed. The Lin family's envoy had delivered a message. The branch passage at Dinghu Mountain was resealed, and the matter of Shiqiao Mountain was settled. Of the 4 mountains, 3 were resolved. Li Songhai would not set foot on Danxia Mountain. He believed it. Chu Tian closed the door and went downstairs to check out. The front desk still had that lady with the Cantonese accented Mandarin. Handsome, leaving so soon. Did you enjoy your stay? I enjoyed it, Chu Tian smiled. Thank you. No need to thank me. Come play in Dongguan again next time. Alright. The taxi sped along the highway. The scenery outside changed from city to fields to forests and back to city. Chu Tian sat in the back, his backpack on his lap, eyes closed, replaying the events of the past few days in his mind. The battle at Dinghu Mountain, Lin was Azure Dragon Strike, the Grey-Robed Array Master's protective formation, the resealing of the branch passage. The trapping array at Shiqiao Mountain, Lin Mo's Jade token, his mother's letter, the Lin family's no-enemy strategy. Every incident replayed in his mind. Kid. Chu Zuanji's voice never sounded again, would never sound again. But Chu Tian silently added for him. By the time the taxi arrived at Foshan Airport, dusk was approaching. The airport was small with few people. Chu Tian, backpack on his back, walked into the terminal, checked in past security, and found a corner in the waiting area to sit. His phone buzzed. Not by Ruashi, but Huang Tianxi. Brother Tian, you're coming back today. They'll pick you up at the airport. No need to go back myself. Brother Tian, don't be polite with me. They'll drive to pick you up. When did you learn to drive? Last week. The Chu family gave me a business van and I could drive it after 3 days. Brother Tian, don't worry, my skills are great. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, recalling how Huang Tianxi couldn't even ride a bicycle steadily in Donghai City. Alright, come then. But drive slowly. Got it. The plane flew through the night sky. Chu Tian sat by the window gazing at the clouds outside. Below the clouds were city lights scattered like gold dust on black cloth. Above the clouds was the starry sky, the moon, bright stars few. He took out the white jade token from his pocket. Lin Mo had left it with him before leaving. Your mother asked me to bring this. He hadn't refused at the time. He tucked the token into his pocket. His mother's jade token, the Lin family's direct line token carved by Lin Jintian himself 1200 years ago. Holding this jade token felt like holding his mother's hand. When the plane landed at the capital airport, it was already past 9 in the evening. Chu Tian walked out of the terminal with his backpack, spotting Huang Tianxi standing at the exit wearing a black suit, hair gelled and gleaming, holding a sign that read, "Warmly welcome, the triumphant return of the divine Emperor Chu Tian." Chu Tian stood there looking at the sign, the corners of his mouth twitching. Brother Tian. Huang Tianxi saw Chu Tian toss the sign aside, rushed over, and hugged him. Brother Tian, I missed you so much. Let go, Chu Tian said. Huang Tianxi released him, looked him up and down, and grinned. Brother Tian, you've lost weight. Didn't eat well in Guangdong. My mom said that eating and sleeping poorly outside means you need a good supplement when you come back. Your mom. My biological mom. Huang Tianxi scratched his head, a bit awkward. Got in touch last week. She's farming back home. When she heard I was following Brother Tian, she said follow him, well, don't cause him trouble. Chu Tian patted his shoulder. Go back and see your mother. I will after Brother Tian's matters here are settled. The two walked out of the airport. Outside was a black business van polished to a shine with a license plate starting with Jing'e. Huang Tianxi opened the door and Chu Tian got in. The car was clean. On the seat were 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 room temperature, 1 cold. Brother Tian, which one? Room temperature. Huang Tianxi unscrewed the cap and handed it over, started the car, and slowly pulled out of the parking lot. The speed was not fast, driving steady, completely different from his electric bike style in Donghai City. You drive well, of course. Whatever Brother Tian asks, he'll do it well. Huang Tianxi chuckled. Brother Tian, are things in Guangdong all settled? All settled. That old Li Songhai still jumping around. He can't jump for now. That's great. Brother Tian, you've made a big contribution this time. The Chu family is saying that you single-handedly fought 4 golden core cultivators in Guangdong and beat the Lin family's experts to the ground. Who spread that? Chu Tian frowned. Old Master Chu Jingtian spread it, Huang Tianxi said. He said the Chu family needs morale and Brother Tian's deeds are the best morale. Chu Tian leaned back in his seat, saying nothing more. Chu Jingtian was right. The Chu family did need morale. After 300 years of suppression by the celestial realm, ostracism by other clans, and oblivion by the world, the Chu family desperately needed a victory to boost morale. But behind morale lies strength, and behind strength lies time. He needed time, and the Chu family needed it too. The car stopped at the entrance of Chu residence lane. Chu Tian got out with his backpack. Huang Tianxi parked and followed behind. The lane was quiet, moonlight spilling onto the blue stone path like a layer of silver frost. Ivy climbed the walls on both sides, rustling in the night breeze. The door of Chu residence was open. The lanterns at the entrance were lit, casting red light onto the lintel, making the two characters' Chu residence glow faintly red. Chu Tian stepped into the courtyard. His mother stood at the kitchen door, still wearing an apron, holding a bowl of noodles. The noodles were hot, emitting white steam. Thin and soft clear broth topped with a poached egg and sprinkled with chopped scallions. His father stood behind his mother, a hand on her shoulder, smiling at Chu Tian. Grandfather sat under the old locust tree, a cup of tea in his hand, the tea already cold, but he hadn't drunk it. He had been waiting all along. "You're back." His mother's voice was soft and gentle, unlike the "come play again" next time from the front desk lady at the Dongguan Inn. The front desk's words were courtesy, his mother's "you're back" was reassurance. "I'm back." Chu Tian put his backpack on the ground, walked over, and took the bowl of noodles from his mother. The bowl was very hot, but he didn't put it down. Holding the bowl, he stood in the courtyard looking down at the poached egg and scallions. The egg was a bit burned around the edges, the scallions unevenly cut, a few noodles stuck together. This bowl of noodles looked ordinary and comparable to any meal he had eaten in the celestial court in his past life. But it was the best noodles he had ever eaten in this life. He took a bite, then another without lifting his head, because he knew that if he looked up his mother would see his reddened eyes. By the time he finished the noodles, the sky had turned completely dark. Mother Lin Wanqing sat opposite Chu Tian, watching him wolf down the noodles and poached egg in the bowl, a smile on her lips, but her eyes red-rimmed. She recalled when Chu Tian was 3 years old, he had eaten noodles just like that, his mouth smeared with broth. She had taken a towel to wipe his mouth, but he complained it was too cold, dodging back and forth to avoid her. In the blink of an eye, 17 years had passed. The 3-year-old child had grown into a strapping young man of 20. No, not yet 20, only 17. Yet the world weariness in his eyes was deeper than that of a 70-year-old. "Mom, the noodles were delicious." Chu Tian set down the bowl, looked up, and smiled at his mother. That smile was sincere, not out of politeness or perfunctoriness, but because he truly found them good. "They'll make them again for you tomorrow if you like." Lin Wanqing rose, collected the empty bowl, and turned to enter the kitchen. At the kitchen doorway, she paused, her voice choked with emotion. "Son, mother will cook noodles for you for a lifetime." Without waiting for his reply, she hurried inside. The atmosphere in the courtyard quieted. Grandfather Chu Zhengshun sat under the old locust tree, finally lifting the cup of tea that had gone cold to take a sip. The cold tea was bitter on his tongue, but his expression was one of contentment. His grandson had returned, and the family was complete again. That was his greatest wish in life. Father Chu Tianxiong walked over and sat down beside Chu Tian. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Have you taken care of everything in Guangdong?" He was the eldest son of the Chu family's direct third generation. Although his cultivation had not fully recovered, he had always been attentive to the family's affairs. Chu Tian's actions in Guangdong were reported to Chu Jingtian daily. He knew about the incidents at Dinghu Mountain and Shiqiao Mountain, and that Chu Tian had single-handedly defeated 4 Golden Core experts. But he was not satisfied with hearing reports, he wanted to hear it from his son's own mouth. "I've handled everything," Chu Tian nodded. "The side passage at Dinghu Mountain has been resealed. The Lin family sent someone to Shiqiao Mountain and passed word that they will no longer scheme on the 4 mountains. Li Songhai has returned to the south and won't act rashly for the time being." "What cultivation level was the Lin family emissary?" Chu Tianxiong asked. He wasn't worried about Chu Tian being at a disadvantage, he wanted to gauge the Lin family's attitude. "Nascent soul stage," Chu Tian replied truthfully. He suppressed himself to the first layer of golden core, using a secret art. "His name is Lin Mo, the Lin family's internal steward and my grandfather's personal attendant. He brought a letter from mother and said the Lin family will neither be my enemy nor my friend, only a non-enemy." Chu Tianxiong fell silent. He understood the term non-enemy. Not allies, not foes, neutral but leaning. This attitude was better than he had expected. He had thought the Lin family would exterminate the Chu family, like Di Haoyan. He hadn't expected them to still regard his mother as their daughter and as a member of the Lin family. "I've met your grandfather Lin Jintian," Chu Tianxiong suddenly said. "When I was young, I ventured into the celestial realm and stumbled into the Lin family's territory by accident. I didn't know it was the Lin family at the time. I thought it was an ordinary immortal mountain and picked a few spirit herbs. The Lin family caught me and wanted to cut off my hands. Your grandfather came and asked who I was. I said I was Chu Tianxiong of the Chu family. He paused, then said, "A Chu family member. Let him go." Just like that, they released me. Listening to his father's story, Chu Tian pictured an old man in his mind. Not the kind with a kindly face, but one who was dignified and stern yet principled at his core. Such a person, once he made a promise, would not easily break it. "Dad, do you think the Lin family is trustworthy?" Chu Tian asked. Chu Tianxiong thought for a moment and said something that surprised Chu Tian. "Trustworthy or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether you can make them dare not deceive you." If you are strong, they won't cheat you. If you are weak, even the most trustworthy people will have ulterior motives. The Lin family is not one person, it's a clan. Not everyone listens to your grandfather. Chu Tian nodded. His father was right. The Lin family was not a single person, it was a clan. Although Lin Jintian was the head, the family had hundreds of members, each with their own thoughts. Some wanted to help him, some wanted to harm him, some wanted to use him. He could not let his guard down against the entire Lin family, just because of Lin Xinqian's attitude. The next morning, Chu Tian did not get up early to cultivate as usual. Instead, he slept in. Lying on the wooden bed in the side room of Chu Ju, listening to the birds chirping in the courtyard and the rustle of wind through the leaves, he relaxed for a rare moment. During these days in Guangdong, his nerves had been taut. He kept watch during the day, cultivated at night, and compressed his sleep to 2 hours each day. Now he could finally take it easy. At the hour of Chun, Huang Tianxi came knocking. Brother Tian, old Master Chu Jingtian is here, and he brought many people. Chu Tian opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Chu Jingtian had come, and with a large entourage. What did he want? Chu Tian dressed and walked out of the side room. The front courtyard was packed with people. It wasn't just Chu Jingtian. It was representatives from every branch of the Chu family, old and young, male and female, at least several dozen. Everyone wore an excited expression as if waiting for some great happy event. Chu Jingtian stood at the front dressed in a brand new dark blue zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, a fountain pen clipped to his breast pocket, as if he were about to attend an important meeting. Seeing Chu Tian emerge, he hurried forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Heavenly Emperor, the news of your great victory in Guangdong has spread throughout the Chu family. Today I bring representatives from all branches, first to congratulate you, and second to ask you to impart some guidance to the Chu family juniors." Guidance? Chu Tian looked at him. Yes. Chu Jingtian turned and pointed at the young Chu disciples behind him. These years the Chu family has withered with a gap between generations. Among the younger generation, the highest cultivation is merely the 5th rank of ancient martial arts, not even a single 6th rank. If this continues, let alone restoring the glory of 3,000 years ago, it will be difficult to even maintain the top position among the 4 great families. You, Heavenly Emperor, are the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor, rich in cultivation experience. If you would be willing to offer some guidance, the juniors' cultivation will surely soar. Chu Tian did not answer immediately. He looked at those young Chu disciples and saw the light of eager desire for strength in their eyes. He had seen that light before in his past life in the heavenly court, in the eyes of immortal lords and emperors who had risen from obscurity, unwilling to be mediocre, unwilling to be trampled underfoot, wanting to change their fate through their own efforts. All right, Chu Tian nodded. But well, do it my way. Chu Tian's method was simple and brutal. First, everyone started from the most basic horse stance. But it wasn't ordinary. It was a horse stance performed under spiritual energy suppression. Chu Tian applied pressure on each person with his chi, equivalent to standing while carrying another person on their backs. The Chu disciples stood with trembling legs and sweat pouring down, but none complained. Because Chu Tian himself also stood and the pressure on him was 10 times theirs. Second, everyone cultivated the Chu family's foundational technique, which Chu Tian had improved. The original technique was too inefficient, slow to absorb spiritual energy, and the conversion ratio to chi was low. Using his past life experience, Chu Tian optimized the technique, removing redundant steps, simplifying the circulation route, and greatly boosting both absorption speed and conversion efficiency. After practicing, the Chu disciples clearly felt the spiritual energy flowing more smoothly within their bodies, and their dantian filled much faster than before. Third, and most importantly, no more using spirit stones. Spirit stones were good, but long-term reliance would make the body dependent. Without them, cultivation would cease. Chu Tian ordered everyone to hand over their spirit stones, which would be managed uniformly and used only when breaking through bottlenecks. Chu Jingtian stood in the corner of the courtyard watching Chu Tian move among the disciples, correcting their postures, explaining the technique, and his heart swelled with emotion. He thought of 3,000 years ago when Chu Xuanji had also taught disciples in this way. Strict, meticulous, not missing a single detail. Chu Tian bore a shadow of Chu Xuanji. Patriarch, a Chu family elder, sidled over and lowered his voice. I've looked at the technique the Heavenly Emperor taught. It is at least a grade better than our original Chu technique. If all Chu disciples practice according to this, within 10 years the family's overall strength will at least double. More than double, said Chu Jingtian. At least triple. The Heavenly Emperor's cultivation experience is beyond what people like us can imagine. That afternoon, Zhou Mingyuan arrived. He wore a crumpled pair of work trousers, thick black-rimmed glasses, hair as messy as a bird's nest, and carried a sheaf of manuscript paper covered in formulas. Since returning from Dongguan to the capital, Chu Tian had contacted him immediately, asking him to continue research on the Spirit Vein Network. Half a month had passed, and Zhou Mingyuan had made significant progress. Teacher. Zhou Mingyuan ran into the courtyard, panting, his glasses nearly falling off. I've built the theoretical model for the Spirit Vein Network. After all 17 spirit veins are connected, the spiritual energy concentration can indeed be tripled. But I've calculated that it will take longer than I estimated. Not because of technical difficulty. It's because we don't have enough spirit stones. To open the veins and set up the linking formations requires a huge amount of spirit stones. The Chu family's current reserves are only enough for 1/3 of the work. They'll handle the spirit stones, Chu Tian said. He wasn't speaking idly, he had a plan. The Chu family had its own spirit mine with a stable annual output. They could also borrow from the Wang family. Wang Pejuan had sent 10 medium-grade spirit stones last time, showing the Wang family had plenty. If all else failed, he could approach the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Tai Jizi had said that Chu Tian could draw on the association's resources. That's great. Zhou Minjuan's eyes lit up. If we have enough spirit stones, the spirit vein network can be built within 2 months. 2 months, Chu Tian nodded. He'll give you 2 months. In the evening, Chu Tian sat alone in the courtyard cultivating. The Chaos Origin Stone floated before his chest, radiating a dark luster. Strands of heavenly Tao fragment power were drawn bit by bit from the jade pendant, merging with the chaotic energy as they surged into his body. After returning from Guangdong, he distinctly felt the bottleneck at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment had completed. During the battle at Dinghu Mountain, his spiritual power was depleted and restored multiple times. Each recovery widened his meridians and expanded his dantian by a trace. Combat is the best cultivation. This saying held true. The density of his spiritual energy continually increased, mid-7th layer peak, mid-7th layer, late 7th layer. At this rate, breaking through to the 8th layer of Foundation establishment would happen within 2 days. Chu Tian took a deep breath, ceased restraining the growth of his spiritual energy, and allowed the chaotic energy and heavenly Tao fragment power to surge within him. Boom! A low rumble echoed from his dantian, as if something had shattered and something else had been built. The threshold of the 8th layer of Foundation establishment finally collapsed under his conscious assault. Spiritual energy flooded into his dantian like a tidal wave. The dantian's capacity expanded, meridians widened, and the density of spiritual energy skyrocketed. Late 7th layer peak, 7th layer, 8th layer. At the moment of breakthrough, a powerful aura burst from Chu Tian. Not killing intent, not pressure, but pure spiritual energy fluctuations. Golden light radiated from his body, illuminating the entire courtyard. The leaves of the old locust tree shook violently in the spiritual energy waves as if battered by a gale. His mother peered out from the kitchen, saw the golden light around her son, paused, and then smiled. His father walked out from the house, stood at the doorway, and gazed at his son with eyes full of pride. His grandfather sat in the armchair, the teacup in his hand, trembling slightly from the spiritual energy fluctuations. A few drops of tea spilled onto the back of his hand. He did not wipe them away, merely looked at his grandson with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Huang Tianxi ran out from the side room, barefoot. Tianji, you broke through it. Chu Tian opened his eyes, his golden pupils shone like stars in the night. He looked down at his hands, sensing the surging spiritual energy within. At the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, the density of spiritual energy was nearly double that of the 7th layer. If he fought Lin Wu again, he would not need to risk using Chaos Break. Even in a heating clash, he would not be at a disadvantage. 8th layer. Chu Tian stood up and stretched his joints, which emitted crisp cracking sounds, as if celebrating the breakthrough. Tianji, how long did it take you to go from the 7th to the 8th layer? Half a month. Huang Tianxi calculated. Half a month to break through 1 layer, so from the 8th to the 9th would also be half a month, from the 9th to peak half a month, and from peak to golden core, just 1 month. Tianji, you'll be at golden core in a month. It's not calculated that way. Chu Tian shook his head. The first 8 layers of Foundation establishment are easy. The 9th layer is a hurdle. From the 9th to peak is the second hurdle, and from peak to golden core is the greatest hurdle. These 3 hurdles, each is harder than all the previous ones combined. They cannot be overcome by time alone. They require an opportunity. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Battle, Chu Tian said. Life and death combat. Only on the brink of life and death can one break through limits. This is an iron law of cultivation, and no one throughout history has ever bypassed it. Heavenly Realm, Heavenly Court, a Lingxiao Palace. Lin Wu knelt in the center of the hall. His injuries were not yet fully healed, and his ribs still ached faintly, but he dared not lie down any longer. Emperor Haotian had summoned him, and he had to come. Many stood in the hall. Celestial officials, war generals, representatives from various sects, all watching Lin Wu with expressions of mockery, sympathy, and indifference. Lin Wu recount what happened at Dinghu Mountain once more. Emperor Haotian's voice came from the throne, not loud, but every word pressed down on Lin Wu like a mountain. Lin Wu lowered his head and repeated the events of the Dinghu Mountain battle, from the opening of the branch passage to Chu Tian's appearance to the 4 of them attacking Chu Tian to Chu Tian's counterkill. He recounted every detail, including every word Chu Tian had spoken. After he finished, the hall fell silent for a long time. A mere youth at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment defeated all 4 of you. Emperor Haotian's voice was terrifyingly calm. 2 at Golden Core, 2 at Peak Foundation establishment. You are the Lin family's most elite combat power. Is this your level? Lin Wu's body trembled, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, not daring to look up or speak. He knew nothing he said would matter. Emperor Haotian did not want explanations. He wanted results. The result was that he lost. Leave. Emperor Haoyin waved his hand. Lin Wu, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of Lingxiao Palace. Su Yao sat beside Emperor Haoyin, the teacup in her hand, never set down the tea, already cold. She watched Lin Wu's retreating figure, a barely perceptible chill flashing in her eyes. Haoyin, Chu Yun's growth rate is far faster than we anticipated. Su Yao set down her teacup, her voice soft. At the 7th layer of foundation establishment, he can defeat a 3rd layer golden core. By the time he reaches golden cores will be no match for him. When he reaches nascent soul, whom will we send to kill him? What do you suggest? Emperor Haoyin looked at her. 2 paths. Su Yao raised 2 fingers. First, send a nascent soul expert down now while he is still weak and eliminate him in 1 strike. The covenant between the mortal and immortal realms is merely a piece of paper. As for the gatekeeper, we can trade the heavenly Tao fragment. The gatekeeper has guarded the passage between realms for 3,000 years. What for Eli? Isn't it the heavenly Tao fragment? And the second way for him to ascend. He cultivates in the mortal world, no matter how fast it will take time. We use that time to lay plans in the realm. When he returns to the heavenly realm, what awaits him is not just Emperor Haoyin, but a net that covers heaven and earth. Emperor Haoyin was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. The tapping was very slow, 1 tap, another, yet another. Take both paths, he said. Send someone to the mortal world to kill him. At the same time, set up schemes in the heavenly realm for when he ascends. Su Yao smiled. That smile was beautiful, gentle, but the chill in her eyes made one shiver. Demon Sect Black Castle in the far north. The demon lord sat on a bone throne with a black-robed figure standing before him. The black-robed figure's face was mostly hidden by a hood, revealing only a pair of gray eyes identical to those of Li Wuxia and Li Wutian. Lin Wu lost at Dinghu Mountain. The demon lord's voice was low and hoarse, 4 against 1, and they lost. This subordinate has heard. The black-robed figure's voice was even hoarser, like sandpaper grinding against steel. What is your opinion of Chu Yun? The black-robed figure paused. He is not a genius. He is a monster. A 7th layer foundation establishment defeating a 3rd layer golden core is not luck, it is strength and experience. His battle experience from a past life allows him to predict every move of his opponent. This ability cannot be gained through cultivation, it is forged through slaughter. How many people did he kill in his past life to develop such predictive prowess? So you fear him? No, said the black-robed figure, but I do not wish to be his enemy. His enemies are Emperor Haoyin and Su Yao, not the demon sect. The demon lord nodded. It was what he thought. An enemy's enemy may not be a friend, but at least they can be used. Keep watching him. The demon lord waved his hand. Do not act, do not make contact. Just watch. Record every layer he breaks through, every battle he wins, and report it to me. As you command. Capital City, Chu residence. After breaking through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment, Chu Tian's cultivation did not stop. The 8th layer needed consolidation. Without a solid foundation, a high realm was but a castle in the air. He spent 2 hours each day in cultivation, 1 hour to stabilize his realm, 1 hour to study the heavenly Tao fragment. The power of the fragment was immense, but what he had drawn out was merely a drop in the ocean. If he could draw out more, his cultivation speed would increase further. Master, Zhou Minjuan's voice came from outside the courtyard, brimming with excitement. There is progress on the Spirit Vein network. The Spirit Stone reserves of the Chu family mine are larger than previously estimated. At least 2/3 of the project can be completed. Chu Tian walked out of the side room and saw Zhou Mingyuan standing in the yard, holding a stack of new manuscript paper, his expression like a lottery winner's. How much? Chu Tian asked. The Chu family mine's Spirit Stone reserves are at least 5 times the previous estimate. Zhou Mingyuan's voice trembled with excitement. The Chu family's previous exploration techniques were too primitive. They only surveyed shallow layers and missed the deep ones. I remeasured using formation principles and discovered vast reserves deep underground. At least 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. This reserve would sustain the Chu family for generations. With these stones, the Spirit Vein network was no longer a concern, nor were the cultivation resources for Chu family disciples. Who went to survey? Chu Tian asked. I did. Zhou Mingyuan pointed at himself. Master, I went alone. Using the heart formation principle you taught me, I set up a detection formation around the mine. The formation's feedback indicated spirit stones deep below. I didn't trust it, so I set up 3 more detection formations. All got the same result. There are indeed spirit stones deep underground and in large quantity. Chu Tian patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Zhou Mingyuan nearly collapsed from that pat. Not from pain, but from excitement. His master praised him. His master patted his shoulder. His half-month of hard work had not been in vain. Master, the matter of mining the spirit stones requires your approval. Zhou Mingyuan tried to calm himself, but his voice still trembled. The mine is the Chu family's core asset. Mining requires substantial manpower and equipment. Patriarch Chu Jingtian said this matter is up to you. Up to me. Chu Tian thought for a moment, then mine all the deep layer spirit stones. Part will be used for the spirit vein network, part for Chu family disciples cultivation, and part set aside for emergencies. For specific allocation, discuss it with Chu Jingtian. Very well, master. The breakthrough to the 8th layer of foundation establishment stirred no small commotion within the Chu family. It was not that Chu Tian deliberately sought attention, rather the spiritual energy fluctuation released during his breakthrough that night was too intense. Although the formation of the Chu residence could block external prying, it could not contain the vibration of the spiritual energy itself. Cultivators within several leagues sensed that fluctuation, like a boulder suddenly dropped into a calm lake, ripples spreading outward and lingering for a long time. When the news reached the Chu family interior, Chu Jingtian was in his study reviewing the accounts of the spirit mine. The news that a vast amount of spirit stones had been discovered in the deep layers of the Chu family mine kept him awake all night in excitement. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 medium-grade spirit stones, a number greater than all the spirit stones he had seen in his 40 years as patriarch of the Chu family. With these spirit stones, the Chu family would no longer worry about cultivation resources, nor about constructing the spiritual vein network, nor about enhancing the cultivation levels of Chu family disciples. After the excitement came worry. Spirit stones were cultivation resources, but also a root of disaster. How would other noble families react if the Chu family suddenly possessed so many spirit stones? Would the Zhao family grow jealous? Would the Wang family scheme? How would the Ancient Martial Arts Association be informed? Patriarch the Heavenly Emperor has broken through. A Chu family disciple strode into the study, his face unable to conceal his excitement. Foundation establishment 8th layer. The Heavenly Emperor's spiritual energy fluctuation was so powerful. The spiritual energy density around the Chu residence is several times higher than usual. Chu Jingtian paused the brush in his hand and looked up, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. At the 7th layer of foundation establishment, he could already fight a 3rd layer golden core cultivator. After breaking through to the 8th layer, his strength had at least doubled. Now, even if the Lin family sent 4th or 5th layer golden core experts, Chu Tian could put up a fight. Issue the order. Chu Jingtian put down his brush and stood up. All branches of the Chu family gather at the Chu residence tomorrow to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor on his breakthrough. As you command. The next day, the lane in front of the Chu residence was filled with cars. Representatives from all branches of the Chu family came from all over the country, even more than at the last clan assembly. At the last clan assembly, Chu Jingtian had presided, and many attended out of respect for him, but were not truly convinced in their hearts. This time was different. This time Chu Tian had earned his prestige through his own strength. He had single-handedly defeated 4 immortal experts at Dinghu Mountain, 2 of whom were at the Golden Core stage. After this news spread within the Chu family, those collateral elders who had originally been unconvinced by Chu Tian changed their attitudes overnight. Chu Yun was the first to arrive. This collateral elder, who had once led the opposition against Chu Tian at the clan assembly, now wore a brand new gray Mao suit, his hair dyed jet black and glossy, holding an exquisite redwood gift box. He walked to the gate of the Chu residence, hesitated for a moment, and instead of entering directly stood outside, as if waiting for someone. Yun, go on in. An aged voice came from behind. Chu Yun turned and saw Chu Jingtian walking from the mouth of the alley, followed by several young Chu family disciples, all carrying gift boxes. Patriarch. Chu Yun opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Chu Jingtian patted his shoulder. Go on in. The Heavenly Emperor is not one to hold grudges. You led the opposition against him at the clan assembly, and he didn't bother settling accounts with you. If he were petty, would you still be standing here? Chu Yun smiled bitterly and followed Chu Jingtian into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Chu Tian sat under the old locust tree wearing a faded white t-shirt. A pot of tea rested before him, and he held a cup in his hand, his expression as leisurely as if he were on vacation. His grandfather Chu Zhengshun sat beside him. His father Chu Tianxiong stood behind his mother Lin Wanqing busied herself in the kitchen, and Huang Tianxi moved tables and chairs in the yard. Seeing Chu Jingtian and Chu Yun enter, Chu Tian set down his teacup and stood up. Patriarch Chu is here. Please have a seat. Chu Jingtian walked up to Chu Tian, clasped his hands in salute, and said, Heavenly Emperor, representatives from all branches of the Chu family have arrived to congratulate you on your breakthrough to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. No need for such a grand display, Chu Tian said. My breakthrough is my own matter. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Chu family. Everyone should go about their business. There's no need to come specifically to congratulate me. The Heavenly Emperor is too modest, Chu Jingtian said with a smile. The Heavenly Emperor's increase in strength is an increase in the Chu family strength. With the Heavenly Emperor's breakthrough to the 8th layer of foundation establishment, all of the Chu family shares in the glory. Chu Tian said nothing more. He knew Chu Jingtian spoke sincerely, and he also knew that Chu Jingshan's organization of this congratulatory gathering was not entirely out of sincerity. The Chu family needed morale, cohesion, and a banner that everyone could recognize. He was that banner. Chu Yun walked up to Chu Tian, held the redwood gift box in both hands, and bowed respectfully. Heavenly Emperor, at the last clan assembly this old fool had eyes, but failed to see, and offended you. Today I have come specially to apologize. This is a small token of my sincerity, please accept it. He opened the box revealing a wild ginseng with intact roots, shaped like a human, at least 100 years old. A century-old wild ginseng was considered an extremely precious medicinal herb in the mortal world and had some nourishing effect on a cultivator's body. But for Chu Tian, a century-old ginseng was worth less than a single life-sustaining pill. Chu Tian glanced at the ginseng, but did not take it. Elder Chu, take it back. I have long forgotten what happened at the clan. Don't dwell on it. Chu Yun froze, his eyes reddening. He had not expected Chu Tian to let him off so easily. In a large family, like the Chu family, offending the patriarch meant at best being sidelined, and at worst being expelled from the clan. And the one he had offended was no ordinary patriarch. It was the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor. He had prepared for the reckoning, even prepared to be driven out of the Chu family. But Chu Tian said, I have long forgotten. Heavenly Emperor, this old fool. Chu Yun's lips trembled. From now on I will serve the Chu family with all my heart, and never dare to harbor disloyalty. Then serve well, Chu Tian said, patting his shoulder. He turned and walked back to the old locust tree, picking up his teacup again. Chu Yun stood in place holding the box of unwanted ginseng, tears streaming down his aged face. Chu Jingtian sat down in the main seat at the front courtyard of the Chu residence, and representatives from all branches of the Chu family also took their seats. Several dozen people filled the front yard, old and young gathered together. This was the largest gathering in the Chu family's 300-year history, not because the people present were exceptionally powerful, but because they represented a family that was reviving. Everyone, Chu Jingtian said as he stood, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I have called you here today for two matters. First, to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor on his breakthrough to the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. Second, to report to you the latest survey results of the Chu family's spirit mine. He took a document from his chest, unfolded it, and read, the deep layer spirit stone, reserves of the Chu family mine resurveyed by Mr. Zhou Mingyuan are confirmed as follows. 52,000 low-grade spirit stones and 530 medium-grade spirit stones. That is 5 times the original survey results. The hall burst into an uproar. Representatives from all branches of the Chu family whispered and debated among themselves. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. This number was so large they were not unfamiliar with the Chu family spirit mine. An annual output of a few hundred low-grade spirit stones was already considered quite good among the 4 great noble families. Now to suddenly claim there were 50,000 more in the deep layers. This was not merely good, it was terrifying. Patriarch, is this number accurate? An elder stood up and asked, his voice tinged with obvious skepticism. The Chu family has mined this spirit mine for 300 years. The shallow layers are nearly exhausted, and the deep layers have never yielded spirit stones. How could it suddenly be discovered that there are 50,000? Mr. Zhou Mingyuan resurveyed it using formation principles, Chu Jingtian explained. Previous survey methods were too primitive and could only detect shallow layers. Mr. Zhou used formation detection, which can penetrate dozens of zhong into the earth. He conducted 4 surveys on his own, and the results were consistent. There are indeed spirit stones in the deep layers, and the reserves are substantial. That elder fell silent. Formation detection was beyond his understanding. But he had heard of the name Zhou Mingyuan, the youngest physicist at the Chinese Academy of Sciences with 15 years of formation research and exceptionally high theoretical expertise. Although Zhou did not understand cultivation, his formation theories were recognized even by the Ancient Martial Arts Association. The extraction and distribution of the spirit stones will be coordinated by the Heavenly Emperor. Chu Jingtian looked at Chu Tian. Heavenly Emperor, would you like to say a few words, eh? Chu Tian set down his teacup and stood up. Dozens of eyes fell upon him simultaneously, some filled with awe, some with expectation, some with curiosity, and a few with concealed scrutiny lurking in the corners. He did not care what these people thought of him, but some things had to be made clear. The spirit stones belong to the Chu family, not... Chu Tian spoke, his voice soft, yet clearly heard by everyone. I will not take a single spirit stone for my own power. All the spirit stones will be used entirely for the development of the Chu family and the cultivation of Chu family disciples. The spiritual vein network requires spirit stones, the cultivation of Chu family disciples requires spirit stones, and the future development of the Chu family requires spirit stones. Every spirit stone must be used where it matters most. The hall fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted in applause. It was not perfunctory polite applause, but heartfelt applause filled with gratitude and admiration. In the 300 years of the Chu family, how many patriarchs had come and gone? Every patriarch upon taking office said, I will work for the benefit of the Chu family, but how many truly did so? Spirit stones were the core resource of the Chu family. Which of the previous patriarchs had not first taken enough for themselves before distributing the rest to the clan? When Chu Tian said, I will not take a single one, it was not an act. This could be seen from his daily lifestyle. Living in an old courtyard like the Chu residence, wearing a faded white t-shirt, eating the same food as ordinary people. Such a person had no greed for spirit stones. The gathering ended at noon. The representatives from all branches of the Chu family left one after another, and the front courtyard of the Chu residence returned to tranquility. Huang Tianxi cleaned up the tables and chairs while his mother washed dishes in the kitchen and his father helped his grandfather pour tea. Chu Tian sat alone under the old locust tree holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, gazing at the wordless steel under the eastern wall of the courtyard. Tianji, Huang Tianxi said after finishing the cleanup, coming to sit beside him. The Chu family people have left, and the spirit stone matter is settled. What do we do next? Cultivate, Chu Tian said. You need to break through too. The third layer of qi refining is near the bottom among the Chu family. Huang Tianxi, you are not my bodyguard. You are someone who must stand on your own. Don't always think of following behind me. You need to find your own path. Huang Tianxi fell silent. He lowered his head and looked at his own hands. These hands just a month ago had been collecting protection money in Donghai City. A month later they belonged to the vice instructor of the Chu family youth training camp in the capital. The change had been too fast, so fast that sometimes he felt he was dreaming. Tianji, I'm afraid I can't do it. Huang Tianxi said, his voice low. I'm not like you. I don't have past life experience and I don't have the Chaos Origin Stone. I'm just a small-time thug who got lucky following you and made it this far. If you ask me to stand alone, I'm afraid it'll bring shame to the Chu family. You are not a small-time thug. Chu Tian looked at him. You are the vice instructor of the Chu family youth training camp. Dozens of young Chu family disciples are training under you. You are their role model. If you think you're no good, they'll think they're even worse. If you believe you can do it, they'll think Instructor Huang can do it, so why? Huang Tianxi lifted his head and met Chu Tian's eyes. In those golden eyes there was no contempt, no pretense, only sincerity. Chu Tian was not comforting him, he was stating a fact. Tianji, I understand. Huang Tianxi said, standing up and dusting off his pants. I'm going to cultivate. I won't come out until I break through to the fourth layer of qi refining. Go ahead. In the evening, Bai Ruashi came. She came alone without any members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, the azure edge sword hanging at her waist. When she walked into the courtyard, his mother was taking in the laundry. Seeing Bai Ruashi, she paused, then smiled. President Bai is here. Have you eaten? Yes, thank you. Bai Ruashi replied politely, her gaze sweeping across the courtyard before settling on Chu Tian beneath the old locust tree. You need something? Chu Tian asked. Bai Ruashi walked over and sat across from him. Two things. Firstly, Songhai has brought the Li family core members back from Guangdong to the capital. Chu Tian's brow twitched slightly. Back? When? This afternoon. They flew back openly without any concealment. Bai Ruashi said. He tidied up his old residence in the eastern suburbs of the capital, and the whole family moved in. Li Songhai had returned to the capital. This indicated two things. First, he had completely given up in Guangdong. The matter of the Four Mountains would not be touched again. Second, he was preparing to start anew in the capital. Although the Li family had been driven out of the capital by Chu Tian, their roots in the south were unstable. Rather than being an outsider without foundation in the south, it was better to return to the capital as a local power with deep roots. The capital was the Li family's root. As long as the root remained, the tree could live. What's the second thing? Chu Tian asked. People above the Ancient Martial Arts Association are very interested in your recent movements. Bai Ruashi lowered her voice. Tianji asked me to find out. When do you plan to break through to Golden Core? Chu Tian was silent for a moment. Soon. After the 8th layer of foundation establishment, reaching the 9th takes time. From the 9th to the peak requires an opportunity, and from the peak to Golden Core requires a breakthrough. 3 hurdles, each one difficult. Tianji said that if you need it, the Ancient Martial Arts Association can provide a venue for crossing the Golden Core tribulation. The Golden Core tribulation. When breaking through from foundation establishment to Golden Core, heaven and earth will send down tribulation thunder. This is the first true heavenly tribulation a cultivator faces. The power of the tribulation thunder varies from person to person. The higher one's talent, the stronger the tribulation. In his past life, when Chu Tian crossed the Golden Core tribulation, 9 bolts of tribulation thunder struck for 3 days and 3 nights, nearly killing him. Not because his talent was high, but because the cultivation technique he practiced was too heaven-defying, and heaven itself could not tolerate it. In this life his talent was even higher than in his past life. Double-tempered by chaos chi and the power of heavenly Tao fragments, his physical strength and spiritual energy density far surpassed cultivators of the same level. When he crossed the Golden Core tribulation, the power of the tribulation thunder would be at least 5 times that of his past life. Thank Tianji for me, Chu Tian said. The Golden Core tribulation is my affair. I will handle it myself. If I cannot cross it, I will die under the heavenly tribulation, and I can blame no one. If I cross it, this life is a second chance. Bai Ruashi looked at him. A complex emotion flickered in her cold, clear eyes. She said nothing, stood up, and turned to leave. When she reached the gate, she paused and said over her shoulder, on the day of the Golden Core tribulation, tell me. They'll come to protect you. All right. Late that night, in the immortal realm, the Lin family. The Lin family mansion was situated amidst a range of spirit mountains in the eastern part of the immortal realm, covering tens of thousands of mu, with towers and pavilions standing in rows, carved beams, and painted rafters. At the center of the mansion stood a 9-story tower called Stargazing Tower, where successive Lin family patriarchs handled affairs. On the top floor of Stargazing Tower, an old man stood by the window, gazing at the starry sky outside. His hair was completely white and the wrinkles on his face were as deep as knife carvings, but his eyes were very bright, like two young stars without a trace of murkiness. Lin Jintian, the current patriarch of the Lin family, a supreme expert at the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage. He was 1,200 years old, and his cultivation had been stuck at the peak of nascent soul transformation for 300 years. Patriarch, came Lin Mo's voice from behind. After returning from the mortal world, his cultivation had recovered from the first layer of golden core to the nascent soul stage. The backlash of the secret art left him somewhat uncomfortable, but his expression betrayed nothing. He walked behind Lin Jintian and knelt on one knee. The matter in the mortal world has been handled. Was the letter delivered? Lin Jintian did not turn around. It was delivered, Lin Mo said. Young Master Chu read the letter and said, "Tell your patriarch that I thank him." Lin Xinshan's fingers moved slightly. Lin Mo had followed him for centuries and knew this subtle gesture well. The patriarch was not angry, he was restraining his emotions. Does he look like his father? Lin Jintian suddenly asked. Lin Mo paused for a moment, thought about it, and replied, yes. The eyes and brows are similar, the features are similar. But not the eyes. Young Master Chu has golden pupils, not inherited but acquired after cultivating chaos chi. Golden pupils. Lin Jintian repeated softly, then fell silent for a long time. Chu Yun, the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor. In those days when he was in the immortal realm, I saw him from afar once. I was not yet patriarch, then just a small cultivator at the nascent soul stage. He sat on the heavenly emperor's throne wearing a golden robe embroidered with 9 dragons, his majesty overwhelming the world. In the entire hall of the Jade Emperor, no one dared to look up at him. Patriarch, do you think young Master Chu can truly fight his way back to the immortal realm? Lin Mo asked. He can. Lin Xinshan's tone was so resolute it seemed less like speculation and more like stating a fact. He is the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor. 30,000 years ago he cultivated from a mortal to the heavenly emperor in 30,000 years. In this life, he has past life cultivation experienced the Chaos Origin Stone and the Heavenly Tao Fragments. He won't need 30,000 years, he only needs 30 years. 30 years. Lin Mo repeated in a low voice. We can afford to wait. Lin Jintian turned around and looked at Lin Mo. Emperor Hao Yin cannot afford to wait, and Su Yao cannot afford to wait. They know that Chu Yun will return sooner or later, so they are anxious now. Anxiety leads to mistakes, and mistakes reveal weaknesses. All we need to do is wait. Wait for Chu Yun to grow, wait for Emperor Hao Yin to make a mistake, wait for the right moment. Patriarch, if young Master Chu after he grows up targets the Lin family first instead of Emperor Hao. Lin Jintian was silent for a moment, then smiled. That smile was faint but genuine, as if he had long considered this question and already had an answer. Then let him target us, Lin Jintian said. The Lin family owes his mother owes him. If he wants it, give it to him. In the mortal world, the capital, the Chu residence. Chu Tian sat alone on the rooftop, holding the already dull jade pendant in his hand. Moonlight flowed like water spilling over the old locust tree, over the wordless Steely, and over him. The night breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus. Ancestor, he murmured. Did you see what I did in Guangdong? I won at Dinghu Mountain, and Xiqiao Mountain is settled too. Li Songhai has returned to the capital, and the Lin family sent a messenger. I am now at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, one step closer to golden core. You said that golden core is a watershed. If I cross it, I will be invincible in the mortal world. If I fall dying under the tribulation thunder, that is my fate. But I do not believe in fate. I did not in my past life, and even less in this one. No matter how strong the tribulation thunder, I will cross it. You wait and see. The wind blew the leaves of the old locust tree, rustling, as if in reply. Chu Tian placed the jade pendant securely against his chest, leaped down from the rooftop, walked into the side room, and closed the door. The Chaos Origin Stone floated before his chest, dark light swirling. The power of the Heavenly Tao Fragments was drawn from the jade pendant, and the multicolored light intertwined with the dark light, illuminating the entire room. The road to the 9th layer of foundation establishment was still long. But no matter how long the road, it must be traversed step by step. The news of Li Kanghai's return to the capital was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples across the cultivation circles of Beijing. Some believed the Li family was admitting defeat, having failed in the south and slinking back in disgrace. Others thought Li Songhai was no ordinary man, that his journey south was not to seek refuge but to find something. Now that the object was found, he had returned. Both theories held some merit, yet Chu Tian fully subscribed to neither. He had witnessed with his own eyes what Li Songhai had done in Guangdong. The immortal cave on Luofu Mountain was emptied by him. He attempted to crack the branch passageway on Dinghu Mountain. He also visited Xiqiao Mountain, and though he did not go to Danxiao Mountain, his goal was unmistakable. To seek out remnants left by the celestial realm in the mortal world, to find a passage connecting to the celestial realm, even one that would allow celestial beings to descend directly. The map given to him by the Lin family marked 4 mountains. He completed 3. Though not entirely successful, he now possessed a wealth of information about the immortal relics. This information was more valuable than spirit stones. After returning to the capital, Li Songhai broke from his usual pattern and became strikingly ostentatious. The Li family's old residence in the eastern suburbs was renovated anew with crimson lanterns hung high. The plaque inscribed with Li Manor above the lintel was repainted in gleaming gold lacquer, and 2 imposing stone lions were added at the gate looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He issued invitations far and wide summoning distinguished figures from every circle in the capital to the Li family's housewarming banquet set for 3 days hence. Housewarming banquet. When Chu Yun uttered those words, his tone dripped with disdain. He moved from the capital to Guangdong, then moved back from Guangdong to the capital, yet he's still in the capital. How can that be called a housewarming? He is proclaiming to everyone. The Li family has returned. The Li family has not fallen. The Li family remains one of the 4 great clans. Whom did he invite? Chu Yun asked. Many people. Chu Yun pulled a list from his pocket. The 4 great clans of the capital. Aside from our Chu family, both the Zhao and Wang families have received invitations. Also President Bai of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, prominent figures from both political and business circles in the capital, and even the sect leaders of some minor schools. Only the Chu family was not invited. Just because he didn't invite me, does that mean I want go? Chu Yun raised his teacup and took a sip. The tea brewed by his grandfather was a little bitter, but left a strong aftertaste. Since he didn't invite me, I'll go on my own. A housewarming banquet marks the completion of a new residence. As a neighbor, it would be improper not to offer congratulations. Chu Jingshan's eyes lit up. Heavenly Emperor, are you going to the Li residence? Yes. Chu Yun set down the teacup. Not to make trouble, but to take a look. Li Songhai returned to the capital not because he was afraid, but because he had found leverage in the south to negotiate with the Lin family. I want to know what that leverage is. Li Kanghai's leverage was hidden in an underground chamber beneath the Li family's old residence in the eastern suburbs. The chamber was small, only about a dozen square meters, with thick bluestone walls windowless and a single iron door. It held no gold, silver, jewelry, spirit stones, or elixirs, only a stone table upon which sat a black wooden box. Li Songhai stood before the stone table staring at the black wooden box, his expression complex. This box had been found in the immortal cave of Luofu Mountain, concealed within the arms of the deceased immortals, remains wrapped in layers of seals. He had expended great effort to break those seals, opened the box, and saw what was inside. A jade slip, black and exuding an eerie aura. Soul-devouring art. Li Songhai murmured the name of the technique recorded on the jade slip. It was the supreme art of the demon sect, allowing cultivators to enhance their cultivation by devouring the souls of others. The cultivation speed was fast, the power great, but the side effects were severe. Unstable chi, restless spirit, and a high risk of falling into demonic possession. The brothers Li Wuxia and Li Wutian practiced this very technique. Li Wuxia was beaten back to the celestial realm by Chu Yun, his cultivation plunging from the peak of foundation establishment to chi refining. Li Wutian fared even worse. After being struck by Chu Yun's chaos break, the souls within him completely ran amok, leaving him still lying in the hospital, his fate unknown. Li Songhai dared not cultivate the soul-devouring art himself, but he understood its value. The demon sect would pay any price for it. The supreme art of the demon sect having fallen into the mortal world, the demon emperor would certainly not sit idly by. If he used it as leverage to strike a deal with the demon sect, what could he gain? Spirit stones, techniques, or the protection of the demon sect. With the demon sect's backing, Li Songhai could stand invincible in the capital. No matter how powerful Chu Yun was, could he defeat the demon sect? Patriarch. A voice came from outside the chamber door. All invitations for the housewarming banquet have been sent out. The Chu family did not receive one. Excellent. Li Songhai locked the black wooden box, returned it to the stone table, turned, and walked out of the chamber. Chu Yun will come. Him coming uninvited is even better than if I had invited him. When he comes, everyone will see that the Li family is not afraid of Chu Yun, that the Li family dares to let him through the door. That will do more than anything to elevate the Li family's prestige. Patriarch, what if Chu Yun makes a move during the banquet? He won't. Li Songhai smiled. He is not that kind of. If he wanted to act, he would have done so long ago in Guangdong. He didn't, which means he doesn't want a complete rupture with me. The Chu family needs stability, the capital needs stability, and he doesn't want to be the one to disrupt that stability. 3 days later, at the Li family's old residence in the eastern suburbs, crimson lanterns hung high, the plaque inscribed with Li Manor glittered golden in the sunlight. The front gate was lined with cars stretching from the alley entrance to the far end, at least several dozen of them. BMWs, Mercedes-Benz S-Autos with Cadillacs as the baseline. Guests alighted from the cars, all wealthy or noble, some in suits, some in traditional Tang suits, some in Cheongsams. Each wore a smile, exchanging pleasantries as lively as the new year. Li Songhai stood at the gate greeting guests dressed in a dark blue Tang suit, his hair meticulously combed, the wrinkles on his face smoothed by his smile, making him look several years younger than he had in Guangdong. He shook hands with each guest, exchanged pleasantries, and ushered them into the courtyard, his movements as practiced as if he had done it 100 times. Elderly congratulations. Zhao Wuji arrived with several elders of the Zhao family, wearing a black suit and carrying a gift box, his face beaming with smiles. He and Li Songhai had been rivals in the capital for decades, cordial on the surface, but at odds beneath, yet their formalities were impeccable. Patriarch Zhao, you're too kind. Please come in. Li Songhai accepted the gift box, handed it to the steward behind him, and personally escorted Zhao Wuji into the courtyard. Has Elder Wang arrived yet? Zhao Wuji asked. Not yet. Soon. Elder Wang has been busy lately. His coming is a great honor to me. As they spoke, a black sedan pulled up at the gate. Wang Pejun stepped out of the car dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, a dragon head, cane in his hand, his spirit vigorous. Behind him followed two young scions of the Wang family, each bearing a gift box. Brotherly congratulations. Wang Pejun clasped his hands in salute, smiling. A housewarming and a new residence. I've come all the way from the northern part of the city to offer my felicitations. Elder Wang, you are far too kind. Li Songhai stepped forward, clasping Wang Pejun's hand, his expression noticeably more sincere than when he had greeted Zhao Wuji. His feelings toward Wang Pejun were more complex than those toward Zhao Wuji. Though Wang Pejun dealt in arms, he was upright and true to his word, enjoying the best reputation among the four great clans of the capital. When the Li family had been at its most difficult in the capital, the Wang family had not kicked them while they were down. Has Chu Tian arrived? Wang Pejun suddenly asked. Li Kanghai's smile froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. The Chu family did not receive an invitation. He didn't come. Wang Pejun asked. No. Wang Pejun nodded and said no more, leaning on his cane as he walked into the courtyard. What he did not tell Li Songhai was this. Before he came, he had received a phone call from Chu Tian. Chu Tian had said that today he would visit the Li residence not as a guest, but in his capacity as honorary president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association to conduct an inspection. The Ancient Martial Arts Association had the authority to inspect any premises related to cultivation, and the Li family, as one of the four great clans, naturally fell under its purview. By that right and reason, no fault could be found. At about 9:30 in the morning, most of the guests had arrived. Over 20 tables were set up in the front courtyard, packed full with wine, cups clinking and laughter mingling. Li Songhai stood beside the head table, raised his glass, and delivered a speech full of platitudes. Thank you all for honoring me with your presence. The Li family has been rooted in the capital for 3 centuries and owes everything to your support. I hope you will continue to show us favor in the future. The guests raised their glasses in response, the atmosphere exuberant. Just then a commotion arose at the gate. Who's coming? Someone asked. Can't tell. Seems to be a young man. A young man. From which family? Don't know. Dressed very plainly, white t-shirt and jeans. Wait, his eyes are golden. Golden eyes. Those 2 words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. No one in the capital's cultivation circles was unaware of what golden eyes signified. The new master of the Chu family, the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor, the man who single-handedly fought 4 celestial experts in Guangdong. All eyes turned to the gate. Chu Tian stood at the entrance of the Li mansion, wearing a clean white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, with Huang Tianxi behind him. Huang Tianxi was dressed in a black suit, his hair slick with gel and combed to a glossy sheen, carrying a gift box in his hand. He tried his best to look like a humble attendant, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed him. Li Kanghai's expression changed. He had thought Chu Tian would not come, that Chu Tian had meant it when he said, I won't kill you today, that Chu Tian wanted to avoid an outright confrontation. But he had forgotten one thing. Chu Tian never played by the rules. Young Master Chu. Li Songhai set down his wine glass, walked to the gate, and forced a smile onto his face. I am holding my housewarming today, and did not send an invitation to the Chu family for fear that you might be too busy to be disturbed. For you to honor me with your presence, I have failed to receive you properly. Please forgive my negligence. Elderly is too courteous. Chu Tian stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I am not here today to drink housewarming wine. I have come in my capacity as honorary president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association to inspect the Li residence. Inspection. That word was exquisitely chosen. Not a visit, not a congratulation, an inspection. Inspection implied examination, supervision, scrutiny. The Ancient Martial Arts Association had the right to inspect any premises related to cultivation, and the Li family, as one of the 4 great clans, naturally fell under its purview. By that right and reason, no fault could be found. Li Kanghai's smile froze completely. The experts of the Li family behind him looked grim, their hands unconsciously moving to the weapons at their waists. The atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Young Master Chu. Li Songhai took a deep breath, struggling to keep his voice calm. Today is my housewarming, and all who come are guests. If you wish to conduct an inspection, please come another day. Grant me this favor today. How about it? Favor is not given, it is earned. Chu Tian looked at him. Elderly, I don't wish to speak of what you did in Guangdong in front of so many people. But you know full well that each of those matters warrants review by the Ancient Martial Arts Association. I am not here today to make trouble. I am here to give you an opportunity, a private talk. If you come clean about what needs to be accounted for, the association will have an easier time handling it. If you refuse to cooperate, then I will have to proceed by the book. Li Songhai fell silent. The guests in the courtyard whispered among themselves, exchanging murmurs. Some had guessed what had happened in Guangdong, others were ignorant. But everyone could see that Chu Tian had not come for a toast. He had come to settle accounts. What had Li Songhai done in Guangdong that would bring the honorary president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association to conduct an inspection in person? Very well. Li Songhai finally made his choice. Young Master Chu, please come inside. In the Li family study, only 2 people remained. Chu Tian sat in a chair, Li Songhai opposite him, a rosewood desk between them. On the desk, there was no tea, no refreshments, only a solitary desk lamp casting a dim yellow light. Elderly, I know everything you did in Guangdong. Chu Tian began. As for what you took from the immortal cave on Luofu Mountain, I don't care. Those were ownerless treasures, finders keepers. But the branch passageway on Dinghu Mountain, you tried to break the seal and contact the celestial realm. That is something the ancient martial arts association cannot ignore. You are aware of the pact between the mortal and celestial realms. No one above the golden core stage may enter the mortal world without permission. By breaking the seal on the branch passageway, you would have allowed celestial beings to descend. That is a grave violation. This is breaking our agreement. Li Songhai said, nothing, head bowed as he stared at the wood grain on the desk. And Chu Tian continued, the Lin family sent people claiming to deliver a message, yet you brought Li family's experts there. What were you intending? If I had not arrived early, would you have tried to break the seal again? Young Master Chu. Li Songhai finally spoke, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. I admit to all you have said. The immortal cave on Luofu Mountain, I took things from there. The auxiliary channel at Dinghu Mountain, I attempted to break it. Shiqiao Mountain, I went there with men. I admit to those acts. But do you know why I did them? Why? Because the Li family is on the verge of collapse. Bitterness flickered in Li Kanghai's eyes. After you revealed your identity in the Chu ancestral hall, the Li family became a pariah in the capital. Those who once called themselves brothers of the Li family vanished overnight. The Wang family still maintained ties. The Zhao family was polite in public, but secretly undermined us. Although the Chu clan did not openly act against the least, Chu Jingtian, the old fox, has been quietly absorbing Li assets. I could no longer remain in the capital and had to go south. The south is not your destination. No, the south is not the end. I must find a way for the Li family to survive. Li Songhai looked at Chu Tian with pleading in his eyes. Young Master Chu, I know you hate me. You mourned at Qinglong Mountain, and I sent men to disturb you. You sealed a passage at Dinghu Mountain, and I sent men to sabotage it. I admit all of these deeds. But I did them not for myself, but for the Li family. 3 centuries of the Li family's foundation cannot be ruined by my hand. Chu Tian fell silent for a moment. What bargaining chip do you hold? Li Songhai hesitated, then took a black wooden box from the drawer, set it on the table, and opened it. Inside lay a black jade slip that exhaled an eerie aura. The scent of Mozong. The soul-devouring art, Li Songhai said, the Mozong's signature technique. Found in the immortal cave on Luofu Mountain. That immortal had been of the Mozong in life. He fled to the mortal realm carrying the sect's jade slip and died within the Luofu cave. 3,000 years later I found it. Chu Tian's pupils narrowed slightly. The soul-devouring art, the Mozong's treasured method, allows a practitioner to ascend by devouring others' souls. This technique was never taught outside the Mozong. Only the demon emperor's most trusted disciples could practice it. The brothers Li Wuxia and Li Wutian trained a simplified version whose power pales before the complete text. The jade slip in Li Kanghai's hands should contain the full version. What do you intend to do with it? Chu Tian asked. Make a bargain with the Mozong, Li Songhai replied. Li Songhai did not hide his plan. The Mozong will not allow its signature art to spread. I will return the slip and in exchange ask for their protection. With the Mozong's protection, the Li family can secure a foothold in the capital. Do you think the Mozong will keep its word? Li Songhai smiled bitterly. But it is my only chip. Without it, the Li family is certain to perish. With it, there is at least a sliver of hope. Chu Tian stared at the black jade slip in silence for a long while. Give me the jade slip, he finally said. Li Songhai was stunned. What? Give me the slip, Chu Tian repeated. I will negotiate with the Mozong for you. If I succeed, the Li family gain. If talks fail, and the Mozong comes causing trouble, I will shield you. Li Songhai stared in disbelief. He could not comprehend why Chu Tian would help him. They were enemies, clashed at Qinglong, at Dinghu, at Shiqiao. Chu Tian nearly killed Li Kanghai's brother Zhao Wutian. Li Songhai nearly killed Chu Tian's friend Bai Ruashi. 2 such men, how could they ever cooperate? Why? Li Songhai asked aloud the question that burned in his chest. Why help me? Because I do not wish to kill you, Chu Tian said. What you did at Qinglong, Dinghu, and Shiqiao would justify killing you 100 times over. But I do not want to. Not because you are beyond hate, but because killing you will not solve the problem. The Li family's roots are in the capital. If you die, the family remains, and another Li Songhai will take your place after that. An endless cycle of killing. So you want to absorb the Li family? Not absorb, cooperate, Chu Tian said. 3 centuries of grudges between the Chu and Li families must come to an end. You lay down your hatred of the Chu clan, oh, I will lay down my prejudices against the Lis. The 2 houses cooperate to face the threats of the immortal realms. This is the long view. Li Songhai fell silent. He lowered his head and gazed long at the black wooden box on the desk, and the jade slip within its aura, strange and unsettling. He remembered his life, ambitious in youth, dominant in middle age, expelled from the capital in old age. He had thought his fate sealed, yet a turning point had unexpectedly appeared. Very well. Li Songhai raised his head, bitterness hardened into resolution. The jade slip is yours. The Li family's affairs are yours to command. When Chu Tian left the Li study, it was already afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell warm upon the corridor floor. Huang Tianxi stood at the corridor's end, leaning against a pillar with the unwanted gift box in his hands, waiting with nothing to do. Seeing Chu Tian emerge, he straightened at once. Brother Tian, are you done? Done. Chu Tian handed the black wooden box to Huang Tianxi. Take it. Look at it when we get back. Huang Tianxi accepted the box. It felt heavy, and he did not know what lay within, but he did not ask. Brother Tian said to inspect it later, so he would. The two left the Li mansion, cut through an alley, and reached the parked car. Huang Tianxi opened the door. Chu Tian slid and leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. Brother Tian, did Li Songhai agree? Huang Tianxi started the car, and asked as he drove. He agreed. Is he not afraid you will deceive him? He is afraid. But he had no choice. Chu Tian opened his eyes, and watched the passing streets. He is smart. He knows when to fight, and when to yield. Today he yielded. His days will be easier henceforth. If he had not yielded today, would have been the Li family's end. The car left the alley, and merged into the main road. Sunlight fell across Chu Tian's face through the window, and he squinted, looking ahead. Brother Tian, are we returning to Chu residence? Huang Tianxi asked. Yes. When they returned to Chu residence, his mother was hanging clothes in the yard. Seeing him return, she smiled, and called, Tian, are you hungry? There is porridge in the kitchen, just cooked. Not hungry. Chu Tian sat beneath the old locust tree, took the black wooden box from Huang Tianxi, placed it on the stone table, and opened it. The black jade slip lay in the box, radiating an uncanny aura. Chu Tian lifted the slip into his palm, closed his eyes, and extended his spiritual sense into it. In an instant, a vast torrent of information surged into his mind. The soul-devouring art in its complete form, from entry to mastery, from chi refinement to great ascension, recorded every method of cultivation, cautions likely bottlenecks, and their solutions with crystalline clarity. The Mozong's signature technique lived up to its reputation. Progress was terrifyingly swift, 3 to 5 times the speed of ordinary arts. Yet the price was grave. Each advancement demanded the devouring of countless souls. Souls could be taken from beasts, from cultivators, or from ordinary mortals. This method was the chief reason the Mozong was regarded as demonic by the immortal realms. To cultivate by it, Mozong disciples had brutalized and slain innumerable innocents. Chu Tian opened his eyes, returned the slip to its box, and closed the lid. Teacher, can this technique be cultivated? Zhou Minjuan's voice came from nearby. He had been studying the spirit vein network in a wing room at Chu residence for half a month, and hearing of Chu Tian's return, had dropped his work and run out. He did not practice cultivation himself, but was fascinated by the principles of the art. It can be cultivated, but I will not, Chu Tian said. Its essence is predation, seizing others' souls to build oneself. In the short term, it grants speed and power. In the long term, the foundation becomes unstable and the heart corrupts. Ultimately, it is not the person who masters the art, but the art that masters the person. What will you do with the jade slip? Return it to the Mozong. Chu Tian handed the wooden box to Huang Tianxi. Tomorrow, take it to the Ancient Martial Association and find President Bai. Ask her to help contact the Mozong. Tell them the slip is in my hands. If they want it, they must come and negotiate. Brother Tian, will you really negotiate with the Mozong? Huang Tianxi accepted the box with trembling hands. The Mozong are not the Lin family. They kill without blinking. If you negotiate and they turn hostile, then we fight, Chu Tian said. In the mortal realm, I fear no one, he added. Late at night, in the immortal realm, within the Mozong's black castle, the demon emperor sat upon a throne of bones, holding a communication jade slip. The message on the slip was terse. The complete jade slip of the soul-devouring art has surfaced in Chu Yun's hands. The demon emperor's pupils tightened. The complete jade slip of the soul-devouring art, the Mozong's signature technique, had been stolen by a traitor 3,000 years ago and fled to the mortal realm. The Mozong spent 3 millennia seeking it and found nothing. Now the slip was in Chu Yun's possession. Chu Yun, the demon emperor, murmured the name, his tone complicated. He hated Chu Yun. In a past life, Chu Yun had been the celestial emperor who, with the heavenly court, crushed the Mozong and drove its power to the extreme north, keeping it down for 3,000 years. But this life, Chu Yun was different. Reborn and stripped of his cultivation, betrayed by Di Haoyan and Su Yao, he now shared an enemy with the Mozong. Emperor, shall we send someone to the mortal realm to seize the jade slip? A black-robed man knelt and spoke hoarsely. Seize it. Can you take him? The demon emperor sneered. He fought 4 on Dinghu Mountain, 2 golden core and 2 peak foundation establishment, and 1. Whom would you send? A nascent soul? How would you explain that to the gatekeepers? Send golden core cultivators. They'd only be sent to their deaths. Then what do we do? Wait. The demon emperor leaned back on the bone throne, his gray eyes flickering in the dark. Did he not say, if you want it, come and talk? Then we will talk. Send someone to the mortal realm to negotiate. If the talks succeed, we reclaim the slip and gain an ally. If not, we will devise other measures. Who shall be sent? Li Wuxia, the demon emperor said. He has crossed blades with Chu Yun and knows his weaknesses. He is the most suitable choice. 3 days later, at the Ancient Martial Association, Bai Ruashi sat in her office with the black wooden box before her. Huang Tianxi had brought it, saying Chu Tian wanted her to help contact the Mozong. She opened the box and beheld the black jade slip, sensing the strange aura that emanated from it. The soul-devouring art. Bai Ruaxi's brow tightened. How had Chu Tian come by the Mozong's signature technique? She picked up the phone and dialed a number. not to Chu Tian, but to Tian Jizi. President Chu Tian has obtained the complete jade slip of the Mozong's soul-devouring art. He intends to negotiate with the Mozong. Silence answered for a moment. Then Tian Jizi's voice came grave. The Mozong will not let its signature art be scattered. Negotiation is merely a pretense. Reclaiming the slip is the true objective. Tell Chu Tian to be careful. He knows. Good. Also regarding the Spirit Vein Network, the Ancient Martial Association can contribute some spirit stones. Chu Tian is the association's honorary president. Once the Chu family's Spirit Vein Network is completed, it will benefit the association as well. Bairuashi acknowledged and hung up. She stared at the black box on her desk for a long time, then picked up her phone and called Chu Tian. The slip has been received. I've already contacted the Mozong. They are sending someone. They will arrive in the capital in 3 days. Who did they send? Chu Tian asked. Chu Tian's brow moved slightly. Wasn't he driven back to the immortal realm by me? His cultivation fell to the Qi refinement stage. How can he return to the mortal realm? The Mozong has means to restore his cultivation. Exactly how I do not know, but his current level is at least peak foundation establishment. The Mozong has invested heavily in him. Where shall we meet in 3 days? The Ancient Martial Association. Very well. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Chu Tian did not engage in anything particularly. Every morning he practiced for an hour to consolidate his 8th layer of foundation establishment. Then he prepared medicine for his mother, using the Ling Shu acupuncture technique to clear her meridians. In the afternoon, he played chess with his grandfather, who enjoyed winning despite his average skill. Chu Tian occasionally let him win, and sometimes he didn't, maintaining a careful balance so that his grandfather wouldn't feel patronized or think his grandson was too skilled to be fun. In the evenings, he discussed the progress of the Spiritual Vein Network with Zhou Mingyuan and occasionally guided Huang Tianxi in his cultivation. Life flowed peacefully like a lake untouched by the wind. But Chu Tian knew that the undercurrents beneath the surface were never at rest. The people from the demon sect were coming, and Li Wuxia would arrive. Last time in the abandoned factory, Li Wuxia had been severely injured by his chaos break, falling from the peak of foundation establishment to the Qi refinement stage, and had fled back to the immortal realm in a disheveled state. This time he returned. Not only had his cultivation been restored, but he was even stronger than before, at the peak of foundation establishment, and he might even have touched the threshold of the golden core stage. The demon sect had invested heavily in him, aiming to reclaim the complete version of the soul-devouring great method. Chu Tian's stance was clear. The jade tablet could be returned, but under conditions. The condition was not spirit stones, not techniques, not territory, but a promise. Every hidden pawn of the demon sect in the mortal realm must withdraw from Huaxia. The demon sect had operated in Huaxia for 3,000 years. Their hidden pawns spread across various industries, military, politics, business, and academia. There were people everywhere. These individuals were like ticking time bombs, not knowing when they would explode. He did not want to live in constant fear, nor did he want his family and friends exposed to the threats of the demon sect. Therefore, the hidden pawns of the demon sect must be removed. This condition would not be easily accepted by the demon sect. After 3,000 years of operations, how could they simply withdraw after investing so many resources? Even if the demon emperor agreed, those beneath him would not. Li Wuxi's visit was more of a test than a negotiation. He was testing Chu Tian's bottom line, his strength, and whether he truly dared to turn against the demon sect. On the third morning before the dawn, Chu Tian awoke. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling repeatedly, rehearsing the negotiations of the day in his mind. The negotiation was set to take place at the Ancient Martial Association within Bairuaxi's territory. The 3 heads of the great associations, Tianjizi, Shuangqingzi, and Master Ziyun, would be present as witnesses. The position of the Ancient Martial Association was clear: to uphold the order of the mortal cultivation world and not allow any forces to act recklessly within Huaxia. The demon sect was a force from the immortal realm, and operating hidden pawns in the mortal realm was inherently against the rules. However, the Ancient Martial Association had turned a blind eye for decades and never pursued the matter seriously. Today, Chu Tian aimed to seize this opportunity to resolve the issue once and for all. He dressed and stepped. Before dawn, the old locust tree in the courtyard rustled in the morning breeze, and a thin layer of dew condensed on the blank stone tablet at the east wall, shimmering with a crystalline glow in the faint morning light. His mother was already busy in the kitchen. She rose early each morning to prepare breakfast for the family. Today's spread was more lavish than usual. Porridge, steamed buns, side dishes, and eggs filled the table. Dinner, eat more. His mother placed a bowl of porridge in front of him. You're going to negotiate at the Ancient Martial Association today? Oh, don't go hungry. Mom, how did you know I was going to the Ancient Martial Association today? Chu Tian asked, surprised. His mother smiled, but did not answer, turning back to the kitchen to continue her work. She did not need to know. She only needed to know that her son had something to do today to make him a good meal, to send him out wealth, and to return him safely. This was the best thing she could do as a mother. His father, Chu Tianxiong, came out of the house dressed in a clean zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed. He sat across from Chu Tian and took a sip of porridge. He did not ask about the negotiations, but Chu Tian knew he wanted to. Dad, the demon sect is sending someone to negotiate today. Chu Tian took the initiative to speak. I'm going to meet them at the Ancient Martial Association. The demon sect. Chu Tianxiong furrowed his brows slightly. People from the demon sect are not easy to deal with. They are not like the Lin family. At least the Lin family cares about their reputation. The demon sect has no regard for reputation and can do anything. You need to be careful. I know. Also, Chu Tianxiong put down the porridge bowl, looking into his son's eyes. Regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, remember this. You have the Chu family behind you. Though the Chu family is not strong now, they are willing to do anything for you. Chu Tian looked at his father's bloodshot but resolute eyes and nodded. At the hour of Chun Huang, Tianxi came to pick him up. Dressed in a black suit, his hair styled with gel and slicked back, he looked less like a practitioner and more like a bodyguard. He parked the car at the entrance of Chu residence, opened the door, and waited for Chu Tian to get in before going around to the driver's seat. Tian, good, do you think the people from the demon sect will turn against us? I don't know. Chu Tian leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. If they turn against us, we fight. With the three heads of the great associations present, the strength of the nascent soul stage means the demon sect cannot cause a stir. Will the three heads really help us? Aren't they supposed to stay out of matters of the immortal realm? They don't interfere with the immortal realm's affairs, but if the demon sect acts in the mortal realm, it falls under their jurisdiction. Chu Tian opened his eyes, looking at the retreating streets outside. The agreement between the mortal and immortal realms is not just for show. If the demon sect dares to act in the mortal realm, they are breaking the agreement. The gatekeepers will not stand by idly. Gatekeepers? What is that? The ones who guard the passage between the immortal and mortal realms. Chu Tian did not elaborate further, and Huang Tianxi did not press for details. At the ancient martial association, the headquarters in the capital, the inconspicuous three-story building was particularly lively today. Several black cars were parked outside, all bearing license plates, starting with Jing, evidently belonging to the ancient martial association. Two young men in black outfits stood at the door, short swords at their waists, their expressions as serious as two guardian deities. Chu Tian walked into the building, whereby Ruashi was waiting for him. Dressed in a white long dress, her long hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, a Qingfeng sword hung at her waist. The cracks on the sword sheath had been completely repaired, glowing with a faint blue light. The people from the demon sect have already arrived, by Ruashi said. The three heads of the great associations are waiting upstairs. Li Wuxia brought two people, both at the golden core stage. The ancient martial association's people had already checked. Their cultivation was around the third layer of the golden core stage, and they were not carrying weapons. However, it was uncertain whether they had laid down any backup plans elsewhere. What level has Li Wuxi's cultivation recovered to? Chu Tian asked. Peak of foundation establishment. But his aura is very unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak, similar to last time in the factory. Although the demon sect helped him restore his cultivation, the backlash from the soul-devouring great method is not so easily eliminated. In his current state, he could go berserk at any moment. Chu Tian nodded and followed by Ruashi up to the second floor. In a large conference room on the second floor, people were seated at a long table. On the left side sat the three heads of the ancient martial association, Tianjizi in the center with Swan Kingzi and Master Ziyun on either side. Their expressions were calm, like three enlightened Buddha statues, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. On the right side sat the people from the demon sect. Li Wuxia sat in the middle, dressed in a black trench coat. His gray eyes were dimmer than when they last met, resembling two dead stars. A scar ran across his face, extending from his left eyebrow to his right jaw, as if he had been cut by some sharp weapon. The wound had not fully healed, and the stitches were still visible, a gruesome sight. Behind him stood two people, a man and a woman, both appearing in their 30s, dressed in black outfits with short swords at their waists, their cultivation around the third layer of the golden core stage. The expressions of the two were as cold as Li Wuxi's, like two emotionless blades. Chu Tian's gaze swept past Li Wuxia and fell upon the two individuals. The third layer of the golden core stage, stronger than Lin was cultivation. These two were sent by the demon sect not for negotiation, but to assert dominance. If negotiations failed, they would not hesitate to use force. Young Master Chu has arrived. Tianjizi spoke, his voice old yet calm. Please take a seat. Under by Ruaxi's guidance, Chu Tian sat at the end of the long table, opposite the three heads of the great associations, diagonally across from the people of the demon sect. This position was quite delicate, neither a primary nor a guest position, but an independent and impartial spot. The ancient martial association's arrangements were quite meticulous. Li Wuxia looked at Chu Tian, his gray eyes devoid of hatred or anger, only a complex emotion that was. He hated Chu Tian for causing his cultivation to plummet, for making him lose face within the demon sect, and for turning him into a laughingstock throughout the immortal realm. But he also feared Chu Tian. In the battle at Dinghu Mountain, Chu Tian had defeated 4 experts with his 7th layer of foundation establishment. Such strength and temperament were beyond his reach. Young Master Chu, Li Wuxia spoke, his voice raspy like sandpaper. Last time in the factory, when we fought, I lost with full acceptance. I am here today not to seek revenge, but to discuss serious matters. Let's talk, Chu Tian replied. Is the jade tablet in your possession? Li Wuxia directly got to the point. Yes. Chu Tian pulled out a black wooden box from his pocket and placed it on the table. The complete version of the soul-devouring great method, the core technique of the demon sect. It was stolen by a traitor 3,000 years ago and lost in the mortal realm. I found it in the immortal cave. Li Wuxi's gaze fixated on the black wooden box, a flicker of greed flashing in his gray eyes, but he quickly before coming, the Demon Emperor had repeatedly instructed, no matter what conditions he proposes, agree first. Once the jade tablet is retrieved, we can negotiate the conditions again. The Demon Emperor met. First stabilize Chu Tian, wait to obtain the jade tablet, then turn against him. But Li Wuxia did not think this was a good strategy. He understood Chu Tian, this youth was not someone who could be easily deceived. What conditions does young Master Chu want? Li Wuxia asked. 2 conditions. Chu Tian raised 2 fingers. First, all hidden pawns of the demon sect in the mortal realm must withdraw from Huaxia. Not a single one left. Second, the demon sect may not engage in any form of destructive activities in the mortal realm from now on. The Ancient Martial Association will supervise the implementation. The conference room fell silent. The 3 heads of the great associations looked at Chu Tian simultaneously, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. They did not expect Chu Tian's conditions to be so direct and so firm. To withdraw all hidden pawns and not engage in any destructive activities. This was not negotiation, it was an order. Li Wuxi's expression changed. Black mist surged in his gray eyes, filled with murderous intent towards Chu Tian. But the 2 individuals behind him were even more impatient. Both the man and the woman stood up simultaneously, their golden core stage auras released, without reservation, pressuring the air in the conference room until it felt solid. What do you think you are? The man said coldly. The demon sect has operated in the mortal realm for 3,000 years, and you think it can just withdraw? Sit down, Li Wuxia said without turning his head. Guardian, I said sit down. The man gritted his teeth and sat back down, but the aura of the 3rd layer of the golden core stage remained like a knife hanging in the air. The situation was similar for the woman, who, although she did not speak, her hand was already resting on the short sword at her. Li Wuxia looked at Chu Tian, black mist surging in his gray eyes. Young Master Chu, your first condition can be agreed to by the demon sect, but not right now. The demon sect has hundreds of hidden pawns in Huaxia spread across various industries and cities. Withdrawing will take time, at least 3 months. 3 months later, all hidden pawns of the demon sect will withdraw from Huaxia, not a single one left. Chu Tian remained silent, waiting for him to continue. The second condition. Li Wuxia paused. The demon sect will not engage in destructive activities in the mortal realm. This can be agreed to. However, the Ancient Martial Association cannot supervise the implementation. The demon sect is not subordinate to the Ancient Martial Association and does not require their supervision. The activities of the demon sect in the mortal realm fall under the jurisdiction of the Ancient Martial Association. Tianjizi interjected, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. This is the agreement between the immortal and mortal realms, not the ancient. It was decided by the Martial Arts Association. If the demon sect disagrees, they can negotiate with the gatekeeper. Li Wuxi's face grew even darker. The gatekeeper was an existence that even the Demon Emperor had to treat with caution. Negotiate with the gatekeeper. Even the Demon Emperor would have to speak politely before him. A mere protector like him had no such qualification. Fine. Li Wuxia squeezed the word through gritted teeth. The Ancient Martial Arts Association may supervise, but with a precondition. Their oversight must not interfere with the demon sect's normal cultivation activities. The demon sect has legitimate cultivation grounds in the mortal world, and they cannot be shut down under the guise of supervision. Legitimate cultivation grounds. Chu Tian looked at him. What the demon sect calls cultivation grounds in the mortal world are nothing but hidden strongholds. Protector Li, let's not play word games. A hidden outpost is a hidden outpost. A stronghold is a stronghold. Both you and I know very well what the demon sect has been doing in the mortal realm. Under the pretense of cultivation, you gather intelligence, infiltrate factions, and even assassinate rivals. These actions are illegal in the mortal world and against the rules of the cultivation realm. Li Wuxia fell silent. The meeting room grew so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Time passed second by second, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. The 2 golden core experts from the demon sect continuously released their spiritual pressure, attempting to force Chu Tian into submission through sheer force. But Chu Tian stood as immovable as a rock. Although his Qi refining layer 8 cultivation was not as profound as the golden core stage, his chaos Qi and shards of the heavenly Tao were far purer than ordinary spiritual power. The pressure slid off him like water off a stone. Young Master Chu, Li Wuxia finally spoke. The demon sect can accept your terms. But there are 3 preconditions. Speak. First, withdrawing the hidden outposts takes time. Not 3 months, but 6 months. Within half a year, all demon sect hidden outposts in China will be evacuated. Second, the Ancient Martial Arts Association shall not interfere with the demon sect's legitimate cultivation activities in the mortal world. The demon sect has several official cultivation dojos in China. These are not subject to the withdrawal. Third, the jade slip must be returned now. The demon sect cannot wait half a year to retrieve it. Chu Tian did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, looking at the black wooden case on the table, tapping his fingers on it lightly, once, twice again. This was a habit he had learned from Di Haotian. The speed of tapping reflected the speed of thought. The slower the tap, the deeper the deliberation. First condition, 6 months, is acceptable. Chu Tian raised his head. Second condition, the Ancient Martial Arts Association can ignore the demon sect's cultivation dojos, but only if they engage in no disruptive activities whatsoever. Once discovered, the dojo will be shut down immediately. No room for negotiation. Third condition, the Jade Slip can be returned now, but I need a promise from the demon sect. What promise? The demon emperor swears by his Tao heart that the demon sect will withdraw all its hidden outposts in the mortal world within half a year and will not engage in any destructive activities before the withdrawal. Li Wuxi's face completely changed. Swearing by the Tao heart was the most solemn oath for cultivators. If broken, the Tao heart would be damaged. At best, cultivation would stagnate. At worst, one would fall into demonic deviation and perish body and soul. How could the demon emperor possibly swear by his Tao heart? He was the supreme ruler of the demon sect. His Tao heart affected the destiny of the entire sect. Young Master Chu, this condition is too excessive. Li Wuxi's voice turned cold. The demon emperor cannot swear by his Tao heart. Please propose another condition. No, Chu Tian said. If the demon emperor does not swear by his Tao heart, why should I trust the demon sect? If you go back on your word, who can I turn to? The Ancient Martial Arts Association. Can the association defeat the demon sect? The gatekeeper. He oversees the passage between the celestial and mortal realms, not whether the demon sect breaks its word. My only leverage is this Jade Slip. Once I return it, I have nothing. If you go back on your word, I can only accept defeat. Therefore, the demon emperor must swear by his Tao heart. This is the bottom line. No room for negotiation. Li Wuxia stared at Chu Tian, his gray eyes swirling with black mist, murderous intent, so thick it almost spilled out. His fists clenched, knuckles white, chest heaving violently, as if he were struggling to suppress something. The backlash of the soul-devouring arts surged within him. The souls he had devoured resonated, howled, and tried to break free from his control. Protector. The woman behind him whispered, calm down. Li Wuxia took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and after a long moment slowly opened them. The black mist in his eyes faded slightly, the murderous intent receded. He pulled out a black token from his chest identical to the demon sect token seen before at the Chu clan hall. He infused spiritual energy into the token. It glowed with black light, which coalesced into a phantom figure in the meeting room, the demon emperor. The phantom floated in midair, its gray eyes scanning everyone present. The three grand masters of the association stood up simultaneously, their expressions grave. Even a wisp of the demon emperor's pressure was suffocating. Cultivators below the golden core stage could not withstand this pressure at all. Chu Yun, the demon emperor, spoke, his voice low and hoarse like an echo from the depths of the earth. You want this emperor to swear by my Tao heart? Yes. Chu Tian looked at the phantom, his expression unchanged. His chi refining layer 8 cultivation was insignificant before the demon emperor's phantom, but there was no fear in his eyes. In his previous life, he was the eternal divine emperor. Even the demon emperor would not dare to breathe loudly before him. Although he had lost all his cultivation in this life, the aura of a sovereign who commands the world remained. Carved into his bones, fused in his blood, unbreakable by anyone. The demon emperor stared at him for a long time, a complex glint flashing in his gray eyes. He recalled 30,000 years ago when Chu Yun sat upon the heavenly emperor's throne clad in the nine-dragon golden robe, his might overwhelming the world. Back then he was but a lowly disciple of the demon sect, gazing from afar at that man, his heart filled with awe. 30,000 years later that man had been reborn, his cultivation utterly lost. Standing before him was merely a youth at chi refining layer 8. But his eyes had not changed, still that gaze of a sovereign commanding the world. Fine, the demon emperor said. This emperor swears by my Tao heart. Within half a year, all demon sect hidden outposts in the mortal world will be withdrawn from China. Before the withdrawal, no destructive activities of any kind will be carried out. If I break this oath, may my Tao heart shatter and my soul scatter into nothingness. The moment the oath was spoken, the air in the meeting room trembled violently. The heavenly Tao sensed the demon emperor's vow, placing an invisible shackle upon his Tao heart. If he violated the oath, the heavenly Tao would inflict punishment. At best, his cultivation would regress, at worst, he would perish body and soul. This was the most solemn oath of a cultivator. No one dared break it lightly. Chu Tian pushed the black wooden case to Li Wuxia. The Jade Slip is returned to you. The 6 months start from today. If after half a year there are still demon sect hidden outposts in China, I will personally go and discuss with the demon emperor. Li Wuxia took the case, opened it, confirmed the Jade Slip was intact, closed the lid, and stood up. The 2 golden core experts of the demon sect also rose and followed him. At the door, Li Wuxia paused and spoke without turning back. Young Master Chu, the demon emperor asked me to convey a message. What message? He said. Di Haoyan has sent people to the mortal world to kill you. Not 1 but 3. Their cultivation is all above the golden core stage. Chu Tian's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Understood. Li Wuxia pushed open the door and walked out, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Only the Ancient Martial Arts Association members and Chu Tian remained in the meeting room. Tian Jizi sat back down, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of the already cold tea. His expression was slightly more relaxed than before. The negotiation with the demon sect had concluded. Though not a perfect outcome, it was the best achievable at this stage. All hidden outposts would be withdrawn from China. The demon sect's influence in the mortal world would be thoroughly cleansed, greatly easing the association's supervisory burden. Chu Tian, the conditions you proposed were very shrewd. Tian Jizi set down his cup. The demon emperor, swearing by his Tao heart, is the heaviest shackle. He dares not break it, nor can he. The price of a shattered Tao heart is one he cannot bear. The demon sect's hidden outposts in the mortal world will be completely cleared within half a year. You handled this brilliantly. Di Haoyan has sent people above the golden core stage. Bai Ruoshi looked at Chu Tian, worry growing in her eyes. 3 of them. Their exact cultivation is unknown, but above golden core means at least peak golden core, perhaps even nascent soul. Nascent soul cannot cross over. Tian Jizi said. The covenant between the celestial and mortal realms prohibits cultivators above the golden core stage from entering the mortal world without permission. The gatekeeper will not let nascent soul cultivators descend. Even if Di Haoyan wanted to send one, he couldn't get past the gatekeeper. At most, peak golden core. 3 peak golden core cultivators. For Chu Tian, they will be difficult to handle, but not impossible to fight. Chu Tian nodded. 3 peak golden core cultivators. With his current strength, he might barely win against 1, had little chance against 2, and virtually no hope against 3. But he didn't need to fight Hedon. He could use terrain formations and the assistance of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. This was the mortal world, not the celestial realm. Di Haotian's people would be suppressed by the rules of the mortal world when they acted, their strength diminished. Senior Tian Jizi. Chu Tian turned to him. When will Di Haotian's people arrive? Not sure. Tian Jizi shook his head. The gatekeeper hasn't sent any word, which means they haven't passed through the celestial mortal passage yet. They might still be on the way, or they may have already arrived, but evaded the gatekeeper's surveillance. Di Haoyan has operated in the celestial realm for 30,000 years. He has ways to bypass the gatekeeper. Then I need to break through to the golden core stage as quickly as possible. The golden core stage is not something you can just break through at will. Tian Jizi looked at him. From chi refining to golden core is the first major hurdle for cultivators. It requires sufficient spiritual energy accumulation, enough tempering of the mind, and an opportunity. The opportunity doesn't come from waiting, it comes from seeking. You need to find the breakthrough opportunity in battle. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the sky outside. The sky over the capital was gray, heavy with smog. No blue sky could be seen. His reflection appeared on the glass, his golden pupils vivid against the dull backdrop. Di Haoyan had sent 3 peak golden core cultivators to kill him. The demon sect's hidden outposts would be withdrawn in half a year, but during that time the sect would still operate in the mortal world. It was uncertain whether Li Wuxia would keep his word. As for the Lin family, Lin Jintian had said not enemies, but the family was not monolithic. Some might already be cooperating covertly with Di Haoyan. Though Li Songhai had agreed to cooperate, the value of his promise remained questionable. An enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, but one can be used. In the afternoon, Chu Tian returned to Chu residence. Huang Tianxi parked the car at the alley entrance without turning off the engine. He turned to look at him. Tian, good, did the negotiation with the demon sect succeed? It succeeded. Did Di Haoyan send 3 peak golden core cultivators? Huang Tianxi was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Tian Gu, I want to break through. Even if I can't fight golden core, at least chi refining. I don't want to stand back and watch every time. Then break through. Chu Tian pushed the door open and stepped out. From body refining to chi refining requires crossing the tribulation. Though the chi refining tribulation isn't as fierce as the golden core tribulation, it is still a heavenly punishment. Are you ready? I'm ready. Huang Tian's voice was firm, completely different from his usual joking manner. He turned off the engine, got out of the driver's seat, and stood before Chu Tian. Tian Gu, I followed you from Donghai City to the capital almost 2 months ago. In these 2 months, I went from a small-time thug collecting protection money to the assistant instructor of the Chu clan's youth training camp. My cultivation rose from an ordinary person to body refining layer 3. These changes, I never dared imagine them before. You gave them to me, Tian Gu. I don't want to disappoint you. Chu Tian looked into his eyes. Those eyes held no fear, no hesitation. Only a burning, almost blazing light. That was the thirst for strength, the stubborn refusal to be mediocre, the promise a man who had crawled out of the mud made to himself. Good. Chu Tian patted his shoulder. I will arrange the chi refining tribulation. The news that Huang Tianxi was about to undergo the foundation establishment tribulation stirred considerable commotion within the Chu family. Not because the tribulation itself was unusual. The Chu family saw someone cross it every few years, and many succeeded. What was unusual was the person attempting it, Huang Tianxi, who 2 months ago was a petty thug collecting protection money on the streets of Donghai City, with no cultivation foundation, no family background, and whose basic knowledge of cultivation came solely from the textbooks of the Chu family's youth training camp. 2 months, from an ordinary mortal to the 3rd layer of chi refining, and then to the brink of foundation establishment. Such speed was unprecedented in the Chu family's 300-year history. Huang Tianxi is going to undergo the tribulation. Chu Jingtian was reviewing documents in his study when he heard the news. He put down his brush, removed his reading glasses, and looked at the Chu family disciple who had brought the message, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yes, the Celestial Emperor said so himself. It will be arranged within these few days. Chu Jingtian was silent for a moment, then smiled. He recalled the first time he had seen Huang Tianxi at the Chu residence 2 months ago, that flashy-shirted yellow-haired punk who spoke with a slick tongue. At the time he had wondered how the Celestial Emperor could have taken such a worthless underling. Now 2 months later that punk was about to cross the Foundation establishment tribulation. The younger disciples of the Chu family who had cultivated for 10 or 20 years had reached at most the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refining, still far from Foundation establishment. Yet Huang Tianxi, an outsider, a latecomer from the streets, was about to surpass them. The Celestial Emperor's judgment of people far exceeds ours. Chu Jingtian said this to the elder beside him, then put his reading glasses back on and resumed reviewing documents. The site for Huang Tianxi's tribulation was chosen on Qinglong Mountain. Qinglong Mountain was Chu family territory, tall peaks, dense forests seldom visited by humans, so it would not disturb ordinary people. More importantly, the mountain bore remnants of an ancient array left by Chu Xuanji, where spiritual energy density was higher, providing more abundant replenishment during the tribulation and increasing the chance of success. The date of the tribulation was set for 3 days later. During those 3 days Huang Tianxi did nothing special. Chu Tian told him to set aside all cultivation, eat well, sleep well, and bring his body and mind to their peak state. Crossing a tribulation could not be achieved by last-minute cramming, but depended on daily accumulation and the mindset during the ordeal. His daily accumulation was already sufficient. For half a month he had frantically built up his cultivation with 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Though his foundation was somewhat unstable, quantitative changes had reached the tipping point for qualitative transformation. Mindset was the key. What one fears most during a tribulation is not the power of the lightning, but one's own terror. Terror leads to panic to mistakes, and mistakes to death under the tribulation lightning. During those 3 days Huang Tianxi got up every morning and ran, from the entrance of the Chu residence to the foot of Qinglong Mountain and back over 10 kilometers drenched in sweat. At noon he returned to eat his mother's cooking. In the afternoon he played chess with his grandfather, and at night he went to bed early. He did not think about the tribulation, nor about how fierce the lightning would be, nor whether he could endure it. Tian Gu had said not thinking is the best preparation. 3 days later on Qinglong Mountain. Before dawn Chu Tian led Huang Tianxi up the mountain. Accompanying them were Chu Jingtian, Zhoming Yuan, and several Chu family elders. His mother and father did not come. Crossing the tribulation carried risks, and they did not want his mother to see her son struck by lightning. His grandfather also did not come. The old man's legs were not what they used to be, and going up and down the mountain was too strenuous. But before Huang Tianxi left, his grandfather took off the jade pendant he had worn for decades and hung it around Huang Tianxi's neck. "For safety," said the grandfather. Huang Tianxi touched the warm jade pendant, and his eyes reddened. The tribulation site was chosen on a flat ridge on the northern slope of Qinglong Mountain. The ridge was spacious with an open view, no tall trees blocking the sky, so the tribulation lightning could strike directly without being split or deflected by branches. On the ground of the ridge, Chu Tian had earlier used chaos chi to inscribe a simple defensive array, not to block the tribulation lightning, which could not be blocked and had to be endured. Hidden only by enduring could the heavenly tribulation temper the body and spiritual energy, enabling a breakthrough in cultivation. The defensive array was to prevent accidental interference from wild beast landslides or unwelcome visitors. Right here. Chu Tian stood at the center of the ridge, confirmed the array was functioning properly, then turned to look at Huang Tianxi. "Ready." Huang Tianxi took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Ready." "Then begin." Huang Tianxi sat cross-legged at the center of the ridge, closed his eyes, and began circulating the modified Chu family basic technique that Chu Tian had improved. The spiritual energy within his body surged through his meridians. Though his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refining was not high, under his full exertion the flow of spiritual energy was several times faster than usual. The spiritual energy in his dantian grew more and more abundant, like a well about to overflow. The moment the accumulation reached the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi refining, Huang Tianxi abruptly charged at the threshold of Foundation establishment. Boom! An invisible barrier shattered inside his body. The threshold of Foundation establishment had been. Spiritual energy flooded into his dantian like a burst dam. The capacity of his dantian expanded rapidly, his meridians widened at breakneck speed, and the density of his spiritual energy skyrocketed. At the same time, a low rumble of thunder sounded from the sky. Tribulation clouds began to gather. They were not ordinary storm clouds. They were tribulation clouds, black mixed with purple, their edges glowing with a dark red light, as if something inside had ignited them. The tribulation clouds churned and rolled, growing larger and thicker, converging from all directions above the ridge, covering the entire sky completely. The daylight instantly dimmed, as if jumping straight from dawn to dusk. Chu Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The tribulation clouds for a Foundation establishment tribulation should not be this large. The Foundation establishment tribulation was the first heavenly tribulation a cultivator faced, far weaker than the golden core or nascent soul tribulations. An ordinary Foundation establishment tribulation had clouds only a few dozen zhang in diameter and only 3 bolts of lightning. But the tribulation clouds above Huang Tian's head were at least 100 zhang in diameter and still expanding. The color of the clouds was also changing, from black with purple to pure purple, and then from pure purple to purple laced with gold. Gold. There was gold in the tribulation clouds. Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Golden clouds were characteristic of a golden core tribulation. How could Huang Tian's Foundation establishment tribulation exhibit features of a golden core tribulation? There was only one explanation. His talent had been classified as anomalous by the heavenly Tao, exceeding the normal range for Foundation establishment. It was just like when Chu Tian in his past life had undergone his golden core tribulation. 9 bolts of lightning struck for 3 days and 3 nights, because the heavenly Tao deemed his technique defying heaven and had to suppress it with stronger lightning. Huang Tian's talent was far inferior to Chu Tian's, but his method of cultivation was too peculiar. Half a month, 10 mid-grade spirit stones from an ordinary mortal to Foundation establishment. Though this speed was achieved by consuming spirit stones in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, it was anomalous. The heavenly Tao did not care whether you used spirit stones, it only looked at the result. An ordinary mortal who had cultivated for less than 2 months was about to break through to Foundation establishment. That was not a normal phenomenon, but had to be suppressed. Tiango, why are the clouds so big? Huang Tianzi opened his eyes and saw the purple-gold tribulation clouds above his head. His face turned pale. His voice trembled, not from fear, but from instinct. Anyone facing a heavenly tribulation would feel terror. It was a reverence for the might of heaven and earth engraved deep in the soul, not something that could be suppressed by willpower. Because you're too fast. Chu Tian stood at the edge of the ridge a dozen paces away from Huang Tianzi, his voice as calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. The heavenly Tao thinks you're abnormal, so it's going to strike you back to normal with stronger lightning. Endure it, and you'll be at Foundation establishment. Fail to endure, and you'll be a corpse. Huang Tian's lips quivered. He said nothing more, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated his spiritual energy at full force. He clutched the Chaos Origin Stone in his palm, letting Chaos Chi flow into his body. Though the effect was not as potent as when Chu Tian used it, it was enough to significantly speed up his spiritual energy recovery. Chu Tian had lent it to him, he would have to return it after the tribulation. The first tribulation lightning struck. It was not in the shape of a lightning bolt, but a purple beam of light blasting straight down from the center of the tribulation clouds as thick as an arm, with a piercing roar. Golden arcs flickered at the edges of the beam, and the air filled with the smell of ozone, like the instant before a violent storm. Huang Tianzi did not dodge. He opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, gathered power in his right fist, and punched at the descending lightning. His fist was wrapped in a thin layer of pale golden spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the third chi refining layer, as fragile as paper before the Foundation establishment lightning. Fist and lightning collided. The lightning pierced through his protective spiritual energy, penetrated his fist, arm, and shoulder, and surged into his body. Oh! A heart-rending scream burst from Huang Tianzi. His right arm was charred black by the lightning flesh, turned back, revealing the white bone beneath. Most of his clothes were burned away, exposing his lean but muscular upper body, chest, abdomen, back, all covered with marks from the lightning burns. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay on his feet. Tiangu had said if you fall during a tribulation, you'll never get up again. He could not fall. The power of the first bolt exceeded everyone's expectations. Chu Jingtian stood at the edge of the ridge, watching Huang Tian's charred right arm and the burns all over his body, his brow deeply furrowed. He himself had undergone a Foundation establishment tribulation in his youth. 3 bolts, each stronger than the last, but even the strongest was only half as powerful as Huang Tian's first bolt. The power of Huang Tian's lightning was already close to the entry level of a golden core tribulation. Celestial Emperor, this is wrong. Chu Jingtian walked over to Chu Tian and lowered his voice. A Foundation establishment tribulation shouldn't be this strong. Huang Tian's lightning is at least 3 times more powerful than a normal one. I know, said Chu Tian. The heavenly Tao is suppressing him. His cultivation speed is too fast. The heavenly Tao considers him abnormal. This suppression is not just aimed at him. It's also a warning to me. Chu Jingtian was taken aback. A warning to you? Yes. Chu Tian looked up at the surging purple clouds in the sky. I am the reincarnation of the ancient divine emperor of eternity. My cultivation speed is even faster than is my techniques, even more heaven-defying. When I undergo my golden core tribulation, the lightning will be 10 or even 100 times more powerful than a normal one. The heavenly Tao is using his tribulation to show me. I've already struck your underling like this. When you come yourself, think it over. Chu Jingshan's expression turned grim. The second bolt of tribulation lightning struck less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea later. It was thicker than the first, a beam as thick as a grown man's calf, colored purple gold with golden arcs leaping across its surface, crackling and popping. The smell of ozone in the air grew stronger, scratching the throat, like inhaling too much disinfectant. Huang Tian, his right arm was ruined. The charred flesh stuck together, sending searing pain at the slightest movement. but he still had his left arm, his legs, and his teeth. He picked up a stone from the ground, clasped it in his left palm, poured all the remaining spiritual energy from his body into it, and threw it at the descending lightning. The stone turned to powder in the lightning, not even slowing it for an instant. The lightning pierced through the dust and slammed into Huang Tianci. His left arm was also ruined, his legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees. His knees struck the rock with a dull thud. The lightning rampaged inside his body, destroying meridians, searing his dantian, trying to erase all the spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated. "Get up." Chu Tian's voice came from a distance, unwavering. "It's vast but clear," he said. "Do you think kneeling will stop the tribulation lightning? Stand up and bear it. If you're not afraid of it, it will fear you." Huang Tianci gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand on legs that could barely support him. His knees trembled, his legs trembled, his entire body trembled. Yet he stood firm, his back straight as a bamboo stalk that bent under the wind but never snapped. The third bolt of tribulation lightning gave him no time to catch his breath. A full T interval had passed between the first and second bolts, but only a few breaths separated the second and third. The tribulation clouds seemed impatient, refusing to grant this anomalous human any chance to recover, determined to strike him dead in one fell swoop. A beam of violet gold light, thicker than the two previous bolts combined, and as wide as a water bucket, crashed down from the heart of the tribulation clouds, carrying the might to annihilate everything. The air around the beam was ionized, forming arcs of blue electricity that spread like a vast net over the mountain ridge. The air reeked of burning, not ozone but the smell of rock scorched by intense heat. The bluestone slabs on the ridge glowed red from the residual heat of the tribulation lightning, like iron plates fresh from a furnace. Huang Tianci looked at the descending beam of light and suddenly smiled. He recalled 2 months ago in Donghai City when he first met Chu Tian. At that time, Chu Tian had just beaten Tai Ta at school and was stopped by him at the school gate. He offered 20,000 yuan wanting to apprentice under him, but Chu Tian refused, saying, "Don't come to school to collect protection money anymore." Back then he thought this youth was arrogant, cocky, and utterly disrespectful. But for some reason, he simply wanted to follow him. Maybe it was the feeling that this person could change his fate, maybe it was the belief that following him wouldn't lead to loss, or maybe it was pure instinct. That instinct didn't fail him. In 2 months, he had transformed from a thug collecting protection money to a cultivator crossing into foundation establishment. His life had been completely rewritten. No matter whether he could endure today or not, he had already won. "Come on." Huang Tianci roared to the heavens, his voice hoarse, yet full of power. His internal spiritual energy was depleted, most of his meridians had been shattered by the tribulation lightning, and his Danshan's spiritual energy reserves were nearly zero. But he still had one thing, the Chaos Primordial Stone. The Chaos Primordial Stone lent to him by Chu Tian was still clutched in his palm. He pressed the Chaos Primordial Stone against his chest, and the Chaos Chi surged into his body like a waterfall. It didn't flow in from the outside, it came from within. The power of the Chaos Primordial Stone poured directly into his dantian, replacing the spiritual energy destroyed by the tribulation lightning, raging, burning, and exploding through his meridians. Oh! Huang Tian's body was enveloped in a golden radiance. It was not the tangible shield of chaos protection, but a pure primordial light from the dawn of chaos itself. The tribulation lightning struck him, but it did not pierce his body or char his flesh. The golden light blocked the lightning outside like a protective barrier. The power of the tribulation lightning dissipated, transformed, and was absorbed within the golden light, becoming new spiritual energy in Huang Tian's body. His dantian was reforged. His meridians were reforged. His body was reforged. Foundation establishment. Huang Tianci had broken through. The tribulation clouds dispersed. Sunlight streamed down from the sky, illuminating the ridge and Huang Tian's form. His entire body was charred black, most of his clothes were burned away, and his hair was curled and singed a scorched yellow, exuding a pungent stench. But his eyes were incredibly bright, like 2 stars reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight. First layer of foundation establishment. Though his foundation was unstable, his meridians still injured, and his body still trembling, he had crossed that threshold, transforming from an ordinary person into a foundation establishment cultivator. 2 months ago, he was a street thug in Donghai City. 2 months later, he was a foundation establishment cultivator. This change, which could not be summed up by the word comeback, was nothing short of a miracle. "Brother Tian. I broke through." Huang Tian's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible, with blood froth at the corners of his mouth and reddened eyes indistinguishable whether from blood or tears. Chu Tian approached him, reaching out to pat his charred shoulder, his touch so light, as if afraid of breaking him. "Good, Brother Tian." The Chaos Primordial Stone. Huang Tianci took the stone from his palm and handed it back to Chu Tian. The stone's radiance had dimmed slightly, but it remained intact. In that instant, the Chaos Primordial Stone had released a vast amount of Chaos Chi, helping him withstand most of the third bolt's power. Without the Chaos Primordial Stone, he might not have been able to endure it. Chu Tian took the stone and put it in his pocket. "Go back and recover. Once you're healed, you'll be the head instructor of the Chu family's youth training camp." Huang Tianci paused, then grinned. The charred skin on his face cracked with the smile revealing tender new flesh beneath. It looked a bit frightening, but Huang Tianxi didn't care. Brother Tian, do you think you'll scare the young ones of the Chu family like this? Yes, Chu Tian replied. So you'll tell them. These are the medals from enduring tribulation. Not everyone is qualified to be struck by lightning. Huang Tianxi laughed heartily, but as he laughed tears streamed down his face. Chu Jingtian approached with a few Chu family elders looking at Huang Tianxi with complex expressions in their eyes. They held surprise, admiration, and a trace of envy. He had undergone his foundation establishment tribulation at 30 after more than a decade of cultivation. This young man had done it in 2 months. Instructor Huang, congratulations. Chu Jingtian clasped his hands in salute. The position of head instructor for the Chu family youth training camp is yours without dispute. Huang Tianxi wiped away his tears trying to appear dignified. Patriarch Chu, please don't call me Instructor Huang. Just call me Xiao Huang. Instructor Huang you are, and Instructor Huang you shall remain. Chu Jingtian chuckled. Your cultivation level now surpasses most of the young members of the Chu family. Calling you Xiao Huang would be inappropriate. Huang Tianxi opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He turned his head to look at Chu Tian, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Brother Tian, without you I'd still be collecting protection money in Donghai City, chased by police every day, beaten by thugs, looked down upon by everyone. You gave me a new path, one I never dared to dream of before. This path is tough, filled with tribulation, lightning, enemies, and the brink of life and death. But I'm not afraid. Because you walk ahead, and I follow behind. As long as you don't fall, I won't fall either. When descending the mountain, Huang Tianxi was supported by 2 Chu family disciples. Though his legs could move, the damage from the tribulation lightning would take time to heal. Chu Tian walked ahead with Chu Jingtian at his side. Heavenly Emperor Huang Tianxi's foundation establishment tribulation was beyond normal intensity. Chu Jingtian said in a low voice. The heavenly Tao is suppressing him. This shows that the heavenly Tao is very sensitive to anomalous cultivation speeds. When you undergo your golden core tribulation. I know, Chu Tian interrupted. My golden core tribulation will be at least 10 times more powerful than his. Chu Jingtian fell silent. 10 times, what did that mean? Huang Tianxi's tribulation lightning was already near the entry-level power of a golden core tribulation. 10 times would be the peak of a golden core tribulation. For a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment undergoing a golden core tribulation to face lightning of such intensity, how could they possibly survive? Heavenly Emperor, are you confident? Chu Jingtian asked. No, Chu Tian answered honestly. But whether confident or not, I must endure it. If I don't undergo the golden core tribulation, I'll remain at foundation establishment forever, never to return to the celestial realm. If I go through with it, there's a glimmer of hope. If I don't, even that glimmer disappears. Back at Chu residence, the sight of Huang Tianxi startled Chu Tian's mother. His entire body was charred, clothes torn, hair curled, and blood still streaming down his face. Thinking something had happened, she quickly pulled him into the kitchen, boiled water to wash him, and found some of his father's old clothes for him to change into. Huang Tianxi sat on a small stool in the kitchen, wincing from the sting as she wiped his face with a hot towel, but a warmth spread through his heart. He thought of his own mother. That woman farming in his hometown. He hadn't visited her in 2 years. The last time he called, she asked what he was doing in the capital, and he said I'm following a very powerful person. She replied, stick close to him and don't cause him any trouble. Simple words, nothing more. But he knew she worried about him. She just wasn't good at expressing it, just as he never told her, I'm Auntie, I can do it myself. Huang Tianxi took the towel and wiped his own face. She didn't insist, standing by and watching him with eyes full of compassion. This child was only a few years older than her own son, striving alone in the capital, enduring much hardship. Tianxi, come to Auntie's place for meals often, she said. Auntie will make you something delicious. Huang Tianxi was taken aback, then lowered his head and scrubbed his face vigorously. The towel covered his eyes, but not his trembling shoulders. That night, Chu Tian cultivated alone in his side room. The chaos primordial stone floated before his chest, its dark light swirling. The power of the heavenly Tao fragment was drawn from the jade pendant, intertwining with the colorful radiance and the dark glow. His cultivation at the 8th layer of foundation establishment was thoroughly stabilized. The density of his spiritual energy was over 5 times that of cultivators at the same level, and his physical strength rivaled the 1st layer of golden core. But it wasn't enough. Di Haoyan had sent people, 3 at the peak of golden core. At his current strength, he could barely defeat 1. Against 2, his odds were slim. Against 3, he had virtually no chance. He needed to break through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, or even its peak, to have a fighting chance. The threshold to the 9th layer was far higher than the 8th. It couldn't be reached by time alone, it required an opportunity. What was that opportunity? He didn't know. It might come from a battle, an epiphany, or a struggle on the brink of life, and opportunities don't deliver themselves, they must be sought. And the best way to seek one was through combat. The people Di Haoyan had sent were the perfect opportunity. In the celestial realm, the heavenly court, the Lingxiao palace. Di Haoyan sat on the heavenly emperor's throne holding a communication jade slip. The message within was brief. Li Wuxia has successfully negotiated with Chu Yun. The demon sect's hidden agents will withdraw from Huaxiao within half a year. Chu Yun's cultivation has reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment, his spiritual energy density far surpassing that of cultivators at the same level. His true combat strength is at least equivalent to the 3rd layer of golden core. After reading the jade slip, Haotian's expression was calm as still water, but his fingers tightened on the slip, causing a fine crack to appear on its surface. Chu Yun's growth rate is faster than we anticipated, Su Yao said, seated beside him, her voice gentle, but with a chilling undertone. He's already at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. At this pace, he'll reach golden core within 3 months. The peak of golden core within a year. Nascent soul within 3 years. By then who will we send to kill him? Already sent. Haotian placed the jade slip on the table, tapping his fingers on the armrest at a pace twice as fast as usual. 3 at the peak of golden core. The withdrawal of the demon sect's hidden agents has freed up space for our people. Chu Yun thinks he's safe now that the demon sect is gone. But he doesn't realize that only with their departure can our agents enter. Can those 3 be trusted? Su Yao asked. Absolutely, Haotian replied. They're not like the pampered heirs of the Lin family. They are death warriors of the heavenly court. Raised from childhood, they have no names, no emotions, only missions. If the mission succeeds, they return alive. If it fails, they die on the field. They won't expose the heavenly court, nor will they implicate Haotian. They are shadows, and shadows do not exist. Su Yao nodded and asked no further questions. The news of Huang Tianxi's successful tribulation transcendence spread rapidly through the cultivation circles of the capital. It was not intentional publicity by the Chu family, but the purple-gold tribulation cloud over Qinglong Mountain was too conspicuous. Cultivators within 100 miles had witnessed that unusual patch of sky. Some speculated it was a golden core tribulation, others guessed a rare treasure's emergence. Every conjecture imaginable circulated. When the truth spread, everyone fell silent. A young man who had cultivated for less than 2 months, from an ordinary person to the foundation establishment stage in 2 months. Such speed was unmatched not only in the mortal realm, but also in the celestial realm. And this man was merely Chu Tian's attendant. Chu Tian himself had broken through from the 1st layer of qi refining to the 8th layer of foundation establishment in 2 months, while his attendant went from an ordinary person to the 1st layer of foundation establishment in the same period. This master and servant duo, each more monstrous than the other. Those minor sects and clans that had been hedging their bets regarding the Chu family changed their stance overnight. Those who had said the Chu family is nothing special now declared the Chu family is unfathomable. Those who had planned to align with the Zhao or Li families reconsidered their choices. Chu Tian was uninterested in these shifts. What intrigued him were the 3 individuals sent by Haotian. The intelligence network of the ancient martial association operated at full capacity. Ruashi mobilized every resource at her disposal, placing surveillance at every exit of the passage between mortal and celestial realms. News from the gatekeepers arrived. 3 days ago, 3 unidentified individuals had crossed the passage, their cultivation at the peak of golden core stage. They carried no identification credentials and were registered on no faction's roster. Following protocol, the gatekeepers inquired about their identity and purpose. The 3 uttered only 4 words: heavenly court business. The gatekeepers asked no further questions. Heavenly court business. These 4 words on the passage meant no inquiry, no obstruction, no record. This was a rule established by Haotian over 30,000 years of reign, and no one dared to break it. 3 individuals peaked golden core stage, heavenly court, death sworn. Ruashi relayed this intelligence to Chu Tian over the phone, her voice colder than usual, carrying an undertone of gravity. The gatekeepers could only provide this much information. Their appearances, names, origins, all blank. Heavenly court death sworn are raised from childhood. They have no identity, no past, only missions. They do not speak, do not communicate, and reveal no information. Their sole means of interaction is through action. Where are they now? Chu Tian asked. Unknown. After crossing the passage, they vanished. The ancient martial association deployed surveillance across major cities, but found no trace of them. They may have disguised themselves, employed some technique to mask their aura, or perhaps never entered the cities at all, hiding in some unknown place. They will definitely come for me. Then you must prepare. Ruashi paused. The ancient martial association's capabilities are limited. The 3 Grand Masters cannot directly assist you. The covenant between mortal and celestial realms stands. Though Heavenly Court Deathsworn have no official status, they are indeed agents of the Heavenly Court. If the ancient martial association actively attacks Heavenly Court personnel, it would breach the covenant. The gatekeepers would not stand idly by. I understand, Chu Tian said. I don't need the ancient martial association to fight you. I need them to do one thing for me. What thing? Help me find them. After hanging up, Chu Tian sat alone in the courtyard of Chu residence, holding the chaos primeval stone, but not cultivating. He was thinking. The 3 individuals sent by Haotian, peak golden core stage, Heavenly Court Deathsworn, were not like Lin Wu, a pampered scion of a noble house, nor like Li Wuxia, a demon sect protector who advanced by devouring souls. They were Deathsworn, raised from childhood with no names, no emotions, no fear. Complete the mission, they return alive. Fail the mission, they die outside. They would not expose the Heavenly Court, it would not implicate Haotian. They were shadows. Shadows do not exist. This type of opponent was the hardest to deal with. They had no weaknesses, no vulnerabilities. They would not retreat from threats, nor feel fear in the face of strength. They would only execute their mission like machines until completion or their own deaths. 3 individuals peak Golden Core stage. Chu Yun murmured these words, replaying possible battle scenarios. In a direct confrontation, he could not defeat even one, since both were at Golden Core stage, but the gap between peak and the third layer was as vast as heaven and earth. The third layer of Golden Core was merely the threshold. Spiritual energy density, physical strength, and battle experience were still in accumulation. Peak Golden Core was the apex of the stage with spiritual energy density several times that of the third layer, physical strength far exceeding foundation, establishment cultivators, and battle experience terrifyingly rich. You must divide and conquer. The words Chu Xuanji had spoken in life surfaced in his mind. If the 3 stay together, you have no chance. Separate them, fight them one by one, and you have a sliver of opportunity. But how to separate them? Deathsworn were not ordinary cultivators. They would not scatter out of fear or act alone due to arrogance. They were rigorously trained, knowing that unity was strength and separation meant death. They would stay together until they found him, until the mission was accomplished. If they want separate, force them to. Chu Yun stood, placed the chaos primeval stone in his pocket, and walked to the nameless steel beneath the eastern wall. The nameless steel glimmered faintly under the moonlight. There were no inscriptions on its surface, but every time Chu Yun stood here, he could sense a residual wisp of Chu Xuanji's will. That will was so faint it could barely be perceived, yet it existed. Like a breeze brushing your cheek. You feel it, but cannot grasp it. Ancestor Di Hao Yin has sent 3. Peak Golden Core stage, Heavenly Court, Deathsworn. I'm wondering if it were you, how would you fight? There was no response. Chu Yun did not need one. He knew how Chu Xuanji would fight, with formations. Heaven-grade formations to trap 3 Peak Golden Core cultivators, then eliminate them one by one. But he could not set up a heaven-grade formation now. His cultivation was insufficient, and his reserves of chaos chi inadequate. At best, he could deploy an Earth-grade, mid-rank formation trapping Peak Golden Core cultivators for the duration of a joss stick. One joss stick, enough to defeat one. But after that, his spiritual energy would be mostly depleted. When the remaining 2 broke free, how would he fight? Tian Gu. Huang Tian's voice came from behind, carrying a tone of weakness, yet resolve. Chu Yun turned to see Huang Tianzi, standing at the door of the side room, dressed in clean sportswear, with a shaved head revealing scars on his scalp from tribulation, lightning burns. 3 days after crossing the tribulation, his body had recovered considerably. Although strenuous activity was still forbidden, walking was no longer a problem. The chaos chi released by the chaos primeval stone during the tribulation had not only helped block the lightning, but also left residual chaotic force within his body. This chaotic force was slowly repairing his damaged meridians and muscles at a speed far exceeding ordinary healing elixirs. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Why are you out here? Chu Yun asked. Tiangu, I heard. Di Hao Yin sent 3. Peak Golden Core stage. Huang Tianzi walked over and stood before Chu Yun, his gaze as firm as stone. I know I can't help much now. Foundation establishment first layer against Peak Golden Core is no different from courting death. But I can do other things for you. What things, eh? Help you keep watch over the capital. The ancient martial association's intelligence network is formidable, but their people are spread too thin and information transmission takes time. I spent half a month in the Chu family youth training camp and got very familiar with the Chu young people. They are distributed in every corner of the capital, malls, schools, office buildings, residential areas. If they can keep watch for me the moment any suspicious person enters the capital, I'll know immediately. Chu Yun looked at Huang Tianzi and fell silent for a moment. The change in Huang Tianzi was too great. 2 months ago, he was a slick-talking, unreliable petty rogue. 2 months later, he had become someone who could think, strategize, and take initiative. The tribulation had not only elevated his cultivation, but also reshaped his character. Those who have been struck by lightning are different from those who haven't. All right, Chu Yun nodded. The Chu young ones are at your disposal. But one rule, don't let them take risks. If they spot someone suspicious, report immediately. No approaching, no tailing, no engaging. Peak Golden Core cultivators can kill them like stepping on ants. Understood. Huang Tianzi turned and strode out of the courtyard to arrange the first intelligence network deployment of his life. 3 days later, in an abandoned factory on the western outskirts of the capital, 3 figures stood deep inside the building. No lights, no sound, only dust drifting slowly through the air. The 3 were identically dressed, black combat suits, black masks, only their eyes visible. The color of their eyes was also the same, deep black without any luster, like 3 dead stars. They were Heavenly Court Deathsworn. No names, only code names: Heavenkill, Earthkill, Humankill. Heavenkill was the leader with the highest cultivation, the very apex of Peak Golden Core, one step away from nascent soul. Earthkill and Humankill were slightly weaker, but still at the elite tier of Peak Golden Core. None of the 3 emitted any aura, not from deliberate concealment, but because they lacked the concept of aura. Deathsworn need no aura, no presence, no memory. They only need to appear when the mission demands and vanish when it is complete. The target is at Chu residence. Heavenkill spoke. His voice was utterly devoid of emotion, like a machine producing sounds. Defenses target himself foundation establishment 8th layer actual combat, strength roughly equivalent to golden core 3rd layer. Attendant Huang Tianxi foundation establishment 1st layer just broke through unstable foundation, negligible. Others targets parents no cultivation or extremely low. Targets grandfather no cultivation. Chu family patriarch Chu Jingtian ancient martial 9th dan roughly equivalent to Qi refining peak. He holds the title of honorary president of the Ancient Martial Association, but the association will not intervene directly. Attack plan, said Earthkill. Night infiltration simultaneous assault from 3 directions. I take the front Earthkill left flank Humankill right flank. Target's reaction speed is high. He has chaos protection and can withstand golden core level attacks for a short time. Do not give him time to activate chaos protection. The first strike must be lethal. If the first strike is not lethal, finish with a second. At any cost. The 3 nodded simultaneously movements, perfectly synchronized, as if one person performing a single motion. At the same moment, at Chu residence. Chu Tian did not know that the Heavenly Court Deathsworn had already infiltrated the capital, nor did he know their attack plan. But his instincts told him, danger was approaching. That instinct was not baseless, it was a skill honed from 30,000 years of battle experience in his past life. When danger neared his body would react before his mind. Muscles would tense slightly, heartbeat would quicken subtly, pupils would contract faintly. These changes were so minute that even he himself could barely perceive them, yet his subconscious was already primed for battle. It's coming. Within the next few days. He sat in the guest room, the Chaos Origin Stone suspended before his chest. Instead of cultivating, he closed his eyes and simulated combat in his mind. 3 individuals, all at the peak of Golden Core, would attack simultaneously from 3 directions. He was but one man, one body, one pair of hands. Impossible to block assaults from all 3 sides at once. The Chaos Protection could withstand attacks from Golden Core cultivators, but not a full-powered strike from a Golden Core peak. If 3 peak Golden Core experts attacked at the same time, the Chaos Protection would shatter on the first blow. Then the second and third strikes would follow in succession, leaving him no chance to counter. I cannot let them attack together. I must strike first before they make their move, disrupt their rhythm, divide their strength, and defeat them one by one. Chu Tian opened his eyes, withdrew the jade slip that Bai Ruaxi had given him from his bosom. The jade slip was engraved with the character Bai Ruaxis mark. Crushing it would instantly teleport her to his side. But Bai Ruaxis cultivation was only at the peak of foundation establishment, utterly inadequate against Golden Core peak opponents. If she came, she would only be one more person walking to her death. He could not call her. Chu Tian placed the jade slip back into his pocket, rose to his feet, and walked out of the guest room. Moonlight poured like water, spilling over the old locust tree, over the wordless Steely, and over him. He walked to the steel and stood for a long time. Ancestor, if you were still here, what would you do? He asked in a low voice. There was no reply, but the wind suddenly grew stronger, rustling the leaves of the old locust tree as if in answer. Chu Tian looked up at the swaying canopy stirred by the wind and suddenly smiled. I understand. He turned and walked back to the guest room, closed the door, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Not cultivating the chaos chi nor the power of the heavenly Tao fragments, but rather cultivating his own heart. When the heart is undisturbed, the blade is swift. When the heart is in turmoil, even the strongest cultivation cannot be brought to bear. He wanted his heart to be like the wordless steel. No characters, no emotions, no fear, only a piece of stone. Tian Sha Di Sha and Rin Sha did not choose to act at night. They chose the early morning. At 4 o'clock, before daybreak, the streets of the capital were empty. The lantern at the entrance of Chu residence swayed faintly in the morning breeze, its red light spilling over the bluestone path like a river of blood. The alley was very quiet, unnaturally so. No chirping insects, no birdsong, not even the sound of wind through leaves. This silence was not natural, it was a silence suppressed by something. 3 figures silently infiltrated from the mouth of the alley, their steps as light as a cat treading on. They did not walk together. Tian Sha took the center, Di Sha on the left, Rin Sha on the right, each several jang apart. Far enough to avoid being caught in a single net, yet close enough to coordinate reinforcements at a moment's notice. This formation was the standard assault formation of the Heavenly Court's Death Warriors, tested through countless battles, balanced in offense and defense, nearly flawless. The door of Chu residence was not closed. Chu Tian never closed the door, not to welcome guests, but to keep his perception open to any movement outside. With the door open, every rustle in the alley could not escape his spiritual sense. Tian Sha halted before the door, raised his hand to signal Di Sha and Rin Sha to pause. His spiritual sense probed into the courtyard, scanning every corner. The front yard. No one under the old locust tree, no one at the stone table, no one before the wordless steel. The middle yard. Kitchen, living room, guest rooms. All rooms devoid of any human presence. The backyard. The lamp in the guest room was on, but no one was inside. Empty. Tian Sha's brow furrowed slightly. A death warrior should not furrow his brow. A frowning indicated an unexpected emotion, and emotion was the greatest enemy of a death warrior. But Tian Sha could not help it. His spiritual sense swept through 3 times, and indeed there was no one in Chu residence. No Chu Tian, no Huang Tianxi, no parents, no grandfather. The entire courtyard was empty, as if something had swept it clean. Retreat, Tian Sha said in a low voice. The blue stone beneath their feet suddenly lit up, golden array patterns emerging from under the slabs like slithering golden snakes. The patterns interwove into a large net beneath the 3, trapping them in the center. An Earth-grade mid-rank trapping array. Not extremely powerful, but enough to confine peak golden core cultivators for the span of 1 incense stick. 1 incense stick. Enough time for Chu Tian to accomplish many things. Void array casting. Tian Sha's voice remained at a motionless mechanical tone, but his pupils contracted slightly. Void array casting was a technique exclusive to ancient formation masters. It required setting the array before battle, driving it with chaos chi, with the patterns hidden beneath the blue stone, awaiting triggering. Chu Tian had predicted their arrival, set the trapping array in advance, and left Chu residence ahead of time. He was waiting for them in the shadows. Break the array. Tian Sha barked, and the 3 struck simultaneously. 3 bursts of peak golden core's spiritual power slammed into the trapping array. The golden patterns trembled violently, sprouting a few fine cracks, but did not shatter. An Earth-grade mid-rank trapping array, though it could not hold them long, was certainly not something that could be broken in a single blow. 1 incense stick, Tian Sha calculated, 120 breaths. After 120 breaths the array will dissolve on its own. Until then stay within the array and do not disperse. Chu Tian stood on the rooftop opposite Chu residence, watching the 3 black figures trapped within the golden patterns. Moonlight bathed him, and his golden pupils glimmered in the night. 3 individuals, peak golden core heavenly court death warriors. Far stronger than Lin Wu, more dangerous than Li Wuxia. They would not panic, would not be thrown into disorder, would not lose their sanity because of being trapped. They waited quietly within the array like 3 beasts caged, neither struggling nor roaring, only calmly licking their paws, waiting for the moment the cage opened. 120 breaths, Chu Tian murmured, counting the time. 20 breaths to observe, 20 to adjust, 20 to gather power, 20 to strike. 60 breaths enough to take down 1. But after that the remaining 60 breaths must be used for withdrawal. He leaped down from the rooftop, landing silently in the alley, and walked toward Chu residence. His pace was neither fast nor slow, each step steady, the soles of his shoes tapping gently against the blue stone. The sound was unusually clear in the silent alley, like a heartbeat. One beat, another, and another. The 3 inside the array all turned their gaze to him. Tian Sha's pupils contracted slightly, not because of Chu Tian's appearance, but because he had come alone. No backup, no members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, no one from the Chu family, just him alone. 8th-layer foundation establishment, facing 3 peak golden core cultivators. He did not flee, did not retreat, but advanced of his own accord. Chu Yun, Tian Sha spoke the first time he uttered this name, his voice devoid of hatred or killing intent, only coldness. Di Hao Qian sent us to kill you. You cannot escape. I never planned to run. Chu Tian stood outside the trapping array, gazing at Tian Sha through the golden patterns, his expression as calm as if he were looking at 3 insignificant people. 3 of you peak golden core sent to kill me, an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Di Hao Qian thinks highly of me. Di Hao Qian said you are worth the price. Then let's see if you are worth that price. Chu Tian raised his right hand, a golden light coalescing in his palm. The charging of chaos break began. He gathered power outside the array. Those trapped inside could not break out, forced to watch as he amplified chaos break to its maximum. The golden orb spun in his palm, growing larger and brighter from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. A dangerous gleam flashed in Tian Sha's eyes. He recognized this technique. Li Wuxi's report had detailed its power. At 7th-layer foundation establishment, it had gravely wounded Lin Wu, who was at 2nd-layer golden core. Now Chu Tian was at 8th-layer foundation establishment. The power of chaos break had at least doubled. Lin Wu at 2nd-layer golden core could not withstand it. Tian Sha at peak golden core might not necessarily be unable to endure, but he did not want to take the risk. A death warrior does not fear death, but a death warrior must not die before completing the mission. Scatter! Tian Sha ordered in a low voice. The 3 scattered simultaneously in 3 directions. The trapping array's range was limited, their movement space was not large, but sufficient to evade the frontal impact of chaos break. Chu Tian had been waiting for this moment. The space within the array was confined, but the more they moved apart, the greater the distance between them. The greater the distance, the slower their ability to support one another. He did not need to fight all 3 at once, he only needed to cripple one before the trapping array dissolved. The golden orb flew from his palm, not toward Tian Sha, but toward Di Sha on the left. The orb passed through the golden array patterns without triggering a rebound. Since Chu Tian had set the array, it naturally would not attack him. The orb detonated before Di Sha. Boom. A violent explosion stirred a storm of spiritual power within the array golden light, engulfing Di Sha's figure. Tian Sha and Rin Sha were pushed by the shockwave to the opposite side of the array. Both struck simultaneously, their spiritual power converging into 2 black pillars that blasted toward Chu Tian. But the array was still active and their attacks were blocked by the golden patterns which shook violently, cracks multiplying yet remained unbroken. The smoke cleared. Disha stood in place, his body charred black, his dark warrior suit tattered, revealing sturdy muscles beneath. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his frame stood unmoving like an old pine struck by lightning yet remaining upright. The physical resilience of a peak golden core cultivator far surpassed that of Lin Wu, who was at third layer golden core. Though Chaos Break was formidable, it was not enough to gravely wound him. Chu Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The physical toughness of a peak golden core cultivator was far greater than he had anticipated. Chaos Break could not kill them, nor even cripple them. He needed a stronger offensive means. 60 breaths left. Tian Sha's voice came from within the array. After 60 breaths, the trapping array will be dispelled. Then you'll be alone facing 3 peak golden core cultivators. How long do you think you can hold out? Chu Tian did not answer. He turned and walked toward the alley entrance, his pace neither fast nor slow, as leisurely as if taking a stroll. Trying to run. Rin Sha's voice carried a hint of mockery. Chu Tian did not look back. He stopped at the mouth of the alley, pulled something from his pocket. It was not the Chaos Origin Stone nor a jade pendant, but a black token, the Heavenly Demon Token. The sacred artifact of the demon sect, its bearer could command all the sect's forces in the mortal realm. Although the demon sect's hidden agents were to withdraw from Huaxiao within half a year, for that half year they remained. And while they remained, they had to obey the Heavenly Demon Token's decree. All demon sect hidden agents heed my command. Chu Tian's voice was not loud, but the Heavenly Demon Token transmitted his words to the ears of every hidden agent. In underground strongholds across the capital Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, dozens of demon sect hidden agents opened their eyes simultaneously. They heard the summons of the Heavenly Demon Token and felt the command of its bearer. The rule of the demon sect was he who holds the Heavenly Demon Token is as the Demon Emperor himself. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Report to the abandoned factory in the western outskirts of the capital within 1 instance sticks time. Latecomers die. The summon of the Demon Heaven Token spread across all of Huaxiao within mere breaths. In the capital, an unassuming basement in the eastern district. A middle-aged man in gray work clothes was repairing an old motor, his hands covered in oil stains, looking no different from an ordinary electrician. But the moment the Demon Heaven Token's voice echoed in his mind, his hand froze, and the wrench fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clang. A clandestine agent of the demon sect, code number 037, had been lying low in the capital for 18 years, disguised as an electrician tasked with gathering intelligence on the capital's power grid. In 18 years, he had never received a single operational order, almost forgetting he belonged to the demon sect. Yet the voice of the Demon Heaven Token awakened the demon seed dormant within him, an indelible mark planted in every secret agent at the time of infiltration, irresistible and absolute. Within the span of a single incense stick, report to the abandoned factory on the western outskirts of the capital. The voice reverberated in his mind, carrying an unyielding authority. 037 did not hesitate. He tossed aside the wrench, stripped off his greasy work clothes, retrieved a set of black combat attire from a hidden compartment in the corner, and changed quickly. The short blade at his waist had not been drawn in 18 years. A dust had gathered on the scabbard, yet the edge remained keen. The forging craftsmanship of the demon sect was beyond the erosion of time. In Shanghai's Pudong New Area, an office building, a woman in her 30s was leading a meeting with subordinates dressed in a tailored suit, gold-rimmed glasses, speaking with clarity and logic. She was a senior executive at a multinational corporation overseeing hundreds of staff, a renowned powerhouse in the industry. The moment the Demon Heaven Token's voice resounded in her mind, the laser pointer in her hand clattered to the floor. Meeting adjourned. The woman rose, her voice eerily calm, her expression unchanged. The subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, but dared not question, gathered their things, and filed out. Alone in the empty conference room, she removed her gold-rimmed glasses and retrieved a black token from her pocket, identical in shape to the Demon Heaven Token, but much smaller. This was the subtoken, the deputy of the Demon Heaven Token, possessed by every demon sect infiltrator to receive its summons. She clasped the subtoken in her palm, closed her eyes, and sensed the location of the main token, the western outskirts of the capital. She opened her eyes, pushed open the window of the meeting room, and leaped down. 23 stories high meant no more to her than stepping over a threshold. In Guangzhou Tianna City, a residential building, an old man in his 60s was watering flowers on the balcony, wearing a white undershirt, baggy shorts, and slippers indistinguishable from any retiree in the neighborhood. The instant the Demon Heaven Token's voice echoed in his mind, the watering can slipped from his hands, spilling water everywhere. He turned, walked inside, closed the door, and opened the wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe hung not clothes, but black combat gear and an array of weapons. Short blades, flying darts, rope darts, pouches of concealed weapons, a dazzling assortment. He had not touched these items in nearly 30 years. 3 decades ago, he was sent to Guangzhou to lie low, tasked with monitoring the movements of the southern cultivation world and reporting promptly. For 30 years, he lived like an ordinary person, married, had children, grew old. His son, now 25, ran a small company in Guangzhou. His daughter, 22, was still in university. His wife remained unaware of his true identity, believing him to be just a typical retired old man who spent his days watering flowers, playing chess, and looking after the grandchildren. But he had never forgotten who he was. Demon Sect Agent Code Number 005. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 47 Demon Sect agents converged on the western outskirts of. They came from different places, traveling by various means, dressed in different attire. Work clothes, suits, sportswear, plain old undershirts. Some drove, some took taxis, some rode the subway, while others directly used their movement techniques to traverse rooftops. Their identities varied widely: electrician, executive, retiree, courier, taxi driver, chef. But their purpose was the same: to answer the summons of the Demon Heaven token and execute the commands of its bearer. On the empty ground outside the abandoned factory, the 47 people stood in 4 neat rows, as disciplined as a trained army. No one spoke, no one whispered, no one asked what happened. They only knew the Demon Heaven token had summoned them, and they. Chu Yun walked out from inside the factory, the golden binding formation behind him, within which 3 black silhouettes were trapped. His gaze swept over the 47 people, sensing their aura. Their cultivation levels ranged widely. The highest was the old man at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The lowest was the electrician at the 5th layer of the chi refining stage. Most were between the early and middle foundation establishment stage. 47 people, the highest at peak foundation establishment, the lowest at chi refining layer 5. Yet the 3 opponents before him were at the peak of the golden core stage, each one capable of defeating all of them combined. I am the bearer of the Demon Heaven token. Chu Yun spoke, his voice not loud, yet every person present heard him clearly. You don't need to know my name, nor my identity. You only need to know, from this moment onward you follow my orders. No one spoke. The 47 people stood motionless like 47 wooden stakes driven into the ground. The rule of the demon sect was, whoever holds the Demon Heaven token is as the Demon Emperor himself. Disobedience meant instant death. They didn't need to know who he was, they only needed to know the token was genuine. You see the 3 people trapped in the formation. Chu Yun turned, pointing at the 3 black figures within the golden array. Heavenly Court assassins at the peak of the golden core stage. Their mission is to kill me. The faces of the 47 changed simultaneously. Peak golden core, a realm they dared not even imagine. The strongest among them was merely at peak foundation establishment, still a full major realm below golden core peak. Such a gap could not be bridged by numbers. 100 foundation establishment practitioners could not defeat a single golden core peak, just as 100 ants could not defeat an elephant. I'm not asking you to throw away your lives, Chu Yun said, seeing the fear in their eyes. What I need you to do is not to defeat them, but to delay them. The binding formation will hold for less than half an incense stick. After it dissolves, I need you to harass them from the periphery, distract their attention, and prevent them from focusing their attacks on me alone. You don't have to engage heat in. Attack from a distance. It doesn't matter if you miss or if your attacks can't harm them, as long as you make them split their focus. The 47 were silent for a moment. The old man stepped forward, stopped in front of Chu Yun, and looked at him with cloudy eyes for a long time. The token is genuine, the old man said, his voice raspy, like wind rustling dead leaves. The Demon Heaven token is as the Demon Emperor himself. This old man dares not defy it. But I beg to ask, what gives you the right to send us to our deaths? And you yourself? You're only at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. How can you fight 3 golden core peaks? Are you not afraid of death? I am, Chu Yun said, but I might not die. If I fall, you can stop fighting and scatter. If I survive, your sacrifices won't be in vain. I'll remember every face here today, and the demon sect will not treat you poorly in the future. The old man stared at Chu Yun for another long moment, then suddenly smiled. It was not a sneer nor a bitter smile, but an indescribable expression, as if seeing his own younger self in this youth, or as if he were about to commit a foolish act he knew would lead to death, yet still wanted to undertake. Good. The old man turned and walked back into the ranks, taking his place. This old man has lived 78 years. Enough is enough. Today I'll go mad with you. The binding formation shattered. At the 120th breath, the golden array patterns dimmed simultaneously like a lamp whose switch was turned off. The patterns faded one by one from the bluestone slabs. The golden light dissipated in the morning breeze, and the slabs returned to their original color. The binding formation was lifted. Heavenly kill, earthly kill, and human kill opened their eyes at the same time, 3 pairs of deep black orbs glinting coldly in the dawn light. Trapped for the duration of an incense stick, their bodies suffered no injury, but the confinement itself was a wound. Their mission was delayed, their attack rhythm disrupted, their psychological advantage weakened. Assassins should not have a concept of psychological advantage, but they did. It was the confidence accumulated from countless completed missions. The pride of no mission is unachievable. Spread out, Heavenly Kill said. The 3 scattered in 3 directions at incredible speed, leaving black afterimages. They were not retreating, but seeking angles of attack. After spreading, they locked onto Chu Yun from 3 sides, left, right, and above. Heavenly Kill frontally, earthly kill on the left flank, human kill on the right. Their spiritual energy erupted simultaneously. The imposing pressure of Golden Core Peak cultivators surged like an avalanche, overwhelming the 47 demon sect agents, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Chu Yun activated his Chaos Guard in the first instant. A golden light film enveloped his body as the power of chaos and the shard of heaven's Tao flowed across his surface, forming a thin protective layer. His spiritual energy at the 8th layer of foundation establishment surged to its fullest, and though its density fell short of golden core peak bolstered by chaos guard, it could barely withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a golden core peak cultivator. But no more. Attack Heavenly Kill commanded. 3 black figures lunged at Chu Yun simultaneously. In the span of a lightning flash, the 47 demon sect agents struck together. Their attacks were diverse. Some used palm strikes, some fists, some blades, some swords, some concealed weapons, some poison. The power varied widely, some able to shatter a rock, others only a piece of glass. Yet these attacks shared one trait: their aim was not to kill, heavenly kill, earthly kill, or human kill, but to distract them. Concealed weapons flew from all directions, darts, needles, knives, stones, swarming like locusts. Poisonous smoke erupted from several points simultaneously. Yellow, green, and purple fumes diffused through the air, obscuring vision and disrupting spiritual sense. The light of formations blazed across the factory grounds. Several of the demon sect agents were themselves formation masters. Though their cultivation was modest, their skill in arrays was considerable. Earth rank, low-grade, binding formations, illusion formations, and killing formations were placed one after another around the 3, unable to hold them for long, but at least buying a few breaths of time. Heavenly Kill frowned. He cared little for these attacks. The concealed weapons struck his protective aura and bounced off, failing even to touch his clothes. The poisonous smoke was dispersed by his spiritual energy and could not approach him. The formations were shattered with a casual palm strike. But what bothered him was that these attacks split his attention. Every time he prepared to strike Chu Yun with full force, a flying blade came from the side, or a cloud of poison smoke exploded before him, or a formation activated under his feet. These interferences were not lethal, but they were vexing, like flies buzzing around your ears, impossible to kill, yet equally impossible to drive away. The situation was similar for earthly kill and human kill. Their cultivation was slightly lower than heavenly kills, and their tolerance for disruption was weaker. Human kill was trapped for 2 breaths by a foundation establishment peak agent's formation. By the time he broke free, Chu Yun had vanished from his designated direction. Earthly kill was stung by poisonous smoke from a chi refining agent. Though the poison had no effect on him, he instinctively closed his eyes. And in that fleeting moment, Chu Yun's fist slammed into his shoulder. Boom. The golden fist coalesced from chaos energy, and the power of heaven's Tao shard struck earthly kill's left shoulder. The physical resilience of a golden core peak cultivator greatly diminished the blow's power, but it still made earthly kill stagger. A searing pain shot through his left shoulder. Though no bone was broken, the muscle was bruised. A flash of killing intent sparked in earthly kill's eyes. He turned his palm, sweeping toward the chi refining agent who had released the poison. The palm wind transformed into a black beam of light so fast that the agent had no time to dodge. Puffed. The body at the 5th layer of chi refining under the assault of a golden core peak was as fragile as paper. The black beam pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl, its edges smooth, as if burned through. He didn't even have time to scream. His body crumpled to the ground, eyes still open, the gray sky reflected in his pupils. The first demon sect agent fell. Chu Yun's eyes turned red. Not from grief, but from rage. 47 demon sect agents had come to help, not to die. He had promised them, "I won't let you die in vain." But one was already dead right before him. He couldn't save him because he himself was in the thick of battle, his own life hanging by a thread. "Fall back," Chu Yun shouted. "Everyone retreat outside the factory. Don't get near them." The remaining 46 demon sect agents didn't hesitate. They simultaneously withdrew toward the factory's perimeter. They moved quickly, their steps orderly, without panic or crowding, like a well-trained army executing a retreat order. The old man brought up the rear, tossing several smoke bombs behind him as he retreated. Purple smoke spread across the factory yard, obscuring the vision of heavenly kill, earthly kill, and human kill. "You can't escape." Heavenly kill's voice came from within the smoke, still devoid of emotion, but with a trace of coldness. "Killing members of the demon sect. The demon emperor will not let this slide. But it doesn't matter. If the demon emperor seeks retribution, he'll settle accounts with Chu Yun, not heaven's court. You fought for Chu Yun. Chu Yun will bear the consequence for you." The smoke dissipated. On the empty ground of the factory, only Chu Yun and the 3 assassins remained. The 46 demon sect agents had withdrawn outside, forming a circle, sealing off all exits. They did not flee nor attack again. They stood at the perimeter and waited. Waited for Chu Yun's next order, waited for the battle to end, waited for an outcome they could not predict. Heavenly kill, earthly kill, and human kill reformed their encirclement. 3 figures, 3 directions, less than 10 zhong from Chu Yun. Their golden core peak spiritual energy was fully released. The combined pressure of 3 forces caused the air to tremble. Loose stones on the ground leapt like startled locusts. Chu Yun's chaos guard vibrated violently under the pressure, fine cracks spreading across the golden light film like a spider's web. His internal spiritual energy was being consumed at a terrifying rate. The chaos stone continuously emitted chaos energy to replenish him, but the replenishment could not keep pace with the drain. "You can't last much longer," Heavenly Kill said. "The chaos guard will hold for at most half an incense stick." After that your spiritual energy will be spent, and the guard will shatter. Then what will you use to fight us? Chu Tian did not answer. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, gripped the chaos stone in his palm, and drew the power of the heavens Dao shard from the jade pendant. The two forces intermingled, clashed, and fused within him. The spiritual energy in his dantian spun at breakneck speed, like a nebula set ablaze. His cultivation at the 8th layer of foundation establishment was burning, not undergoing breakthrough, but burning. Burning cultivation to gain a temporary boost in power. This was a forbidden art not from the ancient divine emperor, but one left to him by Chu Xuanji. Sealed within the jade pendant for 3 millennia, it automatically unlocked after Chu Tian broke through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Burning cultivation at the cost of lifespan temporarily elevated one's cultivation by 1 major realm. From foundation establishment 8th layer to golden core 8th layer. But the cost was immense. Burning for 1 incense stick cost 10 years of life, 2 incense sticks cost 30 years. 3 incense sticks would waste cultivation entirely and bring death. Chu Tian's aura began to surge. Foundation establishment 8th layer 9th layer peak foundation establishment golden core, 1st layer, 2nd layer 3rd layer, 6th 7th 8th layer. It stopped at the 8th layer of golden core. His spiritual energy density multiplied dozens of times, his physical strength multiplied dozens of times, his speed power reflexes, all multiplied dozens of times. Heavenly Kill's pupils contracted sharply. Burning your cultivation. Are you insane? I'm not insane. Chu Tian opened his eyes. In his golden pupils burned 2 golden flames. The mark of lifespan burning every second, searing away his future years. I just don't want to die. The sensation of burning one's cultivation felt like countless blades slicing through his body simultaneously. With each second 10 years of lifespan slipped away through his fingertips. Those invisible, intangible life forces transformed into golden specks of light drifting out of his body, rising slowly in the morning breeze, and vanishing into the gray sky like fireflies. Chu Tian could clearly sense himself aging, not outwardly, but inwardly. The vitality of his cells was waning, the functions of his organs declining, and even the fragment of the imperial origin deep within his soul trembled faintly. Lifespan is a person's bottom line. You can be without wealth, without power, without cultivation, but you cannot be without years to live. Without lifespan you have nothing. But he had no choice. If he didn't burn his cultivation, he would die here today. 3 peak golden core stage death warriors from the heavenly court would not give him any chance to survive. If he died, what would happen to the Chu family? To his parents? To his grandfather? To those who followed him? Huang Tianxi, Zhou Yuan by Ruashi. What would become of them? Di Haoyan would not let them off, Su Yao would not let them off, the heavenly court would not let go of anyone connected to him. He could not die. 8th layer of the golden core stage. Chu Tian looked down at his hands where golden light danced in his palms. Each strand of light carried enough power to demolish an entire building. The feeling was peculiar, like someone accustomed to driving a broken-down car suddenly finding themselves in the driver's seat of a top-tier supercar. The power was overwhelming, so intense that he wasn't sure he could control it. His body was at the 8th layer of foundation establishment stage. Though tempered twice by the chaos chi and the fragment of the heavenly Tao, making it far sturdier than that of cultivators at the same level, it could not withstand the impact of golden core 8th layer spiritual energy. His meridians ached, his dantian throbbed, every single cell screamed in pain, as if overfilled with water ready to burst at any moment. 1 incense stick, Chu Tian silently counted in his mind. The forbidden art of burning cultivation could last at most the time it takes an incense stick to burn. After that his spiritual power would recede like a tide, and his cultivation would drop back to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. If he suffered severe injuries during this time after the drop, he might not even retain the 8th layer of foundation establishment, falling directly to the early foundation establishment stage, or even chi refining. 1 incense stick, neither too long nor too short, was enough for him to accomplish many things, such as killing 3 peak golden core death warriors. Tian Sha was the first to react. The training of a death warrior taught him that when an enemy suddenly erupts with power far beyond their own level, the correct response is not to fight heat-in, but to evade the sharp edge. The forbidden art of burning cultivation was time-limited. Endure that period, and the enemy would collapse on their own without you lifting a finger. He retreated swiftly, his black afterimage carving an arc across the factory's open ground, trying to widen the distance from Chu Tian. But Chu Tian did not give him a chance to retreat. The speed of the golden core 8th layer was more than 1 tier faster than that of the golden core peak. Chu Tian's figure vanished from his spot, and in the next instant he appeared right in front of Tian Sha. The speed was too fast for Tian Sha's eyes to track, but his battle instincts kept up. He subconsciously struck out with a palm-black spiritual energy, surging into a beam of light that blasted toward Chu Tian's chest. This palm strike used all his strength, a full-powered blow from a peak golden core stage cultivator enough to level a 3-story building. Chu Tian did not dodge. Chaos Shield was enormously strengthened under the burning cultivation state. The golden light membrane thickened threefold, and any cracks that appeared were automatically repaired the moment they formed. The black beam slammed into the light membrane like water splashing against a rock. It slid off without leaving a single new crack. Tian Sha's pupils contracted sharply. His full-force strike couldn't even break Chu Tian's defense. Impossible. A peak golden core cultivator attacking a golden core 8th layer, even if he couldn't win, should at least be able to breach the defense. Unless Chu Tian's chaos shield was not at the golden core 8th layer level, but higher. The chaos shield, powered by both chaos chi and the fragment of the heavenly Tao, was unmatched within the same tier. At golden core 8th layer, its defensive power rivaled that of the nascent soul 1st layer. Your opponent is not me. Chu Tian's voice came from behind Tian Sha. Somehow he had already circled to Tian Sha's back, his right fist charged to the limit, and he drove it into Tian Sha's rear heart. Chaos chi and the fragment of the heavenly Tao gathered on his fist, forming a golden orb the size of a fist. An upgraded version of Chaos Break, the golden core 8th layer Chaos Break. Boom. The golden orb exploded on Tian Sha's back. The shockwave pushed Tian Sha's body forward a dozen steps. His footsteps stumbled, and he barely managed to steady himself without falling. But a bullseye's depression appeared on his back, his black battle robe shredded, revealing charred flesh underneath, and beneath that glimpses of pale, sickly white bones. The physical toughness of a peak golden core cultivator saved his life, but this punch shattered at least 3 of his ribs and damaged his internal organs. Disha, Rinsha, Tian Sha's voice carried a hint of urgency for the first time. Combined attack. Disha and Rinsha both lunged at Chu Tian simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right. Black spiritual energy transformed into 2 long dragon's claws and fangs, bared blasting toward his flanks. This time they held nothing back, striking with full power, trying to overwhelm Chu Tian's chaos shield with the combined force of their attack. Chu Tian did not meet it heated. His figure weaved between the 2 black dragons, his speed so great that it pulled out several afterimages. The speed of the golden core 8th layer allowed him to maneuver effortlessly within the gaps of the combined attack. Each dodge was perfectly timed, neither too early nor too late, just enough to evade the cutting edge. Disha's dragon grazed past his left shoulder and slammed into the workshop wall behind, blasting a huge hole in the wall, debris flying everywhere. Rinsha's dragon passed over his head and struck the factory roof, collapsing a large section, tiles and beams raining down like hail. Taking advantage of the falling debris, Chu Tian flickered and appeared beside Rinsha. Rinsha's pupils shrank sharply. He tried to turn and defend, but Chu Tian was too fast. Before he could turn, Chu Tian's fist slammed into his right ribs. The upgraded Chaos Break, golden light exploded. Crack. The sound of ribs breaking rang out clearly across the factory grounds. Rinsha's body flew to the left, smashing into a factory pillar. The pillar snapped, and another large section of the roof collapsed. He struggled to his feet from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a large depression in his right ribs. Each breath carried a metallic taste of blood. A broken rib had pierced his lung. 2 death warriors severely injured. 1 death warrior lightly injured. Tian Sha stood not far away, the wound on his back still bleeding. The charred flesh was slowly healing under the influence of spiritual power, but the recovery speed was far from matching the rhythm of battle. He stared at Chu Tian, his pitch-black eyes devoid of fear or anger, only an ineffable emotion. Not surrender, but acceptance of fate. Death warriors were not afraid to die, but they feared failing their mission. Failure was worse than death. Disha Tian Sha spoke, his voice as calm, as if discussing an insignificant matter. Here. Disha's left shoulder still throbbed, the muscles strained his left arm, unable to exert strength, but his voice remained firm. Is Rinsha still alive? Still alive. Rinsha crawled out of the rubble, the wound on his right rib still bleeding, his breathing rapid and labored, but his eyes remained fixed on Chu Tian like a beast gravely wounded, yet refusing to fall. Attack together. At any cost. After saying this, Tian Sha flickered and charged at Chu Tian first. Disha and Rinsha followed closely, the 3 of them lunging from 3 directions simultaneously, black spiritual energy weaving into a net in the air, sealing off all his escape routes. This time they were not probing, not wearing him down, but fighting for their lives. At any cost in the dictionary of death warriors meant only one thing: exchange life for life. Chu Tian took a deep breath and gripped the Chaos Origin Stone tighter. Chaos chi poured into his body like a waterfall, the power of the Heaven Tao fragment drawn from the jade pendant. The 2 forces merged, collided, and burned within him. Under the burning state, his golden core 8th layer cultivation rose another notch, his spiritual power density swelling to near peak golden core level. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the strain. His meridians had reached their limit, his dantian had reached its limit, every cell had reached its limit. If he continued to push further, his body would burn out, fuse, and break like an overloaded circuit. Enough. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and condensed all the surging spiritual power into his right fist. Golden light surged from his fist, illuminating the entire abandoned factory. Even the 46 demon sect spies on the periphery couldn't help squinting. That light was too bright, dazzling, unbearable to look at directly. The golden orb on his fist spun, growing larger and brighter, from the size of a fist to a basketball, then from a basketball to a millstone. The figures of Tian Sha, Di Sha, and Ren Sha became blurred in the golden radiance like three shadows cast by sunlight, threatening to dissipate at any moment. Chaos break extreme. Chu Tian punched out. The millstone-sized golden orb flew from his fist, carrying the power to annihilate everything, hurtling toward the Death Warriors' combined formation. Where the orb passed, the air was ionized, emitting a piercing shriek. The ground was ripped up, blue stone slabs flying like paper. The factory collapsed, bricks, tiles, and beams turning to dust in the golden light. Tian Sha's pupils contracted to the limit. He sensed the power within that orb. Not the power of a golden core 8th layer, not even that of a peak golden core. That power reminded him of the nascent soul stage generals of the heavenly court, those ancient monsters who had campaigned for millennia. He was not afraid to die, but he did not want to die without value. His mission was not yet complete. He could not die. Scatter. Tian. With a furious roar, Sha hurled himself to the left in a swift dodge. Di Sha and Ren Sha simultaneously evaded to the right and rear, instantly shattering their triangular attack formation. But the orb of light moved with such terrifying speed that it reached them before their evasive maneuvers were even halfway completed. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. Golden radiance engulfed everything. The factory building collapsed entirely in the explosion, leaving a massive crater dozens of meters wide in the ground. The crater's edges were as smooth as polished glass, as if melted by some intense force. Debris, rubble, and dust scattered in all directions on the explosion's shockwave, creating a man-made sandstorm. All 46 hidden agents of the demon sect on the perimeter threw themselves to the ground, shielding their heads and faces with their hands. Stones and fragments flew over them, striking the buildings behind with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Smoke and dust hung heavy in the air, slow to dissipate. Tian Sha crawled out from the ruins. His black combat attire was shredded beyond recognition, his body covered in wounds. His left arm was missing from the elbow down. The stump was a bloody mess of torn flesh and exposed bone. His left leg was also injured, forcing him to limp, with every step each leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Chu Tian. Those deep black eyes held no pain, no despair, only a near-obsessive stubbornness. Di Sha did not get up. The explosion's shockwave had hurled him dozens of meters into the factory's perimeter wall, which collapsed and buried him beneath bricks and stones. His chest was sunken in a large depression, his breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. The peak golden core stage physique saved his life, but his injuries were too severe for him to stand anytime soon. Ren Sha also failed to rise. His right ribs had already been broken earlier, and the shockwave of chaotic break extreme struck him directly through that opening, destroying his right lung, right kidney, and part of his liver. He lay amidst the debris, coughing up mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His eyes remained open, but his pupils had begun to dilate and lose focus. One death warrior, severely wounded and unable to rise. Another death warrior, grievously injured and dying. The last death warrior, maimed but still standing. Chu Tian stood in the ruins, his own body bearing numerous cuts from the blast's aftershocks. The chaotic shield had absorbed most of the impact, but not all. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his left arm displayed a deep gash reaching the bone inflicted by a flying stone. Yet his back and waist remained straight, and his golden eyes still gleamed brightly in the smoky haze. Tian Sha stared at him for a long, silent moment. Then he laughed. A death warrior should not laugh, but he could not help it. He had lost this battle, utterly and completely. 3 peak golden core experts against a mere 8th layer foundation establishment youth. The youth had burned his cultivation base, briefly ascending to the 8th layer of golden core, and then disabled all 3 of them with a single chaotic break extreme. They had not even touched Chu Tian's robes, nor had they broken through his chaotic shield. He admitted defeat with full sincerity. Chu Yun, Tian Sha rasped, his voice barely audible. Emperor Di Haoyan said you were the reincarnation of the ancient god emperor. I didn't believe it. Now I do. Chu Tian remained silent. The spiritual energy within him was rapidly declining. The one insenstic duration of his cultivation burn had ended. His power ebbed away like a receding tide, plummeting from golden core 8th layer down to 7th, 6th. All the way back to foundation establishment 8th layer. His body swayed, nearly falling. He steadied himself by placing his left hand on a nearby broken wall. Your cultivation has receded. Tian Sha watched him. You're at foundation establishment 8th layer, now spiritual energy nearly depleted, your chaotic shield failing. Meanwhile I, though missing an arm, still possess peak golden core spiritual energy. What do you plan to fight me with? With this? Chu Tian pulled something from his pocket. A jade slip, the one Bai Ruashi had given him, engraved with the character Bai. Tian Sha's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized this kind of jade slip, a teleportation talisman. Crushing it would instantly transport its holder away. Even the heavenly court possessed such items, but they were extremely rare, issued only to high-ranking officers. Where had Chu Yun obtained his? You? I'm not trying to escape. Chu Tian cut him off. I'm telling you to run. Tian Sha was stunned. Run. Go back and tell Di Hao. Chu Tian gripped the jade slip, fixing his gaze on Tian Sha. His golden pupils revealed no emotion. 3 of you peak golden core came to kill me. I burned my cultivation, crippled 2 and wounded 1. Go back and tell him. Next time send nascent soul experts. Golden core cultivators, no matter how many come, he'll kill them all. Tian Sha stared at Chu Tian for a long moment, then turned and limped away. He did not look back at Di Sha or Rin Sha, nor at the 2 still breathing bodies in the ruins. The Death Warrior's code dictated if the mission fails, the survivor returns to report. The dead are left behind. He departed, leaving behind scattered rubble, debris, bloodstains, and 2 critically injured bodies clinging to life. Chu Tian watched Tian Sha's silhouette vanish into the morning light, and finally his strength gave out. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Bracing himself on the broken stones with both hands, he gasped for breath. Sweat mixed with blood trickled down his forehead, blurring his vision. His left arm still bled. The spiritual energy in his dantian was nearly exhausted, and his meridians felt hollow and dry like a parched riverbed. The chaos primordial stone had dimmed, and the power of the heavenly fragment had fallen silent like a lamp running out of fuel. Brother Tian. Huang Tian's voice came from afar, choked with tears. He ran over, knelt beside Chu Tian, and fumbled to help him up. But his hands trembled, uncertain where to touch. Chu Tian's body was covered in wounds, his left arm bleeding, a gash reaching the bone on his right shoulder, and several burns on his back. He did not know what to touch without causing more pain. Don't touch me, Chu Tian whispered, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. Let me rest a while. Huang Tianxi froze, kneeling nearby, watching Chu Tian's battered body, tears streaming uncontrollably. He hated his own uselessness, his inability to help, his helplessness as he watched Brother Tian fight alone and suffer alone. The 46 hidden agents of the demon sect approached from the perimeter, standing around the ruins, gazing at Chu Tian kneeling among the rubble. No one spoke, no one left. They simply stood there watching this 8th-layer Foundation establishment youth, who at the cost of burning his lifespan had crippled 3 golden core death warriors of the Heavenly Court. Most of these men had lived for decades and witnessed many experts, but never had they seen someone like this. A Foundation establishment 8th layer defeating peak golden core. And won. Not by luck, not by ambush. Through heating confrontation. A man like this was worth following. The elder approached Chu Tian, crouched down, and pulled out a bottle of healing medicine, offering it. Foundation establishment injuries, golden core grade medicine. Likely not very effective. But this is all this old man has. Chu Tian glanced at him, took the bottle, poured out a few pills, and swallowed them. The pills tasted bitter, their medicinal power slowly spreading through his body, repairing damaged meridians and muscles. Far inferior to life-restoring pills, but better than nothing. What is your name? Chu Tian asked. This old man has no name, the elder said. Demon Sect Hidden Agent number 005. Lurking in the mortal world for 30 years. From today you are Lin Wu. The elder paused, then smiled. Lin, the 5th surname of the 100 family surnames, Wu, the suffix of his number. It was not a particularly pleasant name, but far better than number 005. Thank you for bestowing the name, young Master Chu. Lin Wu clasped his hands. Not young Master Chu. Chu Tian corrected him. It's boss. Lin Wu was taken aback again, then smiled more deeply. Boss. A title seldom used among Demon Sect hidden agents, but far more intimate than young Master Chu. Boss was one of their own, young Master Chu was an outsider. Boss was someone to toil for, young Master Chu was someone to serve. A single word made all the difference. Boss. Lin Wu called out respectfully. All 46 hidden agents of the Demon Sect raised their hands in salute. Boss. Their voices rang out in unison like a well-trained army. The early morning sunlight spilled from the eastern horizon, illuminating the ruins, the scattered stones, and rubble, and Chu Tian's wounds-covered body. The golden rays interwove with his golden pupils, creating a tableau painted in blood and fire. Huang Tianxi helped him to his feet. His legs still trembled, but he stood firm. His back and waist remained straight like a pine tree bent by a violent storm, but never broken. He looked down at the teleportation jade slip in his hand, did not crush it, and instead returned it to his pocket. Bairuashi had asked why he did not crush it. He said that if he did she would come, but even she could not win. Better to bear it alone than to have another person die needlessly. Brother Tian, did you just burn your cultivation? Huang Tian's voice still trembled. Your lifespan? 10 years. Chu Tian said. 1 incense stick, 10 years. Huang Tian's hands shook more violently. 10 years. How many 10 years does a person have in a lifetime? Brother Tian was only 17. Already lost 10 years of his life. Di Hao Yin Su Yao. This debt would be settled one day. Chu Tian patted his shoulder. Let's go. Head back. Boss. Lin Wu's voice came from behind. Should the withdrawal plan of the Demon Sect's hidden agents continue? Yes. Chu Tian replied without turning. Within 6 months evacuate all from Huaxia. This is a vow made by the Demon Emperor on his Tao heart. It cannot be broken. After you withdraw, the Demon Sect will send new agents. When they arrive, they will continue to take orders from me. Lin Wu fell silent for a moment. Boss, you mean to make the Demon Sect's hidden agents work for you? Is that not allowed? Chu Tian countered. Lin Wu laughed. This boss of his was even more interesting. Foundation establishment 8th layer crippled 3 peak golden core warriors, burned his lifespan sacrificing 10 years, and still had the wits to scheme over the Demon Sect's hidden agents. A man like this was worth following. By the time Chu Tian returned to Chu residence, the sky was already bright with morning light. Sunlight streamed through the branches of the old locust tree, casting dappled shadows that danced across the yard. His mother was busy in the kitchen, the smoke from the chimney curling upward, mingling with the aroma of congee in the air. His father practiced boxing in the yard, his movements slow, but each punch carrying a whistling force. His cultivation had already recovered to the 7th layer of chi refinement. His grandfather sat beneath the old locust tree, a cup of hot tea in his hands, the steam rising in the morning light, blurring the wrinkles on his face. Everything was as usual, calm, serene routine. But Chu Tian knew that everything had changed. His left arm was bandaged, dressed by Lin Wu with a professional touch far superior to Huang Tian's. Beneath the bandage, the deep wound that had nearly reached the bone was slowly healing. The recovery power of the 8th layer of foundation establishment combined with Lin Wu's wound healing powder would see it fully mended within 3 days. But some wounds could not be bandaged. Lifespan. 1 incense sticks burning 10 years. He was 17 and had lost 10 years of life. Cultivators lived far longer than ordinary people. Foundation establishment allowed 200 years golden core, 500 years nascent soul, 2,000 years. 10 years seemed insignificant, but the lost decade was like a torn corner from the complete canvas of life. Small, yet leaving an eternal gap. The forbidden technique that burned cultivation. He had used it once, and there might be a second, a third time. Next time it might not be 1 incense stick, but 2 or 3. Each use consumed his future, pushing him further into danger. But he had no choice. Without burning, he would not have survived today. By burning, at least there would be a tomorrow. Tiana, you're back. His mother poked her head out from the kitchen, and upon seeing Chu Tian covered in bandages, the spatula in her hand clattered to the floor. She hurried over, looking him up and down, tears welling in her eyes, lips trembling as if to speak, but no words came. She saw the bandage on his left arm, the white cloth on his right shoulder, and the traces of blood on his face that he had not yet— Mom, it's nothing. Chu Tian smiled. A faint but genuine smile. Just a flesh wound, no big deal. His mother did not believe him, nor did she press further. She turned, walked back to the kitchen, bent to pick up the fallen spatula, rinsed it under the tap, and resumed cooking. But her hands trembled, and the spatula clinked against the pot's edge, producing crisp, sharp sounds. She did not cry, not because she did not want to, but because she feared her tears would only make her son feel worse. That was how mothers were, forever hiding their vulnerability, showing only their strength to their children. Huang Tianxi helped Chu Tian into a chair and turned to pour water. His hands trembled too, spilling half the water from the kettle, leaving a large wet patch on the table. He wiped it dry with his sleeve, placed the cup before Chu Tian, stepped back 2 paces, and stood there like a door god. Tianxi, sit down too. Chu Tian lifted the cup and took a sip. Huang Tianxi shook his head, said nothing, and continued standing. His big brother was injured, he could not sit. He had to stand guard, watching the yard, the gate, any potential danger. Chu Tian did not insist. He set down the cup, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. In his mind, the battle at the abandoned factory replayed. Heaven Killer, Earth Killer, and Human Killer, 3-peak golden core death warriors. He had burned his cultivation, crippled 2, and driven off 1. He had sacrificed 10 years of lifespan, injured his left arm, and depleted his spiritual energy. The fight was neither a clear win nor a loss. But he was alive. Heaven Killer had fled while Earth Killer and Human Killer had been handled by Lin Wu's men. By outcome, he had won. But by process, it was far too close. If Heaven Killer had chosen to continue attacking instead of retreating, he might have died. The Chaos Protective Shield was shattered, his spiritual energy exhausted, and the Chaos Origin Stone dimmed. He had barely been able to stand. How could he have kept fighting? Big brother. Huang Tian's voice came from beside him, tinged with hesitation. Speak. Those undercover agents of the demon sect. How do you plan to arrange them? They are demon sect people. Though they obey you now, what about the demon emperor? Chu Tian opened his eyes and looked at Huang Tianxi. He had already thought about this question on the way back from the abandoned factory. 46 undercover agents of the demon sect, varying in cultivation level, different identities scattered across the country. They were nails buried by the demon sect in the mortal world, and also the most usable force currently in his hands. Although the Chu family members were loyal, their cultivation was too low, adequate against ordinary people, but insufficient against cultivators. The Ancient Martial Arts Association members were highly skilled, but could not be freely deployed. These 46 people perfectly filled the gap. Their cultivation ranged from chi refinement to foundation establishment, exactly the blank zone between the Chu family and the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Used well, they would be a sharp blade. Let them stay in their original positions and do what they do, Chu Tian said. But there's one rule from today: they are no longer demon sect undercover agents. They are my people. The demon sect will withdraw from Huaxia in half a year. They don't need to withdraw. I will negotiate with the demon emperor. Will the demon emperor agree? He will. Chu Tian picked up the cup and took another sip. The demon sect has several hundred undercover agents in the mortal world. Withdrawing them all would be troublesome. Arranging food, lodging, and cultivation for several hundred people in the immortal realm is no small expense. Keeping these 46 here saves him that cost. He'll be delighted, not angry. Huang Tianxi thought it over, found it reasonable, and nodded. Bai Ruoxi arrived. She came alone, without any Ancient Martial Arts Association personnel, the green edge sword hanging at her waist. When she entered the yard and saw Chu Tian covered in bandages, her steps faltered slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. "How are your injuries?" she asked. "Just flesh wounds," said Chu Tian. Bai Ruoshi walked up to him, extended her hand, and pressed it against the bandage on his left arm. Spiritual energy surged from her palm, probing into the wound beneath the bandage for a moment. Left arm, 3 days to heal. Right shoulder, 5 days. Back burns, 7 days. She withdrew her hand. "You burned your cultivation." Chu Tian did not deny it. "One incense stick, 10 years. Bai Ruoshi was silent for a long time. She looked at Chu Tian, at his golden pupils. Eyes without regret, without fear, only calmness. Like a man who had already accepted his fate, but was striving to change it. "Tianjizi asked me to tell you the Ancient Martial Arts Association has prepared a venue for your golden core tribulation. Once your injuries heal, you may go anytime. Help me thank Tianjizi." Bai Ruoshi nodded and turned to leave. At the doorway she paused and said, without looking back, "Next time you burn your cultivation, call me. I may not be able to defeat a peak golden core opponent, but I can at least take a blow for you." Chu Tian was startled, then smiled. "All right." In the immortal realm Heaven's Court, Lingxiao Hall. Heaven Killer knelt in the center of the hall. His left arm was gone from the elbow down the stump, wrapped in white bandages that were stained with blood. His face showed no expression. His deep black eyes stared at the ground like a lifeless stone. Emperor Haoyan sat high on the celestial throne, looking down at him, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. The tapping was excruciatingly slow enough to unsettle anyone. The celestial officials in the hall kept their heads low, not daring to breathe, none daring to look at Emperor Haoyan's expression. "Earth Killer is dead. Human Killer is dead too." Emperor Haoyan spoke, his voice as calm as if stating an irrelevant fact. 3 people peak golden core against 1 at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. 2 dead, 1 crippled. "Heaven Killer, tell me, what happened?" Chu Yun burned his cultivation. Heaven Killer replied, his voice devoid of emotion, like a machine reporting. He paid 10 years of lifespan to temporarily raise his cultivation from the 8th layer of Foundation establishment to the 8th layer of golden core. His chaos protective shield was strengthened to the 1st layer of nascent soul, rendering our attacks ineffective. He used a single chaos break extremity, severely wounding Earth Killer and Human Killer. Your subordinate's left arm was blown off, forcing a retreat. Burning cultivation. Emperor Haoyan stopped tapping. He was willing to pay that price. "Your Majesty." Heaven Killer raised his head, his deep black eyes meeting Emperor Haoyan's. "Your subordinate requests to fight again." "Fight again? With what?" "Your left arm is gone. Though your cultivation remains, your combat power has dropped by at least 30%. Chu Tian, despite burning his cultivation, had his foundation undamaged. Once he recovers and his cultivation is restored, how can you face him?" Heaven Killer fell silent. Emperor Haoyan spoke the truth, and he could not refute it. "Step down." Emperor Haoyan waved his hand. "Go and heal. Once you are well, report to the Heaven's Court Death Warrior Training Camp as an instructor. The mortal world is no longer your concern." Heaven Killer kowtowed, rose, and withdrew from Lingxiao Hall. His silhouette cast a long shadow in the morning light, his empty left sleeve fluttering in the wind like a broken marionette. Su Yao sat beside Emperor Haoyan. The teacup in her hand had not been set down, and the tea had gone cold, and she had not drunk it. Her expression remained unchanged, still wearing that faint, inscrutable smile. But her eyes had shifted, a change so subtle only those closest to her could detect it. It was concern not for Chu Yun, but for Emperor Haoyan. She feared that Chu Yun's rapid growth would make Emperor Haoyan impatient, that impatience would lead to mistakes, and mistakes would give Chu Yun an opportunity. "Haoyan." Su Yao set down the teacup, her voice as soft as if afraid to disturb someone. "Chu Tian burned his cultivation and lost 10 years of life. We can exploit this." "How?" "He is the reincarnation of the ancient god Emperor. Lifespan is not his greatest concern. But the people around him are not. His parents, his grandfather, his friends. They are all ordinary mortals. Ordinary people do not have long lifespans. They will age and die within decades. Chu Tian values relationships deeply. He will not watch his family grow old and die without acting. He will seek to prolong their lives, which requires resources, spiritual herbs, spirit stones, cultivation techniques. The Heaven's Court has plenty of these resources. We can use them as bargaining chips to make him abandon his hatred for the Heaven's Court." Emperor Haoyan looked at Su Yao, silent for a moment. "Do you think he will agree?" "No," Su Yao said. "But we can distract him. He must cultivate care for his family and deal with the Heaven's Court's pursuit all at once. A person's energy is limited. He cannot excel at everything simultaneously. If he is distracted, he will have flaws. Flaws create opportunities." Emperor Haoyan's lips curled slightly. Not a smile, but an expression between satisfaction and anticipation. He liked Su Yao's idea. Not because he believed it would succeed, but because he thought it worth a try. In the demon sect, the Black Castle of the Far North, the demon emperor sat on the bone throne holding a communication jade slip. The information within recorded every detail of the battle at the abandoned factory, Chu Tian burning his cultivation, temporarily rising from the 8th layer of Foundation establishment to the 8th layer of Golden Core, his chaos protective shield strengthened to the 1st layer of Nascent Soul, the power of chaos break extremity equivalent to a full force strike by an early Nascent Soul cultivator. 3 peak Golden Core Death Warriors, 2 dead, and one crippled, Chu Yun, losing 10 years of life, left arm injured, spiritual energy depleted. The demon emperor read the jade slip and remained silent for a long time. Chu Yun, he whispered the name, his tone complex. He hated Chu Yun. In his past life, Chu Yun had been the celestial emperor, leading the heavens court to suppress the demon sect, driving its forces from the central immortal realm to the far north, keeping the demon sect in the shadows for 3,000 years. But he also admired Chu Yun. In this life, Chu Yun had started from scratch and reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment in just 2 months. Facing 3 peak golden core death warriors, he had not hesitated to burn his lifespan to win. Such a man deserved respect. Your Majesty. A black-robed figure knelt in the hall, his voice hoarse. Chu Yun has detained our 46 undercover agents, claiming them as his own and refusing to withdraw. The demon emperor's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. Let him keep them. 46 people would be a burden. In the mortal world, they can still serve a purpose. Pulled back, they'd just be idle mouths. Your Majesty, Chu Yun is clearly poaching from the demon sect. If he can take them, that's his skill, the demon emperor said, leaning back on the bone throne, his gray eyes gleaming in the darkness. The demon sect does not lack these 46 people. What it lacks are people who can work for us in the mortal world. Chu Yun detaining them shows he needs us. Need means leverage. The black-robed figure bowed his head and dared say, in the mortal world, the capital city Chu residence. Chu Yun was recovering in the side room. He could not engage in strenuous activity or cultivate. He could only lie in bed staring at the ceiling. The ceiling was an old-style wooden beam structure carved with simple patterns, likely the idle handiwork of the craftsman who built the residence. The patterns were crude, but after staring at them for a while he began to discern some logic. The arrangement of those patterns bore a strange resemblance to the runic arrangements of formations. Teacher. Zhou Mingyuan's voice came from outside the door, carrying barely concealed excitement. There's progress on the spirit vein network. Chu Yun sat up from the bed. The wound on his left arm still ached, but no longer hindered movement. Come in. Zhou Mingyuan pushed the door open, a sheaf of draft paper in hand, his face wearing that expression of exhilaration only found during scientific discoveries. His black-rimmed glasses had slid to the tip of his nose, but he did not push them up, just looked at Chu Yun sideways like an owl, discovering a new continent. Teacher, D-player spirit stone mining at the Chu family spirit mine has begun. Zhou Mingyuan spread the papers before Chu Yun. Patriarch Chu Jintian mobilized 30 Chu family disciples to the mine, working day and night. So far we have extracted 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and 50 medium-grade spirit stones. At this rate, all D-player spirit stones will be mined within 3 months. Chu Yun looked at the numbers on the papers and nodded. 3 months, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Combined with the Chu family's existing reserves, the resources for building the spirit vein network would be sufficient. With these spirit stones, once the network was completed, the cultivation speed of Chu family disciples could increase several-fold, and the family's overall strength would surge within a few years. When can the installation of the spirit vein network begin? Chu Yun asked. Right now? Zhou Mingyuan pushed up his glasses. I've already drawn the formation layout, the connection plan for the 17 spirit veins, the positions for the formations, and the allocation of spirit stones are all on these papers. Please take a look, teacher. Chu Yun took the papers and flipped through them page by page. Though Zhou Mingyuan's cultivation was low, his foundation in formation theory was solid. The connection plan for the 17 spirit veins accounted for terrain, spiritual energy density, vein direction, and various factors. The chosen formation positions were reasonable and the stone allocation was economical. Overall, it was a mature plan, better than he had anticipated. It's good, Chu Yun said, closing the papers. You have full authority over the spirit vein network. If you need resources, talk to Chu Jintian. Anything the Chu family has you may use freely. What the Chu family lacks, borrow from the Wang family. Yes, teacher. Zhou Mingyuan hugged the papers and ran out, his footsteps fading down the corridor. 3 days later, Chu Yun's injuries had mostly healed. The bandage on his left arm was removed, the wound had closed, leaving a pink scar. The injury on his right shoulder was also healed, and the scabs on his back had fallen off at a touch, revealing fresh pink new skin beneath. Though the recovery power of the 8th layer of foundation establishment was not as potent as golden core, 3 days were enough for superficial wounds to mend. He stood at the window of his side room, gazing at the sky outside. The sky over the capital was gray and hazy, thick with smog, no blue sky visible, no sun. But his divine sense could see much farther. The intelligence network of the Ancient Martial Arts Association was active, and by Roashi sent a message every day, sometimes saying all normal, sometimes no anomalies detected. No anomalies meant the best news. The 3 death warriors sent by Emperor Hao Yin, 2 crippled, 1 killed, should deter any immediate further attempts. Heaven's Court's peak golden core death warriors were not cabbages. Training 1 took decades, or even centuries. Losing 2 and severely wounding 1 was a cost Emperor Hao Yin would not lightly pay again. The Lin family had made their stance clear, not an enemy neutral, but leaning. The demon sect's attitude was also shifting positively. Though the demon emperor hated him, he also admired him. Detaining the 46 undercover agents without consequence showed the demon emperor was still observing. Li Songhai had returned to the capital and behaved himself, causing no further trouble. Zhao Wuji had handed over management of the spirit mine, though not convinced in his heart, at least maintaining proper appearances. Everything was moving in a positive direction. But Chu Tian knew the calm was only temporary. Emperor Hao Yin would not let him go, Su Yao would not let him go, and the Heavens Court would not let him go. They were just waiting for the next opportunity, waiting to send stronger opponents. Next time it might not be peak golden core, but nascent soul. Even if he burned his cultivation, he could not defeat a nascent soul cultivator. I need to break through to golden core as soon as possible, he murmured, then turned and walked out of the side room. In the yard, Huang Tianxi was practicing his boxing. His own injuries had healed, his cultivation at the first layer of foundation establishment was unstable, but his punches had form and substance. Each punch carried a whistling wind, and the bluestone slabs beneath his feet were slightly dented from his steps. Big brother. Huang Tianxi stopped seeing Chu Tian emerge and wiped the sweat from his brow. Are your injuries healed? Healed. Chu Tian walked to the old locust tree, sat down in the armchair, picked up the teacup on the stone table, and took a sip. Tomorrow I'm going to the Ancient Martial Arts Association to undergo the Golden Core Tribulation. Huang Tianxi's hand jerked violently, and the towel in his hand fell to the ground. The Golden Core Tribulation. His big brother was about to face it. Huang Tianxi knew he could not dissuade him, nor should he. Once big brother decided something, he never changed it because of others' advice. Big brother will go with you. Huang Tianxi crouched down, picked up the towel, his voice firm as stone. You won't be of any help. I know, but I'll wait outside. When you come out, the first thing you'll see is me. Chu Tian looked at him and nodded. At daybreak, before the sky had brightened, Chu Tian awoke. Not roused by any noise, but naturally. He had slept deeply that night, without a single dream or movement, as motionless as a stone lying upon the bed. On the final night before his Golden Core Tribulation, he did not cultivate or ponder, he simply slept. Sleep was the best preparation, allowing his body to fully relax, his mind to empty completely, and all fatigue and tension to dissolve in slumber. He dressed and walked out of the side room. Dawn had not yet broken, the old locust tree in the courtyard rustled in the morning breeze, and a thin layer of dew had condensed on the wordless steel beneath the eastern wall. His mother was already bustling in the kitchen, cooking. Smoke curled up from the chimney. On the stove a pot of congee bubbled and gurgled, and the fragrance of rice spread through the courtyard. Tenor, come have breakfast, his mother said, carrying a bowl of congee from the kitchen and placing it on the stone table. The congee was thick with a few red dates and goji berries floating on top. She did not know what the Golden Core Tribulation was, nor how dangerous heavenly tribulation could be. She only knew that her son was going out today to do something very important, and she wanted to prepare a good meal for him, so he could set out with a full stomach. Chu Tian lifted the bowl and took a sip. The congee was scalding, but he did not blow on it. He drank it slowly, mouthful by mouthful. The hot congee flowed down his throat, warming his stomach and his heart. His mother stood beside him watching. She wanted to say something, her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. She feared uttering inauspicious words, feared affecting her son's mood, feared that he would be distracted while away. Chu Tian finished the congee, set down the bowl, and stood up. Mother, I'm leaving. Come back early, his mother said. Martial Arts Association Capital Headquarters. The inconspicuous three-story building was exceptionally quiet today. There were no cars or people at the entrance. Even the two young men in black who usually stood guard had disappeared. The entire building resembled an empty house with windows shut tight and doors half closed. No sound came from within. Bairuashi stood at the entrance, dressed in a white long gown, her hair coiled, with a jade hairpin, the green edge sword hanging at her waist. Her expression was as cool as usual, but a hint of solemnity had crept into her eyes. Undergoing the Golden Core Tribulation was no trivial matter. Advancing from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core was the first major hurdle for a cultivator. Crossing it meant a new realm, failing meant death and Tao dissolution. Although Chu Tian was the reincarnation of the Eternal Divine Emperor, possessing past life cultivation experience and the aid of the Chaos Origin Stone and Heaven Tao Fragment, the Heavenly Tribulation did not care about one's identity or background. It only judged one's cultivation base and talent. The higher the cultivation and the stronger the talent, the more ferocious the tribulation. In the eyes of Heaven Tao, Chu Tian's talent was anomalous, defying heaven, something that must be suppressed. You're here. Bairuashi looked at Chu Tian, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. His injuries had healed. The scar on his left arm had faded so much that it was almost invisible unless one looked closely. His cultivation was stable at the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 8, only a single step away from Level 9. Where is Tianjizi? Chu Tian asked. He's waiting for you in the mountains. Bairuashi turned and walked toward the alley beside the building. The venue for the tribulation is at Azure Dragon Mountain. On the ridge where Huang Tianxi had undergone his Foundation Establishment Tribulation, Tianjizi had set up a formation that could block external interference and also help deflect some of the tribulation's afterwaves. But you have to bear the tribulation lightning yourself. I know. Azure Dragon Mountain, Northern Ridge. The place where Huang Tianxi had undergone his Foundation Establishment Tribulation looked different today. The ground on the ridge was covered with array inscriptions. Not Earth Tier, but Heaven Tier. It had been set up by the three presidents of the Martial Arts Association Tianjizi as the main array master with Kingzi and Abbas Yun assisting. The power of a heaven-tier array was far beyond that of an earth-tier. It could somewhat reduce the might of the tribulation lightning and also provide some replenishment when the tribulation crosser's spiritual power was exhausted. But it could not block, substitute, or help the cultivator endure. The heavenly tribulation was Heaven Dao's test for the cultivator. The test had to be completed by the cultivator himself. Anyone who offered assistance would be considered cheating by Heaven Dao, and the power of the tribulation lightning would multiply. Tianjizi stood in the center of the ridge dressed in a gray Taoist robe with white hair and beard, his face gaunt. The array inscriptions beneath his feet were the densest. The core of the heaven-tier array was here. When he saw Chu Yun approaching, he nodded without saying much. Nothing he said would matter. Crossing the tribulation relied not on words, but on strength and will. Chu Yun, I will ask you one last time. Tianjizi spoke, his voice old and calm. Are you certain you want to undergo the golden core tribulation now? Your cultivation is at the peak of foundation establishment level 8, only a step away from level 9. You could perfectly wait until you break through to level 9, or even the peak, before crossing the tribulation. At that time your foundation would be more solid, your spiritual power more abundant, and the success rate of crossing the tribulation higher. I cannot wait, Chu Yun said, standing in the center of the ridge and looking up at the sky. Emperor Hao Yin will not wait for me. Su Yao will not wait for me. The heavenly court will not wait for me. Every day I wait gives them another day to scheme. I must break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Tianjizi was silent for a moment, then sighed. Fine. I won't try to dissuade you. You should know the rules of crossing the tribulation better than I do. The tribulation lightning cannot be blocked, substituted, or cheated. My heaven-tier array can only help weaken some of the aftershocks. You will have to bear the tribulation lightning yourself. I know. Tianjizi turned and walked to the edge of the ridge where he stood together with Kingzi and Abbas Yun. Bai Ruashi stood beside them, and Huang Tianxi stood at the very back, holding a towel and a flask of water, waiting for Chu Yun to finish crossing the tribulation. Chu Yun sat cross-legged in the center of the ridge, closed his eyes, and fully activated the spiritual power within him. The spiritual power at the peak of foundation establishment level 8 surged through his meridians. The chaos origin stone floated before his chest, and chaotic chi poured into his body like a waterfall. The power of the Heaven Dao fragment was drawn out from the jade pendant, and colorful light intertwined with black light, forming a thin protective film on the surface of his body. It was not the chaos body protection. The chaos body protection was meant to defend against attacks, not against the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation could not be blocked, only endured. The function of the light film was not defense, but guidance, to channel the power of the tribulation lightning to all parts of the body rather than concentrating it on a single point. Concentrated on one point, that point would be pierced or dispersed throughout the body. The pressure on the body would be much smaller. This was the experience he had summarized from crossing the golden core tribulation in his past life. In his past life, when he crossed the golden core tribulation, 9 bolts of tribulation lightning struck for 3 days and 3 nights, nearly killing him. Only later did he realize that his defensive method had been wrong. He had used protective true chi to block the tribulation lightning. The power of the lightning was kept outside his body, accumulating more and more until it finally burst all at once, nearly shattering his body. In this life, he would not make the same mistake. When the tribulation lightning came, he would not block or avoid it. He would open his body to welcome it. Let it enter his body, let it temper his meridians, dantian, and flesh. Endure it, and his cultivation would break through, and his body would be strengthened. Fail to endure, and he would die. Tribulation clouds began to gather. The clouds in the sky churned and swirled, converging from all directions above the ridge. It was not ordinary dark clouds. It was tribulation clouds, black tinged with purple, purple tinged with gold, gold tinged with crimson. The colors deepened layer by layer, as if a giant palette had been overturned, with all the colors mixing together into a bizarre, heart-stopping hue. The diameter of the tribulation clouds kept expanding, dozens of zhang, hundreds of zhang, thousands of zhang. The entire Azure Dragon Mountain was shrouded by the tribulation clouds. Tianjizi's expression changed. He had seen many people cross the golden core tribulation, and he had crossed it himself, but he had never seen such huge tribulation clouds. With a diameter of hundreds of zhang covering the entire mountain, this was not the scale of a golden core tribulation, it was the scale of a nascent soul tribulation. Chu Yun, a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment level 8, was crossing the golden core tribulation, yet the scale of the tribulation clouds was comparable to a nascent soul tribulation. Heaven Dao's suppression was more ferocious than he had anticipated. Tianjizi, King's voice carried a trace of worry. This is not right. The golden core tribulation shouldn't be this large. I know. Tianjizi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Heaven Dao is suppressing him. His talent is too strong. So strong that Heaven Dao considers it abnormal. Heaven Dao wants to strike him back to normal. Can he endure it? I don't know. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. It was not a purple pillar of light, but a golden one. The golden pillar crashed down from the center of the tribulation clouds, as thick as an arm, accompanied by a piercing roar. Crimson arcs sparked along the edges of the pillar, and the air was filled with the smell of ozone, making one's throat itch. The pillar moved so fast that the naked eye could not follow it, from the tribulation clouds to the ground in the blink of an eye. Chu Yun did not dodge. He opened his eyes, looked at the descending golden pillar, took a deep breath, and opened every pore of his body. The power of the tribulation lightning surged into his body, not lingering on the surface, but directly penetrating his meridians, dantian bones, and flesh. Oh! Chu Yun's body trembled violently, and golden light burst from every pore, enveloping him entirely in a golden cocoon. The power of the tribulation lightning raged within his body like countless knives cutting simultaneously. His meridians burned, his dantian quaked, his bones groaned, and his flesh wailed. He gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound, and channeled the power of the tribulation lightning to every corner of his body. He did not concentrate it, resist it, or repel it. Open, accept, digest. The power of the first tribulation lightning bolt was digested by him. His meridians widened slightly, his dantian expanded a bit, and his physical strength increased a little. The changes were minute. So small they were almost imperceptible, but they existed. Just like adding a grain of salt to a cup of water, the water's taste did not change noticeably, but the salt was indeed there. The second one. Chu Yun's voice was hoarse, but calm. The second bolt of tribulation lightning was thick. The pillar of light was as thick as an adult's calf, and its color changed from gold to reddish gold. Crimson arcs leaped across its surface, crackling and popping. The smell of ozone in the air grew stronger, stinging the eyes. Chu Yun still did not dodge. He closed his eyes, opened his body, and welcomed the tribulation lightning. The reddish gold pillar blasted onto his body, and the power of the tribulation lightning surged into him, even more violent than the first. His meridians expanded amidst burning, his dantian enlarged amidst trembling, his bones strengthened amidst groaning, and his flesh regenerated amidst wailing. The pain intensified, but his body was adapting. The first bolt had injected a preventive shot, giving his body a certain resistance to the tribulation lightning. Although the second bolt was fiercer, his endurance had also grown stronger. Digest. Third, fourth, fifth. Each bolt was fiercer and thicker than the last, the color shifting from reddish gold to pure red, and then from pure red to purplish red. The diameter of the pillar grew from arm thick to thigh thick, and from thigh thick to bucket thick. The roar of the tribulation lightning shook the entire azure dragon mountain, sending rocks tumbling, trees snapping, and birds and beasts fleeing in all directions. Tianjai's heaven-tier array trembled violently, the array inscriptions flickering on and off, as if about to shatter at any moment. But the array held. Although it did not directly help Chu Yun block the tribulation lightning, it weakened the aftershocks, preventing landslides and earthquakes, and protecting the innocent from harm. The sixth. Chu Yun's clothes were completely burned away by the tribulation lightning, revealing blackened skin beneath. The skin was covered with cracks, and golden light seeped through the cracks like magma flowing beneath the earth's surface. Most of his hair was scorched, curled, and matted, emitting a pungent smell. But his back remained straight as he sat cross-legged in the center of the ridge like a statue that had been struck by lightning, but had not fallen. The spiritual power within him underwent a qualitative change under the tempering of the tribulation lightning. The spiritual power at the peak of foundation establishment level 8, originally liquid, flowing like water through his meridians, after being tempered by 6 bolts, began to thicken, flowing slowly like honey. This was a precursor to the transition from liquid to solid. The spiritual power of the golden core stage was solid, condensed into a golden core stored in the dantian. From liquid to solid required sufficient external force to compress. The tribulation lightning was the best external force. Compress. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and compressed the spiritual power within him toward the center of his dantian. Under the power of the tribulation lightning, the spiritual power was forced to contract, converging from every corner of the dantian toward the center. The liquid spiritual power grew thicker and thicker under compression, from honey to gelatin, and from gelatin to semi-solid. The power of the 6th bolt was exhausted. The compression of spiritual power was half complete. The embryonic form of the golden core appeared at the center of his dantian, a golden grain the size of a soybean, smooth and emitting a faint golden light. Not enough. The golden core was still too small, too weak, not solid enough. More tribulation lightning was needed to temper, compress, and consolidate it. The 7th. A purplish-red pillar of light crashed down from the center of the tribulation clouds, its diameter matching a bucket with a destructive momentum. The air around the pillar was ionized, forming arcs of blue electricity that spread like a giant electric net over the ridge. Tianjai's heaven-tier array could no longer hold most of the array inscriptions shattered, and the remaining parts trembled violently on the verge of complete collapse. Tianjai's, the array is about to shatter. Swankingzi shouted. Hold on. Tianjai's gritted his teeth and poured all his spiritual power into the array. Swankingzi and Abbas Ziyun also acted simultaneously, their spiritual power converging with Tianjai's to barely stabilize the shattered array inscriptions. The array did not break, but cracks multiplied like a bow drawn too taut, ready to snap at any moment. The power of the 7th bolt surged into Chu Yun's body, fiercer than the first 6 combined. His meridians tore in agony, mended, tore again, and mended again. Each tear was accompanied by indescribable pain, and each repair brought a subtle strengthening. His dantian expanded and reinforced in tremors, expanding and reinforcing again and again. The embryonic golden core became more solid under the compression of the tribulation lightning, growing from the size of a soybean to that of a peanut, its golden light more intense. The eighth. The purplish red pillar turned pure purple, so pure it seemed black, yet gleaming glaringly bright. The diameter of the pillar exceeded 1 zhang, enveloping the entire ridge in purple light. Tianjai's heaven-tier array shattered completely, the array inscriptions cracked like glass and dissipated into countless specks of light in the air. The three presidents stepped back simultaneously, pale-faced, their spiritual power heavily depleted. By Ruox's green edge, sword hummed in its sheath as if sensing the terror of the heavenly tribulation. Huang Tianxi stood at the very back, the towel and flask in his hands fell to the ground. His legs trembled, but his eyes were fixed on the purple mass of light in the center of the ridge. Brother Tian was inside, right in the center of the tribulation lightning. He didn't know if Brother Tian was still alive, but he believed he was. Brother Tian would not die. Brother Tian was the reincarnation of the eternal divine emperor. He wouldn't die in a place like this. The power of the eighth bolt exploded within Chu Tian's body. Under the compression of the tribulation lightning, the embryonic golden core suddenly solidified, significantly growing from the size of a peanut to that of a walnut. Golden light burst from its surface, illuminating his entire dantian. His meridians were completely reshaped by the power of the tribulation lightning. The old ones shattered, and new ones formed, wider, tougher, and more resilient than before. His dantian was also reshaped, its walls thickened several times, its capacity expanded several times like a house torn down and rebuilt, more spacious, sturdier, and more solid. Golden core stage. The embryonic golden core had taken shape, although not yet a complete golden core, it already possessed the basic characteristics of a golden core cultivator. The spiritual power changed from liquid to semi-solid, and from semi-solid to solid. The golden core rotated slowly in his dantian. With each rotation, the spiritual power became purer, and his cultivation became more stable. One last bolt remained. The ninth. The tribulation clouds churned in the sky for a moment, as if gathering the last of their power. Then it struck. It was not a pillar of light, but a bolt of lightning. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a house snaked down from the center of the tribulation clouds, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, illuminating the entire azure dragon mountain. The lightning was not straight, but curved like a purple dragon writhing in the sky. The dragon's head was where the power of the tribulation lightning was most concentrated, containing the force to annihilate everything. The dragon's tail trailed into the tribulation clouds like an infinitely long tail, channeling all the power of the clouds into this single bolt of lightning. Of the 9 bolts, the first 8 were pillars of light. Only the 9th was a lightning bolt, because the first 8 were merely accumulation, and the 9th was the true test. Endure it, and the golden core would be fully formed. Fail to endure, and he would be reduced to ashes. Chu Tian opened his eyes, looked at the descending purple lightning, and suddenly smiled. He recalled that when he crossed the golden core tribulation in his past life, the 9th bolt was also a lightning bolt, also purple, also as thick as a house. Back then he had used protective true chi to forcibly endure it, and had nearly been struck dead. In this life he would not endure. He spread his arms, and welcomed the lightning. The purple lightning struck his body. It did not knock him away or knock him down, but enveloped his entire being in purple light. The power of the tribulation lightning surged into his body, not from the outside, but from within. The lightning pierced his skin, muscles, and bones, directly drilling into his dantian and into the walnut-sized golden core. The golden core trembled violently, like a fireball ignited. Golden light burst from its surface, mingling, colliding, and merging with the purple power of the tribulation lightning. In the fusion, the golden core became more solid, more sturdy, and more perfect. It grew from walnut size to egg size, and from egg size to fist size. A fist-sized golden core, its surface smooth as a mirror, radiating dazzling golden light. Golden core stage. A complete golden core stage. Not an embryonic form, not a half-finished product, but a true, complete, flawless golden core stage. The tribulation clouds dispersed. The sky returned to blue, and sunlight poured from behind the clouds, shining on the ridge and on Chu Tian. His entire body was charred black, most of his hair burned away, his skin covered with cracks through which golden light shone. But his back was straight as he sat cross-legged in the center of the ridge like a bronze statue tempered by thunder and fire. Golden core, level 1. His spiritual power density was 10 times that of cultivators of the same level, and his physical strength was comparable to the peak of the golden core stage. The chaos origin stone had consumed a large amount of chaotic chi during the tribulation. Its light dimmed considerably, but it was still slowly recovering. The power of the heaven Tao fragment also subsided, as if conserving strength for the next breakthrough. Chu Tian lowered his head and looked at his hands. The charred skin on his palms slowly peeled off, revealing tender new skin underneath. Faint golden patterns circulated on the new skin, traces of the dual tempering by chaotic chi and the power of the heaven Tao fragment. The body of the golden core stage was completely different from that of the foundation establishment stage. Golden core stage, Chu Tian murmured. The moment the golden core formed a spirit energy vortex surged along the ridge of Azure Dragon Mountain's northern slope. Golden radiance burst forth from Chu Yuan's body, expanding outward in all directions, sweeping gravel and dust into a tumultuous cloud. At the vortex's center lay the fist-sized golden core, within his dantian, slowly rotating. With each revolution it drew in surrounding spiritual energy, like a tiny black hole. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged from all directions, flooding into his body to replenish the depleted meridians and dantian after the tribulation. This phenomenon lasted for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, until his cultivation firmly stabilized at the first layer of golden core stage, and the spirit energy vortex gradually dissipated. Tianjizi stood at the edge of the ridge watching the scene, and let out a long breath. Having lived for centuries, he had witnessed many prodigies undergo the golden core tribulation, but never like this. 9 bolts of tribulation lightning, each fiercer than the last, with the final one rivaling a nascent soul tribulation. Anyone else would have fallen to the first bolt. Chu Yuan not only withstood all 9, but also completed the transformation from liquid spiritual energy to solid golden core amid the lightning. This was not a matter of talent, it was willpower, a will that would rather shatter to pieces than bow its head. Swan Kingzi and Xiu Nun exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Having lived for centuries, what geniuses hadn't they seen? But one like this, truly never. Bai Ruashi stood behind the 3 assembly leaders, the azure-edged sword ceased its hum in the scabbard. Her expression remained unchanged, but her fingers which had gripped the sword hilt relaxed. When the 9th bolt struck her hand had unconsciously tightened on the hilt, knuckles widening. Only when the tribulation clouds dispersed and sunlight streamed down again did she slowly release her grip. Huang Tianxi crouched at the rear, his towel and water flask long since fallen to the ground. He stared at the golden glow at the ridge's center, watching Chu Yuan rise from the radiance, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He didn't know why he was crying. Tiange hadn't died, Tiange had broken through. A joyous occasion that called for smiles. But the tears wouldn't stop falling like a string of broken beads. Chu Yuan stood up from the ridge's center. His entire body was charred black, his clothes incinerated by the tribulation lightning. His skin was covered in cracks, through which golden light seeped. Most of his hair was burned away, the few remaining strands curled and clumped together, making him look utterly disheveled. Yet his back was straight as a ramrod, and his golden pupils shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, like 2 pearls freshly dredged from the deep sea. The cultivation of golden core first layer circulated slowly within him. His spiritual energy density was 10 times that of a cultivator at the same level, and his physical strength rivaled the peak of golden core stage. His divine sense coverage expanded from nearly a kilometer at the 8th layer of foundation establishment to tens of li in radius. Every blade of grass, every tree, every bird and beast on Azure Dragon Mountain fell within his perception. On the mountain road below, a tractor was climbing a slope, black smoke belching from its exhaust pipe. The driver, a farmer in his 50s, had a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinting as he watched the road ahead. These images were as clear in his mind as a high-definition film, every detail vividly sharp. Golden core stage. Chu Yuan murmured, repeating the 2 words, and clenched his fist. Power surged in his palm, a sensation entirely different from foundation establishment. Foundation establishment power was like water, capable of bursting dams, but requiring an accumulation process. Golden core power was like solid matter, condensed, firm, ready to erupt at any moment. A single punch required no build-up, no preparation. Power naturally surged from the dantian, traveled through meridians to the fist, and released. The entire flow was smooth and fluid without any stagnation. Congratulations. Tianjizi approached, looking him up and down with eyes full of emotion. I've lived for centuries and seen many undergo the golden core tribulation. Someone like you, first time. A stroke of luck, Chu Yuan said. Not luck, Tianjizi shook his head. It's strength. 9 bolts of tribulation lightning, each several times stronger than a normal golden core tribulation. That you could withstand them shows your foundation willpower and combat experience far exceed cultivators of the same level. I've lived centuries and seen many prodigies, but one like you, truly never. Chu Yuan did not reply. He took a towel from Huang Tianxi, wiped the ash and blood from his face, and draped a clean jacket over his shoulders. The regenerative power of a golden core body was several times that of foundation establishment. The cracks on his skin were healing at a visible rate. The charred epidermis began to flake off, revealing tender new skin underneath. Within 3 days, all external injuries would vanish without even a scar. Tiange, Huang Tianxi's voice still trembled. You've really reached golden core stage. Golden core first layer, Chu Yuan nodded. Still far from the peak. You're only 17. Golden core. Have you ever seen a 17-year-old at golden core? Huang Tianxi was so excited he stammered, his voice cracking. The corner of Chu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, but he didn't answer. He didn't tell Huang Tianxi that in his past life it took him 300 years to reach golden core stage. In this life it took less than 3 months. Not because his talent had improved, but because he no longer needed to explore paths he had already walked, fall into pits he had already stumbled into, or repeat mistakes he had already made. His efficiency had increased 100-fold. Descending the mountain, Chu Tian walked at the front, his steps light, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. A golden core body felt much lighter than foundation establishment. Every step seemed to tread on clouds with a sensation of floating. Huang Tianxi followed behind, holding the dirty towel and the now cold water flask. Tears still marked his face, but a smile had already emerged. Tian Gu had broken through. Golden Core stage at 17, the youngest Golden Core cultivator in all of China's cultivation world. This record was unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Bai Ruoxi walked beside him, the azure-edged sword hanging at her waist, her pace unhurried. She remained silent until they reached the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Then she spoke. Chu Tian, your cultivation is currently at Golden Core first layer, but your true combat power exceeds that. Tempered by both chaos chi and the power of the heavenly Tao fragment, your spiritual energy density is 10 times that of cultivators at the same level. Your physical strength rivals Golden Core peak. Your divine sense range approaches the nascent soul stage. In direct combat, even a Golden Core peak master is no match for you. Not necessarily, Chu Tian said as he opened the car door. Golden Core peak and Golden Core peak are different. An assassin like Tian Sha, Golden Core peak rich in combat experience with unyielding battle will. With my current strength I can handle 1, but 2 is questionable, and 3 is still beyond me. But you don't have to fight alone, Bai Ruoxi said. You're now at Golden Core stage and qualified to mobilize more resources from the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Although the 3 assembly leaders cannot directly assist you, the association's intelligence network, Spirit Stone, reserves and formation resources are all at your disposal. No need to hold back. Chu Tian nodded, not refusing. The Ancient Martial Arts Association's resources were indeed not to be wasted. Returning to Chu residence, dusk was approaching. His mother stood at the doorway, an apron in hand. Seeing Chu Tian step out of the car, she paused, then smiled. When her son left, he was covered in bandages. Now he had removed them. Though his hair was thinner and his skin darker, his spirits were 10 times better than when he left. His eyes were brighter, his steps lighter. The whole person seemed to have shed some heavy burden. Mom, I'm back. Good to have you. His mother turned and walked into the kitchen. A pot of congee was still warm on the stove, and several small dishes sat on the counter. She didn't know what her son did today, but she knew he would be hungry when he returned. The congee had been simmering since morning on low heat until the rice grains dissolved into a thick, creamy porridge. The side dishes she had pickled in the afternoon, shredded radish, cucumber strips, and seaweed, were dressed with soy sauce, vinegar, and sesame oil, refreshing and appetizing. Chu Tian sat at the stone table, lifted the bowl, and took a sip. The congee was no longer hot, warm, just right for drinking. The grains had dissolved, making it smooth and sticky with a faint sweetness. He didn't know if it was the sweetness of the rice or his mother's love, but it was delicious. Tiana, where did you go today? His mother sat across from him, hands on her knees, as if she had many questions but didn't know where to start. Went to the mountains, Chu Tian said. Did some training. His mother didn't press further. She knew he hadn't just trained. What training would burn off all his hair? But she stopped asking. If her son didn't want to say, she wouldn't ask. She trusted that everything he did was right. She only needed to wait at home and prepare him a warm bowl of congee. Grandfather came out of the house leaning on his cane and sat down in the old armchair under the locust tree. He looked at Chu Tian, and a flicker of relief passed through his murky old eyes. He didn't know what Golden Core stage was, but he knew his grandson was stronger than before. Stronger was good. Stronger meant he wouldn't be bullied. Father Chu Tianxiong returned from outside, carrying 2 fish he had just bought at the market. He set them by the kitchen door, walked over to Chu Tian, and looked him up and down. Golden Core. Chu Tianxiong paused, then reached out and patted his son's shoulder. The force was heavy, making Chu Tian's shoulder dip slightly. Good. He said only one word, then turned, picked up the fish, and walked into the kitchen. Father never said much, but every action told you. He was proud of you. That evening, Chu Tian sat alone on the rooftop. Moonlight like water spilled over the old locust tree, over the wordless stele, and over him. Night wind blew, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus. In his hand, he held the Naodin jade pendant. Ever since Patriarch Chu Zuanji's remnant soul dissipated, the pendant had never glowed again. Yet he carried it every day like a talisman. Patriarch, I've reached Golden Core stage, Chu Tian whispered. Faster than you predicted. You said Golden Core stage is a watershed, cross it, and I'd be invincible in the mortal world. I've crossed it. The assassins sent by Di Haoyan, Golden Core peak. I can't defeat 3 alone. But when I reach Golden Core peak, you'll be able to. Wait for me. The wind blew, rustling the leaves of the old locust tree as if responding to him. Chu Tian tucked the pendant close to his body, leaped down from the roof, entered the side room, and closed the door. The chaos primeval stone floated before his chest, dark light swirling. The spiritual energy of Golden Core stage was 10 times more abundant than Foundation establishment, driving the chaos primeval stone much faster. Chaos chi poured into his body like a waterfall, merging, fusing, and settling with the power of the heavenly Tao fragment within his Golden Core. The Golden Core rotated slowly in his dantian. With each revolution, the spiritual energy became purer and his cultivation more stable. From the 1st to the 9th layer of Golden Core, each required immense spiritual energy accumulation and realm comprehension. Time. He needed time. But Di Haoyan wouldn't give him time. The heavenly court wouldn't give him time. He had to raise his cultivation as much as possible before the next wave of assassins arrived. The next batch might not be Golden Core Peak, it might be Nascent Soul. Even burning his cultivation, he couldn't defeat a Nascent Soul cultivator. Must be faster. Chu Yun opened his eyes, his golden pupils shone like stars in the dim room. The fusion speed of Chaos Chi and the heavenly Tao fragment can still increase. The rotation speed of the Golden Core can also accelerate. The compression ratio of spiritual energy can improve further. He took a deep breath and gripped the Chaos Primeval Stone tighter. The influx of Chaos Chi surged abruptly like a breached flood rushing into his body. The power of the heavenly Tao fragment was drawn from the pendant, merging with the Chaos Chi into the Golden Core. The Golden Core spun faster and faster from a slow self-rotation to a rapid revolution. Under the high-speed rotation, the spiritual energy was compressed more tightly and solidly. His Golden Core cultivation steadily but firmly advanced. First layer mid-stage, first layer latest stage, first layer peak. Almost there. In the immortal realm, the heavenly court, a Lingxiao Hall. Chu Yun sat on the heavenly emperor's throne holding a jade slip in his hand. The message on the slip was brief. Only one line. Chu Yun has successfully undergone the Golden Core tribulation. Cultivation Golden Core, first layer. Combat power rivals Golden Core peak. After reading the slip, Chu Yun showed no expression, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. The rhythm was slow, tap tap tap. The immortal officials in the hall bowed, their heads not daring to breathe. Golden Core first layer combat power rivals Golden Core peak. Chu Yun spoke, his voice as calm as reciting a lesson. 3 months ago he was at Qi refinement, first layer. 3 months from Qi refinement to Golden Core. In 30,000 years of my reign, I've never seen such speed. Hao Yin, Su Yao sat beside him, her voice gentle. I've heard of Chu Yun's Golden Core tribulation. 9 bolts with the last rivaling a nascent soul tribulation. He survived. What are you trying to say? I'm saying, Chu Yun cannot be left alive any longer. If we wait any longer, by the time he reaches nascent soul, or even deity transformation, we'll truly have no way to deal with him. Then what do you suggest? Send a nascent soul cultivator down. What about the covenant between the immortal and mortal realms? How will we explain to the gatekeeper? Leave the gatekeeper to me. Su Yao walked to the center of the hall, and turned to face Chu Yun. I have some rapport with the gatekeeper. If I ask, they won't refuse. Chu Yun paused for a moment, then nodded. Go negotiate. If successful, send a nascent soul down. If not, well, as you command. On the 3rd day after the Golden Core tribulation, all of Chu Yun's external injuries had fully healed. The charred epidermis had all shed, revealing tender new skin beneath, on which faint golden patterns swirled, traces left by the dual tempering of Chaos Chi and heavenly Tao fragment power. A short stubble of dark hair had also grown back, prickly to the touch, like a freshly cut leek field. His appearance seemed slightly younger than before the tribulation. Not that his age had decreased, but his demeanor had changed. Before the tribulation, Chu Yun was like a blade sheathed in its scabbard, concealing its edge, yet ready to be drawn at any moment. After the tribulation, the blade remained in its sheath, but its presence was no longer felt. This was not regression, but progress, a return to simplicity. The cultivation base of Golden Core Layer 1 coursed slowly through his body, unhurried and tranquil like a serene river. The density of his spiritual energy was 10 times that of a cultivator at the same level, yet his body had fully adapted to this density, no longer suffering from the distended pain, as if it might burst at any moment. The Golden Core in his dantian was the size of a fist, its surface smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint golden light. It rotated slowly, each revolution drawing in a trace of the surrounding spiritual energy, like a tiny vortex. Golden Core Layer 1 is thoroughly stabilized, Chu Yun said, standing in the courtyard of Chu residence, arms outstretched, as he felt the surging power within him. Next is Golden Core Layer 2. At my current cultivation speed, it will take about a month. 1 month from Golden Core Layer 1 to Layer 2. Even in the immortal realm, that speed was considered top tier. But he was not satisfied. Emperor Hao Yin would not give him a month. The heavenly court would not give him a month. Su Yao certainly would not. She wished for his death right now. Brother Tian. Huang Tianxi ran in from outside, a stack of documents in hand, panting. Patriarch Chu Jingtian sent these. He said they're the latest progress on the Spirit Vein Network and asked you to take a look. Chu Tian took the documents and flipped through them. Zhou Minjuan's work efficiency was high, and the deployment of the Spirit Vein Network was progressing more smoothly than anticipated. 17 spirit veins, of which 5 had already completed the installation of connection arrays, and the remaining 12 were proceeding as planned. At this pace, the entire Spirit Vein Network would be fully established within 2 months. Once completed, the cultivation speed of Chu family disciples could increase by 3 to 5 times, and the overall strength of the Chu family would skyrocket within a few years. By then, even without him, the Chu family would be able to secure a foothold in the capital. Tell Chu Jingtian to handle the Spirit Vein Network according to Zhou Minjuan's plan. Chu Tian handed the documents back to Huang Tianxi. If we lack spirit stones, borrow from the Wang family. If the Wang family is insufficient, borrow from the Ancient Martial Arts Association. If that's still not enough, come to me. Understood. Huang Tianxi took the documents and ran out. He was now the chief instructor of the Chu family youth training camp, busy from dawn to dusk, leading morning exercises, lecturing on cultivation theory in the mornings, guiding sparring practice in the afternoons, and reviewing training logs at night. He also had to cultivate himself. His Qi refining layer 1 cultivation was decent within the Chu family, but still far from being able to stand on his own. He didn't want to be Chu Tian's psychic forever. He wanted to become someone who could help. That afternoon, Bai Ruoxi arrived. She wore a light blue long dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders without a jade hairpin, and the green-edged sword was not at her waist. Her hands empty, like a neighbor dropping by, not like the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. In her hand, she carried a small bamboo basket containing several fruits, apples, pears, oranges, all ordinary ones available in the market. She placed the basket on the stone table, sat down on a chair under the old locust tree, her expression as cool as usual, but with a trace of softness in her eyes. "How does your body feel after the tribulation?" as she asked. "Very well." Chu Tian poured her a cup of tea. "Golden Core Layer 1 has stabilized. Next is Golden Core Layer 2. Your cultivation speed is too fast." Bai Ruoxi picked up the teacup and took a sip. 3 months from Qi refining layer 1 to Golden Core Layer 1. Such speed is top tier, even in the immortal realm. But have you considered whether your foundation is stable? Chu Tian was silent for a moment. Bai Ruoxi was right. His cultivation speed was too fast to the point of instability. 3 months from Qi refining to Golden Core had spanned an entire major realm and more. Although he had walked that path before and didn't need to explore anew, his Bodhis endurance had limits. The dual tempering of chaos Qi and heavenly Tao fragment power had made his physical strength and spiritual energy density far exceed that of cultivators at the same level, but his realm comprehension could not keep up with the rise in cultivation. Before the insights from Foundation establishment were fully digested, those of Golden Core had already arrived. If this continued, the gap between realm comprehension and cultivation advancement would widen, eventually becoming a ticking time bomb. "I have thought about it," Chu Tian said. "But there's no choice. Emperor Hao Yin won't wait until I've comprehended enough to send his people." Bai Ruoxi set down her teacup, looked at him, and was silent for a moment. "The Ancient Martial Arts Association has a secret realm called Enlightenment Cliff. When Tianjizi was young, he went into seclusion there for 10 years, breaking through from the peak of Golden Core to nascent soul. The flow of time there differs from the outside world. 1 day outside equals 3 days inside. If you cultivate inside for a year, only 4 months pass outside. Of course, this is not true time acceleration, but perception acceleration. Your body still ages at the normal rate, but your perception of time slows down. With the same cultivation time, you can gain 3 times the comprehension." Chu Tian's eyes lit up. "Not time acceleration, but perception acceleration. The body still ages normally, but you have 3 times the time to think, to comprehend, to digest." That was exactly what he needed. His cultivation had risen too fast, and his realm comprehension couldn't keep up. If he could have 3 times the time to digest, the problem of unstable foundation would be alleviated. "Can I enter?" Chu Tian asked. "Yes," Bai Ruoxi said. "You are an honorary president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, qualified to use any of its resources. Although Enlightenment Cliff is Tianjizi's private territory, he has already agreed. You can enter any time." "Why does Tianjizi help me?" "Because you are worth helping." Bai Ruoxi stood up. "Tianjizi has lived for centuries and seen all kinds of people. He knows who is worth investing in and who is not. You are the most worthy person he has ever met. Not because you are the reincarnation of the ancient god emperor, but because of your character. The Golden Core Tribulation, 9 heavenly bolts, the last one comparable to a nascent soul tribulation. You endured it. You didn't dodge, didn't avoid, didn't block. You opened your body to welcome the tribulation lightning. In his centuries of life, Tianjizi has never seen such a character." Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then nodded. Enlightenment Cliff, he would go. In the immortal realm, Heavenly Court, Gatekeeper's Mansion. The gatekeeper did not reside at the entrance of the immortal mortal passage, but in an independent courtyard at the southeast corner of the Heavenly Court. The courtyard was not large, with only 3 sections, gray bricks and tiles, as simple as an ordinary residence. In the yard grew an old locust tree, under which were a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The gatekeeper sat on a stone chair, a cup of tea in hand, already cold. He did not drink it, he was just waiting. The gatekeeper appeared to be in his 60s, with graying hair, a gaunt face, and wore a gray Taoist robe. His cultivation was